Chapter 1326. Return to infinity. However, this guy actually appeared at this time and directly blocked his power. This made the shadow god extremely angry, but he also did not understand. However, Feng Yueshan did not care about the shadow god's anger at all. None of this had anything to do with him. His voice was still so calm as he said to Su Yan, "You go back first, and then I'll come back." This was his answer to Su Yan. He would come back, he would definitely come back. Under the operation of his power, the energy in the shadow sacred land began to change, and a powerful and terrifying aura began to circulate at this time. The rich power had reached an unimaginable level at this time. The powerful and violent power had reached its peak at this time. A huge vortex appeared, and in the center of this vortex was the most terrifying hole, which was an extremely terrifying spatial power. When Su Yan saw this hole, he immediately came to a realization. At the end of this spatial hole, he saw the familiar light and shadow. This was the end of the shadow world, and also his hometown, the infinity world. Don't even think about leaving. At this time, the shadow god directly erupted with power, and this power turned into a huge palm at this time, directly grabbing at Su Yan. Of course, he would not let Su Yan leave just like that. At this time, Su Yan was an extremely important bargaining chip for him. At this time, Su Yan directly turned around. His physical body had been completely cast, and at this moment, he had broken through a new boundary. At this time, his realm was no longer the Emperor realm, but the Saint realm. As soon as his palm appeared, the power of law could only surge up at this time, and a terrifying flame directly appeared at this time. In an instant, the color of the flame had filled the whole world. At this time, his power was too violent, and that violent power had almost filled up everything. Fire of the Shura, endless flame, burn for me. At this time, Su Yan was extremely powerful. Although he wasn't a true flame dominator, the flames he released at this time were already extremely terrifying and powerful. They could thoroughly incinerate everything. It was also at this moment that a figure appeared. The flame blocked the power of the shadow god, but at the same time, it seemed to sense a somewhat familiar aura. That aura came from the infinite world. Feng Yueshan, I'll wait for you in the boundless world. At that moment, Su Yan sent a voice transmission to Feng Yueshan. A smile appeared on Feng Yueshan's face as he watched Su Yan leave. Go, return to your battlefield. As for me, this is my battlefield. Don't worry, my friend, I won't die so easily. Feng Yueshan's figure faded away. What appeared just now was a projection of his power, not his real body. At this moment, he had already broken through the Shadow Emperor rank and reached a whole new level. Just now, the Shadow God's talisman directly cut him off from the power of the world. At this time, he should have fallen into complete despair. No matter what, he shouldn't have broken free of his power. But at this time, Feng Yueshan not only broke free, he even projected his power here, directly changing the situation of the battle. For him, this was simply unimaginable. Are you still wondering how I got here? At this time, Feng Yueshan directly asked. His power projection had been shattered, and his consciousness seemed to have returned. But his voice still sounded here. At this time, it was as if Feng Yueshan was the omnipotent god. This kind of feeling made him very unhappy. At this time, the aura between heaven and earth began to undergo a huge change. Damn it! The shadow god roared. In an instant, it seemed that the whole world shook. At this time, without Su Yan's existence, the shadow god directly projected his consciousness. At this time, he saw an extremely inconceivable scene. Hundreds of the Shadow King, including 10 Shadow Emperors, were all sitting quietly. They were praying, but they weren't praying to him, but to Feng Yueshan. At this time, the shadow god felt that the world had gone crazy. No matter what, he couldn't understand why such a thing would happen. He was the great god, the ruler of all of them. And these guys were originally ordered to kill Feng Yueshan, but why did everything turn around at this time? Damn it, since you chose to betray me, then I'll bury all of you. At this time, he directly displayed his power. At this moment, his power completely erupted. At this moment, he wanted to kill all of these people. Even if they were the most powerful forces in the shadow world, since they had betrayed him, there was no meaning in their existence. Angry out of humiliation, so you want to destroy everything. Hee, you're just a destroyer in the end, but you won't succeed. At this time, Feng Yueshan's power became denser and denser. His power was surging at this time, and his aura had reached an unimaginable level. At this time, he was like the ruler of the entire world. His power was so powerful that it was like the might of the heavens. At this time, the entire heavens will gather towards Feng Yueshan again. At this time, Feng Yueshan directly said, "This world has been under your control for too long, and now it's time to set things right." At this moment, his will directly rose, and a powerful force filled the peak of the sky. Just as Feng Yueshan said, his war had truly begun. At this time, the Shadow Emperors and the Shadow King could no longer interfere. This was a battle between gods. Whichever side emerged victorious would be the ruler of the world. The most important war in the shadow world had finally arrived, and the door between the shadow world and the infinite world was finally completely closed. The door of the space opened at this time. This was the vast and boundless void. Countless stars were twinkling. At this time, Su Yan confirmed that he had finally returned to this place. He had returned to his original infinite world. The moment he entered this world, he could feel the joy of his soul. Countless power directly gathered towards him, and a powerful aura directly surrounded Su Yan's body. Su Yan's realm had already reached the Saint Venerable level. At this time, he had returned from the shadow world, so the powerful energy naturally came towards him. At this time, Su Yan was like a fish back in water. He enjoyed the violent energy and felt the aura at this time. Such a violent and terrifying aura made him feel very gratified. At this time, this power directly returned, which made him extremely happy. Gradually, countless rock layers piled up on his body. At this time, he had already become a meteorite. Time passed, and at this moment, the meteorite was quietly floating. At this time, Su Yan had already entered a very wonderful state. At this time, his power was constantly gathering and then beginning to be nurtured. At this time, he had already become a Saint Venerable. However, because he had become a Saint Venerable in the shadow world, when he had just entered the infinite world, the sudden powerful power of law caused him to sink into a deep state. Not far from Su Yan, there was also a huge black hole. In that black hole, there was an extremely powerful power constantly surging. The power of the black hole was extremely terrifying. It was activated by a terrifying demon rank, and the person imprisoned in the black hole was the Heartless Fairy. The Heartless Fairy was still beautiful, but at this time, there was a look of exhaustion on her face. Even someone as powerful as her had begun to show signs of weakness after being suppressed by the power of this powerful demon rank monster. Still not willing to give up. But it doesn't matter. I have already seen the limits of your power. When your power completely dissipates, you will be mine. Ha ha ha, Saint Venerable of the infinite world. As long as I can devour you, I will be able to analyze even more power of law. Really, I am looking forward to it. The demon rank monster's voice appeared again. After a period of time, the demon rank monster's voice would appear again and disturb the Heartless Fairy. This was a kind of mental suppression. He wanted to directly refine the Heartless Fairy and use her to analyze the power of law of the infinite world. This existence was the most terrifying existence in the demon rank. Even in the powerful demon rank, such a terrifying demon rank monster had never been seen before. That berserk aura was even more terrifying and unprecedented. This was a monster. His appearance had completely changed the entire demon rank monster. At this time, the entire demon rank monster was under his power. He was even able to create a terrifying existence like the great demon god of dark judgment. He had become the true ruler of the demon rank monster, completely devouring the heavens will of their world. Compared to the shadow god, he was clearly much stronger and had taken a much further path. On this day, his power appeared again. The Heartless Fairy's power grew weaker and weaker. If this continued, this Saint Venerable would not be able to hold on. However, at this moment, the huge black hole that trapped the Heartless Fairy began to shake violently. A powerful and terrifying power began to attack the black hole. What's going on? At this time, the powerful demon rank monster was surprised. At this time, the Heartless Fairy opened her eyes. Chapter 1327. Unexpected Rescue Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The person Heartless Fairy was waiting for was the Island Master of Divine Demon Island. Only the powerful Island Master had the power to rescue her. Unfortunately, she had waited for an extremely long time, but the Island Master had yet to appear. He didn't even make a move. Just as the terrifying demon had said, since he had already made arrangements and launched this attack, he naturally would not let anyone ruin it. Even the Island Master of the Divine Devil Island would not be able to calculate what would happen here at this time. Who is it? At this moment, an unforeseen event happened. Both of them looked over at the same time. They finally found the culprit behind this huge collision. It was a meteorite. If it was an ordinary meteorite, it would have been destroyed by the terrifying power before it could even get close. However, this meteorite didn't just get close, it was even attacking the black hole. Thus, it was obvious that there was an extremely powerful existence inside. I don't care what you are. Since you're here to cause trouble, you can die. The terrifying monster released its power directly at this time. It would not forgive anyone who tried to destroy it. Therefore, its terrifying aura directly burst out at this time. An extremely terrifying force appeared at this moment and directly rushed towards Yunxing Wang. The loud sound was so terrifying. The meteorite began to explode, and a terrifying destructive power appeared at this time, and then annihilated in all directions. This power was truly terrifying to the extreme. The appearance of such an aura was simply capable of annihilating everything. This power was so strong that it was terrifying. At this moment, the mysterious and dark aura had reached its peak. When the meteorite was destroyed, a divine light appeared. Exterminate, Grand Elder. A soft voice reverberated in the void. Then, an extremely domineering sword aura appeared. In the void, a sword shadow appeared. Such a terrifying aura was simply unimaginable at this moment. The most terrifying power condensed in the void. It's him. Heartless Fairy immediately recognized Su Yan. After all, Su Yan had barged into Heartless Island to take away the disciple she was most proud of. Although she did not appear at that time, she saw everything with her own eyes. Back then, Su Yan was just a weakling who hadn't even reached the supremacy realm. He was like an ant in her eyes. But today, this Su Yan had actually reached such a terrifying stage. The power of his sword aura had revealed his strength. Sacred Venerate. This kid has reached the Sacred Venerate level in such a short time. It's unimaginable. She was also a Sacred Venerate and was almost invincible in the endless world. How long did it take her to cultivate to this level? However, Su Yan, the moment he appeared in front of Sacred Venerate, Venerate Editor, Venerated was Sacred Venerate Translation Editor, Venerate Sacred Venerate Master was Sacred Venerate. Su Yan's attack directly pierced into the tentacles of the terrifying demonic creature. The terrifying demonic power began to explode. That boundless and terrifying aura was so dense at this moment that it seemed as though everything was about to be annihilated by this power. Damn it, where did this brat come from? Being suddenly slashed by Su Yan like this, even he felt a huge impact at this moment. However, how could he be willing to accept this at a time like this? Therefore, at this time, he directly gathered his power. The most direct and terrifying power appeared and headed straight for Su Yan. Be careful, that's the ruler of the demonic world. At this time, Heartless Fairy directly channeled her power and transmitted her thoughts. She could see that Su Yan seemed to have entered a mysterious state. It seemed like he had just awakened from cultivation. That sword was powerful, but it was probably just a fleeting moment. If he was attacked by such a terrifying power at this time, it would be a huge disaster for him. She was trapped in this place by this terrifying thing. Therefore, she did not doubt the power of this terrifying existence. However, the voice she transmitted through her power could not be transmitted out at this time. This caused her to panic in her heart. She was naturally aware of her current situation. At this time, she could not hold on for much longer. If no one came to save her, she would really be refined by this terrifying existence. And at this time, Su Yan was where her hope lay. She did not know how Su Yan could become a sacred venerate, but she knew that if this sacred venerate in front of her died, she would not have a trace of hope. At this time, a dark cloud appeared in the sky. Such an aura had reached an unimaginable level. That kind of power surged at this time like thunder, directly exploding. Just as that power was about to hit Su Yan, a golden light suddenly erupted from Su Yan's body. Even in the deep black hole, his power was so dazzling and eye-catching. The terrifying aura completely exploded at this time, and the endless power almost instantly dispersed everything. What is that? No, that's not right. That's a devil. But how can it be so fast and terrifying? Under the threat of this powerful power, Su Yan finally opened his eyes. However, he never would have thought that this power would be so terrifying. Such a direct impact of such an aura seemed to want to destroy the entire world. This kind of power was really violent to the extreme. At this time, he already knew that his situation was critical, so he did not think too much and directly summoned the power of the small world. Then, the most terrifying power appeared and dispersed that power. At this moment, he finally awoke from the mysterious state of enlightenment. Fortunately, this enlightenment has directly increased my strength by a large margin. Otherwise, I'm afraid that this time, I'm really going to die here. The power just now made his heart palpitate. Fortunately, his strength had reached a whole new level, and he could directly use the power of the small world. Otherwise, he was afraid that this time, he would be buried here. He quickly turned his attention to this terrifying monster. The terrifying aura of this monster shocked him. He really could not imagine that there was such a terrifying existence in this world. This kind of power was really too strong. At this time, he could not imagine what kind of existence it was. One must know that he was no longer the same as before. Now, he had become a holy venerate, and his strength was definitely not the same as before. However, this aura still made him despair. No, this aura is very familiar. At this time, Su Yan suddenly felt an extremely familiar aura. This aura was the Heartless aura. Chu Linger cultivated the Heartless Tao, and then completely stepped into the Celestial Tao. Therefore, Su Yan would definitely not forget this aura. I understand. When I was in seclusion, my body instinctively felt this aura, so I came here. At this time, Su Yan immediately understood the crux of the matter. Su Yan, be careful. This is the sovereign's avatar of the demon world. Its strength is terrifying. At this time, the Heartless Fairy finally transmitted her thoughts. Taiji, extermination, universal extermination. After receiving this news, Su Yan did not hesitate at all. He directly channeled all of his strength, and the Taiji Divine Sword appeared at this time. The moment the Divine Sword appeared, even the void began to tremble. At this time, the terrifying power was simply lawless. Boundless power directly spread out at this time. The terrifying power was simply unparalleled at this time. The boundless power directly appeared at this time. After such a power appeared, the most terrifying power was simply unimaginable. The power between heaven and earth began to surge at this time. The most terrifying and frightening aura had truly reached its limit at this time. At this time, all of the power in the entire world began to surge at this time. At this time, the boundless power was simply unimaginable. The condensed power completely surged at this time. The power of this power had already surpassed Su Yan's strongest attack in the past. However, Su Yan's attack was not used to kill the terrifying existence because he knew very well that it would not be used to kill the terrifying existence. Even with his current strength, it was impossible for him to cause any harm to that guy. That guy's strength was simply too terrifying. He had already reached a level that was unimaginable to him. Such an aura was truly incomparably terrifying. Such power was simply unimaginable at this time. At this time, the boundless aura surged at this time. Then, the aura directly moved towards the Heartless Fairy. At this time, the Heartless Fairy immediately understood Su Yan's intention. Good kid, you're smart. With this attack, Su Yan wanted to break the Heartless Fairy's prison. At this time, Su Yan alone was definitely not a match for this terrifying sovereign of the demon world. However, at this time, if the Heartless Fairy also escaped, then the two of them together would have a glimmer of hope. Chapter 13:28. To get out of trouble, the Heartless Fairy's power and Su Yan's terrifying sword chi reached each other at almost the same time. Then, the terrifying power was completely incinerated. Under such an attack, the most violent power finally began to dissipate. In the end, the sealing power finally began to dissipate. Senior, I've broken free. At this time, Su Yan directly transmitted to the Heartless Fairy. Su Yan actually hated the Heartless Fairy a little. He hated this woman for taking Chu Linger away, causing him to fall into endless longing. But later on, this hatred finally began to dissipate after he saw Chu Linger. This was because he knew very well that sometimes, leaving was also a kind of power. His heart ached when he was separated from Chu Linger. But he couldn't just watch Chu Linger die. If it had not been for the Heartless Fairy, Chu Ling would have died. If that was the case, it would be true pain for him. Su Yan had reached the level of a holy venerate. In other words, he had comprehended the will of the heavens. The higher his level, the more he could understand some of the principles in the unseen world. Many things, in the end, were just helplessness. If he was strong enough, then he could naturally avoid that helplessness. Unfortunately, even though he had become a sacred venerate, it was still impossible for him to move unhindered. All right. The Heartless Fairy's voice rang out. The moment the prison was broken, she broke free from it. Leave this place. At this moment, the two's power reached the most terrifying peak. Their auras flickered continuously. Under the impact of this power, the demon's clone's shackles that restrained their power were finally completely broken. Where do you think you're going? At this time, the demon's clone was still unwilling to let them go. He was extremely angry. He was about to force the Heartless Fairy into a corner and then completely refine her, but he didn't expect such an unforeseen event to occur. The sudden appearance of a holy venerate directly ruined his plan. At this moment, his power surged, and two figures appeared. Su Yan looked at the pitch-black existence that suddenly appeared in front of him and was shocked. What kind of power is this? He simply could not imagine that this terrifying existence had actually created two demons out of thin air. Moreover, this was definitely not an ordinary demon. That's the Dark Judgment Great Demonic God. He possesses the most terrifying battle prowess. Let's leave quickly. This fellow is a monster. If he can create such a terrifying devil, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for us to leave here. Fairy Heartless had already fought this great fiend before. She was well aware of how terrifying this great fiend was. Godslayer's sword, slay demons. At this moment, Su Yan directly used the Taiji's sword to condense an extremely terrifying sword. Sword chi flew out. Such a sword was simply unimaginable. The terrifying sword chi slashed down and killed the terrifying great demon in an instant. Such a sword strike was clean and efficient. Even Fairy Heartless was incomparably shocked. At this moment, Su Yan said, "Senior, there's no need to be shocked. It's not that I'm too powerful. It's just that the Dark Judgment great demonic god that this fellow created is not in its complete form. That's why I was able to kill it. However, let's leave quickly. I can feel that this fellow's power is condensing." At this moment, Su Yan could not care less. He could feel that Fairy Heartless was extremely weak at this moment, so he reached out and pulled her into his embrace. Regal Sword Teleportation. In an instant, he activated the Regal Sword Teleportation. The Regal Sword Teleportation was the most terrifying teleportation technique that Su Yan had mastered. His strength was simply unimaginable. Back then, he could already use the Regal Sword Teleportation to travel through space. Now, he was already a holy venerate. Using the Regal Sword Teleportation at this level was like teleportation. No, even Su Yan himself could not describe his current speed. In just an instant, he had disappeared from where he was. Don't even think about leaving. Even now, the terrifying existence still did not want Su Yan and the Heartless Fairy to leave just like that. Once they left, his plan would be completely ruined. However, Su Yan's Regal Sword Teleportation was simply too fast. Even if he suddenly made a move at this time, he could only touch an afterimage. That was really dangerous. Su Yan heaved a heavy sigh. The terrifying power from earlier was simply unimaginable. However, the poem was still unwilling to give up at this moment. It actually chased after the two of them. Damn it, it's still haunting us. He did not think that this fellow would be so persistent. However, at this moment, Fairy Heartless said, "There's no need to worry anymore." In fact, although Fairy Heartless' voice was cold, it was very pleasant to hear. Su Yan did not understand. At this moment, Fairy Heartless said, "The sealing power has been broken." That fellow must have sensed his aura. Just as Su Yan was about to ask who she was referring to, another brilliance appeared in the void. The moment that brilliance appeared, everything seemed to fall silent. That power was simply too terrifying. Even Su Yan, who was already a holy venerate, did not have any confidence in dealing with that power. That power moved slowly, and in the end, it directly reached the huge dark power. "You're indeed powerful. However, since I've already sensed your aura, don't even think about escaping." Su Yan was very familiar with that voice. It was the voice of the powerful Divine Demon Island Master. At this moment, the powerful Divine Demon Island Master finally appeared. That ray of light turned into the Celestial Demon Diagram at this moment, and then directly swept towards that terrifying and frightening aura. At this moment, Su Yan's gaze focused on the Divine Demon Diagram. "Taiji," Su Yan muttered to himself. That Divine Demon Diagram was very similar to his Taiji power. He never thought that the powerful island master of Divine Devil Island would actually be able to condense such a power. That terrifying demon roared, "Do you think you can trap me? You're dreaming." At this moment, he directly released his power and immediately fled into the distance. The power of the Divine Demon Diagram chased after him relentlessly, wanting to erase him. However, that power was getting further and further away. As expected, that fellow will still make a move. Fairy Heartless felt a little complicated. Back then, she had actually been used as bait by this heartless Divine Demon Island Master. However, that terrifying existence was one step ahead of her. He had actually set up a trap within a trap, and she had almost been directly refined. This time, if not for Su Yan's unexpected appearance, she would have really died. Thinking of Su Yan, she finally remembered that Su Yan was still hugging her waist. With a slight movement, she had already escaped from Su Yan's embrace. Of course, at their level, they naturally did not care about such trivial matters. She said to Su Yan, "This time, I really have to thank you." When they first met back then, the gap between the two of them was so huge. However, at this moment, the two of them had become equal existences. They were both saint sovereigns. Moreover, Su Yan's battle strength was faintly discernible. It seemed to have reached an extremely terrifying level. Even she did not have the slightest confidence that she could defeat Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan gently smiled and said, "Senior, there's no need to say so much. This is what I should do." At this moment, the two of them felt a little awkward. They did not know how to deal with the current situation. But at this moment, a diagram of gods and demons fell directly on top of their heads. "Fellow cultivators, please come to the Divine Demon Island for a chat." It was only a simple sentence. Afterward, a divine light descended. This divine light directly enveloped the two of them. Su Yan and Fairy Heartless didn't even have time to react before they were swept away by the diagram of gods and demons. Of course, Su Yan knew that this powerful island master would not harm them. However, he still felt helpless at this moment. This existence was simply too terrifying. His strength was simply unimaginable. Even though he had reached the level of a saint sovereign, he was still not a match for him. In the blink of an eye, the divine demon diagram disappeared and the two of them were already on the divine demon island. The memories of when they first came to the divine demon island were like a dream. At that time, they were under the lead of the island master to hunt evil demons. However, at this moment, it was like child's play. Long time no see, Su Yan. Su Yan did not see the island master of the divine demon island. Instead, a woman appeared in front of him. She was Xiao Qian, the woman who had said that she had taken a fancy to Su Yan. "As expected of the man I have taken a fancy to. You did not disappoint me." "Very good." She smiled gently. She seemed very happy. Su Yan could only smile. Back then, he could not see through Xiao Qian's cultivation level at all. The difference between the two of them was simply too great. However, at this moment, he had reached the level of a saint sovereign. He could roughly tell her cultivation level. She was probably at the level of a sovereign. Her strength was extremely terrifying. She was only a maid, yet she had such terrifying strength. This was truly unbelievable. "Miss Xiao Qian, long time no see." Su Yan also returned the greeting. At this moment, Xiao Qian said, "What? You don't seem to want to see me." Her voice was somewhat sorrowful. This made Su Yan brazen. At this moment, Su Yan said, "Not at all. I'm just a little surprised." Chapter 13:29. Seeing the island master again from start to finish, she didn't pay any attention to Fairy Heartless at all. Fairy Heartless didn't care about her rudeness, as if she was already used to it. This time, he saw something different from the past. As his strength increased, so did his vision. He could see more things that he didn't know before. At this point, Su Yan finally understood how strong the island master was. He was above the sage venerables. Su Yan had fought with the shadow god in the shadow world. He had also seen the dragon god. Although he didn't know the full strength of these people, at this point, he could already see the general situation and begin to make a rough plan. However, it seemed that even they couldn't compare to the island master of Godly Devil Island. Of course, that terrifying super demon seemed to be able to fight with the island master of Godly Devil Island. What are you thinking about? Xiao Qian saw Su Yan's thoughts and asked directly. Regardless of whether her words were a joke, she was really good to Su Yan. Su Yan said, I'm thinking about how strong the island master is. Su Yan said honestly. Xiao Qian smiled, as if she was proud. After all, that extremely strong person was her master. How could she not be proud? However, it was Fairy Heartless who spoke. Have you heard of the 5 great sovereigns of the 5 counties continent? Su Yan was startled. He didn't understand why Fairy Heartless would suddenly bring this up. However, he understood in the next moment. Senior, you're saying that the island master is one of the 5 great sovereigns. Legend had it that the 5 great sovereigns were extremely powerful existences. Even gods weren't their opponents. Such existences were practically legends. Su Yan didn't even dare to think about it. However, he finally understood now. Only existences like the 5 great sovereigns could be so powerful and terrifying. This is the demon monarch, said the demon monarch. Fairy Heartless said directly. She had no intention of hiding anything. Then, she added, cultivation is not based on seniority. Now that we are at the same level, let's call each other fellow cultivators. Su Yan was not used to it at first. After all, the other party was Chu Linger's master. But in the next moment, he said, that's fine too. At this time, the Heartless Fairy said, I know that you are worried about Linger, but I didn't force her. I just let her choose her own path. I'm afraid that she has already chosen the path of Heaven's heart. Between you and her. Su Yan sighed and said, Senior, I already know. When he first returned to the 9 regions, he had already sensed it. At that time, he felt that he was about to lose the person he loved the most. This was because at that time, Su Yan already had a certain level of perception towards fate. At that time, he could have gone to Heartless Island to see Chu Linger. However, he didn't do so because he understood that even if he saw Chu Linger, he wouldn't be able to do anything. This was Chu Linger's own decision. Since she wanted to walk the path of Heaven's heart, then he could only give her his blessing. This was his love for her and also their own love. This time, he had reached the heavenly sovereign realm and was even closer to Heaven's will. His perception of fate became even clearer. He was once the child of destiny. When he was in the shadow world, he had reversed reality and illusion, allowing his body to be reforged, which was equivalent to bringing himself back from the dead. In a sense, he had already broken free from the shackles of destiny. However, after returning to this world, he finally understood one thing. Fate was something that could never be fought. It didn't mean that once you broke free from someone's control, you were no longer related to fate. As long as your heart was still there, no matter how much you struggled, you couldn't break free from fate. At this time, Su Yan was even more shocked about the Demon King. The 5 great sovereigns actually existed. Originally, he thought that it was just a legend. After all, an existence stronger than the gods was simply inconceivable. Although the Heavenly Saint sect was said to be the inheritance of the sage, Su Yan didn't think that the Heavenly Saint sect was that strong. However, at this time, Heartless Fairy told him that the master of Divine Devil Island was the Demon King. Moreover, Xiao Qian didn't say anything at this time. Clearly, she had acquiesced. The Demon King, the master of Divine Devil Island, was actually the Demon King. Even at this time, Su Yan still couldn't understand the meaning of the 5 great sovereigns. In that case, the sage's words were true. After a long time, they finally arrived at the resting place of the Island Master of Divine Devil Island. The Island Master of the Divine Devil Island was still lying there quietly as usual. However, there was a ray of divine light that constantly revolved around him. Seeing the Island Master, Heartless Fairy felt extremely indignant. After all, she had been schemed against by this heartless man. However, she also understood that although she cultivated the absolute green Tao technique, this man was definitely more heartless than her. His scheme was extremely huge. He was doing it for the sake of the common people. She and he were actually from two completely different worlds. No one was born heartless. After so many years, there were some things that needed to be let go. I'm sorry. At this time, the island master of Divine Devil Island, who was also the mysterious Demon King, actually opened his mouth. Heartless Fairy found it hard to believe. After so many years, had he ever said a word of apology? At this time, the Demon King opened his mouth again. I'm going to die. These 4 short words shocked both Su Yen and Heartless Fairy. At this time, Heartless Fairy said, haven't you always? She wanted to say that the Demon King was currently in a state of death. What did he mean by saying such words now? However, the Demon King had already interrupted her. You should understand. I'm saying that I'm going to sink into eternal oblivion, never to wake up again. His voice was so calm. However, both Su Yen and Heartless Fairy's hearts were in a perilous situation. Su Yen was fine. After all, he didn't know this powerful Demon King. However, Heartless Fairy was incomparably shocked and heartbroken at the same time. She knew how powerful this guy was. He could be said to be omnipotent. The war back then was far more terrifying than anyone could imagine. It was this guy who single-handedly stopped the invasion of Heaven's will, giving the boundless world a chance to breathe. After that, the boundless world's experts rose up and turned defeat into victory. No one knew how long this Demon King had lived. They only knew that he was an extremely powerful and terrifying person. However, at this time, he said that he was going to die. Moreover, it was an eternal wither with no chance of waking up. Why? Why? He finally asked this question. With his strength, why would he die? The Demon King's voice sounded. In this world, no one is immortal. Even the heavenly Tao can fall. You're already a heavenly sovereign. Could it be that you can't even see through life and death? He didn't care about his own death at all. He only felt that it was a very normal thing. At this time, Xiao Qian had already quietly left. Clearly, she couldn't accept this reality. They had been under this person's protection for too long. To her, the Demon King was simply her father. And now, their father was about to die. Face your own heart. Walk the path you want to walk. It's also the path you should walk. Don't continue like this. The Demon King's voice sounded. His words were calm, but there was a trace of tenderness in them. Heartless Fairy's heart was in turmoil. If it was before, she would definitely feel warmth in her heart after hearing such words. However, at this time, she couldn't feel any warmth. He was going to leave, an eternal departure. The invasion of the evil demons is finally about to begin. At this time, the Demon King changed the topic and began to talk about the current situation. In the boundless world, the evil demon world's invasion wormholes are constantly opening. Although the wormholes aren't big enough to allow the truly powerful evil demon gods to enter, if this continues, those terrifying existences will eventually appear. He paused for a moment before continuing. Su Yen, you just fought with that guy. Tell me, what do you think? The island master's words made Su Yen feel a little helpless. Then, he said, that guy is very strong, much stronger than I imagined. I know that it's only his clone, but even if it's his clone, I'm not his match. Su Yen was unperturbed. This was a cruel and terrifying fact. You're right. That's an extremely terrifying guy. He's a destroyer, an existence that can destroy everything. An extremely terrifying existence was born in the evil demon world that was filled with endless slaughter. Right now, the entire evil demon world is his body. His strength is extremely terrifying. Even if I were alive, I wouldn't be his opponent. When he said this, Su Yan was shocked. Although he hadn't seen the Demon King's strength at his peak, just from hearing about it, he already knew how terrifying and powerful this person was. But now, this person was saying that even if he were alive, he wouldn't be that terrifying existence's opponent. Then, just what level had this terrifying guy reached? How horrifying and terrifying was this? Could they really defeat such a terrifying opponent? At this time, the Demon King spoke again. Cougar, go back. Let me talk to Su Yan. Chapter 1330. The mystery of the five lords Cougar was the name of the heartless fairy. It had been a long time since he called her that name. Even she had forgotten about it, and he had almost never called her that. But today, he had called her name twice in a row. This made the heartless fairy feel even more terrible. This was because she clearly knew that this tyrannical figure had finally reached the end of his road at this moment. The parting came so suddenly, and so heartbreaking. However, she didn't say anything. She only sighed and left. Just as the island master of Divine Devil Island had said, after experiencing so many things, life and death should be indifferent. Even if she felt helpless in her heart, she wouldn't say it now. Xiao Qian had already left with the heartless fairy. Only Su Yan and the powerful demon lord were left in this place. At this moment, the island master of Divine Devil Island slowly floated up. His gaze was exceptionally gentle. Clearly, he was still in a deep sleep, but Su Yan felt like he was looking at a living king. At this moment, strands of power emerged, and the extremely powerful power spread out. You're even more outstanding than I imagined. This is very good. There was a sense of gratification in his words. Thank you, Senior. Su Yan's words came from the bottom of his heart. Back then, if it wasn't for this person's nurturing, it wouldn't have been easy for Su Yan to reach his current level. But at this moment, the parting was about to come. There's no need to say anything. Even though I gave you pointers back then, cultivation has always been your own matter. Battle is even more so. Oh right, the reason why I asked you to stay is to ask if you're interested in becoming the island master of Divine Devil Island. His words were as calm as the wind, as if he was talking about something trivial. However, Su Yan was shocked. This person actually wanted to become the island master of Divine Devil Island. I'm about to die. Of the five of us, I might be the last one alive. However, I have no regrets about this. After all, I've lived for so long in vain. At this moment, he spoke again, speaking of which, you must be very curious about the five of us. Su Yan didn't deny it. What was the background and identity of these five sovereign kings? Su Yan really wanted to know. At the beginning of the world's creation, the world was in chaos. There was no distinction between yin and yang. At this time, it could be said that the world had yet to be created. Within the primal chaos, there were terrifying primal chaos demons that ran amok and were extraordinarily terrifying. The five of us were born in that era. Just this sentence alone was enough to shock Su Yan. The Chaos Era. These five were creatures of the Chaos Era. Later on, Heaven's will was gradually born, heaven and earth began to open up, and the primal chaos gradually disappeared. The terrifying chaos great fiend began his final struggle. It was us who worked together to slay the chaos great fiend. The heavens and earth felt our merit and sent down endless divine light, allowing us to enjoy the position of Heavenly Lord. In the end, heaven and earth rose and sank. All of the radiance began to rotate. Darkness and light began to separate. The five of them worked together to create a continent. That was the continent of the five sovereigns. Later on, it became the continent of the five counties. This continent was the most powerful thing that the five sovereigns had refined from the endless void. They had allowed this continent to exist in the newly born world and then started to develop life. At this moment, Su Yen understood that the first thing that appeared in this world was the continent of the 5 counties. The continent of the 9 prefectures was a natural evolution of heaven and earth. The continent of the 5 counties was created by the combined efforts of the 5 sovereign kings. As time passed, the 5 of them gradually had their own thoughts. The fiery king left and turned his body into a world, creating the blazing world. The nether king also left and turned into the 9 nether world. The saint discovered the demonic world and entered it to fight. The demonic world was a world formed by the chaos great fiend. The meaning of their existence was to destroy everything. As for the boundless world, it was born from the destruction of heaven and earth. Therefore, the 2 worlds were natural enemies. There was absolutely no possibility of compromise. As such, battles broke out. The terrifying battles continued to spread and affected countless planes. Then, the great world of Shura appeared. The terrifying god of Shura had the most powerful strength. His combat strength was extremely tyrannical. However, in the end, the Lord of Heaven refined a godly sword and killed him. At this point, the heaven's will of Shura had fallen. At this moment, Su Yen finally understood the origin of the Godslayer sword. The powerful Godslayer sword was refined by the legendary Lord of Heaven. However, the Godslayer sword had said that its master had fallen. In that case, the Lord of Heaven was dead. As such, it seemed that only the Saint Monarch and the Devil Monarch were still alive. The battle back then had reached the most difficult time. After the powerful saint entered the demonic world, he disappeared without a trace. The terrifying demon gods attacked continuously. The Demon King, who was the island master of Divine Devil Island, resisted with his supreme strength. That battle lasted for an unknown period of time. Gradually, the boundless world was favored by the heavens. Heroes were born one after another. The great demon Heaven Master obtained the Demon King's inheritance and appeared directly. The dragon race was a race born from the heavens. The 3 dragon gods directly displayed their terrifying strength. The great demon dragon, Ancestor Buter, and the others, powerful Saint Venerables appeared one after another. Each of these Saint Venerables defied common sense and were unbelievably powerful. Finally, with so many powerhouses joining forces, those foreign races were all expelled and the boundless world welcomed victory. However, in this world, the most unpredictable thing had always been the human heart. After winning the war, these people all had their own thoughts. The stronger they were, the more they knew. They were no longer satisfied with their current strength. Instead, they began to pursue eternal life. Because of their ambition, a new war broke out. Back then, the Saint Venerables almost killed each other. During that era, the shadow world invaded. Terrifying shadow creatures swept through and almost caused the boundless world to fall into eternal damnation. In the end, the shadow world fell short of success. Their world's will was not strong enough and was directly injured by the Demon King and Heaven's will. However, after that battle, the Demon King finally began to fall into a deep sleep. The sleeping Demon King calculated the heavenly secrets in his dream. He knew that even at that time, the boundless world would not be safe and sound. Those former invaders would definitely come again. This world would still have to face war in the end. Therefore, from that time onwards, he refined the Divine Demon Island. Every 100 years, he would use the Divine Demon map to select those with outstanding talent to nurture. No matter what their fate was in the future, it could allow them to embark on the path of powerhouses. Because the Demon King knew very well that he would eventually die. The only ones who could protect this world were the living beings of this world. In fact, strictly speaking, he was like a father who watched his children grow up. However, the father would eventually grow old. In the future, the children would still have to rely on themselves. But now, a powerful enemy had invaded again. Unfortunately, his life had come to an end. Therefore, at this time, he had to use the last of his life to do something. Su Yan had never thought that these 5 kings were almost equivalent to the history of the entire world. However, at this time, the demon monarch wanted to pass down the inheritance of the celestial devil island to him. Clearly, he wanted to give him such a heavy responsibility. This was an extremely heavy matter. Even the current Su Yan felt that there was a heavy burden on his shoulders. At this time, the demon king continued, "Of course, I don't mean to force you. Just as I said to Kuga before, everything is decided by your own heart. Just walk your own path." Su Yan turned his head and said, "Senior, this junior is naturally willing. However, I'm afraid that this junior's ability is not enough and will fail to live up to senior's expectations." He had never been someone who would run away from his responsibilities. Since this senior had said such words, Su Yan would not choose to run away no matter what. Instead, he would accept this heavy responsibility. Hearing Su Yan's words, the divine demon island master laughed softly. After which, he said, "It's fine. We live in this world and we only seek to have a clear conscience. As long as we do our own things well, that's enough. As for other things, let's talk about them when they happen." Such an open-minded attitude was worthy of Su Yan to learn from. "Senior, does this junior need to do anything?" Su Yan asked. Such a powerful force naturally could not be inherited just like that. The Demon King said, "Actually, you don't need to do anything. Right now, return to the boundless world and do what you should do. Because you must know that inheriting the divine demon island might not be a good thing. Moreover, the current me has not reached the time to pass on the inheritance to you," he said directly. At this moment, Su Yan nodded. Then he left. People feared many things that had never happened, and they felt that they could not bear it. But in truth, it was precisely this fear that made it impossible for people to move forward, making everything even more difficult. No matter the time, everyone needed a heart that could bravely move forward. If this was lost, then the meaning of life would become extremely small. After Su Yan left, the Demon King's body actually began to change. Originally, although he was also young, there was an unimaginable aura of twilight in his body. However, at this moment, his face was glowing, without the slightest bit of lifeless appearance. "Master, have you really made your decision?" At this moment, Xiao Qian walked in. She was clearly shocked to see the Demon King like this. Chapter 1331. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. Great achievement of the Netherworld. Many of his words were nothing in itself, but when he said them, they were filled with sadness. At least, that was what it sounded like to those who heard it. How helpless were the 4 of them who were experiencing terminal lucidity. At this moment, the Demon King disappeared from where he was standing. No one knew where he had gone. Seeing her master leave, Xiao Qian was filled with worry. This was the end of the road for a hero. At this moment, in the Netherworld, Gue Sha opened his eyes. At this moment, he could sense that the moment he had been waiting for was finally here. Even someone as powerful as him was filled with unimaginable joy at this moment. Radiance emerged at this time, and a powerful force condensed at this time. That terrifying force directly burned at this time. In the darkness, a powerful energy was projected. The energy started to change. In an instant, the energy was boundless. The terrifying aura seemed to have reached eternity. Such a terrifying energy was rolling out at this moment. It was unimaginable. This kind of power surged at this time, and endless power emerged at this time. Gue Sha mumbled to himself, "You're finally out. Come, let me see what level of strength you've reached." Even someone as powerful as him was filled with endless anticipation at this moment. He wanted to see how far the person he nurtured could go at this time. A terrifying light appeared between the heavens and the earth. The power was unimaginable. Such a terrifying energy exploded at this moment. Terrifying and horrifying light continued to sweep out at this moment. It was like an endless storm that was sinking. The terrifying energy appeared at this moment. Then, a huge palm came crashing down on Gui Sha. This power appeared so suddenly, and such a terrifying aura was simply unimaginable at this moment. Gui Shashing was not surprised at all by this sudden attack. In fact, there was even a hint of admiration in his eyes. Not bad. You knew to attack me at this moment. Looks like you've grown a lot, Sun Luo. He said the person's name. Sun Luo. It was Sun Luo. The person who had released such a terrifying energy was Rosen. Although Rosen was quite powerful, how could he have such a terrifying aura in the past? Such power was enough to destroy the heavens and the earth. However, it was unable to do anything to Gui Shaoxing. An even more powerful force emanated from Gui Shaoxing's body. In an instant, this force rushed to the heavens and earth and blocked Luo Sen's attack. Soon, the two terrifying forces dissipated into thin air. At this moment, Luo Sen's gaze was fixed on Gui Shaoxing. His eyes were filled with killing intent. What? I made you so powerful, but now you want to kill me? Gui Sha said with a smile. Even though they had just exchanged such a terrifying attack studio, it was as if both of them were having a friendly. The corners of Lawson's mouth curled up as he said, "Old man, what's the point of continuing to pretend? Do you really think I'm an idiot and don't know what you're up to? Humph, you just want to devour me and become the new Nether King." Nether King. Nether King, one of the 5 kings. The Demon King had said that the Nether Big World was formed by Nether King. He was able to form a world with his own power, which showed how powerful he was. Rosen had the mark of the Nether World in his body, so he was the son of the Nether World. He could inherit the power of Nether King. Although Gui Sha had inherited the power of the Nether World, he did not have the mark of the world. Therefore, he could only look at the power of Nether King and sigh. In fact, his mission was to bring Rosen to this place and let Rosen inherit the power of this world. However, he was Gui Sha. How could someone as powerful as him accept such a ridiculous fate? In his eyes, Rosen was just a kid who was still wet behind the ears. Compared to him, Rosen's power was too weak. Furthermore, Gui Sha had been in a superior position for a long time. It was impossible for him to help a kid like Rosen. Since it was impossible, he would rebel. As long as he killed Rosen and devoured his origin, he would be the ruler. He would be able to obtain the Nether World and become the real Lord of the Nether World. At that time, it would be the time for him to rule the world. He believed that no one would be able to stop him. His ambition was not limited to just this little bit. You're not stupid. However, so what if you know? Your fate has been decided from the very beginning. You are nothing but food for me. His eyes were vicious, and a powerful and terrifying power spread out at this time. As his power exploded, the whole Nether World seemed to be surging. The terrifying power kept surging at this time, and the endless aura was almost unimaginable. All the power between heaven and earth began to condense, and a light shadow began to descend. Countless light shadows condensed into Gui Sha's body. You think you have everything just because you have the Nether King's inheritance? What a joke. The Nether King can be said to be the heaven's will of the Nether World. He's the core thing, but that's not everything. Do you know how much preparation I've made in order to wait until today? At this moment, a terrifying demonic chi began to surge. Such power caused the 9 springs to surge. Boundless power, at this time, had reached a terrifying level. At this moment, the entire world was sinking continuously. Rosen's eyes flashed with seriousness. How powerful! He used the boundless demon sex demonic swallowing heaven and earth technique to refine the power of the netherworld. He was not stupid. On the contrary, he was extremely intelligent. After receiving the Nether King's inheritance, his knowledge was extensive. At this time, he immediately saw through Guay Shah's technique. It turned out that Guay Shah had already set up a trap, and was waiting for him to fall into it. This guy was really despicable. The powerful and terrifying power was already enveloping him. In such a situation, he was like a caged bird facing a terrifying cage. It turned out that this old guy had planned everything from the beginning. To him, he was just a prey to be devoured. Now that the prey had finally fattened up, Guay Shah would directly devour him. Old man, don't you think you're too ambitious? How could he be willing to be devoured like this? Hence, he asked directly. Yes, this guy was too ambitious, and too arrogant. After all, he had already received the Nether King's inheritance, and the Shadow World had already begun to acknowledge him. However, what he did was going against the will of the Shadow World, and against the wishes of the Nether King. Too ambitious. You're wrong. Ambition has always been for those with power. I have waited for so long for this day, and I have enough power. When I am powerful enough, this is no longer an ambition, but a goal. At this point, his voice had become extremely frenzied. He continued to laugh and said, "Forget it, for a weakling like you will never be able to understand my heart. So, even if I give you great power, it will be useless. Cowards are all like this." At this moment, his power descended, and the terrifying aura was about to completely crush Rosen and kill him. However, at this moment, Luo Sen's expression changed abruptly as an extremely terrifying radiance was released from his body. "Old man, do you think I don't know where you came from? You're just a dog adopted by the Nether King, and I have already inherited everything from the Nether King. In other words, I am your new master. At this time, you want to betray your master. You're seeking your own death." At this moment, his power had already surged out, and the most terrifying power directly shot into the sky. A power appeared at this moment. Such a terrifying power was simply unimaginable. Boundless aura descended at this moment, as if a dark cloud was pressing down. Then, a mark appeared between Rosen's eyebrows. The moment the mark appeared, the entire underworld stopped functioning. It was as if time had stopped flowing. This was an inconceivable scene. What kind of concept was the entire underworld? It was boundless and eternally boundless. However, at this moment, such a power stopped functioning. At this moment, everything had changed. All the rules had been broken. At this moment, a terrifying power appeared, and everything that Guay Shashing had set up was stopped. I'm not afraid to tell you that the Nether King had already predicted this day. If you had continued to be a dog, it would have been fine. However, you chose this path of no return, and I will send you on your way. Humph, you still want to devour me? Dream on. At this moment, his power surged out, and at this moment, he had turned the tables. Not only did he suppress the power, but he also charged towards Guay Shashing. Chapter 1332. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Rise again. No, how can this be? It's impossible. Netherlord, you old bastard, didn't everything about you disappear? Why is your Netherlord's great seal still here? At this moment, he was extremely furious. He had painstakingly waited for this day for who knows how long. However, at this moment, all of his efforts had been in vain. Not only that, but he was also going to die here. He was filled with hatred. Why, you old bastard, I served you for so long, but you didn't leave anything for me. You damned bastard, no, I don't want to. At this moment, a surge of energy flowed out from the imprint. the energy transformed into a long snake and surged towards Gui Shaoxing. Gui Sha was originally Underworld King's servant, and he had served Underworld King for so long. He even saw how Underworld King merged with the Underworld and became the world consciousness. Later on, Underworld King died. He thought that he could inherit Underworld King's power and become the new ruler of the world. Unfortunately, he was wrong. Underworld King had already planned for the future. He could only be an assistant, but he could not be the master. This made him furious. Why? He had sacrificed so much, so why couldn't he get what he deserved? On the contrary, and nobody became Underworld King's successor and could have everything he wanted. As time passed, his heart started to change. Therefore, at this time, all of his thoughts had changed. He was not willing to give up everything for nothing. Because of this, he started his plan. However, the wait was too long. So many years passed in a hurry. And today, he finally saw the day he was about to succeed. Over the long years, he had naturally made all the necessary preparations and calculated all the possible outcomes. However, when the moment truly arrived, he realized that all his preparations were wrong. Underworld King's seal was still there, and it contained Underworld King's will. The powerful Underworld King left behind a power that could suppress everything after he died. At this moment, his power was projected out and wrapped around him. Under that power, he didn't even have the ability to struggle. This made him feel hopeless. No, I don't want to die. At this moment, his entire body was trembling non-stop. He did not want to die, and he did not want to disappear from this world. Everything he had planned had turned into a dream. Unfortunately, all of this was out of his control. The boundless aura had reached an unimaginable level. Underworld King's power became thicker and thicker, and then everything was swept away. Ah, I told you, you old bastard, you're going to die. Rosen's voice was heard. Luo Sen hated Gui Shaoxing to the core. He would never forget the time when Gui Shaoxing tried to devour him. He had suffered so much pain back then. Gui Sha had said that it was an illusion to fool limitless demon sect leader Yu Quan. However, Luo Sen didn't trust Gui Shaoxing at all. He didn't believe that it was just an illusion. He wasn't someone who was willing to trust others, so he didn't believe anything Gui Shaoxing said. Therefore, the moment he obtained the power, the first thing he did was to attack and kill Gui Sha. The two of them were very similar. He had the same idea as Gui Shaoxing, so this was a game of chance. In fact, Luo Sen should have been the loser in this battle. He knew too little about Gui Shaoxing's power. How could someone who had lived for so long be so simple? It was impossible for him to defeat Gui Shaoxing. Fortunately, he was the inheritor of the Underworld Lord. The great Underworld Lord had not only created the Underworld, but he had also calculated everything. Therefore, he had left behind the Underworld Lord's great seal in his inheritance and hidden it. That was the power of his will. When this power was completely unleashed, its might was simply unimaginable. A powerful and boundless power was directly released. That kind of terrifying might was simply unimaginable. The moment such an aura completely erupted, it was as if it was going to bury the entire underworld. Gui Sha could not compare to Underworld King's power. Therefore, he was buried. Furthermore, his power had become a part of Rosen, making Rosen even stronger. At this time, Lawson laughed loudly. Power, this is power, such powerful power, he suddenly roared, and the whole world shook. Such a powerful force directly vibrated out. That aura was so frightening that it had reached the peak of its intensity. Such power continued to erupt at this moment, and the entire nether world began to tremble because of his roar. At this moment, he was really excited. This was the power he had been waiting for. This was the kind of power that he should have. Ha ha ha, Su Yan, I already have such great power. I want to see how you can defeat me this time. At this moment, a figure appeared in his mind. This person was Su Yen. Rosen was defeated by Su Yen again and again. Su Yen was his speed. No matter how hard he tried, he could not defeat him. This had become an obsession in Rosen's heart. At this moment, he finally obtained such great and terrifying power. Therefore, he was confident that he could defeat Su Yen. At this moment, his power surged, and a boundless power emerged at this moment. He looked into the distance. This place was clearly in the netherworld, but his gaze fell upon the boundless world. His power had reached the point where he could see through the world. Such great and terrifying power. In the lonely desert, the King of Destruction walked alone. It's been a long journey. However, it should be here. At this moment, he finally stopped. His aura began to slowly emerge. After so many years, the King of Destruction's strength had increased. At this moment, he had reached the level of an emperor, which was the Emperor of Shura. Back then, the King of Shura's strength had already reached the peak of the Emperor of Shura. It was just that he had been suppressing his strength. However, at this moment, he had become the Emperor of Shura. His combat strength was already extremely terrifying. At this moment, his strength was naturally unimaginable. At this moment, in the sky, waves of power appeared. Such a powerful aura was simply unimaginable. At this moment, the power between heaven and earth began to change. It was originally a desert, but at this moment, an extremely lonely and deathly aura spread out. This is the place where the great Emperor of Shura is buried. It's really hard to imagine that such a powerful god would actually fall. The King of Destruction always had his own purpose in doing things. Back then, he left the Shura world and came to the boundless world to search. In the extremely distant past, an extremely terrifying battle had once taken place. In that battle, the god of the Shura world had fallen. That god was the most powerful god of the Shura world. However, he had died at the hands of a big shot from the boundless world. The King of Destruction's luck was good enough. He had actually received guidance from the unseen world. Therefore, he had spared no effort to come to the boundless world to search for the god's corpse. As long as he could obtain the power of the god's corpse, he would be able to directly break through his limits and achieve the true great destruction he had in mind. And this desert was the place where he had fallen. The moment he released the Shura's aura, the entire sky changed. At this moment, a terrifying power appeared, and endless lightning struck down. The most terrifying power had reached the point where it could destroy everything. However, there was a small bone in his body. The moment the bone appeared, the endless lightning quieted down. Such an aura soared in the sky. It was as if no other power could compare to this aura. Heaven's punishment. It's a pity. It's useless. The great god will eventually awaken and become my power. At this moment, a heart slowly appeared in his body. It was the heart of destruction. The appearance of this heart seemed to have completely awakened that thing that had been silent. Such a terrifying power appeared at this moment. The powerful aura was simply boundless. At this moment, the violent power rose to the extreme. A terrifying power began to emerge from the bottomless ground. Skeleton of the god of Shura, appear. He muttered to himself as an endless amount of power gathered towards his body. Far away in the Shura world, the woman in red opened her eyes. At this moment, she had become the god of Shura. However, she was not the only god of Shura. The divine source is divided into three. She said faintly. At this moment, the man also spoke. How interesting. The fallen god has actually begun to revive. Including you, the new god, and that guy who stole the will of the heavens, the divine position has been divided into three. How interesting. The God-Slayer sword smiled brightly as if he had seen the most interesting thing. Chapter 1333. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Yang Tea appears. Back then, the God-Slayer sword was in a miserable state. At that time, he did not manage to find his true body. Only a trace of sword intent resided in Su Yan's body. At that time, he went to Dragon Island, but he was schemed against by the 7 Dragon Kings. Those stupid dragons actually wanted to refine him and turn him into their divine sword. To the powerful and arrogant God-Slayer sword, that was a great humiliation. The woman in red looked at him, unmoved. At that moment, the God-Slayer sword said, "Then, what about you? Are you not going to return with me?" He smiled as if he could see through the woman in red's heart. She shook her head and said, "No, my battle is not over yet." Now, she had become the god of Shura, but it was not complete. The way she and the other 2 became gods was different from other worlds. The 3 of them were divided into 3 parts. Even if they became gods, they were not the strongest. To Shura, fighting was her nature. Even if the woman in red was a little special, the moment she became a Shura, her fighting nature took the initiative. Therefore, she could not leave at this time. Because she chose Shura, she had to fight to the end. At that moment, her gaze seemed to be able to see through all the falsehoods. The power of the deity position was becoming more and more obvious at this time. Her current combat strength was already a world of difference from back then. Unknowingly, she started to miss the past. Back then, she was still a woman who had just reached the spirit channeling realm. Now, she was already at this stage. It had to be said that this was fate and fortune. Ha ha ha, well, since you've chosen this path, I hope you can keep going. The interesting time is getting closer and closer. I hope you don't die. TSK, 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 I wonder if that brat will be surprised when he finds out about your situation. No, I should say, I wonder if that brat is dead or not. The God-Slayer sword looked lazy. He seemed to have seen the whole world clearly. After returning to the boundless world, Su Yan went to the Heaven and Earth organization. When he entered the boundless world, his fate sense became stronger. At that moment, he felt that something seemed to have changed in the Heaven and Earth organization. Su Yan directly stepped into the Heaven and Earth organization. At that moment, the Heaven and Earth organization's mountain gate was not operating. Damn it! Anger surged in his heart. At this moment, he released his senses. His powerful sensing ability spread out layer by layer. He could even sense what was underground. Just as he was about to give up, he suddenly sensed an extremely weak presence deep underground. This presence was rather familiar. He opened his hand, and a stream of aura shot out. Then, it broke open the ground in an extremely barbaric manner, and a figure was directly grabbed by him. Kong Wuhan. Su Yan was very surprised. This person was actually Kong Wuhan. Back then, this audacious guy had tried to steal his things, but he had been defeated by Su Yan. He had even been locked up in a small black room in the small world, which was far from being formed. Later, during the battle with Black Dragon, this guy directly entered the dragon's nest. He stole all the treasures and then disappeared. However, he did not expect that this guy would appear here. Moreover, his aura was extremely weak at the moment. Even at this moment, there was still a strong sword will remaining on his body. This sword intent was extremely powerful, but Su Yan also felt that it was somewhat familiar. If it was the Su Yan of the past, he would have been helpless against such a sword intent. However, he was no longer the same as before. He directly activated his power, and a powerful and terrifying force swept out. This force directly entered Kong Wuhan's body. All the sword intent was swallowed up in an instant. It's that guy. When Su Yan directly swallowed the sword intent, he immediately sensed the owner of the sword intent. Yang Tai Yi, if that's the case, you've already escaped from the seal. There was no mistake. The owner of this sword intent was clearly the expert from the Stupa sect that Su Yan had met in the Arctic land of the far north, Yang Tai Yi. In the beginning, Su Yan was very grateful to Yang Tai Yi. After all, he had given him pointers back then. However, later on, he already knew that Yang Tai Yi was definitely not a simple person. If he was also a member of the Stupa sect, why had he been sealed? One had to know that the small world of the Stupa sect had existed peacefully for so many years. That was not all. The disciples of the Stupa sect had not even mentioned a word about him. Therefore, Su Yan knew that there was something wrong with this guy at the time. The last time he had gone to the Arctic land of the far north, he had also seen some other clues. This had confirmed his inner thoughts. However, Su Yan had not paid attention to this guy. Firstly, he had been sealed. Secondly, at the very least, at that time, he was no longer a threat to him. Instead, he had helped him, even if it was because he had bad intentions. Kong Wuhan, wake up. At this time, Su Yan's strength was so strong that his aura penetrated into Kong Wuhan's body. Kong Wuhan's body began to heal directly. The places that had been injured by the sword qi immediately began to heal. Cough, cough, cough. Under the nourishment of such power, Kong Wuhan finally opened his eyes. F*ck, a ghost. The moment this guy woke up, he actually screamed and retreated backwards in a sorry state. However, he quickly reacted. He was a cultivator, and this guy's strength was not weak at all. Su Yan could see that his aura was so strong that it was almost at the level of a breakthrough to the Emperor realm. With such a cultivation level, why would he be afraid of an adventurous ghost? Unless the ghost's ancestor was here. Su Yan. Aren't you already dead? Su Yan's forehead was filled with black lines. This guy really wanted him to die. Alright, I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Tell me, what happened? This was what Su Yan was most concerned about. Where was Yun Wanqing? Where did the disciples of the Heaven and Earth organization go? Also, where did Fang Yuashan's wife and child go? This was the most important question at the moment. Kong Wuhan sighed and said, "Sigh, this old man's luck is really bad. Back then, this old man's cultivation had improved greatly, so I wanted to look for you to spar. However, I didn't expect that you would actually run off to the 9 provinces. However, your wife was extremely enthusiastic, which made me feel quite embarrassed. Therefore, I decided to help you guard the Heavenly Clouds sect." Su Yan knew that this guy stayed most likely to eat and drink, but he didn't interrupt him and continued to listen. Mothif *Ker, on the second day, a man suddenly came. He claimed to be your old friend and wanted to invite your wife over as a guest. However, your wife refused. That guy actually made a move. Of course, I couldn't stand it, so I immediately exchanged blows with him. At this point, Kong Wuhan frowned and said, "However, that guy's strength is too strong. If I'm not wrong, he has already begun to step into the Holy Master realm. I'm not his opponent." Sigh, why do handsome people always have to suffer so much? Kong Wuhan sighed, but then he chuckled, "Haha, that guy is really strong, but I still took advantage of him." As he spoke, a long sword appeared in his hand. The sword's aura was incomparably sharp, and a powerful aura directly spread out at this moment. It contained an extremely dense and terrifying power. Divine Sword. Su Yan naturally knew that with such an aura, it was naturally a divine sword. However, he was also certain that this divine sword was definitely not one of the 9 heaven sword and the Buddha sword. However, this sword was still extremely powerful. TSK. Of course, this is my spoil of war. I took it from him. He chuckled like a child. Even Su Yan couldn't help but admit that the Void Dao Gate was truly powerful. Kong Wuhan was actually able to steal a divine sword from a heavenly sovereign and even survive. Okay, enough nonsense. I want to hear the rest. Su Yan said with a sullen face. At this moment, Kong Wuhan was no longer smiling. Instead, he sighed and said, Su Yan, I'm sorry. I couldn't defeat him, so I could only hide myself in a sorry state. That guy's divine sword was stolen by me. He had scruples in his heart, so he didn't kill the Heaven and Earth organization. He just directly took them away. I don't know where they went, but he left a message, asking me to use the divine sword to exchange for their lives. His expression was very gloomy. Su Yan said, forget it, you've already done your best. Moreover, if it weren't for your stroke of genius, he might have killed them. Su Yan thought in his heart that Yang Tai Yi was probably here for his Buddha inheritance. After all, he knew that he had obtained the inheritance of the Buddha pagoda. As for Kong Wuhan, he was already very powerful to be able to do this. If it weren't for him messing things up, Yang Tai Yi might have killed even more people. After all, he and Kong Wuhan didn't have a very deep relationship. At this moment, Kong Wuhan said, damn it, if I wasn't too excited at that time, I might have even gotten the other thing. What a failure. I really want to die. He looked up to the sky and roared. Su Yan was speechless. Damn, he was retarded. Since he was sure that it was Yang Tai Yi, Su Yan naturally wouldn't let him go. At this moment, he directly projected his power. An aura directly filled the sky, and the strong power directly spread to heaven and earth. At this moment, Su Yan's will was very strong. Chapter 1334. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios, damn, you're also a sacred venerate. He was too shocked. The reason his strength had improved so much was because he had found something left behind by his sect. That was the final gift his sect had given him. With the help of that power, his cultivation had been able to break through quickly and reach the Sovereign Venerate realm. A Sovereign Venerate realm could move unhindered in any era. As long as a Sacred Venerate realm expert did not attack him directly, he could do whatever he wanted. However, when he had just mastered his divine skill, he immediately encountered a freak who seemed to be half a step into the Sacred Venerate realm. That freak directly beat him up. Fortunately, that guy was only a half-step Sacred Venerate. Otherwise, he would have lost his life. However, when he finally woke up, he saw Su Yan. At that moment, he realized that Su Yan was also a Sacred Venerate realm expert. Furthermore, he was not a half-step Sacred Venerate, but a true Sacred Venerate. That enormous pressure wouldn't lie. Looks like this world has really changed. Damn, I refuse to accept this. He wailed in his heart. At this moment, Su Yan released his consciousness directly. This way, the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths were within his consciousness. At that moment, his strength had reached an unimaginable level. Nothing could escape his senses. In an instant, his strength had spread to the Arctic land of the far north. You won't be able to escape. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes suddenly emitted a bright light. In a short moment, he had already sensed it. At this moment, Yang Tai Yi was in a secret realm. That secret realm had an extremely strong power. Even Su Yan's perception power could not directly probe inside. However, Su Yan only needed to be sure that that fellow was there. What? You've already discovered him. Kong Wuhan looked at Su Yan in disbelief. Damn, this method is really amazing. As long as I close my eyes, what I want to find will immediately appear. It turns out that becoming a Sacred Venerate is such a fun thing. Looks like I have to work hard to become a Sacred Venerate too. That guy muttered to himself. Su Yan's face was filled with black lines. However, he was very rational and didn't continue discussing the topic of how he was going to investigate Yang Tai-yi. He only said, "I'm going to look for him right now. What about you? Do you want to come with me?" Since Kong Wuhan was able to survive Yang Tai-yi's attack and steal the divine sword from him, he naturally had absolute ability. Bringing Kong Wuhan along might be a good plan. "Let's go. With you around, I don't have to be afraid of him. Besides, there must be a lot of good stuff in his hiding place. I'm going to steal all of his things." The people of the Empty Void Dao sect, after all, seem to only have this point of existence. "Alright, since that's the case, let's get moving." Su Yan grabbed Kong Wuhan's shoulder. At this moment, his will moved, and a spatial door opened. At Su Yan's current level, opening a spatial door was a piece of cake. The two of them stepped directly into it. In the blink of an eye, they had already appeared outside a secret realm. This mystic realm was extremely well hidden. If it wasn't for Su Yan's current overbearing divine sense, it would have been very difficult for him to discover it. At this moment, Kong Wuhan squatted down and began to study the entrance of this secret realm. Tisk, tsk, tsk. It's really ingenious. It actually used 1383 kinds of spatial secret techniques. Amazing. He seemed to be very interested in such a spatial secret technique. "What are you doing?" Su Yan asked. "Of course, I'm trying to crack this spatial secret technique." Kong Wuhan didn't even raise his head. At this moment, he was already engrossed in it. Su Yan said, "There's no need to crack it. Just blast it away." This spatial secret technique was indeed very complicated, but it was still not enough to block Su Yan. Su Yan could forcefully crack it with brute force. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Kong Wuhan's disdainful gaze was already directed at him. "Hee, a guy like you can only do this kind of thing without any technical content. Breaking it with brute force. That guy will definitely know. What if he escapes? What if he kills the hostages? That's why this kind of technical work should be left to me. If I can't crack it in 30 breaths, I'm not surnamed Kong." After saying that, he immediately immersed himself in it wholeheartedly. What he said made sense. Even Su Yan was speechless. However, no matter how he looked at it, this guy was only so engrossed in it because he wanted to decipher this thing. At this moment, his power was constantly surging. Waves of power were constantly probing into this place, wanting to directly break the restriction here. In fact, he only used 25 breaths of time. The Kong Dao School's understanding of space was really amazing. Even if it was Su Yan, if he didn't use brute force and instead used his technique to crack it, it would probably take him at least twice as long. There were specializations in every field. "Alright, let's go in. I dare to guarantee that the old dog definitely hasn't noticed anything yet." Before he could finish his sentence, Su Yan had already pulled him into the secret realm. At this moment, Su Yan directly displayed his power and immediately locked onto Yang Tai-yi's position. Yang Tai-yi's face was solemn. At this moment, he seemed to be refining some kind of secret treasure. Su Yan looked over. He was extremely familiar with this item because it was the Buddha's pagoda. Back then, after Su Yan obtained the Buddha's seal, this Buddha's pagoda directly flew to outer space and disappeared. After that, Su Yan thought that perhaps compared to the Buddha's seal that he obtained, the Buddha's pagoda was probably a more powerful treasure. However, he also knew that many things couldn't be forced. Since the Buddha's pagoda had left him, it meant that it didn't belong to him. Moreover, not obtaining the Buddha's pagoda could be considered a blessing. After all, he was now certain that the ancestor Buddha was definitely still alive. This meant that these things were all part of the ancestor Buddha's plan. Yang Tai-yi, long time no see. At this moment, Su Yan took a step forward and directly appeared in front of Yang Tai-yi. At this moment, Yang Tai-yi suddenly raised his head. This was because he actually didn't sense Su Yan's arrival at all. However, this surprise quickly calmed down. He chuckled and then said, "Su Yan, it's really been a long time." Indeed, it had been a long time. He didn't know how many years had passed since this parting. "I heard that Senior was looking for me." As Su Yan spoke, he spread out his divine thought in an attempt to detect the existence of Yun Wanqing and the others. At this moment, Kong Wuhan directly said, "Damn it, why are you being so hypocritical? Old dog, where are sister-in-law and the others? Quickly call them out. If not, I'll insert your bullsh *T divine sword into the toilet bowl." Kong Wuhan was as overbearing as ever. Yang Tai-yi's face twitched. Obviously, he was extremely angry at this brat who dared to call him an old dog. What made him feel the most hateful was that his divine sword was actually stolen by this brat. Although this divine sword was not comparable to Nine Heavens and Futu, it was still extremely powerful. With his powerful strength, he almost directly refined it. However, he did not know what method this guy used, but he was actually able to directly steal the divine sword from him. As expected of the remnants of the Kong Kong Dao sect, you're really powerful. Unfortunately, after today, I'm afraid that the remnants of the Kong Kong Dao sect will completely disappear. His voice was so cold that it was obvious that he didn't intend to let Kong Wuhan live. Kong Wuhan immediately scolded back, "You idiot, how can you say that? After today, the Kong Kong Dao sect will disappear." "Ha ha ha, you're really making me laugh. How do you know that I didn't pass down the orthodoxy? How do you know that no one else in the Kong Kong Dao sect will pass down the orthodoxy?" Yang Tai-yi was dumbfounded. This didn't seem to be the point that he wanted to emphasize. "Alright, Senior Yang Tai-yi, I don't have any great enmity with you. It's better for you to release my wife and my junior brothers from the sect. This way, everyone will be happy." At this time, Su Yan didn't notice the existence of Yun Wanqing and the others. The anger in his heart had reached an extremely terrifying level. Yang Tai-yi smiled coldly and then said, "Ha, I sent your disciples and wives to the Dragon Clan. In exchange, I received the help of the Dragon Emperor and obtained the Buddha Pagoda. At this time, I only need to take one more step to reach the peak of the Saint Venerable Realm. You came at the right time. The Buddha seal is on you." At this time, his aura flickered, and the power of the entire secret realm began to surge. "Su Yan, do you still think that I'm an ordinary sovereign? My strength is not something you can imagine. Give it to me. Seeing that we're acquaintances, I won't kill you." At this time, he directly showed his fangs. However, when he began to mobilize his power, Wuhan spat out two words with a look of disdain, "Noob." Yang Tai-yi's anger almost soared again. This guy was really abominable to the extreme. He had already made up his mind to kill this guy after he dealt with Su Yan. However, as soon as he thought about it, an even more powerful force appeared. "Yang Tai-yi, you're courting death." At this time, Su Yan had completely lost his patience. This guy was really bold. He actually dared to send his wife and the people from the sect to the Dragon Clan. So what if he could mobilize the power of the secret realm? The current Su Yan was no longer the same as before. "You're too weak." Su Yan directly stretched out his hand. His power was so domineering that the power of the entire secret realm directly calmed down under his terrifying power. In the next moment, Su Yan's palm landed on Yang Tai-yi's neck. Chapter 1335. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. Heading to the Dragon Clan. At this moment, Su Yan's hand was clutching his neck. "Do you know that I don't want to make things difficult for you? After all, you did help me a lot back then. No matter what your motive was, I will remember this. Su Yan's voice was extremely indifferent. His cold words were like an icy wind. Yang Tai-yi was shocked to the extreme. After breaking the curse, he went straight to the secret realm to increase his strength. Before he was sealed, he was already in the Emperor realm. Now, his strength was even more terrifying. Now, he was almost in the Saint Venerable realm. The only thing he lacked was the last bit of the perfect imprint. However, he never thought that when he saw Su Yan again, he would not be a match for Su Yan. This was something he could not accept. To him, Su Yan was just a tool. However, this tool had actually broken free from his control. Thus, he was completely enraged. He wanted to break free from Su Yan's control by bursting forth with all his might. Such a situation made him extremely angry. Endless aura surged at this moment. Countless dragon-shaped auras began to roar. The strength of this power was simply unimaginable. Such power was surging at this moment. The terrifying aura was simply unimaginable. Kong Wuhan felt such a powerful aura and muttered in his heart, "Damn it. So I'm the weakling." In fact, his strength was already extremely strong. At this moment, he was at the peak of the Emperor realm. Such strength was simply unimaginable. However, the two existences in front of him were truly abnormal. Their terrifying strength was simply unimaginable. Yang Tai-yi's strength was completely ignited. It was really not to be underestimated. Even Kong Wuhan's heart was pounding at this moment. "Boss Su Yan, you can't possibly be unable to defeat this guy, right?" He prayed silently in his heart. If he really could not defeat this guy, then he would be in for a bad time. However, his worries were unnecessary. At this moment, Su Yan's strength surged. The most terrifying aura surged out. "You still want to struggle at this point? Do you think I'm still the same old me?" Su Yan's power was like a huge millstone. Wherever it passed, the power unleashed by Yang Tai-yi was directly obliterated. That was not all. His tyrannical aura continued to gather at this time, and the violent power almost directly rushed to the sky. Such a terrifying aura was as if the entire sky was about to collapse. This mystic realm clearly belonged to Yang Tai-yi. However, Yang Tai-yi was shocked to discover that he was gradually losing control of this small realm. On the contrary, Su Yan's power continued to erupt. The most terrifying power directly appeared and actually stopped his own power. At this point, he had no choice but to believe that Su Yan had become a heavenly sovereign, a true heavenly sovereign. How is this possible? How could the child of destiny become a holy sovereign? At this moment, he was extremely shocked. This was because he knew very well that those who had plotted against Su Yan would not allow Su Yan to become a heavenly sovereign. Once Su Yan became a heavenly sovereign, it would be difficult for them to control Su Yan's fate. How could he know that Su Yan had entered the shadow realm, shattered himself, and found another way to survive in the midst of death? This was an unimaginable process. Ordinary people would not even be able to think of it. Even Duan Mulonghu's method of surviving in the midst of death was inferior to Su Yan's. Su Yan did not care about Yang Tai-yi's shock. His powers suddenly surged. Then, the most terrifying aura directly rushed into Yang Tai-yi's body. "Actually, I don't want to kill you. However, your actions have crossed my bottom line." At this moment, his power was so great that he looked like a god. Such power made Yang Tai-yi feel despair. His strength was just too great. "This time, I won't kill you." After Su Yan finished speaking, his power directly appeared. Endless power surged out, and a fierce aura rushed into Yang Tai-yi's body. At this moment, Yang Tai-yi immediately appeared to be in incomparable pain. A moment later, he realized what had happened to his body. "No, damn it. You are going to cripple me. Don't." He finally understood what Su Yan wanted to do. He wanted to completely cripple him. Yang Tai-Yi's cultivation had been extremely difficult. In order to reach this level, he had paid too much and schemed too much. However, Su Yan actually wanted to cripple his cultivation. This was even more painful than killing him. However, Su Yan did not care. This guy actually dared to attack Yun Wanqing and the Heaven and Earth organization. He was simply courting death. That was his reverse scale. Cherish your last moments. If anything happens to Wanqing and the Heaven and Earth organization, I will let you know what true fear and pain are. The power of the Supreme rushed directly into Yang Tai-Yi's body, directly robbing him of his power. Su Yan loosened his grip, and with a light, "pada" sound, Yang Tai-Yi fell to the ground. At this moment, he was in so much pain. His power was gone. Originally, he seemed to be able to change the world with a raise of his hand. However, at this moment, his power had disappeared. This was simply unimaginable to him. He felt as if the world had lost its color at this moment. At this moment, Kong Wuhan walked over to Yang Tai-Yi's side. Yang Tai-Yi had originally been a dangerous person, but he was no longer. He had been completely crippled. What did I say just now? Noob. He loved to add insult to injury when his enemy was down. Yang Tai-Yi's gaze was fixed on Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan had become the person he hated the most. Boss Su Yan, this guy's gaze is very unfriendly. Why don't we get rid of him? Anyway, there's no point for this guy to live. Kong Wuhan directly made his own suggestion, but Su Yan said, I've already said it. Let's do it this time. Su Yan raised his hand, and the huge pagoda began to shake under his power. The pagoda originally wanted to struggle, but Su Yan was so powerful at this time. How could it struggle? Under such a powerful force, the pagoda was immediately drawn in by this terrifying aura. Then, it was taken into Su Yan's small world. When he first saw the pagoda, it was as if he had seen a real miracle. However, at this moment, everything was different. The pagoda was directly suppressed by him. Old ancestor Buter is not here after all. You can't resist. The two left the secret realm directly. At this time, Su Yan said, I'm going to Dragon Island. That place is not a good place. You'd better not go with me. Su Yan was not lying. That place was extremely terrifying. The 7 great dragon kings were all extremely powerful existences at the Emperor realm. Of the 7 great dragon kings, the Fire Dragon King had been killed by the God-Slayer sword. However, Su Yan believed that the powerful dragon clan would definitely not let the Dragon King's position be suspended. A new Dragon King would appear. The Dragon Clan's foundation was really terrifying. They could even contact the 3 ancient dragon clans. Even so, it was already extremely powerful. The 7 great dragon kings might be able to fight against a Saint Master if they joined forces. They might not be able to win, but at least they could contend. If they brought the power of the dragon god, it would be even more terrifying. Their great power would almost reach the point of being endless. Even if Su Yan had reached the Saint Master realm at this time, breaking into Dragon Island was actually a dangerous thing. However, Su Yan would not choose to retreat at this time. The people of the Heaven and Earth organization were his family, not to mention Yun Wanqing was also among them. Dragon Clan. Hearing these 2 words, a brilliance flashed in Kong Wuhan's eyes. It was not fear, but a kind of yearning. Su Yan immediately understood the thoughts of this guy. Needless to say, this guy's mind was probably filled with the endless wealth of the Dragon Clan. The guy from Kong Kong Dao's sect was indeed a classic example of dying for wealth. Su Yan, you go first. I'm going to raid their home. At this point, the guy's eyes flashed with an extremely excited look. Obviously, at this time, he had made up his mind to steal the Dragon Clan. Su Yen said, "It's not that I want to pour cold water on you, but the strength of the Dragon Clan is definitely beyond your imagination. Even the current me is not confident that I can escape unscathed." At this time, Kong Wuhan said, "Don't worry, our Kong Kong Dao sect has done a very detailed research on the Dragon Clan. When our old ancestor was alive, he had already written 100 secret methods on how to steal the wealth of Dragon Island. You may not know, but every sect master of the Kong Kong Dao sect has to complete a mission, and that is to enter Dragon Island and steal the treasures." He. Even Su Yen was extremely shocked after hearing this answer. This Kong Kong Dao sect was really valiant. It was no wonder that when the Black Dragon heard the words Kong Kong Dao sect, even his reverse scale stood up. This was really hard to imagine. At this time, endless power directly spread out, and that terrifying aura rose. At this time, the violent power was so strong that it was simply endless. Su Yen felt Kong Wuhan's strong fighting spirit. Chapter 1336. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Yikongxing appeared. He stood up immediately after he finished speaking. However, he was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he went to make preparations. After the two of them left, the secret realm became quiet again. In the secret realm, Yang Tai-yi sat on the ground, paralyzed. He felt that he had suffered such a terrible blow. To him, it was an unimaginable pain. He was about to break through to the Saint Venerable rank and become one of the main characters of this world. However, at this time, his strength had been crippled by Su Yen. Su Yan's strength was so terrifying that he could not even resist. This was completely different from what he had planned. He really couldn't understand why this was the case. At this time, everything in this world had lost its meaning to him. He even wanted to end his life at this time. At this time, the aura of the secret realm surged again, and a powerful force came crashing down. Such an aura was incomparably strong. He quickly arrived in front of Yang Tai-yi, Uncle Master Yang Tai-yi. He swallowed the words he was about to say. He was Yi Kongxing, Yi Xingxing's elder brother. Yi Xingxing was actually an outstanding genius with great strength. However, his elder brother was much more outstanding than him, and his strength was also much more powerful. At this time, he appeared in this place. His aura was as vast as the sea, bottomless. This time, he came here for the Buddha Pagoda. The Buddha Pagoda was extremely important to the Stupa sect. In the great battle that year, the Buddha Pagoda was lost. Ever since they returned to this world, they had been searching for the Buddha Pagoda's whereabouts. Unfortunately, they did not manage to find it. Instead, it was found by Yang Tai-yi, who had escaped from the seal. After obtaining the Buddha Pagoda, Yang Tai-yi was unwilling to return it to the Stupa sect. After all, he was already an abandoned disciple. The ambitious Yang Tai-yi even wanted to snatch the Nine Heavens divine sword. Therefore, he barged into the Stupa sect. However, Yi Kongxing attacked directly. At that time, Yi Kongxing had already become a powerful Emperor Venerable. He had obtained the recognition of the Nine Heavens divine sword and became the new sword master. Therefore, he and Yang Tai-yi fought fiercely. In the end, Yang Tai-yi was defeated and left the Stupa gate. He had come here this time to retrieve the nine-layered pagoda from Yang Tai-yi's hands. He had already made preparations for another big battle, but when he arrived, he found Yang Tai-yi sprawled on the ground. This greatly shocked him. No matter what, he would never have thought that Yang Tai-yi would be in such a miserable state. For Yang Tai-yi to be able to fight with him back then, there was no need to mention how powerful he was. However, even so, he was defeated so miserably at this time. He simply could not believe it. At this moment, Yang Tai-yi didn't even have the slightest bit of strength in his body. Yan Ran was already a cripple. Martial Uncle Yang Tae, what exactly happened? And where's the Buddhist pagoda? Yi Kongxing didn't care too much about Yang Tai-yi's condition. Although he addressed Yang Tai-yi as Uncle Master, Yang Tai-yi had already betrayed the Stupa sect. Even if he died, Yi Kongxing wouldn't care. What he truly cared about was the Buddha pagoda. That was the most precious treasure of the Buddha sect. As long as he could bring the Buddha pagoda back to the sect, it would greatly increase the strength of the Stupa sect. It might even allow the Stupa ancestor to return. Su Yen, it's Su Yen. At this moment, Yang Tai-yi opened his eyes. His gaze was filled with deep hatred. He wanted Su Yen to die. However, he knew that he was no match for Su Yen at this time. Therefore, he could only rely on someone else. Therefore, he directly said Su Yan's name. He hoped that Su Yen would be killed by Yi Kongxing. Su Yen. Yi Kongxing had naturally heard of this name. His younger brother had once been defeated by this person. Yi Kongxing was extremely impressed by Su Yen. More importantly, Tianji Elder's assertion made him even more afraid to underestimate Yi Kongxing. However, while he didn't dare to underestimate Yi Kongxing, he didn't think that he was inferior to Su Yen. He was a true powerhouse and had absolute confidence in himself. However, today, Yang Tai-yi had actually been defeated by Su Yen. This was unimaginable. Could it be that Su Yan's strength had reached such a level? At this moment, Yang Tai-yi continued, yes, it's Su Yen. That guy, not only did he snatch the Buddha pagoda, he also stole the Buddha seal, square seal, and soul-stabilizing seal. Yang Tai-yi didn't reveal this matter at first. It wasn't because he was kind-hearted, but because he saw Su Yen as his own. Everything that Su Yen controlled would be his. However, at this time, he was directly defeated by Su Yen. In his heart, he already knew that it was impossible for him to defeat Su Yen. He had been defeated and had become a cripple. His heart was filled with infinite hatred. He wanted revenge. Therefore, at this time, he could only choose to divert the disaster to Su Yen. Yi Kongxing's strength was needless to say. Moreover, since Yi Kongxing could find him this time, it was obvious that he had made a breakthrough. He might be able to deal with Su Yen. Now, he didn't care what happened. As long as he could kill Su Yen, even if it brought a little trouble to Su Yen, he was extremely happy. Therefore, at this time, he directly encouraged Yi Kongxing to kill Su Yen. What? You're saying that the 3 Buddha seals are in that guy's hands? That guy really deserves to die. At this time, the killing intent in Yi Kongxing's heart condensed. Whether it was the 3 Buddha seals or the Buddha pagoda, they were the secret treasures of the Buddha sect. How could they combine with the power of the Buddha sect to unleash a terrifying power? Not only that, but they were also the key to becoming a saint venerable in the Buddha sect. They could directly increase the strength of the Buddha sect. However, now, these treasures were stolen by Su Yen. That guy really deserved to die. Uncle Master Yang Tai-yi, tell me, where did Su Yen go? He asked calmly. At this time, what he wanted to do was to find Su Yen, then defeat him and take back what he had lost. Yang Tai panted, then said, Martial nephew, help me recover my cultivation. Yang Tai was still unwilling to give up at this time. He couldn't bear to be so powerless. However, he still lived for so long and didn't want to die. Therefore, at this time, what he wanted was to recover his cultivation and become stronger again. However, Yi Kongxing said, your body has been damaged too much. I can't restore your strength unless I can break through to a higher realm. How about this, tell me where Su Yen is, and I will take the treasures back from him. At that time, when my realm has increased, and with the help of the Buddha Pagoda, there is hope for him to recover his cultivation. Light burst out from Yang Tai-A's eyes. At this time, he was indeed yearning for it. He took a deep breath, then said, "All right, Su Yan has gone to Dragon Island. I think he will definitely die there. Before Su Yan dies, take the treasures back." Even when Yang Tai was sealed, he was still very scheming. However, at this time, he was still desperate. He didn't want to die, and he didn't want to become a cripple. At this time, his hope was placed on Yi Kongxing. Yi Kongxing looked at Yang Tai-A and revealed a disdainful smile. "Is that so? I already know. However, Uncle Master Yang Tai-A, you are a hero. Living like this is really a coward. Since that's the case, let me send you on your way." After saying that, he directly attacked. A terrifying force suddenly pierced into Yang Tai-A's body. This attack wasn't too strong. It could even be said to be a light attack. If it was in the past, Yang Tai-A wouldn't even care about such a force. However, at this moment, it could directly kill Yang Tai-A. Because at this time, he was really too weak. He didn't even have the slightest bit of resistance. "You!" He stared straight at Yi Kongxing, but it was of no use. The world turned pitch black, and then he disappeared completely. Yi Kongxing frowned. To be able to defeat Yang Tai-A and kill him, this guy's strength is probably not weak. However, since he is going to Dragon Island to seek death, then it's my chance. My Stupa Sek's old ancestor had some friendship with the dragon god in the past. This is good. As for the Stupa Pagoda and the other treasures, he must get them back. At this time, he directly moved. In the endless sea, Dragon Island stood quietly. Dragon Island had existed here for an unknown period of time. Powerful giant dragons were entrenched here, enjoying the sun and the sea. Of course, Dragon Island at this time was much quieter than usual. This was because after the changes in the 5 counties, the Dragon Clan directly occupied the West Wilderness. Many of the Dragon Clan went to that place to become the ruler. The meaning behind Dragon Island's actions was very obvious. They wanted to show the strength of the Dragon Clan. They wanted to return to the point where the Dragon Clan ruled the world in the ancient times. The reason why the Dragon Clan dared to do so was because the 3 dragon gods of the Dragon Clan were about to return. The strength of the dragon gods was simply incomparable. As long as the Dragon Clan returned, their strength would naturally be terrifying. Su Yan stood in front of Dragon Island. The last time he came here, he was in a very sorry state and was almost killed. However, this time, it wouldn't be the same. Chapter 1337. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Sneaking into Dragon Island, Su Yan activated the power of the Exalted. Then, his aura disappeared. The power of the Exalted could even block the heavens well back then. Now that he had reached the level of a sacred venerate, his strength was needless to say. When he activated the power of the Exalted, his entire being turned into nothingness, as though he did not exist. At this moment, Su Yan was heading straight for Dragon Island. On Dragon Island, there were many powerful dragon tribes enjoying the sunlight. There were also dragon whelps wandering around. The dragon tribe was truly the strongest force in this world. When the dragon tribe was at their peak, their strength was almost unimaginable. In the entire universe, they were the most powerful and terrifying dragon tribe. They were so powerful that it was almost endless. No terrifying existence could possibly be a match for them. Even the demon tribe could not possibly be a match for the dragon tribe. In terms of physical strength alone, the strength of the dragon tribe was definitely above that of the demon tribe. However, later on, the dragon tribe became too powerful. As a result, they were envied by the heavens. Later on, it became increasingly difficult for the dragon tribe to reproduce. After a few more terrifying disasters, the dragon tribe finally went into decline. Even the 3 dragon gods of the dragon tribe were on the verge of falling. This could be said to be a huge disaster. However, at this moment, the aura of the dragon tribe began to spread again. That was because the 3 dragon gods were about to return. This time around, the calamity of the endless world had arrived. Countless people were waiting for an opportunity. It was the same for the dragon tribe. At this moment, the dragon tribe was also waiting for an opportunity to come. They hoped that their tribe could become stronger immediately. They had already continued to accumulate endless power. As long as the opportunity was right, they would erupt completely. The Western Wilderness was one of their plans. At this moment, the dragon tribe naturally could not have so many people to rule the world. Therefore, at this moment, they adopted another plan, which was to mix blood. Any existence that possessed the bloodline of the dragon tribe could be called a member of the dragon tribe and would be protected by them. On the other hand, those who possessed the dragon tribe's bloodline would have to swear allegiance to them. As such, the bloodline would continue to reproduce generation after generation. This way, the dragon tribe's bloodline would continue to spread. Although these mixed blood beings could not be as powerful as the real dragon tribe, they were not to be underestimated. Moreover, as long as they continued to transform, there would be a day when their dragon blood would be completely awakened and they would become powerful existences. The best example of this was the blood-winged wyvern. The strength and terror of the blood-winged wyvern was needless to say. Back then, this terrifying blood-winged wyvern had even reached the realm of a dragon king. If not for the fact that Su Yan had killed it, one of the 7 dragon kings would have been the blood-winged wyvern. From this, it could be seen that as long as those who possessed the bloodline of the dragon clan continued to cultivate and strengthen their bloodline, they would have enough opportunities to transform into a true dragon. The next step was to wait for the return of the true dragon. When the great dragon god returns, he will sweep through the entire world. At this moment, Su Yan entered Dragon Island directly. He seemed to be walking around casually on the Dragon Island, but those dragons were actually unable to see him wherever he went. The Dragon Island didn't look big, but that wasn't the case at all. There was an extremely powerful spatial secret technique on the island. Therefore, this place was an extremely mystical world. It was just like the small worlds of various powerful sections. There was a universe within it. However, at this moment, Su Yan's spiritual consciousness was already extremely powerful. When his spiritual consciousness spread out, everything was naturally under his surveillance. "Where are you? Wan Qing, where are you?" At this moment, Su Yan's heart gradually became uneasy. This was because he couldn't sense Yun Wanqing's aura at all on Dragon Island. Could it be that Yang Tai Yi is lying to me? At this moment, Su Yan was already beginning to feel that he had been deceived. However, after thinking about it, that shouldn't be the case. Yang Tai Yi had been crippled by him back then. When he spoke, Su Yan's spiritual radiation had directly grasped everything about him. Therefore, he could clearly feel that that guy shouldn't be lying to him. However, at this moment, he couldn't sense Yun Wanqing's aura. It wasn't just Yun Wanqing. The aura of the entire Heaven and Earth organization couldn't be sensed either. It seems that I'll have to find someone important to ask. Su Yan finally gave up the idea of looking for her himself and then secretly taking her away. After all, this was Dragon Island. It was an extremely mystical place. Soon, Su Yan had already locked onto a target. It was a black dragon that lived alone. He was very powerful. He was even more powerful than the black dragon that Su Yan had killed back then. He was almost one step away from breaking through to the Dragon King's position. If it were in the past, Su Yan wouldn't have provoked such a terrifying existence. However, the current Su Yan was fearless. He directly came in front of the black dragon. At this moment, the black dragon was still sleeping soundly. Su Yan's body floated up. Then, his spiritual consciousness directly suppressed the dragon. At this moment, the dragon suddenly opened his eyes. Obviously, at this moment, he felt Su Yan's terrifying will. Roar! He almost roared out loud. However, just as his voice was about to be heard, it was directly suppressed by Su Yan. Su Yan's strength was extremely powerful. He directly suppressed the black dragon with his spiritual consciousness. In the end, the black dragon couldn't even make a sound. At this moment, he couldn't even move. At this moment, Su Yan was a sacred venerate. Not to mention that this guy was only about to reach the Dragon King's level. Even if he was a real Dragon King, he would definitely not be a match for Su Yan. You, who are you? How dare you invade Dragon Island? The black dragon's voice was trembling. He was obviously full of fear towards Su Yan. This has nothing to do with you. You just have to answer my questions. As long as you cooperate, I won't kill you, Su Yan said directly. The Great Dragon Clan will not choose to submit. It could be seen that this was a very stubborn dragon. He had a heart that refused to admit defeat. The pride of the Dragon Clan was not just for show. At this moment, Su Yan said directly, "Don't show your pride in front of me, because it's meaningless. Moreover, I can see that you, the Black Dragon, are isolated by the Dragon Clan, right?" In fact, this was very obvious. On Dragon Island, the other dragons were playing with each other. However, only this dragon was in such a corner. He even had injuries on his body. This was also the reason why Su Yan had chosen this dragon as his target. Hearing Su Yan's words, the black dragon became silent. If I'm not wrong, the situation of the black dragon on Dragon Island is not good. Although you are pure-blooded dragons, you are not welcomed. It's because of the great demonic dragon, right? The great demonic dragon was a black dragon. Back then, the black dragons had a very high status. They were the superior dragons. However, the great demonic dragon rebelled. Although he was killed by the 3 dragon gods in the end, he also caused the 3 dragon gods to suffer heavy injuries. The reason why the 3 dragon gods fell into depression was directly related to the great demonic dragon. Since then, the Black Dragon Clan was not welcomed. Even if they were called true dragons. What does it have to do with you? The Great Dragon Clan will definitely not be provoked or threatened. Although the Black Dragon's thoughts were pointed out by Su Yan, he was no longer willing to lower his head. At this moment, a powerful aura burst out from Su Yan's body. When he felt this aura, he instinctively lowered his head. If he was afraid of Su Yan's power before, then now, he was in awe of this aura. He was in awe, respect, and fear because this was the power of the great demonic dragon. I'm not afraid to tell you that I have obtained the inheritance of the great demonic dragon. Also, I know that the 3 dragon gods are about to return. However, the great demonic dragon will also defy the heavens and return. So, are you willing to stand on the side of the great demonic dragon or the 3 dragon gods? Su Yan asked directly. At the same time, he directly suppressed the black dragon with his powerful spiritual power. After a short while, the black dragon finally lowered its head. Please speak, I will become the great demonic dragon's follower. The black dragon did not lower his head to Su Yan, but to the great demonic dragon. He did not doubt Su Yan's words because the aura of the great demonic dragon released by Su Yan could not be concealed. At this time, Su Yan said, "Tell me, did the Dragon Island capture some humans a while ago? How are they? Are they still alive?" Su Yan came here to rescue the people of the Heaven and Earth organization. The Black Dragon said, "Those humans. There is indeed such a thing, but these people are not in danger because they were brought to the Dragon Tomb. As far as I know, the great Emperor Hilton is injured and needs their power to recover." Emperor Hilton, he called her the Great Emperor, which meant that she was a powerful dragon emperor. The Dragon Emperor was a powerful existence on the same level as the Sacred Sage. At this time, Su Yan frowned. There was no doubt about the strength of the Dragon Emperor. However, he was injured and could not recover by himself. He needed the power of the cloudy mist technique. Take me there. In any case, Su Yan could not let Yun Wanqing stay any longer. Perhaps the dragon tribe needed their power at this moment, but he knew that the dragon tribe was definitely not grateful. He did not know what would happen after the great emperor of the dragon tribe recovered from his injury, and he could not guarantee it. Therefore, at this time, the safest thing was to take Yun Wanqing and leave this place directly. No, I can't enter it. The dragon tomb is a forbidden area. Unless I die, I can't enter it. At the mention of the dragon tomb, the black dragon showed fear. This fear came from the depths of his soul. Su Yan did not continue to make things difficult for the dragon. Instead, he directly used the cloudy mist technique. Chapter 1338. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The Great Emperor of the Dragon Clan, yes, powerful demons began to appear in the Western Wasteland. I was injured in the battle with the 5 demon kings. The black dragon was extremely angry when he mentioned the demons. However, from his words, one could see how powerful he was. He was able to fight against 5 powerful demon kings. In terms of level, they were clearly on the same level. Alright, I understand. Speaking of the evil demons, Su Yan couldn't help but recall that extremely terrifying existence. It was an existence that could create the Dark Judgment Great Demonic God, an existence that even the island master of Divine Devil Island, as a demon monarch, feared. Even if Su Yan had become a saint venerable and his strength had increased to an extremely terrifying level, his heart still felt heavy when he thought of that existence. He had personally experienced the terror of that existence. At that time, just a clone was enough to oppress him to the point of suffocation. If his real body appeared in this world, how terrifying would that be? What kind of existence would be able to face the 3 dragon gods? Or the great demonic dragon? Or other powerhouses? Moreover, there was a huge hidden danger here, and that was unity. At this time, the boundless world had fallen into great chaos. Although countless terrifying existences were returning, their purpose was not to protect this world, but to fulfill their own ambitions. Needless to say, the 3 dragon gods' intentions were obvious, and that was to let the dragon clan become the main character of this world again. As for the great demonic dragon, what would he think after he returned? There was also the ancestor Buter and some other powerhouses. These were all things that Su Yan couldn't control at this time. However, he quickly put this problem aside. No matter how serious the problem was, things had to be solved one by one. Su Yan arrived in front of the dragon clan's graveyard. When he arrived, he immediately felt the heaviness of this place. The aura here was incomparably oppressive. He felt that he was having difficulty breathing as soon as he arrived here. The power here was simply terrifying. That oppressive power made it difficult for him to control himself. Even someone as powerful as him was almost unable to maintain his form in this place. However, he still chose to move forward, because at this time, he didn't want to choose at all. He directly stepped into the dragon graveyard. The moment he entered, the most terrifying power directly appeared at this time, and then violently suppressed him. That was the dragon's resentment. Since this was the dragon clan's graveyard, there was naturally an unimaginable dragon's resentment hidden within. Such a power, that terrifying aura, almost made it difficult for Su Yan, as a saint venerable, to resist. At this time, he directly released his power art, a translation, and the violent and terrifying aura translation. The two clashed head-on, and a terrifying shock wave immediately erupted. At this moment, Su Yan's expression changed. It wasn't that he couldn't withstand this qi, but it was because after this attack, the situation here would definitely spread out. Damn it. Translation is translation. Calm translation is editor translation. Calm translation is translation. Which scoundrel dares to be so presumptuous on Dragon Island? 7 extremely terrifying auras. They were the 7 Dragon Kings. Just as Su Yan expected, the Dragon Clan had indeed replenished the 7 Dragon Kings. At this time, the power of the Dragon Clan directly erupted. That kind of power was really terrifying. Endless majesty condensed at this time, and incomparably powerful power was directly displayed at this time. This power directly condensed towards the dragon graveyard. At this time, the black dragon that was treated by Su Yan flashed a different kind of emotion in its huge eyes. It actually entered the graveyard. The dragon graveyard was extremely powerful. Unless they had permission, no ordinary person could enter it. But at this time, Su Yan really did it, and he directly stepped into it. Although it caused a huge commotion, it also showed how powerful and terrifying Su Yan was. The 7 Dragon Kings directly descended into the great graveyard. At this time, there were already Dragon Kings who directly recognized Su Yan. "It's you, despicable human." They obviously had a deep impression of Su Yan, especially the Dragon King Brigadier. Back then, Su Yan directly fought a fierce battle. Of course, at that time, he was imprisoned by the power of the laws of the 5 counties and could not display his true strength. At this time, when he saw Su Yan, he found that at this time, Su Yan's aura was actually above his own. Even the powerful Dragon Graveyard's Dragon Grudge could not do anything to Su Yan. "Brigadier, long time no see." Su Yan smiled coldly. Then, he directly condensed a power. That power turned into a magic sword and directly attacked Brigadier. At that time, Brigadier had appeared and wanted to take Yun Wanqing away. It could be said that there was a new and old hatred between him and this guy. At this time, this power directly descended and rushed towards Brigadier. Seeing this power in front of him, even Brigadier, the Dragon King, was extremely nervous at this time. Dragon King Forbidden Spell, Explode. At this time, he did not hesitate and directly released his most powerful and terrifying power. Such a thick aura rolled and turned into an incomparably huge shield, directly protecting his huge body. However, just as the huge shield appeared, it was directly scattered by this sword aura. Then, his body was directly blasted away. Fortunately, at this time, the other Dragon Kings also directly took action and protected his body. Otherwise, just this alone would have destroyed one of his dragon wings. "Humph," I said, "I'll get even with you." After Su Yan sneered, he no longer paid attention to Dragon King Brigadier and the other Dragon Kings. Instead, he directly went into the depths of the dragon graveyard. The dragon's resentment attack just now was indeed powerful and could hurt a sacred venerable. However, Su Yan's earlier sword strike had already dissolved this wave of power directly. It would take some time to condense the next dragon's resentment. As for the other pressure, it was nothing to a sacred venerable like him. Not good, he's going to enter the great tomb. Quick, stop him. At this time, the dragons already knew of Su Yan's plan. At this moment, Su Yan was going to enter the great tomb. How could they accept this? The dragon graveyard was their forbidden land, the resting place of the dead. Unless it was the greatest dragon emperor, otherwise, even a dragon king was not qualified to enter to be nurtured. But this is the dragon graveyard. Some dragon kings had concerns. After all, this was already a tradition of the dragon clan. At this time, Brigadier roared, "That guy has already become a sacred venerable and has the ability to hurt Lady Hilton. Do you want Lady Hilton to die?" At this moment, he took the lead and barged into the dragon graveyard. The other dragon kings knew that Bugadier must be in a terrible mood at this time, so they did not care about anything else. However, on the other hand, what he said was true. Su Yan's ability was enough to hurt Lady Hilton. After all, Hilton was already seriously injured at this time. No matter what, they could not watch Su Yan hurt the Dragon Emperor. Therefore, at this time, they went straight ahead. After entering the dragon graveyard, even if they were dragon kings, they would still be repelled. However, at this time, they could not care less. They could only continue to move forward. However, Su Yan's speed was too fast. As a sacred venerable, his power had already surpassed the 7 dragon kings. The 7 dragon kings could indeed fight a sacred venerable if they joined forces. However, there was a prerequisite. The sacred venerable had to fight the 7 dragon kings head-on. Su Yan's speed was extremely fast. Soon, he arrived at a place shrouded in light. This place was completely different from the other places in the dragon graveyard. The other places were filled with the souls of adorable dragons. Countless ghosts were drifting about. However, this place was peaceful. There were fresh flowers and green grass. It was incomparably beautiful. In the center of this light, there was a giant dragon entrenched here. This giant dragon could only be described with the word great. Even Su Yan had no choice but to admit that there was a terrifying amount of energy in this giant dragon's body. If it was only based on the accumulation of energy, he would not be able to match up to this terrifying dragon emperor. As expected of the great emperor of the dragon clan. He was a legendary and unique person. However, there was an extremely evil power in this dragon emperor's body. This power was suppressed by him. However, once it erupted, it would definitely be extremely dangerous. At this time, Su Yan finally saw Yun Wanqing and the others. At this moment, Yun Wanqing and the people from the Heaven and Earth organization had already formed a large formation. They were using the power of the formation to cast the fog skill to treat the Dragon Emperor. To treat such a terrifying Dragon Emperor, it would naturally consume an unimaginable amount of energy. Even though Yun Wanqing had become a Dao Master, it was still a huge burden for her. At this time, her aura was a little unstable. Obviously, she had used up a lot of energy and was now in a state of overload. Just as Su Yan expected, the selfish dragon clan did not care about other lives at all. You're courting death. At this moment, Su Yan did not hesitate at all. He directly used the power of the Supreme and a sharp sword appeared. His power fiercely broke into Dragon Emperor Hilton's domain. At this time, the Dragon Emperor also opened his eyes. The moment Su Yan appeared, he had already sensed it. However, at this time, he was entangled by this evil power. When Su Yan's power rushed over, he directly spat out a mouthful of dragon's breath. The power of the dragon's breath and Su Yan's power met, and the powerful and terrifying power melted each other. Who are you? He directly asked, his voice was extremely majestic. Chapter 1339. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Battle Dragon Emperor. At this moment, Su Yan was incomparably furious. Yun Wanqing was his wife, but she was being exploited by the Dragon Emperor. Although her life was not in danger, Yun Wanqing's origin source was being depleted by the Dragon Emperor. Human race's sacred master, I have no intention of making things difficult for you, nor will I hurt your wife. Leave now, and I will not pursue your crime of trespassing here. His voice was extremely calm. However, for him to be able to say such words was already a form of compromise. If it wasn't for Su Yan's strength being strong enough to threaten him, he would have already taken action and killed him. Hee, how arrogant of you. Pursue my crime. Su Yan's face was gloomy. He released his aura directly, and the powerful energy caused the dragon's tomb to riot. His attitude was very obvious. He would not let this matter rest. These dragons were too arrogant. They thought that they could dominate everything. They had already thought of themselves as the masters of the world. Do you want to fight? This emperor has already said that I won't harm your wife's life. Is that not enough? You have to know that once you trigger a change in the dragon tomb, even if you are a saint venerable, the locals will definitely kill you. His voice rumbled, boundlessly loud. At this moment, Su Yan's body suddenly moved, and he disappeared from the spot. Oh no! Dragon Emperor Hilton immediately realized that something was wrong. He immediately released his energy to seal the surrounding space. However, Su Yan wasn't using the space technique. Instead, he was using the regal sword escape technique. The teleportation light was too fast, and it had already surpassed the limits of space. The moment he released his energy, he had already arrived beside Yun Wanqing and the others. You've been wronged. Come with me now. He did not say anything, and he directly released a wave of energy. The energy surged and shrouded everyone. Stay here. Dragon Emperor Hilton released her dragon aura at this moment. It was extremely difficult for him to dissolve that energy alone. However, the cloudy mist technique that Yun Wanqing and the people of the Heaven and Earth organization had performed could greatly suppress that evil energy, and at the same time, allow him to recover from his injuries. As long as he had more time, he would be able to completely remove the injuries in his body. As long as his strength was restored, there was nothing to fear in the world. But now, Su Yan had saved these people. To him, this was something that he could not accept. Therefore, at this moment, he directly made a move and wanted to repel Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan's energy translation. Su Yan's translation. After another moment, his body disappeared from where he was. When he reappeared in the next moment, he had already returned to where he was. Yun Wanqing and the others were naturally kept in his small world. At this moment, Su Yan had no intention of staying in this place. This was because he knew very well that fighting with the powerful dragon clan in this place was simply a stupid thing to do. There was an aura in the depths of this dragon graveyard that made him feel extremely uneasy. Therefore, at this moment, he directly headed outside. Stop him! Dragon Emperor Hilton immediately roared, and a powerful and terrifying energy chased after him. As he roared, it seemed that the entire dragon graveyard began to shake. The violent energy surged, and it was extremely terrifying. However, Su Yan's speed was too fast. Even if he was powerful, it seemed that he could not catch up to Su Yan at this moment. However, at this moment, there was no way he could let Su Yan leave just like that. Fortunately, at this moment, the 7 Dragon Kings finally arrived. Set up the dragon formation and kill this guy, Brigadier said directly. Su Yan's previous attack had made him lose face. In addition, he and Su Yan had long been enemies. At this moment, his powerful energy directly emerged, and the violent energy directly attacked Su Yan. He wanted to directly kill Su Yan and completely destroy him. This place was actually extremely disadvantageous for Su Yan because this place was too enclosed and could not be used at all. Well, I haven't had a good battle since I became a sacred venerate. You reptiles are too much. Su Yan's sacred venerate power had been fully unleashed at this moment. At this moment, a demonic shadow suddenly appeared behind his body. The true demonic shadow. Back in the shadow world, his physical body had dissipated, and this demonic shadow had also disappeared without a trace. However, at this moment, Su Yan had become a sacred venerate and defied the heavens to be resurrected, and this demonic shadow also directly condensed at this time. The infinite demon body manifested, and its terrifying power was simply unimaginable. Supreme True Demon Sword. At this moment, Su Yan directly stimulated his power, and the most terrifying aura condensed at this moment. Such a violent power directly manifested at this moment, and the most violent aura reached an extremely terrifying level at this moment. At this moment, Su Yan's power was really terrifying to the extreme. At this moment, his power was rolling, and the endless power and aura reached an extreme level. The dragon's tomb had always been extremely quiet and peaceful, but today was destined to be different. The 7 dragon kings finally condensed their attack. They spat out their dragon breaths and then gathered together. Although they were only dragon kings, when their power gathered, the terrifying aura that erupted was almost incomparably powerful, and could completely contend against the Dragon Emperor. This was a qualitative change. Why did the Dragon Clan always have 7 Dragon Kings? That was because there was a dragon language divine incantation bestowed by the Dragon God. Only when the 7 Dragon Kings gathered together, this dragon language divine incantation could erupt with the most powerful power. At this moment, the violent and terrifying power was constantly rioting, and the boundless power was like a torrential rain. Su Yan's infinite demon body did not retreat in the face of this attack, and directly punched out. At this moment, Su Yan was really violent to the extreme. His figure was constantly flickering, and his powerful and terrifying power was so terrifying. At this moment, the power of darkness directly manifested, and the terrifying power of the dragon language divine incantation condensed by the 7 dragon kings was directly shattered by Su Yan's punch. Bullshit dragon language divine incantation, go to hell. At this moment, Su Yan directly roared, and then his power rushed to the extreme, completely destroying all the aura. You guys want to stop me from leaving too? After becoming a sacred venerate, Su Yan simply had an aura of invincibility. However, at this moment, Dragon Emperor Hilton's power also arrived. Damned guy, I want you to stay in the dragon's tomb and suffer for generations to come. At this moment, his power manifested, and the most terrifying aura directly sank down. Such a berserk power was truly lawless at this time. Everything that was violent at this moment was incomparably terrifying. The infinite demon body's power was extremely strong, but Hilton's attack was definitely not weak either. Supreme Nirvana Slash. At this moment, Su Yan directly unfolded the Taiji sword, and then the terrifying sword chi condensed again. Dragon Emperor, although your battle strength is terrifying, it won't be so easy to defeat me. At this moment, his power directly manifested, and the most terrifying aura directly rolled out at this moment. At this moment, endless power appeared, and this power was really terrifying to the extreme. In the dragon's tomb, the most terrifying disaster seemed to be about to erupt. At this moment, Dragon Emperor Hilton angrily roared, God's descent. At this moment, he actually directly used the forbidden power. Human sacred venerate, I have to admit that you are strong, but this is the dragon's tomb, and you can't be so presumptuous. At this moment, Su Yan frowned, because at this moment, he felt a familiar and powerful power, the power of the dragon god. Summon the power of the dragon god. Back then, he had already seen the power of the dragon god, and it was extremely powerful and terrifying. At this time, although his strength had increased greatly, he was not confident that he could completely defeat it. That's right, it is the power of the dragon god. In the dragon's tomb, the price to summon the power of the great dragon god is much lower. Do you think that the dragon's tomb is so easy to break into? Great dragon of destruction, descend, and directly kill the person who blasphemes the dragon clan. Hilton was also decisive. After fighting with Su Yan, he immediately knew that with his current state, he was afraid that he would not be able to defeat Su Yan, and Su Yan would escape. However, he absolutely could not allow this to happen, so at this time, he directly summoned the dragon god. The powerful power of the dragon of destruction began to descend. At this time, the power that was summoned was far more powerful compared to when they were in the outside world. A terrifying dragon claw appeared above Su Yan's head and directly pressed down. It was unreasonable and overbearing to the extreme. This power was about to directly kill Su Yan. However, Su Yan was no longer the same as before. Now, he was a powerful sacred venerate. Unless the real dragon god descends, I will not be afraid. At this moment, Su Yan directly connected to the power of the small world, and in an instant, his power became even stronger. In the small world, the power of the Dark Ink Lotus burned directly. Dark Ink Lotus armor, appear. The Dark Ink Lotus was the object of the Dark War god, but it fell into Su Yan's small world and was suppressed by Su Yan with the revered sword soul. At the same time, it was refined day and night, and at this time, it had become Su Yan's treasure. When the Dark Ink Lotus armor appeared, Su Yan's aura changed. The power of darkness became even more intense. Sovereign of Darkness record, Dark Extinction. Su Yan used the Sovereign of Darkness record again, condensing it with the revered sword cannon as the core. It simply broke a rule and displayed an extremely powerful power of darkness. Chapter 1340. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Slaying the Dragon Emperor. Such a terrifying power directly clashed with the terrifying dragon claw of the Dragon of Destruction. Woo woo woo. Countless wails were heard. Those were the wails of the dragon's resentment. It was unknown how many remnant wills of the dragon race had gathered in this place. These remnant wills continued to gather at this time and finally turned into a terrifying dragon's resentment. If an ordinary existence had entered this place, they would have been torn apart by these powerful dragons' resentments. However, these dragons' resentments were nothing to Su Yan. Su Yan's strength had long exceeded imagination. His strength was too terrifying. At the sacred venerate level, he was invincible. At this time, even the power of the dragon god of destruction appeared. The will of the dragon god of destruction was so terrifying that it was unimaginable. Every time this will appeared, it was incomparably powerful. Back then, that power fell directly. If not for Su Yan's special means, he would have died long ago. The first time, Su Yan used the will of the great demonic dragon to fight against it. The second time, he used the power of the great demonic god lord. During those two times, Su Yan could not compare to this will at all. However, as time passed, Su Yan's improvement was too fast. This was the third time he met this will. This time, Su Yan would not rely on other forces to fight against the will of the dragon god. He wanted to defeat the dragon god with his own strength. At this moment, his aura suddenly swelled, and the violent power almost reached an unimaginable level. The terrifying power was endless. At this moment, the strongest power had reached the most terrifying peak. At that moment, the world was overshadowed. Endless power surged at this time, and the violent aura immediately reached the peak. Therefore, under this attack, all the dragon's resentment wailed. This was because even the will of the dragon god could not do anything to Su Yan. Dragon god of destruction, unless your true body descends, you can dream on if you want to defeat me with just a will. At this moment, Su Yan directly moved. The power of the Dark Ink Lotus directly emerged. At this moment, Su Yan was no longer the same as before. Fighting with the will of the dragon god gave him an indescribable sense of joy. Perhaps it was because the power from back then was too heavy for him. At this moment, the terrifying aura was still surging. The most terrifying power kept flashing at this moment. It was a kind of spiritual translation. Regardless of the dragon god of destruction, Su Yan at this moment, dragon god of destruction, because he had dared to face his will. His will. Even though this opponent was so terrifying, he didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. Instead, he defied the heavens and fought with him. The dragon's dragon god of Lins was the dragon god of death. At this moment, the dragon emperor dragon translation with dragon translation with dragon translation dragon translation dragon translation translation. The dragon god of death's will was comparable to that of a powerful dragon emperor. Together with Hilton, there were 2 Dragon Emperors. The combined power of the 7 Dragon Kings was comparable to that of a powerful Dragon Emperor. In this way, there were 3 Dragon Emperors. At this moment, Su Yan was facing 3 powerful Dragon Emperors. That was not all. At this moment, Su Yan still had to face the suppression of the Dragon's Tomb. However, Su Yan did not show the slightest bit of fear, nor did he have any intention of retreating. The dragon race is indeed powerful, but I won't back down. I'd like to see if you can kill me today. The Taiji sword directly floated beside Su Yan. At this moment, his power had reached its peak. At this moment, he was facing this terrifying power, but he did not back down at all. Dragon race, do you really think you can dominate the world? You're just a bunch of worms. At this moment, Su Yan directly mocked, leaving no mercy. In fact, they were enemies, so there was no meaning in leaving any mercy. At this moment, his power surged. Supreme Sword Teleportation. He shouted softly. In an instant, he disappeared from where he was. In the next moment, he was already in front of Hilton. Supreme Nirvana Slash. His power erupted once again. The terrifying power rushed out. Such an aura was simply terrifying. How dare you? At this moment, Hilton was infuriated. Su Yan's actions were clearly treating him as a pushover. However, what kind of existence was he? A powerful Dragon Emperor. Even if he was injured now, he should not be bullied by a mere human. Dragon Light Destruction. At this moment, he blasted out an attack. A terrifying power rolled out at this time, and the powerful aura had already reached the limit at this time. Endless power spiraled up at this moment. This was the most powerful attack. At this moment, all the power in the sky was condensing. Su Yan's gaze was constantly circling at this moment. I'm going to kill you. This was Su Yan's declaration. At this moment, there was no meaning in retreating. The only thing left was to kill the other party. At this moment, his power collided with Hilton's attack. The most terrifying power was constantly manifesting at this moment. At this moment, the terrifying power had reached its limit. At this moment, the gaze of darkness fell into the abyss. At this moment, the world seemed to have lost its shadow. However, at this moment, the 7 Dragon Kings and the Dragon Gods were struck at the same time. Their power was also extremely strong. Even Su Yan could not ignore them. Su Yan's infinite demon body rushed out at this moment, blocking the power of the 7 Dragon Kings. As for the Dragon God's will, Su Yan ignored it. Damn it! Dragon Emperor Hilton's attack was actually suppressed by Su Yan. However, Su Yan ignored the power of the Dragon God's will. He obviously wanted to exchange injury for injury. The body of the Dragon clan was supposed to be extremely strong, let alone a Dragon Emperor. However, Su Yan's body was even stronger. After being reborn in the Shadow World, his body had already reached a terrifying level. The power of the demon god's heart was directly integrated into his body. It was the same for the power of the ancestor Buter. Moreover, Su Yan's body was covered with the Black Lotus armor at this moment. Most importantly, Su Yan knew clearly that Dragon Emperor Hilton would definitely not exchange injury for injury with him at this moment. This was because there was an evil curse in his body. If he was not mistaken, the power of this curse came from the 9 underworlds. It was a terrifying power of death. Therefore, even the Dragon Emperor could not withstand such power. He had no choice but to use the Cloudy Mist skill to expel it. At this moment, Su Yan wanted to trigger the evil power in Hilton's body and kill him directly. Roar! The Dragon Emperor roared. However, he still chose to retreat at this moment. This was because if he did not retreat at this moment, his power would be directly shattered. At this moment, Su Yan's power sank again. The power of darkness sank into the shadows at this moment. The endless aura was constantly changing at this moment. An extremely terrifying power manifested at this moment. The aura of darkness had already begun to sink gradually. Fist of Darkness. After using the Supreme Nirvana Rend, Su Yan blasted out the Fist of Darkness again. He wanted to use the power of darkness to trigger the evil power. Ah! At this moment, the Dragon Emperor directly let out a painful roar. He barely blocked Su Yan's power. However, he could not completely block the Fist of Darkness after that. This allowed the power to directly rush into his body. Under the destruction of such power, he was on the verge of collapse. Even he could no longer endure such pain. In the end, the evil power was drawn out. At this moment, Su Yan opened his eyes. He immediately saw an extremely terrifying ghost face in the Dragon Emperor's body. It's actually a terrifying ghost. To be able to cause the Dragon Emperor so much pain, this ghost's strength was evident. However, this was a good thing for Su Yan at this moment. If the ghost's strength was not strong, Su Yan's current situation would be even more dangerous. At this moment, he directly used his power to overturn everything. Su Yan's power was constantly roaring. The terrifying attack had simply reached its peak at this moment. The light of darkness turned into the most terrifying smoke at this moment and suppressed directly. Such power was simply terrifying to the extreme. Endless light flashed at this moment. The most terrifying power between heaven and earth began to gradually disappear. Hilton, do you know that the moment you made a move on my lover, you were already destined to die? Su Yan did not have the slightest scruple. At this moment, he directly attacked to kill the Dragon Emperor. The Taiji sword released the most terrifying light at this moment. The power of darkness had already reached its peak. Boundless power continued to rise at this moment. The power of heaven and earth seemed to have been triggered by Su Yan's attack at this moment. No! Great Dragon God, save me! Hilton was originally not this weak. However, at this moment, the evil power in his body was triggered and immediately caused him unbearable pain. It was also at this moment that Su Yan directly attacked. Su Yan's power of darkness and the evil power seemed to be able to resonate with each other. To him, this was a complete disaster. It was really unimaginable that such a terrifying light would explode directly at this moment. All the power condensed at this moment and turned into the most terrifying light of destruction. Chapter 1341. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The descent of the Dragon God. Endless darkness continued to appear at this moment. The most terrifying light flickered continuously at this moment. In the blink of an eye, the Dragon Emperor had entered the most critical moment. He had no chance of turning the tables with his own strength. Therefore, he could only pray to the great Dragon God and hope that the powerful Dragon God could save him. The Dragon God did not disappoint him. Fortunately, the battlefield he chose was in the Dragon Tomb. The Dragon Tomb seemed to have an extremely powerful force that could communicate with the Dragon God very well. At this time, the power of the Dragon God of Destruction suddenly became stronger, and his will almost condensed into a physical body. Between the heavens and the earth, the most terrifying aura continued to spiral at this moment, like a whirlwind. The most terrifying power flickered at this time, and the endless light had reached its peak. Die! The Dragon God manifested to stop Su Yan. As expected, you are finally going to condense a physical body at this time. However, I have just said that unless you really come with your true body, you can't do anything to me. At this moment, Su Yan was so overbearing. Even in the face of this terrifying power, he was not willing to back down. His aura directly manifested at this time, and the powerful and terrifying power almost reached its peak at this moment. The boundless power turned into a terrifying whirlwind and directly hit his body. Sword of the Laws, kill. At this time, Su Yan directly unleashed his most powerful attack, the Sword of the Laws. The power of the laws of decay, the power of the laws of darkness, the laws of flame, the laws of ice. The power of the laws that Su Yan mastered constantly emerged at this time and then condensed to the extreme. As soon as this Sword of the Laws appeared, it was condensed to the extreme. At this moment, the boundless power was truly terrifying to the extreme. The aura of darkness rolled at this time. Boundless power appeared at this moment. The power of heaven and earth flashed at this time. The most terrifying power had begun to sentence the Dragon Emperor to death. After the dragon gods were condensed into a physical body, the power that blasted out directly hit Su Yan's body. However, Su Yan did not waver at all. He still slashed out his power and killed Dragon Emperor Hilton directly. No! Dragon Emperor Hilton let out his last cry before death. At this moment, the 7 Dragon Kings saw this scene and all of them felt their scalps go numb. That was the powerful Dragon Emperor. Back then, under his leadership, they even dared to scheme against the Godslayer sword. But at this moment, this mighty Dragon Emperor was actually killed by Su Yan. At this moment, the most terrifying light emerged from the Dragon Tomb, heading straight for Dragon Emperor Hilton's corpse. Legend has it that the Dragon Tomb has a miraculous power, and can even allow the powerful dragon race. However, since I have paid such a huge price Dragon Emperor Hilton, how can I let Dragon Emperor Hilton? At this moment, Su Yan immediately understood. It seemed that the powerful power was going to allow this terrifying Dragon Emperor to complete his reincarnation. However, Su Yan had taken the attack head-on and killed Dragon Emperor Hilton. How could he give him the chance to kill Dragon Emperor Hilton? After all, after taking the attack of the dragon gods, even Dragon Emperor Hilton had suffered serious injuries. Small world, collect. At this moment, Su Yan opened up his small world. A terrifying devouring power came and started to devour Dragon Emperor Hilton's soul and body. In this way, Dragon Emperor Hilton completely lost the possibility of being reincarnated. However, Su Yan was not satisfied with this. All the dragon's resentment, return to my small world. He shouted. At this moment, he wanted to devour all the dragon's resentment in this place. This was really daring. It was challenging the dragon race's bottom line. At the same time, his cloudy mist technique was activated to the extreme. The moment he stepped into the Saint Venerate, Su Yan's cloudy mist technique was the most powerful healing ability in this world. At this moment, a silent roar was heard. When the roar first appeared, it was like a muffled thunder. Such a terrifying power rolled in at this moment. The terrifying aura had reached an extreme level at this moment. The power of darkness had become incomparably dense. It was the most powerful power, and the endless power of destruction appeared. Speaking of the power of destruction, Su Yan had already comprehended the power of destruction from the Shura King, Lord of Destruction, when he was in the world of Shura. That was an extremely powerful and extreme power. However, compared to the power of destruction in front of him, the difference was too great. There was no comparison at all. Is it finally going to descend? Su Yan's eyes reflected an extremely terrifying light. It was also a high fighting spirit. Because he knew that at this time, the dragon god of destruction was finally going to descend. Even the Dragon King was an extremely precious existence to the dragon race. Not to mention, today, he had killed a dragon emperor. At this time, he was even going to devour the dragon's resentment in the dragon tomb. In this way, the great dragon of destruction was finally going to appear from the mysterious unknown place. Lowly human, you are provoking the dignity of the dragon god. Bolts of lightning appeared one after another. It was the most terrifying eternal lightning. The appearance of such power meant that the true body of the dragon of destruction was beginning to appear. At this time, Su Yan was incomparably solemn. He knew that he was about to face the most powerful opponent. The Dragon of Destruction. At this time, the dragon tomb began to tremble. All the dragon's resentment was boiling. At this time, the dragon's resentment was not fear. Now, the aura was surging. Between heaven and earth, the most powerful power had begun to condense to the extreme. If you want to kill me, let's see if you have the ability. At this time, all the power in the small world had been revealed. In the past, he would not have dared to show the power of the small world in front of such a terrifying existence. But at this time, he was no longer afraid. Because he was strong enough. The small world had become his fighting force. At this time, in the small world, the regal sword codex turned into a scorching sun. It directly released endless light, illuminating Su Yan's spirit. At this time, his power showed signs of increasing again. At this time, the Taiji sword had been completely burned and released by him. Are you also starting to boil? That Godslayer sword is said to have killed gods. In that case, we are not too far apart. So what if it's the dragon god? Just kill him. At this time, Su Yan was simply ferocious. Endless power was displayed at this time. The powerful power was simply inexhaustible. Heaven and earth were only separated by this boundary. The dragon god descended, and his powerful and terrifying eyes directly stared at Su Yan. Different from what he imagined, his body was not even huge, but he was the most perfect existence in this world, and also the most terrifying power. At this time, the power of destruction was constantly rolling. You killed my dragon clan, die. These simple words had already sentenced Su Yan to death. This was the incomparably overbearing dragon of destruction. At this time, Su Yan's entire body was incomparably heavy. It was as if he had just started cultivating, but he was carrying an unimaginable weight on his body. As expected, you are very powerful. At this time, Su Yan only realized the gap between him and the dragon god. The power of a god was indeed terrifying. Do you think you can fight against me just because you have become a holy sage? I remember you. I saw the power of that traitor in you. Do you know that you are too stupid? The dragon of destruction only spoke quietly, but every word seemed to have an extremely heavy pressure, making Su Yan feel as if he could not breathe. You shouldn't have forced me to come out ahead of time. Although coming out ahead of time is an enormous loss for me, and my power is unable to reach its peak, it is still too easy for me to kill you. At this time, he did not take Su Yan seriously at all. Such a powerful force directly suppressed Su Yan, and the power of destruction seemed to be eroding him at all times. This made Su Yan extremely painful. At this time, the 7 dragon kings directly prostrated themselves. They were powerful dragon kings, but they were also believers of the dragon god. Now, their great god had finally descended, which made the entire dragon clan extremely excited. This time, that traitor will not appear. I am not afraid to tell you that his resurrection plan has long been under our control. It is impossible for him to return to this world again. So now, you can go first. At this time, he gently waved his claws. The most terrifying power directly condensed at this moment. If this power fell, Su Yan would not be able to block it. Su Yan also knew this in his heart. However, at this time, a teasing voice was heard. Hee, kid, every time I see you, you are so embarrassed. TSK, tisk. When this voice appeared, the pressure on Su Yan's body became lighter. Then, the voice sounded again, you rotten old things, do you like to bully young people the most? This is too funny. However, Dragon of Destruction, do you really think you are invincible? At this moment, a force directly entered from the outside, and then broke through the powerful aura of the Dragon of Destruction. Then, it came to Su Yan's side. Yo, long time no see. Although you are embarrassed, you have become so powerful at this time. This is really surprising. Su Yan looked at the guy in front of him. Chapter 1342. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Even Su Yan, who had become a sacred venerate, was no match for the dragon god. The dragon god's power was terrifying. His aura flickered and suppressed Su Yan to the point where he could not breathe. If this continued, Su Yan might be killed today. After all, the power of a god was still too strong. However, things took a turn for the worse. The God-Slayer sword appeared. Back in the Shura realm, the God-Slayer sword had left as if it had something important to do. Now, it had finally returned. The current god-slaying sword was many times stronger than it was back then. That terrifying aura permeated the air at this moment, displaying his terrifying majesty. Even with the dragon god's aura suppressing it, it still managed to break through. The moment it appeared, the Dragon of Destruction's terrifying aura had been reduced by half. God-Slayer. At this moment, even the Dragon of Destruction revealed an extremely solemn aura. No one could ignore the God-Slayer sword, not even someone as powerful as him. That was because the God-Slayer sword was too terrifying. Its battle record was too glorious. Why was it called the God-Slayer sword? It was because it had once killed a god. Moreover, it was a powerful god that had merged with heaven's will. At this moment, the God-Slayer sword's power might not have fully recovered. However, as long as it existed, its deterrence could not be ignored. God-Slayer sword, could it be that you want to help that kid? The Dragon of Destruction asked directly. Naturally, he was wary of the God-Slayer sword. However, this fear did not reach the level of fear. After entering, Su Yan had acted so presumptuously and killed a powerful dragon emperor right in front of him. To the dragon clan, this was a huge loss. At this moment, the world had changed. The ambitions of the three dragon gods were about to be carried out. A dragon emperor's usefulness was immeasurable. However, it had been killed directly. God-Slayer chuckled and said, "Firstly, I really do want to help this kid. Secondly, I really do hate you, reptile." Deity-slaying sword's words were so overbearing that he didn't leave any room for negotiation. He had always been like this, powerful and domineering. At this moment, no matter how good-tempered the Dragon of Destruction was, it was impossible for him to compromise with the God-Slayer sword. Besides, he had never been a good-tempered person. At this time, Su Yan's power began to flicker. His aura landed directly on the God-Slayer sword. Back then, Su Yan had almost become the scabbard of the God-Slayer sword. No matter what, there was already a tacit understanding between the two parties. Not bad. You've already become a holy sovereign. You're qualified to fight alongside me. His words were filled with a strong sense of goodwill, and then his power directly rushed to the sky. At this moment, his power was displayed directly. The most violent power had reached an extremely terrifying level. At this time, the power of darkness surged, and an endless aura manifested. No need to talk nonsense, you reptile. Let's fight. If you have the ability, then kill me. The God-Slayer sword directly merged into Su Yan's body. At this moment, Su Yan's aura changed, and his will reached the most terrifying level. Such a berserk power was many times stronger than what he had displayed before. At this time, the terrifying aura continued to fluctuate. Arrogant. The Dragon of Destruction directly attacked. At this time, he would not give Su Yan any more chances. At this time, his power was displayed directly. Such power surged, and the power of destruction once again suppressed Su Yan. Utmost exalted, void. At this moment, Su Yan unleashed another attack. This was a power he had never used before, because in the past, Su Yan's strength was not enough to use this move. At this time, when he merged with the God-Slayer sword again, his power had broken a certain limit, and this move finally appeared. Such power surged, and the power of destruction dissipated under this attack. This place is too quiet. Let's go somewhere else. At this time, Su Yan directly used the Supreme Sword teleportation and went out of the dragon's tomb. Don't even think about escaping. The power of the Dragon of Destruction directly followed him. At this time, he would never let Su Yan escape. If Su Yan left the dragon's tomb and then went on a killing spree on Dragon Island, this was not what he wanted to see. This dragon's tomb was indeed an extremely mysterious place. After the power of the Dragon of Destruction was activated, a power directly emerged and wrapped Su Yan. Then, a cage began to appear. Since you're here, then don't leave. You'll die here. Also, Godslayer Sword, do you think you're still the Godslayer Sword in the hands of the Lord of Heaven? The Dragon of Destruction snorted coldly and then used all his power. At this time, his aura was extremely strong. Ha ha ha, worm, the three of you want to become immortal and even want to challenge the 5 great kings, but in the end, your vitality was greatly damaged by the younger generation of your own clan. At this time, you still dare to talk nonsense. What a joke. The Godslayer Sword directly counterattacked. Back then, the Dragon of Destruction, the Dragon of Eternity, and the Dragon of Time, the 3 dragon gods were extremely powerful. When they existed at the same time, it was almost the peak of the dragon clan. At that time, they even wanted to reverse the heavens and become the world will of the infinite world. However, the appearance of the great demonic dragon caught them off guard. Then, they were directly lost in the great battle. However, the 3 dragon gods were obviously unwilling to give up just like that, so they planned for many years. In fact, the Godslayer Sword actually knew that it was not time for the 3 dragon gods to appear at this time. Their plan was not completely successful. However, this time, Su Yan was so aggressive that the Dragon of Destruction had no choice but to appear. You 3 wretched old worms, do you really think that I don't know that you want to stop the great demonic dragon from reviving and then devour his origin? Ha, it's funny to say that this dragon tomb has actually become your private property. The powerful dragon souls of the entire dragon clan are buried in the dragon tomb. But you want to devour all of them and then reach the pinnacle of your strength. Why did the great demonic dragon go against you back then and even be regarded as a traitor by you? It was because he discovered your conspiracy. The Godslayer Sword was almost omniscient and directly said these things. At this time, Su Yan also finally understood why the great demonic dragon became a traitor of the dragon clan. In that case, it's not the great demonic dragon who betrayed us, but these 3 old guys, Su Yan said directly at this time. The great demonic dragon betrayed the 3 of them, but the 3 of them betrayed the entire dragon clan. However, the living dragon clan did not know this at all. Instead, they regarded the great demonic dragon as a traitor of the dragon clan. Even the black dragon was regarded as a disgrace by the dragon clan. You talk too much nonsense. We want to reverse the heavens and restore the glory of the dragon race. What's the point of sacrificing those dead undead? Even those living dragons should make sacrifices for the future. The dragon clan was really a selfish race. For the sake of their own ambitions, they did not even care about the lives of their own kind. Even in their words, they were so righteous. Ha, idiot, I just like to talk. Kill me if you can. The Godslayer Sword directly retorted. Then, Su Yan directly cooperated with the Godslayer Sword, and another force directly appeared. This sword was not aimed at the Dragon of Destruction. Instead, it rushed toward the 7 dragon kings. First, I'll kill these 7 little worms. Damn it, back then, they actually dared to scheme against me. The Godslayer Sword was obviously a person who held a grudge. Back then, he was schemed against by the 7 dragon kings, which was the greatest humiliation to him. A mere dragon emperor and 7 dragon kings had schemed against him. This made Godslayer lose face. At this moment, light flashed in his eyes. That most terrifying power had reached its peak at this time. Su Yan's murderous intent spread out and formed a visible network. Damn it, the Dragon of Destruction roared. The Dragon Emperor was already dead, and even his soul was taken into Su Yan's small world. He could not let this Dragon King die again. His power of destruction blocked the network directly, and then he shouted, "Leave this place." The Dragon clan was naturally extremely powerful, but it was not easy for them to grow. If the 7 Dragon Kings were killed by Su Yan and the Godslayer sword, it would have a huge impact on his plan. At this time, the 7 Dragon Kings were actually terrified. When facing other enemies, they were extremely powerful, high and mighty, and looked down on others as ants. However, at this time, Su Yan was stronger than them. This was the cruel reality. Therefore, at this time, they had become the prey. Now, in order to survive, they had to leave this place. Otherwise, in the battle between Su Yan and the Dragon of Destruction, they would only be a burden. Ha ha ha, you want to leave now? Su Yan laughed loudly, and his gaze fell directly on Brigadier. They were all old enemies, and at this time, there was no need to be polite. At this time, his power surged, and another sword aura appeared. Su Yan's strength was already very terrifying, and killing a Dragon King was no problem at all. At this time, the Godslayer sword and him merged, and his strength broke through the limit. Even a powerful Dragon of Destruction could not do anything. Therefore, the power of this sword was unimaginable. The speed of the sword aura was so fast that it had reached Brigadier's side in an instant. Block it. At this time, the Dragon of Destruction condensed the power of the Dragon Tomb and turned it into a light shield. Chapter 1343. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. However, at this moment, Su Yan laughed and said, "Old worm, I'll keep them alive for now. I'll come back another day." When the power of the Dragon's Tomb condensed into a shield of light, the suppression on Su Yan naturally weakened. At this moment, Su Yan directly turned the blade of his sword and slashed open a gap. He directly charged into the gap and left the Dragon's Tomb. Both Su Yan and the Godslayer sword knew very well that they were no match for the Godslayer sword at this moment, especially when they were in the Dragon's Tomb. This Dragon's Tomb had existed since time immemorial. It was definitely not just a place with commemorative meaning. During the battle just now, Su Yan and the Godslayer sword had actually already noticed that the terrifying will in this place was getting stronger and stronger. The terrifying aura almost drowned them directly. It was just that at that time, the feeling was still very shallow. Of course, it was not because the power in this place was insufficient, but because it was suppressed by the Dragon of Destruction. It wanted to erupt this terrifying power in an instant and deal a fatal blow to the two of them. The Dragon of Destruction could be said to be sinister. However, Su Yan and the Godslayer sword had both experienced countless battles and fought with many powerful existences. Therefore, they were extremely sensitive to danger. Damn it, Godslayer sword, you actually ran away at this time. How embarrassing. At this moment, his will directly descended, and the powerful aura of the Dragon of Destruction enveloped them. At the same time, his words directly pierced Su Yan and the Godslayer sword's hearts. Ha ha ha, old worm, you don't even feel embarrassed about sneaking up on the younger generation. What do I have to be afraid of? TSK TSK TSK, you piece of trash. If you have the ability, let's fight outside the Dragon's Tomb. The Godslayer sword responded to the Dragon of Destruction. The Godslayer sword's power was already extremely strong, but Su Yan felt that the Godslayer sword's skin was even more terrifying. His skin was so thick that it was unparalleled in the world. At this time, if the Dragon of Destruction wanted to use words to provoke the Godslayer sword, wouldn't it be a joke? Ha ha ha, after I get out, I'll capture the dragon descendants with the most potential and roast them. Not only that, I'll hold a dragon banquet so that everyone can eat dragon meat. Ha ha ha. The God-Slayer soared the Dragon of Chaos Island translation, the Dragon of Destruction translation, the God-Slayer swords words, but his words at this moment, the Dragon of Destruction was almost angered to death. At this moment, the dragons dragon translation of the dragon translation of dragon translation roar. 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 Roar, countless dragon roars resounded throughout the heavens and earth. Such a power was simply incomparably powerful. That terrifying power directly descended at this moment, and the most terrifying power gathered at this moment. At this time, the dark aura was extremely powerful. The endless power of light was constantly changing at this time, as if it had turned into a terrifying shadow. Such power could almost devour everything. The most powerful and special power was simply unimaginable. That terrifying aura continued to manifest at this time, turning into a terrifying shadow. Damn it, Su Yen, let's go quickly. After leaving the dragon's tomb, the God-Slayer sword saw this and immediately cursed. This dragon island is not simple. There is an unimaginable great power in it. Perhaps it was set up by the ancestral dragon of the dragon clan. The dragon's roar is to stimulate this kind of power. At this time, Su Yen still did not understand the meaning of the two words ancestral dragon. However, to be able to make the God-Slayer sword so nervous, this was obviously a very terrifying power. This time, the reason he came here was to save people. His goal had been achieved. In this case, leaving Dragon Island was not a big deal. Okay. At this time, Su Yan's regal sword teleportation reached its limit in an instant, and then flew to an extremely distant place. In fact, at this time, on Dragon Island, dense space defenses had been set up. At this time, space travel was almost impossible to use. However, at this time, Su Yan was using the regal sword teleportation, not the space escape technique. Although the regal sword teleportation was not a means of space travel, in short bursts, it was more terrifying than space travel. When they left the range of Dragon Island, the God-Slayer sword immediately began to observe Su Yan. Tisk, TSK, TSK. You're really amazing. I can't feel the layout of those guys on your body. You can actually break free from fate. You're really amazing. Originally, it thought that Su Yan could reach the peak of the Emperor realm. It even thought that Su Yan might have already fallen. Then, he became someone else's chess piece. However, it did not expect that Su Yan could change so much. Not only was he still alive, but he even broke free from its control and became a new person. It's just luck. I really did almost die. Su Yan smiled bitterly. His experience in the shadow world was indeed extremely dangerous. If there was the slightest mistake, he would have died completely. However, it was fortunate that he had managed to pull through. Moreover, he had profited from this disaster. He had managed to survive amidst death, allowing himself to reach an extremely terrifying level. At this time, Su Yan was simply unbelievably powerful. At this moment, Su Yan's strength was directly displayed. That frightening and terrifying strength seemed to have reached the pinnacle. The power of darkness and the Black Lotus battle armor began to fade. The power of the Dark War God. Damn, you really know how to provoke people. You even provoked that guy. The God-Slayer sword was shocked. Su Yan did not comment. A lot of trouble comes to me. However, since trouble has come to me, I won't be afraid. I'll just face it. Su Yan's answer was very calm. At this point, he was no longer the Su Yan of the past. Ha ha ha, that's right. But this time, that guy, the Dragon of Destruction, will probably be so angry that he's sick. Hee hee, it's really satisfying. I really want to go back and see his face at this time. The God-Slayer sword laughed, but then it said, Su Yan, don't underestimate the 3 dragon gods because of this. The dragon of destruction just now may have only displayed 70% of his strength at most. Su Yan raised his eyebrows. If the God-Slayer sword had not arrived at the critical moment, he probably would not have been a match for the other party. However, at this time, the God-Slayer sword said that the other party may have only displayed 70% of his strength. What kind of concept was this? Senior, did you just say that the 3 dragon gods are attacking the great demonic dragon? If it were not for the God-Slayer sword, Su Yan would not have known about the grudges of the dragon race at this time. Yes, as I said before, the 3 dragon gods are ambitious. They want to reverse the will of heaven and become eternal overlords, but their ambitions are huge, and their strength is insufficient. At the very least, they are not a match for the 5 lords of heaven. In order to make their strength reach the strongest level, they have the idea of using the dragon tomb. Almost all the pure-blooded dragons will return to the dragon tomb after death. This is not only a kind of spiritual sustenance, but also a way to use their dragon's soul to nourish the dragon tomb and continue the luck of the entire dragon race. The dragon race has existed for too long. Even I don't know how long it has been, so the power in it is almost unimaginable. Even if it were the 3 dragon gods, it would be impossible to extract all the power from it and absorb it into their own bodies. Therefore, they began to make secret arrangements. However, the great demonic dragon appeared out of nowhere. This guy is extremely talented, and he can even threaten the 3 dragon gods. He also knew the purpose of the 3 dragon gods, so he naturally became a thorn in their side. They wanted to kill the great demonic dragon, but they did not expect that the great demonic dragon's luck and strength were both heaven-defying. Not only did he not die, but he became more and more courageous as he fought. At this time, he can no longer be killed. The God-Slayer sword gloated, but at this time, Su Yan could feel the danger of the great demonic dragon. 1 dragon god was already so powerful, let alone 3 dragon gods. Senior, do you think we should help the great demonic dragon? At this time, Su Yan directly said. Now, he and the dragon race were complete enemies, and there was no room for negotiation between the 2 sides. Therefore, at this time, the enemy of one's enemy was one's friend. Moreover, he did have some karma with the great demonic dragon, so this was the perfect time to help. Are you sure you want to help the great demonic dragon? However, do you know where the great demonic dragon is? The God-Slayer sword asked directly. Su Yan was speechless for a moment. Indeed, although he knew that the great demonic dragon was returning from the netherworld, he did not know the exact location of the great demonic dragon. After all, the netherworld was also an extremely vast world. Even someone as powerful as him could not detect the existence of the netherworld. However, it is not impossible. Among the dragon race, there is an extremely great existence who can calculate the secrets of heaven. As long as you can get him to help, then you may be able to know the whereabouts of the great demonic dragon. The God-Slayer sword said directly. At this time, Su Yan's heart moved, and a name appeared in his mind. He immediately blurted out, Senior, are you talking about the Sky's secret elder? The God-Slayer sword said, Yes, it is the Sky's secret elder of the Sky's secret pavilion. This branch is really amazing. They also received the inheritance of the Lord of Heaven, and they are extremely powerful in calculating the secrets of heaven. If that guy can help, then this will not be a problem. Chapter 1344. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Back then, he had set up a great formation in the Heavenly Clouds sect. However, that great formation had still been broken. Only the most powerful people could break it. No matter how great the formation was, it was useless. Therefore, it was better to just let Yun Wanqing and the others suffer and live in Su Yan's small world. Fortunately, Su Yan's small world had evolved the power of the sun and the moon. Although it could not be compared to a real great world, it was enough to support the Heaven and Earth organization. Senior, you know where the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets is, right? Su Yan asked. The God-Slayer Sword chuckled and said, since I made this suggestion, of course I know where the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets is. Let's go, I'll show you the way. As soon as he finished speaking, a star chart appeared in Su Yan's knowledge sea. The Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets is actually there. Su Yan was also a little surprised. This place was extremely dangerous. Before the great changes in the 5 counties, this place was actually unknown and ignored by everyone. Later, when the spirit chi in the 5 counties changed, this place directly showed how terrifying it was. This place had a name, and that was the Great Maelstrom. The terrifying maelstrom was connected to the sky and contained unimaginable power. Such an aura was simply endless and immeasurable. When such power was displayed directly, it had a terrifying destructive power. Even sovereigns would die if they got close to it. And the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets was actually next to the Great Maelstrom. This was really hard to imagine. The Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets has existed for a very long time. It is the true inheritance of the Lord of Heaven. It would be strange if it didn't have such a method. The God-Slayer Sword smiled proudly, as if this was something that he was very proud of. The Heavenly Sage sect was the inheritance of the Lord of Heaven, and the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets was the inheritance of the Lord of Heaven. If he remembered correctly, the Demon Lord said that the Lord of Heaven used the God-Slayer Sword to kill Shuritiani. However, Su Yan did not ask about the God-Slayer Sword. Under the Regal Sword teleportation technique, distance was no longer a problem. In just a short period of time, Su Yan had already arrived in front of the whirlpool. The terrifying maelstrom was still blowing at this moment. That kind of heart-palpitating power was simply unimaginable. Such a terrifying aura was indescribable. This power continued to circulate, and the aura that was projected from it was simply endless. At this moment, the power of darkness continued to expand. The most terrifying power had reached an extreme level. As Su Yan stood in the middle of the whirlpool, he could feel the ferocious power slicing at his body, as though it was trying to tear him apart. However, at this moment, Su Yan was a powerful holy venerate. Those auras could not get close to him. It was at this time that a huge palace suddenly appeared beside the Great Maelstrom. There was an extremely majestic aura within the palace. It was majestic and vast. Vaguely, it did not lose out to the Dragon Island. As expected, it's still the same. At this moment, the God-Slayer Sword let out a sigh. It seemed to be lamenting the past. However, at this moment, an extremely terrifying thunderbolt suddenly brewed beside the maelstrom. What's going on? At this moment, the God-Slayer Sword and Su Yan's expressions changed. This power that suddenly appeared was simply too powerful and too terrifying. From the moment it condensed to the moment it fell, it took only a breath. Oh no, the Tianji Pavilion is in danger. Su Yan immediately realized that this power had descended to deal with the Tianji Pavilion. The power of such an attack almost surpassed the terrifying power of the Dragon of Destruction in the Dragon's Tomb. Su Yan wanted to stop this power from falling. Unfortunately, his power could not get close at all. Such an aura was simply terrifying to an indescribable degree. The thick aura directly soared into the sky, as if it wanted to destroy everything. Damn it! The God-Slayer Sword was also furious. It could be seen that it had special feelings for the Tianji Pavilion. The moment that thunderbolt fell, the God-Slayer Sword directly flew out from Su Yan's body. It reverted to its original form and directly slashed down with its terrifying sword. The powerful and terrifying impact rushed towards the thunderbolt. Such an attack was only able to offset a portion of the thunderbolt's power. More of the power continued to fall, directly attacking the Tianji Pavilion. At this moment, the Tianji Pavilion immediately became silent. The Tianji Pavilion, which was originally extremely glorious, was now in such a state. It was simply unimaginable. Damn it, who is it? Damn it. The God-Slayer sword was furious. It was once such a powerful and terrifying existence that it even killed the god of heaven's will of the world of Shura. However, at this moment, it did not even know who was attacking the Tianji Pavilion. It was simply furious to the extreme. If it found out who was attacking the Tianji Pavilion, it would not care about anything and would destroy everything. Senior, quickly go to the Tianji Pavilion. At this time, Su Yan directly rushed into the Tianji Pavilion. At this time, the huge Tianji Pavilion had been reduced to ruins, and black smoke was still constantly rising. Such power was truly terrifying. It could be seen that the Tianji Pavilion itself had an extremely terrifying formation, but at this time, it was directly destroyed. The power of one person was so strong. The Tianji Pavilion was empty, and there was no one inside. There was not even a breath of life. Su Yan quickly spread out his divine consciousness, but it was to no avail. However, just as he was about to give up, a thought radiated out. You guys have finally come. The appearance of this voice surprised both Su Yan and the God-Slayer sword. Tianji Z. The God-Slayer sword recognized this voice and directly went into the depths of the Tianji Pavilion. In the Tianji Pavilion, an old man was sitting cross-legged quietly. At least from the outside, Tianji Z should be safe and sound. Ha, you old thing are not dead yet. This is great. At this time, he almost laughed out loud. God-Slayer sword, I trust you have been well. The Tianji Elder and the God-Slayer sword were indeed acquaintances. I'm not dead yet, I'm not dead yet. The God-Slayer sword directly said. However, at this time, the Tianji Elder changed the topic. Unfortunately, I'm going to die. He seemed to be teasing the God-Slayer sword. The God-Slayer sword turned into its human form and said, You little old man, what nonsense are you talking about? He gently patted Tianji Z's body, but this pat made him stunned. At this time, Tianji Z's body had turned into nothingness. How can this be? At this time, he was really shocked. He actually did not notice that Tianji Z had changed so much. His whole body had turned into nothingness, and even his breath was gradually disappearing. I know the purpose of your visit. Indeed, the great demonic dragon is extremely important and cannot be allowed to die like this. So, this is the whereabouts of the great demonic dragon that I have divined for you. However, you must be careful, the 3 dragon gods are not to be trifled with. The Tianji Elder's voice became extremely weak, as if it would disappear at any time. Actually, from the day the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion came into existence, we were destined to face this calamity. Therefore, you don't have to feel sad. I'm going to follow Master. From the beginning to the end, he did not even glance at Su Yan. At the instant he finished saying those words, he disappeared. Then, the entire Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion also disappeared. No. At this moment, the god-slaying sword let out a terrifying roar. He couldn't imagine that an old friend of his would die just like this. Moreover, he died right in front of him. This was something he couldn't accept. Who is it? What kind of existence dares to kill the Tianji Elder? His killing intent was unparalleled. This was the God-Slayer sword, which had extremely strong and terrifying power. When his killing intent surged, even Su Yan could feel a chill. Senior, maybe we can ask someone. At this time, Su Yan sighed and said directly. The God-Slayer sword suddenly turned and said, Who? Ancient Demon Shrine, Black Tortoise Prime. Su Yan said a name directly. The Tianji Elder was said to be omniscient in his divination. Among the demon clan, there was also a great wise man, and that was the one from the ancient demon shrine. That's right. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. That old turtle is a guy who has existed since time immemorial. He's been around for even longer than the 3 dragon gods. He'll definitely know. Even as the two of them were talking, the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion had completely vanished. How can this be? Su Yan was surprised that such a huge building would disappear into thin air. Sigh, actually, you still don't understand. Knowing the secrets of the heavens is an extremely heaven-defying matter, so there has always been only one Tianji Z in the Tianji Pavilion. Those disciples of his are only his fantasies. Hearing the God-Slayer Sword's words, Su Yan's mouth twitched. Fantasies. In other words, it was to confuse the false with the real, to turn one's fantasies into reality. After so many years, no one could see through it. This showed how powerful this Tianji Z was. However, he still died under a bolt of lightning. However, Tianji Z, it's fine that you're dead, but you still told me the answer I wanted. That's why you're so kind. Hee, don't worry, I will definitely avenge you. At this time, the God-Slayer Sword's aura surged, appearing very terrifying. Su Yan, I have found almost all the fragments of my body, so I need your help. This time, he returned to the infinite world not only for revenge, but also for his own purpose. Senior, as long as I can help, I will definitely not refuse. The God-Slayer Sword said, I need to reforge my sword body, so I want you to reforge me. This is the fundamental purpose of my return. Chapter 1345. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. After the God-Slayer Sword was shattered, it was impossible for it to recover its combat strength. There was a saying that a broken mirror could not be restored. It was the same for swords. Right now, the God-slaying sword was already extremely powerful and terrifying. However, it was still not enough. To a true powerhouse, even the slightest imperfection was unacceptable and unacceptable. Therefore, he needed to reforge his own body. Senior, I'm afraid I'm not up to the task. Su Yan sighed. He also wanted to help the God-Slayer Sword. After all, the God-Slayer Sword had helped him a lot in the past. If it were not for the God-Slayer Sword's sudden appearance, he would have died. However, even though he had become a sacred venerate, he was still not qualified to refine the most powerful divine sword in history. He had already experienced the strength of the dragon god. There was still a huge gap between his strength and the dragon gods. However, the Lord of Heaven was a powerful existence that could suppress the dragon god. In this world, only a super expert like the Lord of Heaven could refine the God-Slayer Sword. Moreover, Su Yan speculated that even the Lord of Heaven could not refine it. No, Su Yan, you can do it. Of course, I'm not talking about now. You're not strong enough yet. You need to break through the sacred venerate realm and become a god. You should understand that you're different from all the experts in this world. You have the revered sword soul in your body. That's the true ultimate power of the world. The God-Slayer Sword said to Su Yan, that's another kind of ultimate power I've felt. Back then, I did want to refine you into a scabbard, but I didn't do so. It's not because I didn't want to, but because I didn't have the ability. I feel that the sword soul in your soul is an unimaginable supreme law. When he said this, his entire person revealed an incomparably dignified expression. Back then, the power that he had sensed was simply incomparably powerful and incomparable. Therefore, not only did he not kill Su Yan, but he also lived in Su Yan's sea of consciousness, observing and learning the power of the revered sword soul. Unfortunately, he was not Su Yan after all. The revered sword soul seemed to be extremely guarded against him, so what he could learn was extremely limited. However, even with that being the case, it was still extremely precious to him. This time, he was able to recover to such a level largely because of the regal sword soul. If it had not been for the Taishang sword spirit, it would have been difficult for him to do so. He had learned a new principle from the revered sword soul, which was why he had a new understanding. However, in the end, he still had his limitations, and that was that he was a divine sword and not a natural living being. However, it was not that he did not have a chance to improve. If he could recast it, he would be able to recover his past strength. However, to him, just recovering his past strength was not enough. He was extremely ambitious. What he wanted was to reach the most powerful realm and surpass his past self. Therefore, he placed all his hopes on Su Yan, because only Su Yan had the possibility of helping him surpass his past self. "Senior, if I can do it, I will definitely not refuse." Su Yan did not refuse, but he did not agree directly. After all, helping the Godslayer sword break through was not an easy task. Moreover, this also involved his foundation, which was the regal sword soul. At this point, the revered sword soul was almost his soul. Even if his pocket dimension was destroyed, he could not let his revered sword soul be affected in any way. Alright, this matter cannot be rushed. Let's talk about it in the future. However, at this time, let's go to the ancient demon shrine first. I hope that old tortoise knows what's good for him. Otherwise, I will not only kill him. At this moment, the Godslayer sword was filled with murderous intent. Tian Jizi's death was a great pain to him. In the past, the ancient demon shrine was a terrifying forbidden area because there were extremely powerful demons in this place. Not to mention others, the terrifying Black Tortoise Prime was already an extreme existence in this world. However, at this moment, Su Yan and the Godslayer sword had become one. Therefore, he had the courage and capital to take a risk. Moreover, they were not here to fight this time. They were just here to seek a result. Su Yan arrived outside the ancient demon shrine. The Godslayer sword was hidden in Su Yan's body. The ancient demon shrine was an ancient castle filled with vicissitudes. The power within was extremely strong, and there were rings of time. Powerful energy was constantly circulating. The terrifying power of light was simply unimaginable. Such a dense aura rose directly at this moment, as if it was going to soar into the sky. Indeed, every powerful force is not to be underestimated. Su Yan sighed in his heart. The reason why powerful forces could continue to prosper was related to the top experts. However, their inheritance was also extremely important. Only when powerful forces were continuously passed down could the incomparably ancient power continue to be passed down. Su Yan had already become a sacred venerate. Naturally, he was qualified to open up his strongest lineage. However, if he wanted to pass down the lineage of his own sect, it would definitely not be an easy task. It still required continuous effort and the accumulation of talents. At this moment, Su Yan released his consciousness. Junior Su Yan is here to pay a visit to Senior Black Tortoise. I would like to invite Senior Black Tortoise to meet me. Since he had a request, it was naturally impossible for him to sneak in like how he had entered Dragon Island. Instead, he asked for a meeting openly. In fact, strictly speaking, there was a connection between him and the ancient demon shrine. After the monster palace disappeared, it seemed to have been received by the ancient demon shrine. Back then, he had seen a disciple of the monster palace. It was a pity that the disciple seemed to have a deep hatred for him. He did not know if he was being manipulated. This time, Su Yan came here not only to ask the Black Tortoise for information, but also to see if his former brothers were safe and sound. All along, he had been thinking about their safety. However, at that time, Su Yan was no match for the ancient demon shrine. Even if he came here himself, he would have become a prisoner. At that time, the nine-headed demon snake was already so powerful and terrifying. Su Yan had to pay a heavy price to defeat it. The nine-headed demon snake was only one of the 9 great demon kings. It might even be the weakest one. It was obvious how powerful the ancient demon shrine was at that time. If Su Yan had come here at that time, he would have been killed immediately. Later, he entered the shadow world directly. It was not until he reversed life and death in the shadow world that he became a sacred venerate. His voice continued to spread. At that moment, a voice rose into the sky. Su Yan, long time no see. Su Yan was stunned, then a little happy. Rat Li. He recognized that it was Rat Li's voice. Back in the Monster Palace, Rat Li and his brother had a good relationship. They were also the first half-demons to get close to him. After so many years, he was very happy to see an old friend again. It's me. TSK, TSK, TSK. I didn't expect you to remember me. It's my honor. Rat Li's voice was very calm. It was completely different from how he used to be. Rat Li's personality was erratic, while his brother was much calmer. According to Su Yan's memory, Rat Li would never speak like that. No matter how slow Su Yan was, he could hear Rat Li's mockery towards him. Rat Li, what happened? Do you have some misunderstanding about me? Su Yan directly asked. He didn't like people speaking like this, especially when the speaker was his former brother. Ha, misunderstanding. No, I don't have any misunderstanding about you. What I want is to kill you. At that moment, he directly spoke. Within his words, a sinister intent was already revealed. This made Su Yan frown. He then asked, "Where's your brother and the others?" Logically speaking, if Rat Li was still alive, then the others should also be alive. Dong Qinghao and the others were his good friends who fought side by side with him. At this time, Shu Li asked, "Where are they?" "They're all dead. I killed them." He slowly said the last 5 words, as if he was recalling something interesting. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes suddenly emitted a ray of light. In an instant, he became incomparably cold. "Do you know what you're saying?" Su Yan's power had already slowly descended, suppressing Rat Li. Of course I know. I just killed a bunch of trash. Now, I'm going to send you on your way." In an instant, his figure disappeared. When he reappeared, there was already a terrifying aura rushing towards him. Such a light constantly circulated at this moment. Suddenly, a yellow storm appeared. This storm actually contained an incomparably terrifying poison. In an instant, Rat Li had become incomparably terrifying. An unimaginable bloodthirsty aura was directly transmitted from his body. This kind of power was simply incomparably terrifying. At this moment, a powerful dark power surged. The boundless power had already reached the most terrifying level. At this moment, the mysterious dark light directly imprisoned Su Yan. Immemorial demon technique, doomsday disaster. Shu Li let out a long hiss. In an instant, the entire ancient demon god temple responded to his power and began to boil. A powerful force directly suppressed Su Yan. No, what's happening? How can Rat Li have such powerful power? This is impossible. At this moment, Su Yan was really alarmed. Chapter 1346. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Logically speaking, it was impossible for him to reach such a height. However, his strength had reached such a terrifying level. The sudden attack made Su Yan feel extremely pressured. It was as if such a punch could kill him directly. How is this possible? Su Yan was extremely surprised. However, at this time, he directly blasted out a punch. The berserk power erupted to the extreme at this time. The terrifying power continued to attack and blocked Shu Li's punch. What surprised Su Yan was that he was actually at a disadvantage in this attack. This was simply unimaginable. He was still a sacred venerate. The 7 dragon kings were nothing in front of him. Even a dragon emperor would be killed by him directly. The one who could defeat him was a mighty existence like the destruction dragon god. His combat strength had reached a level where it was needless to say. However, Ratley actually made him retreat with a single punch. How terrifying was his combat strength! At this time, his aura spread out. His entire person had reached the most terrifying level. This kind of strength was simply unimaginable. How can your combat strength be so terrifying? Su Yan's expression became gloomier. This was not because Ratley's strength had reached such a level. Instead, it was because Ratley's strength had condensed an unimaginably terrifying aura. This kind of strength was simply unimaginable. A ray of light condensed directly at this time. This was the most powerful force that had reached an unimaginable level. The most terrifying force in the world was surging at this time. Everything was condensed directly at this time. It was so evil. No, it could already be called evil. How could he have reached such a level? Ratley, tell me. What have you experienced? Tell me quickly. Why have you become like this? Ratley was not like this in the past. He was full of righteousness at that time. He respected and loved his brother even more. However, Ratley was now filled with unimaginable evil. He seemed to be the source of evil in this world. His aura was extremely evil and powerful. It was as if this power alone was enough to destroy everything in its path. Even Su Yan felt extremely pressured when facing him. What have you experienced? Is there any meaning to it? Su Yan, I'm not afraid to tell you that right now. I'm the ruler of this world. My strength has already exceeded your imagination, so it's impossible for you to defeat me. At that very moment, his power continued to surge. That dense power was simply berserk to the extreme. Endless aura kept flickering. The power of the heavens and earth seemed to have fused at this time. Boy, be careful. There's something wrong with this guy. Even the Godslayer's sword was extremely solemn at this time. Obviously, even the Godslayer's sword was extremely afraid of the Ratley at this time. The current Ratley was simply terrifying. That endless sinful aura seemed to want to sink everything. Su Yan, long time no see. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Just as this voice sounded, an extremely terrifying power directly rushed towards Su Yan. It was the most terrifying killing light. The dense power was simply able to pierce through everything in this world. Such power surged at this time. The heavy power of darkness and light had reached the most terrifying level. Hydralisk. At this time, Su Yan immediately recognized the owner of this voice. It was a Hydralisk. Back then, the Hydralisk had become Duan Mulonghu's lackey and followed behind Duan Mulonghu. But after Duan Mulonghu appeared a few times, the Hydralisk had already disappeared. Su Yan never expected that the Hydralisk would appear at this time with such terrifying power. The attack just now was almost enough to threaten him, a sacred venerate. In just a few years, his strength had reached such a terrifying level. It was really unimaginable. At this time, Su Yan directly dodged the sword. At the same time, an extremely deep light shone out from his eyes. Su Yan's killing intent was boiling. I didn't expect to meet you again. After seeing the Hydralisk, how could Su Yan not know that everything in the ancient demon shrine, Ratley, and Duan Mulonghu could not be separated? Young master is really clever. He said that you would come here, and you really did come. However, young master has already said that even if you can come back alive from the shadow world, you will still die today. As he spoke, Ratley's evil power spread out and enveloped Su Yan. At this time, Ratley had actually joined forces with the Hydralisk. You actually joined forces with Duan Mulonghu. Then, it's true that you killed your brother and Dong Qinghao. Su Yan's face turned extremely cold. Some mistakes were absolutely unforgivable. No matter who the culprit was, they could not be forgiven. Yes, you're right. Not only that, he also killed everyone in the ancient demon shrine. The powerful ancient demon shrine has become history. Their lives have all become sacrifices for young master. In this world, only young master is qualified to rule the world and become the true Sky Emperor. The Hydralisk said directly. Su Yan's anger became even stronger, and at this moment, the Taiji sword was directly displayed. Duanmulonghu, you're really good. His every word had turned into an icy wind, filled with unimaginably terrifying cold power. At this time, his aura surged. The power of the sacred sage turned into sunlight, piercing through the darkness. Su Yan, you're really powerful. When I first met you, I should have killed you. The Hydralisk said directly. When he first met Su Yan, he was an expert in the dragon realm, and Su Yan was far from that. At this time, Su Yan said directly, you talk a lot of nonsense. At that time, you didn't have the ability to kill me at all. Now, you're still too far away. Regal sword teleportation. Su Yan disappeared into the horizon. In the next moment, a intense soared into the sky, and a terrifying power spiraled. Countless sword blades condensed into a terrifying whirlwind. At this time, Su Yan's first target was the Hydralisk. Ratley, protect me. The Hydralisk smiled coldly, then gave the order. Ratley actually obeyed his order and went to protect him. Su Yan's attack had just landed, but it was blocked by Ratley's terrifying power. You want to kill me? How is that possible? At this time, the Hydralisk was extremely proud. How is it? Being killed by your own brother, you must be very unhappy, right? But it doesn't matter, you're going to die soon anyway, so what if you're unhappy? At this moment, his power erupted directly at this moment. The aura of darkness descended at this moment. Endless light flashed, directly breaking through everything. The most dazzling light soared into the sky. At this time, the aura between heaven and earth had reached the most terrifying level. When this terrifying attack directly suppressed him, even Su Yan felt the most violent impact. He was almost unable to withstand it. His power constantly flickered, and the light and the darkness finally began to be annihilated under the impact of the endless power. At this time, the Hydralisk also directly attacked. This guy had always been a poisonous snake in the dark, just like his name. However, no one had expected that the assassin who could barely qualify as a second-rate in the Limitless Demon sect would become so powerful and terrifying today. This kind of power was simply unparalleled. At this time, his powerful power directly turned into a point, wanting to kill Su Yan. But at this time, how could Su Yan let him succeed so easily? I've been waiting for you. Su Yan sneered. In fact, when he attacked just now, he had already calculated that he would not succeed. But he still had a trick up his sleeve. Because at that time, Su Yan had already expected that when he and Ratley fought, the Hydralisk would not let go of the opportunity to assassinate him. And in his view, that was an opportunity that belonged to him. When this terrifying attack arrived, it was a chance for him to directly counterattack. Great Elder, bind. The Hydralisk's attack came close, but Su Yan's power directly roared out. The powerful and terrifying power turned into a long snake and suddenly imprisoned him. If I can't kill Ratley, then I'll kill you first. Su Yan was already infuriated by this guy hiding in the dark. So at this time, he would not give the other party such a chance. In just one blow, he would directly kill the other party. You! The Hydralisk obviously did not expect that after being surrounded by Ratley's evil power, Su Yan would still have the energy to counterattack. His power was extremely powerful, but it was also extremely extreme. After all, he was a guy who walked in the dark. Unpresentable thing, I'll let you die today. At this time, Su Yan directly surged his power. The power of the God-Slayer sword and the Taiji sword operated at the same time. In the next moment, the most terrifying power directly annihilated the opponent. At this time, the Hydralisk only had time to let out an extremely miserable roar. Then, his life came to an end at this moment. At this time, Su Yan's power revolved. The gate of the small world opened and directly collected the Hydralisk's essence, energy, and spirit. At this moment, Su Yan's gaze directly saw through everything. Chapter 1347. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation, Su Yan, do you like the gift I've prepared for you? Duanmu Longhu asked softly. He and Su Yan were separated by an unknown distance, but at this time, his voice was transmitted directly to him. Duanmu Longhu, you violated my taboo. Su Yan also transmitted his will. That's more fun, isn't it? I really didn't expect that after I threw you into the shadow world, you didn't die. Instead, it made you stronger. But that's fine. This way, I won't disappoint my old enemy. You and I will have a decisive battle in the end. So, before that, cherish your life. As his words fell, he suddenly clapped his hands, immediately severing the connection between the two. The Hydralisk was dead, but Su Yan's crisis was not over yet. Because at this time, he still had to face an extremely powerful existence, and that was Ratli. In terms of realm, Su Yan was not afraid, but Ratli's entire body was filled with the power of sin. That was an exceedingly terrifying power, with an unimaginable aura. The terror of this power was simply unimaginable. It could corrupt everything. Ratli, you still haven't come to your senses. Su Yan directly shouted, wanting to use his mental power to attack Ratli's soul. But at this time, Ratli's soul was already in chaos. Ha ha ha, come to my senses. I'm very clear-headed right now, Su Yan, don't you think I'm very powerful right now? His voice rumbled like thunder. Then, his body turned into an incomparably huge and terrifying rat. Damn it, how can I restrain it? Su Yan felt helpless. The biggest problem now was that he couldn't get close to Ratli. The power of sin could actually corrode his aura. If even Su Yan's power could be corroded, then what about others? This was truly the power of sin. It was incomparably powerful and terrifying. Su Yan, are you afraid? Ha, as expected, you'd better become my food. Don't worry, I'll let you die in pain. After all, we're good friends. I'll give you an unforgettable death. Ratli had completely lost his mind. At this time, Su Yan could only continuously dodge the attacks. Senior Godslayer, do you have any ideas? At this time, there was not much he could do. Translation. After all, this power was too evil. Sin was not easy. Was not even he could be easily. In fact, the Godslayer's Godslayer said power, is, the power, the Godslayer, is translation Slayer God translation. The is translation is translation is translation. Translation is translation is translation is is. And this was the best way to restrain this power. However, it was impossible for void beasts to exist in the 5 counties continent. This made things difficult. Ratli could not follow Su Yan into the void. In other words, even if they entered the void, they might not be able to meet a void beast, let alone a powerful void beast that could fight Ratli. Waha, I seem to hear Master teaching me. At this moment, an extremely arrogant voice was heard. It was the sea-splitting demonic snake. Sea-splitting demonic snake, you've reached such a level. Su Yan was shocked. The sea-splitting demonic snake was different from before. His body was not as big as before, but there were wings on his back. They looked like dragon wings. At the same time, his power had become extremely terrifying. He had reached the level of a holy master. Wrong, master. Please call me the sky-splitting dragon snake. At this time, he flapped his wings and flew directly over. Then, his body slammed into the body of the giant rat that Shuli had transformed into. The next moment, the terrifying power of sin spread directly toward his body. Be careful. Su Yan reminded him loudly. However, the sky-splitting dragon snake laughed and said, Be careful. Master, don't worry. It's impossible for a mere rat to defeat me. At this moment, the surface of his body flashed with a dark light. That was the power of the void. The power of the void. Su Yan was shocked. When he was in the void with Su Yan, the sea-splitting demonic snake had indeed devoured a young void beast. Therefore, his bloodline had improved and even evolved. However, evolution should not have allowed him to reach such a level. At this moment, the terrifying power released from his body was unimaginable. Such a violent aura kept fluctuating at this moment, as if the whole world was about to fall. How terrifying and powerful was this power? At this moment, all the auras and sins between the heavens and the earth had become extraordinarily silent. Guys, come out. Let our masters see our strength. At this moment, the sky-splitting dragon snake roared loudly. In the next moment, the Oriole appeared, followed by the double-winged sky tiger. Su Yan's 3 demonic beasts appeared at the same time. That was not all. At this moment, the bodies of the 3 demonic beasts were flashing with extremely powerful and intense power of the void. Master, don't worry. Leave this disobedient guy to us. At this moment, their power was reflected directly at this moment. The intense aura had reached its peak at this moment. Endless power was rolling at this moment. The most terrifying aura surrounded Ratley directly. At this moment, the 3 demonic beasts were surging with the terrifying power of the void beasts at the same time. This was simply unimaginable. Such a powerful and terrifying power kept rising at this moment. Previously, Ratley's power of sin was extremely terrifying. Even Su Yan had to retreat and not let this power touch him easily. But at this moment, the 3 demonic beasts appeared. Ratley was surrounded by the 3 demonic beasts and they kept attacking him. Sky-splitting dragon slash. At this moment, the sky-splitting dragon snake curled its tail and slashed down fiercely. Such power had reached the most terrifying level at this moment. The dark aura was silent at this moment. Sin turned into nothingness under the power of the void. At this moment, Su Yan directly released his aura. His divine consciousness penetrated into the ancient demon shrine. Senior, help me suppress it. I want to enter the ancient demon shrine. At this moment, the ancient demon god temple was filled with an incomparably strong power of sin. Even if the Godslayer sword was tainted by this power, it would definitely be tainted. The Godslayer sword was still hoping to defy the heavens and be reborn. If it was tainted by such power, it would be a great catastrophe for it. However, Su Yan's exalted power was barely able to resist this terrifying aura. Alright. At this moment, although the 3 demonic beasts had the upper hand, they did need a power to suppress the situation. After all, Ratley was under the control of Duan Wulonghu. Duan Wulonghu was simply too terrifying. It was not impossible for him to have set up some sort of backup plan. Su Yan went straight into the ancient demon shrine. At this moment, the ancient demon shrine had become a land of death. This place that Su Yan was afraid of, the holy land of the demon clan, was now in such a miserable state. It had to be said that Duan Wulonghu's means were terrifying. This guy seemed to be everywhere. It was as if he had set up traps everywhere. The ancient demon shrine had existed for such a long time, but this time, it had fallen, and lost so miserably. There was nothing left in this place. Su Yan saw the powerful demon gods. They had the most terrifying strength, but at this moment, their auras were weak. Clearly, they were dead. Su Yan walked step by step. The most terrifying dark power was endless, and the densest aura was revealed at this moment. The sky, the earth, and everything was surging at this moment, trying to pull Su Yan into the abyss of darkness. However, Su Yan's grand supreme power burst out, and the dense dark power was dispersed. Could it be that there's really nothing here that refuses to obey? The more Su Yan walked in, the more shocked he was. The aura here was simply incomparably terrifying. Endless power surged at this moment. The most terrifying and violent aura was also changing at this moment. The ancient demon god's hall was indeed very majestic. The power it contained made Su Yan extremely fearful. But at this moment, these mighty forces had fallen into complete oblivion. In the face of darkness, even the most powerful forces began to perish. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Su Yan kept telling himself that there must be something alive in this place. Finally, he came to the end of the ancient demon shrine. There was a huge pit here, and the most terrifying power was spreading in the pit. Such a violent and terrifying aura rolled out at this moment. The power roared continuously at this moment, almost like the roar of an angry dragon. What a terrifying power fluctuation. This shows how terrifying the battle that took place here was. Just the traces of the battle were enough to show how terrifying the battle had been. That's not right. Duanwulonghu is strong, but his strength can't have reached this level. At this moment, Su Yan realized that something was wrong. This place was related to Duanwulonghu, but it definitely wasn't Duanwulonghu's power that had caused the ancient demon shrine to sink. Chapter 1348. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Just then, an aged voice sounded from the deep pit. Beloved of fate, you've finally arrived. In the dark pit, apart from the terrifying destructive power, there was nothing left. However, at this moment, an extremely weak aura appeared. This aura had completely merged from nothingness, and its power was constantly changing and condensing. The aura of the mountains and seas flickered. Such a radiance finally condensed. Su Yan was very familiar with this image. It was the Black Tortoise. The Black Tortoise Prime was one of the strongest existences. Even the Godslayer sword had said that he was terrifying. However, his aura was extremely weak at this moment. The most terrifying evil is coming. The light of darkness of the Wuji realm will appear. Whether or not we can restore the light of this world depends on you. Be careful of the. He was truly extremely weak. At this moment, he actually stopped speaking. He did not even utter the last word. Su Yan frowned slightly. Be careful of the last few words made him feel extremely uneasy. The shadow of the black tortoise disappeared and turned into a tortoise shell. That was the last remnant of the black tortoise. Senior, please enter my mini-world and rest in peace. Su Yan unleashed his power. Unknowingly, his power had already wrapped around the aura of the black tortoise. All the power between the sky and the earth had been condensed to the extreme. That kind of terrifying power had reached a terrifying level at this time. The power of darkness spiraled continuously. It seemed to have sensed Su Yan's mini-world and was about to invade it. What an all-pervasive power of sin. Su Yan flipped his palm and an aura rushed out, immediately dissipating the power. At this moment, Yun Wanqing and the others were in his mini-world. Therefore, no matter what, he could not let this power affect his surroundings. However, at least he had gained something from coming here, even if it was just an incomplete sentence. Since I've already sunk into sin, there's no longer any meaning for this place to exist. Since that's the case, let's just disappear. At this moment, Su Yan's power erupted. It was the supreme nirvanic rend. At this moment, the power of this attack had reached the pinnacle. The most violent power of the sword chi rose directly. Such power of the sword chi directly shattered everything. The entire ancient demon god temple began to crumble at this moment. Endless crushing power spread out, and the most terrifying power had completely dissipated. With the destruction of the ancient Fey god temple, the power of sin seemed to be directly devoured. But at that moment, Su Yan suddenly realized that he was being watched by a pair of terrifying eyes. Under this eye, an extremely mysterious and powerful force suddenly emerged. This force slowly came at this time, almost unimaginable. At this moment, the endless power surged out and immediately surrounded Su Yan. At this moment, even someone as powerful as Su Yan had no power to resist at all. That ray of light directly took Su Yan and completely disappeared. At this moment, everything was still collapsing. What should have sunk had completely dissipated. The thing that appeared at this place was still continuing. The collapse of the ancient demon god temple was not reversed, but Su Yan's aura had completely disappeared. After a while, Su Yan finally opened his eyes. An extremely dazzling ray of light fell directly. Such a dazzling ray of light was simply unimaginable. He suddenly realized that he was in a place that was completely different from the rest. This place did not seem to belong to this spacetime, but existed in another dimension. Su Yan looked around and suddenly realized that there was a pair of eyes staring straight at him. That gaze seemed to have the most terrifying power. It made Su Yan's heart tremble slightly. "Who are you?" Su Yan asked directly. He could feel that the owner of this gaze was powerful and terrifying. However, this existence did not make a move at this moment. This meant that he still had good intentions towards Yifutian. Demon God. These two words were not loud, but they rang directly in Su Yan's heart. Su Yan was shocked. An existence that could become a god was definitely unimaginable. There was no need to elaborate on the strength of the demon race. In the operation of heaven and earth, they played an extremely important role and played a vital role. However, Su Yan also knew that this time, the ancient demon god temple had fallen into Duan Wulonghu's trap and fallen. This meant that the fate of the demon race had come to an end. This powerful race was finally going to decline at this time. The fate of our race has finally come to an end. The demon god's voice rang out. However, at this moment, he did not sound regretful at all. Instead, he was calm. "Senior, I'm afraid you already knew all this. Since you knew, why didn't you make a move?" Su Yan believed that with the strength of the demon god, he could definitely turn the situation around. How can a deity who has already passed away be qualified to make a move? In fact, I had already predicted today's situation a long time ago. The great luck of the demon clan was cut off today, and the next to face the crisis was the infinite world. In fact, the luck of the living beings in this world is connected, and they are of the same origin. If the infinite world can survive this disaster, then our demon clan can rise again against the heavens. But if we fail, then what difference does it make whether the luck is there or not? "Senior, you asked me to come here. I'm afraid you have something to tell me." Su Yan went straight to the point. Since the demon god had already fallen, his power naturally could not defy the heavens and earth. If he really had such power, Su Yan believed that he would definitely not have allowed today's events to happen. Since he had summoned him to this place, it meant that he had something to tell him. He did not believe that the demon god was so bored that he just wanted to see him. "You're right." At this moment, a few rays of light suddenly appeared in front of Su Yan. This is the power of the white tiger and the power of the vermilion bird. I can already see that your small world is using the power of the 4 divine beasts to open up the mysteries of heaven and earth. Only by obtaining the power of the 4 divine beasts can your small world advance further. Su Yan did not stand on ceremony and accepted it directly. He could not refuse this at all. The things given by the demon god were too important to him. In this way, with the 4 divine beasts gathered, your power is also guaranteed. However, this is still not enough. The demon god spoke again. Su Yan said, "Senior, please give me some pointers." The demon god said, "Perhaps you feel that you are the child of destiny and are entangled by fate, but in fact, you are an anomaly that can break all the patterns. It is also because of this that you are the key to this catastrophe. I can no longer do anything, so I will directly tell you my path to becoming a god. As for what I want you to do, that is to preserve the fate of the demon race. I know that you have 3 demonic beasts, and they can be the kings of the demon race." The demon god had summoned Su Yan here in hopes that Su Yan could preserve the demon race and not let the demon race completely decline. Without the ancient demon god temple, the demon race would be leaderless. In this battle, they would most likely be in disarray and suffer heavy losses. He knew that this situation could not be changed, but he hoped that if the infinite world could survive this, Su Yan could reverse the fate of the demon race and let his 3 demonic beasts become the kings of the demon race. Although it was impossible to restore the glory of the ancient demon god temple, it could preserve the last bit of dignity of the demon race. Su Yan did not hesitate and directly said, "Okay." The current situation was extremely dangerous, and Su Yan could not afford to have any doubts. At this time, he could only agree to many things. Moreover, he could not refuse this condition. After all, it was to let his demonic beasts become first-class experts. And after obtaining the power of the 4 divine beasts, Su Yan's pocket dimension could become complete. At this time, Su Yan had already guessed one thing, and that was that there must be an extremely terrifying existence supporting Duanwulonghu. When time changed, there was an extremely small fragment, and that was that an extremely terrifying dark power suddenly appeared in the ancient demon god temple. That power rushed into the ancient demon god temple. In an instant, all the restrictions in the ancient demon god temple were activated. At this time, the power that erupted was even more terrifying than the terrifying attack of the destruction dragon god in the dragon's tomb. Frankly speaking, even if Su Yan and the Godslayer sword combined their powers and used all their strength, it would be impossible to block this attack. However, such an attack was directly blocked by him. No, this was no longer as simple as being blocked. In fact, this attack was directly annihilated, because an even more powerful force appeared. That most terrifying force directly swallowed everything completely. At this moment, all the defenses of the ancient demon god temple were shattered. Such an attack was simply unbelievably powerful. The most terrifying power was churning unceasingly at this moment. Such a terrifying power was constantly manifesting, and the most terrifying aura directly descended at this moment. That violent and terrifying power directly devoured everything. Under this power, it was as if all existence was meaningless. What kind of terrifying power was this? However, this also allowed Su Yan to see the essence of that power clearly. It's that terrifying existence. At this moment, Su Yan was very sure that the power that destroyed the ancient demon god temple was the most terrifying will of the demonic world. If it was such a terrifying existence, then Su Yan could understand why such a powerful ancient demon god temple would collapse in a single night. It was because the power of that existence was truly heaven-defying. "Oh no, get out of here quickly." At this moment, the demon god exclaimed. This was because at this moment, the terrifying power that clearly existed in the memories broke through the restraints and swept towards Su Yan. Su Yan was extremely shocked. This was already beyond his imagination. This power seemed to have broken the rules of spacetime, and then directly attacked him. "Hand over your life." This voice was so cold, and just the voice alone seemed to have performed the laws of ice to the extreme. Chapter 1349. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The two forces clashed fiercely. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Su Yan was shocked when he saw the two forces clashing. However, he was no longer the same person as before. He was now strong enough to interfere in such a battle. Supreme Annihilation Slash. His power condensed and a powerful sword intent took shape in an instant. The powerful aura pierced into the evil and darkness. The power suddenly bloomed. It was so dense that it wanted to break through everything. Su Yan's power and the demon god's power joined forces and finally suppressed the dark power. However, at this moment, an evil laughter rang out. Ha ha ha, Su Yan, you won't be able to escape. I will definitely devour you. The devil monarch is already dead, no one can save you now. His words had an unimaginably deep aura that stimulated Su Yan's mind. At this moment, he was a god that could dominate everything. Su Yan felt like he was a broken boat in the middle of a huge wave. He could be destroyed at any moment. The power just now was against the combination of the demon god and himself. But at this moment, that power actually shattered everything and directly pierced towards his sea of consciousness. What terrified Su Yan even more was that in the past, whenever his sea of consciousness was involved, Su Yan would launch the most intense and crazy counterattack. However, at this moment, Su Yan's power was suppressed. How is this possible? Supreme Sword Soul, wake up. At this moment, he shouted angrily and the small world shook. However, after shaking for a while, the power was extinguished. It was as if it could not break free from the shackles. Kiki, it's useless. Your power is not perfect. How can you resist my power? At this moment, the power became even more intense. The terrifying and evil aura directly condensed into a long needle at this moment, wanting to pierce through everything. Even the source of the small world seemed to want to be destroyed directly. However, at this moment, a cold snort sounded. You attacked him before I even died. You seem to be happy too early. That was the voice of the island master of the divine devil island, the devil monarch. The demon lord had suddenly appeared at this time. As such power descended, the most terrifying light turned into a palm and blasted down. This power seemed to have a great restraining effect on the evil aura. With just one blow, the power dissipated. At this moment, that evil voice rang out once more, Devil Lord, to think that you are still alive at this moment. How interesting. It's just that the current you is destined to find it hard to reverse the situation. Back then, you were the one who single-handedly created this calamity. Now, you want to make up for it, turning from a devil to a saint. Do you think that's possible? Even though the power had been repelled by the demonic art, the evil existence didn't seem to care at all, as though everything was under his control. Moreover, just from the conversation between the two of them, some information could be gleaned. At the very least, he and the devil monarch were old acquaintances. As for the relationship between them, it was unknown. However, in any case, he was still repelled this time. However, at this moment, Su Yan didn't have the slightest bit of joy. Instead, he became even more solemn. This guy's strength was beyond his expectations. At this moment, the God-Slayer sword's panicked voice suddenly sounded. Su Yan, are you done? Quick, there's a big problem here. Su Yan's heart trembled. He had never heard the God-Slayer sword so panicked. One had to know that even when the God-Slayer sword was schemed against by the Seven Dragon King, it wasn't like this. I have passed on everything to you, and from now on, I will completely disappear. As someone who is about to completely disappear, I hope that you can work hard for this world. Even if it's just for a certain memory of the past, you must not let this world fall. The demon Immortal, who was once an expert, had completely fallen. At this moment, Ratley had undergone a huge change. Originally, he had been suppressed by Su Yan's 3 demonic beasts and seemed unable to resist. However, at this moment, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly appeared from his body. Within his body, a petal actually bloomed. That petal had an indescribable beauty, but the power within it was frightening. It was the most terrifying evil in this world. It was as if as long as that petal existed, everything in this world would be completely annihilated. Such a terrifying power was surging at this moment. The dense aura was simply unimaginable. The radiance of the sky and earth seemed to be swallowed by this petal at this moment. Another moment passed, and the light of the sun gradually dimmed. The world was about to be swallowed by darkness. Su Yan left the ancient demon shrine. He witnessed such a change and was extremely shocked. He knew that the calamity had finally arrived. Such a terrifying power descended directly, as though it was going to swallow the entire world. That's the flower of sin. You can't stop it. Hurry up and leave. The demon lord's voice sounded at this moment. Su Yan was also shocked. This was the first time he had heard this term. However, the moment he heard this term, he knew that it was an extremely terrifying power. An endless amount of power surged at this moment. Ratley's body directly materialized at this moment, turning into the flower of sin. His entire body seemed to be changing. The most terrifying aura had almost turned into an endless amount of sin. The 3 demonic beasts near him originally had the power of the void. However, at this moment, they were swallowed up directly, without even a chance to struggle. The power of darkness was endless. Such an aura covered the sky and covered the sun. At this moment, Su Yan still wanted to rescue the 3 demonic beasts. However, at this moment, a powerful force came from the sky. That was the power of the demon lord. Leave this place. Otherwise, not only will you not be able to rescue them, but you will also be drowned by this power. His voice sounded, not allowing any objection. Although Su Yan's current level was very high, he was still unable to resist this power. No, I can't abandon my companions. At this moment, a power suddenly erupted from Su Yan's body, directly resisting the power of the demon lord. At this moment, no matter what, he couldn't abandon his companions. His 3 demonic beasts were here to help him in this battle. Not only the 3 demonic beasts, but also the Godslayer's sword. At this moment, the flower of sin bloomed and was going to swallow the entire world. However, he left at this most critical moment. Su Yan would never forgive himself. However, in merely a single second, the power emitted by the sin and sin glory grew even denser. Even Su Yan himself could feel how terrifying this power was. It seemed that in the next moment, he would also sink into it. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded, "Heaven and earth, with the boundless laws, freeze all things. The flower of sin shall not bloom." When that voice appeared, Su Yan's entire body froze. How could he forget this voice? It was the voice of the person he loved the most, Chu Linger. Ever since Su Yan left Heartless Island, he didn't know how long it had been since he last saw her. However, at this moment, she appeared. Her power directly descended like a heavenly sword. This power directly pierced into the flower of sin. At this moment, the terrifying power of sin could no longer bloom. "Su Yan, I'm here. You go with the demon lord." Chu Linger's voice sounded in Su Yan's ears. Su Yan still couldn't believe it. Not long ago, the person who needed his protection the most had come to help him directly. "Su Yan, you have to remember that you are the last hope. I have already communicated with the Heavenly Tao and become the heart of the Heavenly Tao. The flower of sin is the eternal source of sin. It's not just in the infinite world, but also in the Shura world, the shadow world, and all the other worlds. Su Yen was stunned. He hadn't expected things to come to this point. However, at this moment, he cast aside all his hesitation and followed the power of the Demon Lord. In the next moment, he appeared on the Demon Lord's Divine Demon Island. At this moment, the entire Divine Demon Island had turned into a huge Divine Demon diagram. Su Yen, I have to tell you that all sins originated from me. Therefore, I am the Demon Lord. Su Yen didn't understand. At this moment, the Demon Lord said. Back then, when the chaos was created, the Chaos Demon God wreaked havoc. In the end, many worlds were created. Among them, the Shura world, the Shadow world, and other worlds were incomplete worlds. We were afraid that the infinite world would be the same. Therefore, we created the Land of Five Lords and condensed the power of the five elements. The Land of Five Lords was formed and entered the infinite world to oppose the 9 states. Under their joint efforts, the infinite world was indeed a combination of yin and yang. The two worlds started to operate with the 2 continents as the 2 poles. However, later on, they discovered that after forcefully reversing yin and yang, a brand new force appeared. It was the demon. The word demon seemed to be born to defy everything. That force started to engulf everything. At that time, the island master of Divine Demon Island was the first to come into contact with this force. He turned himself into a demon. From then on, he became the Demon Lord. At that time, he couldn't control himself. At that time, the Fiery Lord and the Nether Lord had already gone to open up the world. Only the Heavenly Lord, the Sage, and the Demon Lord were left. The Heavenly Lord was severely injured from killing the Shura god. He was defeated by the Demon Lord and disappeared without a trace. Only the Holy Lord and the Demon Lord fought. In the end, the Demon Lord was defeated. At that time, the Demon Lord should have died. However, the Holy Lord couldn't bear to see the Demon Lord die. He sealed the Demon Lord's terrifying demonic power in the demon world. In order to purify the power of the demon world, he went deep into it. Actually, the powerful creature in the demon world is the Holy Lord. However, it is a Holy Lord who has been completely infected by the demonic power. Is that so? Su Yen was shocked. He didn't know about this karma. At this time, the Demon Lord continued, what you don't know is not only this. In fact, whether it is Duanmulonghu, the ghost killer, or the god of the shadow world, they are all reincarnations of the Holy Lord. His goal is to merge the infinite world and all the other worlds at the same time and create a new chaotic world. That is because chaos and destruction are the essence of the Demon Lord. But, if that is the case, what should I do? At this time, Su Yen was completely shocked. While they were talking, the power of the flower of sin had begun to spread. Such an aura was extremely terrifying. The world of Shura, the shadow world, and the 9 states were all infiltrated. At this time, the infinite world should have been stabilized by Chu Linger's power of the heavenly way. However, in the next moment, it was also on the verge of collapse. Here, an extremely dark power appeared, and a terrifying aura filled the air. It was a powerful force in the deepest part of the Boundless Demon Sect. I, Yu Quan of the Boundless Demon Sect, have returned. At this time, his power was constantly rising. The powerful force directly attacked the power of the heavenly way. At the same time, in the Stupa sect of the 5 prefectures, a ray of light suddenly rushed out. I, Ancestor Stupa, have returned. These 2 forces were like heavenly pillars, running rampant in the sky. Even the power of the heavenly way was directly reversed. At this time, the people of the Stupa sect began to roar in pain. Their life force was directly sucked dry. It was the same for the people of the Boundless Demon Sect. You see, that Yu Quan is actually the great demon Heaven Lord. He has always been alive, and the same is true for Ancestor Stupa. I have already calculated that they are the power of yin and yang of the Holy Sage. The Holy Sage has completely lost himself, even more so than I was back then. Now, he only wants to merge the entire world. At this time, the infinite world was trembling greatly. This was because at this time, whether it was the world of Shura, the shadow world, or even the demonic world, they were all moving closer to the infinite world. Just as the Demon King had said, this guy's ultimate goal was not to destroy the infinite world, but to merge all the worlds together. Then, he would destroy everything and return it to chaos. Then what should I do? At this time, Su Yan asked directly. At this time, even he felt powerless. He had become a sacred venerate, but the changes at this time were beyond the control of a sacred venerate. However, at this time, another voice sounded. Gather all the power, condense the majesty of the Lord of Heaven, and cut off everything. When Su Yan heard this voice, he was immediately shocked because it was the voice of the great demonic dragon. Senior. At this time, the great demonic dragon appeared here. No need to be surprised. That guy has been planning for so long, and we have done nothing. Now, I will sacrifice all the power and integrate it into your body. Senior, why did you choose me? Su Yan asked directly. In fact, he already had a vague answer in his heart. At this time, another voice sounded. It was Zhang Zhe's voice. At this time, Zhang Zhe appeared directly. His cultivation of swordsmanship had disappeared without a trace, and his whole body was filled with unimaginable flame power. Actually, you already have the answer, because you are the Lord of Heaven. Back then, the Lord of Heaven was seriously injured, but he did not die. Instead, he left this dimensional world and appeared in another place. He wanted to find an extreme power that could completely eliminate the power of the devil. The Lord of Heaven was more farsighted than anyone else. He still predicted that the terrifying power of the devil would definitely make a comeback, and it would be unstoppable. That's right. Now, we will gather the power of the four great kings and integrate it into your body. At this time, the great demonic dragon had already killed Rosen and became the real Nether King. As for Zhang Zhe, he inherited the power of the Flame King and became the Inferno King. In addition to the power of the demonic king, the power of the four great kings was combined. In an instant, the regal sword soul was directly awakened. The terrifying power was completely awakened at this time. Endless aura manifested at this time, and everything had reached an unbelievable level. At this moment, Su Yan had experienced an endless amount of vicissitudes. Everything was awakened in his heart. At this time, the voice of the woman in red from the Shura realm sounded, Su Yan, go. Senior Sister Lin. How could Su Yan forget the woman in red? She was the woman he loved the most after coming to this world. She was Lin Hualu. At the next moment, Fang Yueshan's voice sounded, my shadow origin, take it. At this moment, all the power began to pour into Su Yan. At this time, Duanmu Longhu had slowly reached the center of the world. Whether it was Yu Quan or Ancestor Buter, their auras were all condensing into his body. Because at this time, he was the true son of Sin. This chaotic world will fall under my power. Return to the embrace of chaos and destruction. Sin is where everything belongs. His power erupted, and Chu Linger's power could no longer support it. The power of the heavenly path had begun to be devoured bit by bit. However, at this time, Su Yan opened his eyes. Sin will eventually be eliminated. The world is united, and the lives of all things will not wither. Instead, it will be better. His voice was like thunder and lightning. Wherever his voice passed, the power of evil was directly dissipated. Godslayer sword, I promised you that I would refine you. Come. At this time, Su Yan's regal sword spirit appeared between heaven and earth. The regal sword spirit had absorbed all the power and was unbelievably powerful. Then, Su Yen suddenly grabbed, and the Taiji divine sword rushed into the sky. In the next moment, all 10 divine swords flew into the sky and merged with it. At this time, the terrifying power was constantly changing. Heaven and earth are one, but the world should not return to chaos. I, as the Lord of Heaven, condense the ancient God's sword and set the laws of heaven and earth. At this time, Su Yen had gathered all the power. He had reached a terrifying level and established an immortal existence. The ancient God's sword fell directly, and the terrifying power of sin was directly dissolved. At this moment, Duan Mulonghu was in extreme pain. Within his body, countless faces began to flash. It was as if he was struggling bitterly to break free from the power of the ancient God's sword. But in the end, everything was destroyed. Under the ancient God's sword, heaven and earth were finally fixed again. The terrifying power had already divided everything. The rules were remade. Chapter 1350. The Eternal Sword Emperor has ended, and a new battlefield has opened. The new book, Eternal Venerated Monster, has been serialized, and this is an even better novel. I welcome everyone to continue supporting me. Eternal Sword Emperor has been completed, and the new book has been serialized. Please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update.
Chapter 1588. Brother, you're amazing. The others didn't see it clearly, but Ceylon did. But she was still young, so she only thought her brother was amazing. She didn't think too much about it. Colin's actions just now weren't normal at all. He didn't just catch the cup that fell. In an instant, he covered a distance of 10 meters. Colin sighed in relief. He didn't dare to tell his family about the strange changes in his body yet. Sitting at the dining table, Colin started to wolf down his food. Everyone looked at Colin in surprise. I didn't think Colin would like my food so much. Colin's grandmother said proudly. For an elder, the proudest thing was that their food could satisfy the younger generation. Colin also found out that his appetite had become extremely large. For lunch, he ate enough for 4 people. Even his family was worried for him. Colin knew that it was because of the changes in his body. Mom, Grandpa, Grandma, I'm going out for a walk. Colin wanted to test how much his body had changed. Colin found a secluded area, a hilly area overgrown with weeds. Colin held the stopwatch the moment he pressed it. He rushed to the top of the mountain. However, after running for a few hundred meters, Colin stopped. His body couldn't take it anymore, but it only took him 3 seconds to cover 300 meters. Did he exchange his speed for endurance? Colin felt that his body had become stronger, but it wasn't as much as his speed. He couldn't keep up with his endurance. But after a short recovery, Colin found that his stamina had returned. Seems like his recovery rate was much better than before. It wasn't until the evening, when AI called him, that Colin went home for dinner. After dinner, Ceylon suddenly found Colin. Brother, come here for a second. Darling, what's wrong? Colin came to his sister. Brother, can you sleep with me tonight? Ceylon's eyes flashed as she looked at Colin. You're already so big. You should learn to sleep by yourself. Colin rubbed Ceylon's head. But, Ceylon hesitated. But what? I'm scared last night, I think. I think I saw someone standing in front of my bed with a bloody face. A trace of fear appeared on Ceylon's face. Then, I heard you scream. When I opened my eyes again, you were gone. Colin's heart skipped a beat. Was he imagining things? Was that just a misconception on his part? Ceylon saw it too. All right, I'll accompany you tonight. Colin was still worried about his sister. However, Colin's heart was a little uneasy. He had a nagging feeling that something bad was about to happen. Karan, are you sleeping with Ceylon tonight? Amy didn't expect Colin to make such a request. After all, Ceylon was already 10 years old. American parents would usually give their children a separate room when they were 2 or 3 years old. Ceylon doesn't look too stable. I'll keep an eye on her, Colin said. He also could not tell his mother that he and Ceylon had seen a ghost. All right, you're a brother. You can look after her. Amy nodded. Colin and Ceylon were in the same room. Because it was still early, neither of them felt sleepy. Ceylon was playing a game, while Kalan was holding a rubber ball, practicing throwing and catching it. Suddenly, the lights in the room flickered. Both Ceylon and Colin paused. Something's coming. Then Colin saw a face appear on the wall. Whether it was Ceylon or Kalan, they both saw that face. Ah! Ceylon screamed. Colin was also extremely shocked, but he still plucked up his courage and threw the rubber ball at the face. The face on the wall immediately retracted. Colin held Ceylon's hand and walked out. But when they reached the living room, they found me, Grandpa and Grandma, lying unconscious on the floor. Oh no! Colin finally realized the seriousness of the problem. This place was haunted. It really was haunted. The lights in the whole house flickered. Ceylon was already hiding in Colin's arms, not daring to look up. Colin was also a little lost. Take Ceylon out first, then come back and take the family out of the house. That was the only way. Colin carried Ceylon and rushed out. He only stopped when he was 100 meters away from the house. At this time, Colin was already exhausted. Looking back, he saw a dozen white shadows in the sky following them. Colin's face changed slightly. These things weren't originally from the house. Were they following Ceylon or himself? Colin didn't care about his fatigue. He carried Ceylon and ran again. Colin didn't know where to take Ceylon. He could only run around aimlessly. But when the two went to a busy street, those things didn't follow them anymore. At this time, Colin was already exhausted. Colin thought about it. What should he do now? Take Ceylon home? Would it hurt his mother and Grandpa and Grandma? This was something he had to think about. Find his father? His father might be hurt too, right? At least let his father find a place for them to stay. Colin was really too tired now. He really didn't have the energy to take Ceylon running around. After Colin made his decision, he took out his phone and dialed Angelite's number. Dad, Ceylon and I are on the street. On the street? Did you come out to play? Dad, we're not playing outside. Can you help us get a room in a hotel? You ran away from home. And no, it's a bit complicated. Colin stuttered. Tell me what happened. Angelit asked. Don't ask. Where are you now? I'll come get you. Not long later, Angelit arrived. He saw his son and daughter sitting on a bench on the street. His daughter was still in her pajamas. Colin was barefoot. Colin, what's going on? Dad, Colin hesitated for a long time. He still couldn't tell the truth. What's going on? We might have met suddenly, and the lead flung a dagger at Colin without any warning. Colin hugged his head in fright, but the next moment, he realized that Angelite's dagger wasn't aimed at him. Colin turned around and saw that Angelite's dagger had stabbed an evil spirit. The evil spirit screamed and turned to dust. Dad, you... Colin's mouth was wide open. He looked at his father in shock. Chapter 1589. Colin suddenly realized that he didn't recognize his father anymore. So unfamiliar, so mysterious. Dad, are you really my dad? Angelite angrily stepped forward and slapped the back of Colin's head. What are you talking about? Of course I'm your father. Angelit said with a dark face. You can see those things? Both Ceylon and I can see them. Angelite's heart skipped a beat. What did you see it? Last night, Colin said, I saw something. It was that thing standing in front of Ceylon's bed. It was Ceylon? Angelite's face was uncertain. Today is the second night. Tell me the details. Colin told him everything that had happened yesterday and today in detail. Then Kellen asked, Father, what is going on? It has nothing to do with you. Leave Ceylon with me and go home immediately. Put your mom, Grandpa, and Grandma on the bed and pretend nothing happened. Angelit said, Dad, this matter is not because of you, but because of Ceylon. Wherever Ceylon is, there will be problems. You can't solve this matter. Dad, you're not a normal person, are you? Colin asked. Angelite's eyes flashed. After a while, he finally made up his mind. Since you've already awakened, there's no need for me to hide it from you. You and I are the same. We're both spiritualists. We have different bloodlines from normal people. You've also noticed your extraordinary speed. Dad, do you have the same speed? I'm much faster than you, and I can run for hours without getting tired. Angelit said, Why? You have better stamina than me? That's impossible. You're already 40 years old. Not only am I stronger than you, my magic is also stronger. Elite said, and I have special magic, so I know how to use my stamina and magic better. Colin really didn't think his family had such a shocking secret. Dad, what about Ceylon? What's with her? She can be considered to be of the same kind as us, but she's also different. Elite said, she has awakened her witch talent, and you just said that the evil spirits didn't attack her last night. Today, the evil spirits just pestered her and didn't attack her, which means that her witch talent is unique. She is a very powerful witch who awakened on the third night. Elite slapped his head. I should have known that Ceylon fainted last time because she went through a death calamity. What is a dead end? The awakening of a witch is different from that of a male spiritualist. We have a special bloodline, so our awakening is also awakening the power of our bloodline. We can't learn most magic, and only magic that is highly compatible with our bloodline can be learned. But witches are different. What they awaken is magic. Elite said, and before a witch awakens, she will encounter a life and death calamity. First is the death calamity, which is very complicated. In short, she will encounter the threat of death, and after passing the death calamity, she will encounter the life calamity, which is the attack of evil spirits. Ordinary witches will be attacked on the first night. Powerful witches will be attacked on the second night. And like Ceylon, she will only be attacked tomorrow night. Witches who awaken on the first night, second night, and third night will be attacked more and more. That, you mean, Ceylon will be attacked by a very strong, evil spirit tomorrow night? Elite nodded. Yes, very scary. I need help. I can't handle it alone. Dad, I can also help you. You? Forget it. You can't do it. You're too weak. Elite shook his head. The third night is a very scary night. Normal spiritualists can't participate. No, I'm Ceylon's brother. I can't just stand by and watch. I said no means no. Elite said firmly. What a joke. He had seen how scary the third night was. Back then he was much stronger than Kellen, but he was also in danger on the third night. Not to mention the current rookie Kellen. I don't agree. I can't just stand by and watch Ceylon be in danger. Ceylon won't be in danger. I can find very strong helpers. Elite said, Dad, are there a lot of people like us in this world? Not many. Elite said indifferently. Okay, go home. Kellen was obviously not willing to leave. Dad, teach me magic. I don't know how to use my abilities. I don't want to be like today. We'll talk about it later. No matter what, Elite did not want his son to get involved. Kellen was still not discouraged. He stubbornly stood where he was. Elite glanced at Kellen and took out his phone. President, it's me. What? Is your daughter unconscious again? No, Elite said. But my daughter's magic awakened. I need help on the third night. Okay, I understand. You're still in San Jose, right? President, call a few more people over, Elite said. My son wants to participate too, so since I'm going to watch him. Can't you just watch him? Leave the rest to me. How can I do that? She's my daughter. I can't just stand by and watch. Elite was a typical case of letting the officials do whatever they wanted, but not the people. Hearing this, Kellen was furious. His father had actually sent someone to watch him. How could he tolerate this? Kellen stared at Elite, gritting his teeth. Will you be fine tonight? Chun Zhao asked. Yes, it's just a few evil spirits. It's not a big problem. Then I'll bring someone to San Jose tomorrow, Chun Zhao said. Since it was the third night, there was no rush. Anyway, the third night would only happen at night. Although the birth of his daughter, little Larissa, had been very abnormal, it was still a miracle. However, he believed that Angelide's daughter's third night wouldn't be that abnormal. No problem. Elite was not in a hurry either. There was still plenty of time before the real night of awakening. With Chun Zhao here, the safety of this matter was guaranteed. Also, Chun Zhao would bring people from the association, so it would be even safer. Actually, Chun Zhao alone was enough. But bringing more people was to ensure that someone could protect Ceylon if Chun Zhao could not take care of her. Chapter 1590. Elite was at the airport. He watched as a large group of people walked out of the arrival gate. Angelide's expression froze. Elite stepped forward. My friends, Are you going to start a war? Apart from the outer members and the evil spirit group, everyone who could come was here, including Adus. An elite didn't doubt that these people could really start a war. It's been a long time since we've had a mission that requires us to work together, West said. The president only wanted to bring a few people, but I suggested that everyone who wanted to come. Where's the president? An elite realized that Chun Zhao hadn't come out of the arrival gate. He shouldn't be absent, although the people before him were completely capable of dealing with Third Knight. Chun Zhao was the stabilizing force of the supernatural organization. Chun Zhao's presence and absence were two completely different feelings. The president's brewery seems to have some business. He'll only come in the afternoon. Then I'll send you to the hotel first. Mr. Chun, the food supplier, increased the price of Kansas dangle wheat by 3 times, Denver said angrily. They used us to become famous, but now they're blackmailing us. Chun Zhao frowned. This wasn't a good sign. He didn't like being blackmailed. Kansas dangle wheat was a high-quality wheat among the many grain-producing areas in America. This was also why he'd chosen Kansas dangle wheat. But this definitely wasn't a reason for blackmail. The food suppliers seemed to think that Mountain Beer had to use Kansas dangle wheat. Change the raw materials, Chun Zhao said without thinking. Denver looked at Chun Zhao. He didn't expect Chun Zhao to be so decisive. However, Denver had his own concerns. Mountain Beer's situation was great at the moment. The taste of Mountain Beer had won a lot of praise. If they changed the raw materials now, would it affect the taste or even the sales? The food supplier had indeed increased the price of Kansas dangle wheat by 3 times. However, this price was still within the acceptable range. After all, Mountain Beer's net profit was very high. As one of the raw materials, Kansas dangle wheat took up about 10% of the cost. Mr. Chun, will it affect the taste? Chun Zhao sneered. I won't. Just change the ingredients. Oh, make an announcement that there's a problem with the original ingredients, so Mountain Beer will be changing them. Chun Zhao always took his revenge without delay. The food supplier took advantage of Dashin Beer's misfortune. Of course, Chun Zhao wouldn't take it lying down. If the Kansas dangle wheat was irreplaceable, in that case, Chun Zhao could only grit his teeth and swallow it. But now, Chun Zhao had the initiative. The other party actually made such an unreasonable request. In that case, he had to be prepared for Dashin Beer's counterattack. As for how many people Chun Zhao's announcement would screw over, it had nothing to do with him. Right now, Chun Zhao was truly a capitalist. The first requirement for a capitalist was to be ruthless. As for the farmers in Dangle, Kansas, they could only blame it on the seller. Of course, they were not completely free of responsibility. The farmers might have their own ideas about the price increase this time. Think about it. The price of the grain supplier will increase by 3 times. If it weren't for the lower-level individual farmers raising prices, would the grain suppliers have raised prices by so much? Originally, the raw ingredients took up 10% of the cost. Now that the price was tripled, it would take up 30% of the cost. How much would that reduce Chun Zhao's profit margin? No one would be willing to accept such an outcome. So, Chun Zhao's idea was to take revenge on them first. This was to prevent such a thing from happening again. He would see if there were any other raw material suppliers who dared to raise prices. I know what to do. Denver nodded. Chun Zhao almost never interfered with the management of the brewery. This was something that Denver accepted and respected. So, Chun Zhao would occasionally mention it, and Denver was happy to listen to Chun Zhao's suggestions. Denver, I'm leaving now. I'll probably go out in the next 2 days. If you have any other questions, call me or find Alex. Alex was now Mountain Beer's highly paid legal consultant. Meanwhile, Alex was still recruiting a legal team. As Mountain Beer's brand value grew, more and more interests were involved. There would be more and more places that needed legal help. For example, if a consumer had a stomachache after drinking Mountain Beer, they would need the legal department to find out if the stomachache was caused by the beer. For example, if Mountain Beer wanted to enter a certain city's sales channel, they would need the legal department because the local government's policies affected Mountain Beer's interests. Chun Zhao installed 2 more production lines in the factory. When they had enough raw ingredients, they could expand production. In the future, They would be able to supply the market with enough raw ingredients. After leaving the brewery, Chun Zhao hurried to the airport. He landed in San Jose at 1 in the afternoon. Chun Zhao called an elite and told him that he'd be there before 7. Since it was still early, Chun Zhao planned to stroll around San Jose. He mainly wanted to see the world-famous Silicon Valley. At first, Silicon Valley wasn't big. It was located in the south of the San Francisco Bay Area. But as it grew, Silicon Valley began to expand outwards. To the north of San Jose, there was a valley about 25 miles wide that was also part of Silicon Valley. Basically, the most famous internet and technology companies in the world were gathered here. Chun Zhao didn't have the mentality of a pilgrimage. He just wanted to see. Chun Zhao rented a car at the airport and started roaming around Silicon Valley. Silicon Valley's GDP accounted for about 5% of America's annual GDP. All the companies in Silicon Valley combined were worth more than $4 trillion. Apple alone was worth $2 trillion, making it the most valuable company in the world. Kalon was running on the beach road at the moment. An elite had said that as long as he could run from the San Francisco Bay Area Beach Highway to downtown San Jose, a distance of 30 kilometers, then he would qualify for the third night. Of course, that was if he could make it in time. Kalon was very competitive, so he immediately took a car to the San Francisco Bay Area. Then he really ran back with his legs. An elite taught him some ways to control his stamina. Kalon felt that he had improved a lot. Halfway there, Kalon suddenly saw a man that left a deep impression on him. That man had brought him unforgettable humiliation, especially when he'd been humiliated in front of the girl he liked. Kalon watched Chun Zhao slowly drive his sports car on the beach road. The anger in his eyes was about to burst out. Chapter 1591. Chun Zhao could already feel that someone was following him. He could also see the person's face in the rearview mirror. Even though it had been a few days, Chun Zhao still had a deep impression of Kalon. He just didn't expect to meet him here. Chun Zhao purposely slowed down to see what the guy was planning. He finally chose a road without surveillance cameras and stopped the car. Kalon watched in surprise as Chun Zhao alighted from the car. Then he realized that Chun Zhao was looking at him with a faint smile. Had Chun Zhao discovered him long ago? Since he discovered him, he still dared to stop the car? Well, he still thought that Chun Zhao was his old self. Kalon didn't try to hide anymore. He walked up to Chun Zhao with large strides. I didn't expect to meet you here. Kalon glared at Chun Zhao. He was already planning how to teach Chun Zhao a lesson. Your injuries healed pretty fast. Chun Zhao tilted his head and looked at Kalon. Chun Zhao was reminding him not to look for trouble. It was enough to teach a young man like him a lesson once. But if Kalon insisted on getting close, Chun Zhao wouldn't go easy on him. You still remember that? Kalon stared at Chun Zhao, his face filled with anger. Kalon cracked his knuckles. Kid, stop fooling around. You can't beat me. Chun Zhao's disdainful attitude made Kalon even more furious. I'm not my old self anymore. Let me think. The old you was 3 days ago. No, 4 days ago, right? Are you any different from 4 days ago? Kalon looked at Chun Zhao's nonchalant gaze, and a proud smile appeared on his face. You'll know soon. Kalon suddenly punched Chun Zhao's stomach. But Chun Zhao caught Kalon's fist. Chun Zhao and Kalon stared at each other. Are you any different from 4 days ago? Kalon was dumbfounded too. Was it because of his current condition? Yes, it was definitely because of his condition. Chun Zhao didn't hold back. He punched Kalon's stomach. Whoa. Kalon clutched his stomach and curled up on the ground. Chun Zhao squatted down before Kalon and patted his cheek. Kid, I didn't break your ribs this time. You should feel lucky. Chun Zhao didn't kill him. However, the strength of this punch was enough to make Kellen bedridden for 2 days. If you're not convinced, you're welcome to come find me next time. You know where I live, Chun Zhao said, smiling. I will get my revenge. I will definitely find you. Kalon endured the intense pain and shouted, unwilling to give up. Anytime, Kalon struggled to get up but fell back to the ground after just one step. That damn bastard. He was too heavy-handed. Kalon pulled open his shirt and saw that his abdomen was completely black. Dad, I can't participate tonight. Karan endured the pain and called an elite. He also wanted to go. He also wanted to put in some effort to protect his sister. But putting aside his ability, he would only be a burden in his current state. Moreover, he really didn't want his father to know. If he went to find his enemy for revenge, he would be humiliated by his enemy instead. This kind of thing was too embarrassing. Hearing that his son had retreated, Elite was somewhat relieved. But he was more confused. He knew his son's temperament too well. He had completely inherited his wife's personality. They were both so stubborn. Why would he suddenly give up? After hanging up, Elite was still a bit worried. Immoer, come here. Elite, what are you doing? Ever since Moore had caused Elite to lose an arm because of his mistake, he also heard that Elite almost caused a family revolt because of him. Moore's guilt toward Elite had reached its peak. Do me a favor, and I'll let this go. Tell me, Moore said, patting his chest. Even if you wanted to slay a dragon, I won't even frown. Elite rolled his eyes. Even if you wanted to slay a dragon, there had to be a dragon for you to slay. Plus, can you even slay a dragon, Gaia? Fine, I don't need you to slay a dragon, Elite said. Just do one simple thing. Go to my wife's house and watch over my son. What? What's wrong with your son? Are you father and son not on good terms? Is there a grudge between the two of you? Did you mistreat him when he was young, and then he took revenge on you when he grew up? Moer was already imagining all kinds of weird stories and pictures in his head. A melodramatic script of a father and son killing each other. You're thinking too much. My son just awakened his bloodline. I'm afraid he'll do something stupid, but I'm more needed here. Moore really didn't want to be a nanny. It was more interesting to stay here and fight. The president is already in San Jose. What's the difference if you're here or not? Also, if the president attacks, do you think you'll have a chance? The president isn't that bored. There's no need for him to attack just for the third night. Of course, Elite knew that for the supernatural organization, the third night was a battle for them to train. Chun Zhao had also said that he'd protect Salon and the others could fight however they wanted. But Elite was afraid that his son would recklessly come and join in. The third night might not be dangerous for them. However, he clearly remembered how dangerous Norma's third night had been, and his son was still a newbie, awakened less than 2 days ago. Even an ordinary evil spirit could hurt him, unless he stayed by the president's side and had the president protect him. But the president had to protect Ceylon. If Kalon didn't listen and joined in, it'd be dangerous. That was why Elite wanted Moore to watch over Kalon. Moore really didn't want to be a nanny, but he didn't have the right to reject Angelite's request. Speaking of which, his daughter's awakening was more or less related to him. Depressed, Moore said, "Fine, I'll go. I'll go to your wife's house. What should I say? Just say that a junior of mine has just arrived in San Jose and doesn't have a place to stay, so he's staying there for a night." Fine. Moore could only agree reluctantly. My son's ability is the same as mine. We've both awakened speed abilities. His ability level is very low right now. You can easily subdue him. Chapter 1592. Knock, knock. The door opened. Amy's mother opened it. She saw a young man standing in front of the door. Who are you looking for? Hi, Grandma. My dad is Uncle Angelite's friend. I just arrived in San Jose and don't have a place to stay, so Uncle and Elite asked me to stay here for a day. Is that okay? Moore was carrying a backpack. His innocent face was very deceiving. Of course. Come in. Amy's mother had some complaints about Elite, but she wouldn't take it out on someone who was still here. Thank you, Grandma. Moore looked at her sincerely. Actually, there were some missions in the supernatural organization that required disguises. Moore could also disguise himself as a harmless child. Therefore, for Moer, this level of disguise was a piece of cake. Child, what's your name? My name is Moore. I'm from Los Angeles. I'm here for school. You're only staying for a day. If you need, you can stay here forever. Thank you, Grandma, but it's okay. I have to report to school tomorrow. The school will open the dorms. Amy's mother thought about it. School was about to start for summer. Okay, if you need anything, you can come here anytime. You're coming alone. I asked for it. I'm an adult now. Just then, Amy's father walked in. Amy's mother then introduced Moore to her husband. Both husband and wife were getting on in years, and they were very concerned about Mo. Kalon heard some noise outside. He pulled back the blanket and looked at the door. He saw a strange young man standing at the door. The strange young man was looking at him with a strange smile. The young man's eyes seemed to be saying that he knew him. Kalon endured the pain and sat up. "Who are you?" "Your dad called me." Moore walked into Colin's bedroom with a smile. Kalon looked at Moore in confusion. "My dad? Why did he call you here?" "To keep an eye on you." "Keep an eye on me?" Colin's mind was in a mess. "What do you mean?" "Elite was afraid that you would cause trouble, so he called me to keep an eye on you." "Oh, you're a spiritualist too?" Kalon rolled his eyes. Little guy, keep an eye on me? Do you think you can do it?" "I think my father thinks you're a burden, so he tricked you here and asked me to watch over you." Whatever you think," Immerse said indifferently. In fact, it wasn't that he didn't care at all, but he couldn't do anything about it. Since he had promised an elite, he could only bite the bullet and accept this mission. As for what Kalon had said, that he was a burden, Moore snorted disdainfully. Immerse sat on the swivel chair in front of the desk. Kellen looked at Moore and said provocatively, "Did I poke a sore spot? In fact, you know in your heart that you're a burden. You don't understand. You don't understand an elite. You don't understand me, and you don't understand our abilities. If I want to leave now, can you stop me?" Moore glanced at Colin. "You can try." Colin stood up, but as soon as he did so, the pain in his abdomen began to twist. "If I release my full speed, can you catch up to me?" Immerse took out a dagger and said, "If you dare step out of the room, believe it or not, I will die in front of you." Colin was stunned. "What did you just say? Are you mistaken?" "No, I'm serious." Immerse looked at Colin seriously. Then, Moore suddenly punched himself in the chest. Poochie, blood spurted out. Colin was shocked. "What are you doing? Stop right now. You're crazy, you lunatic." Moore pulled out his dagger with a smile. Colin looked at Chun Zhao in shock. "This is your ability?" "Sort of. Do you want to know what my ability is?" Since it was Moore's power, Colin thought. That meant he wasn't injured. Colin nodded. "Yes. Tell your grandfather and grandmother that you're taking me out to play. We'll find a place with no one around." After Colin informed his grandparents, he brought Moore out of the house. Colin took Moore to the place where he had practiced his abilities the day before. "Let me see your ability," Colin said impatiently. Moore looked at Colin. "I'm standing before you. That means my ability." "What do you mean?" Suddenly, Moore self-destructed. For a moment, Colin's vision was a bloody mess. Kellen's mouth was agape as he stared at the horrifying scene in front of him. Dead? How could this be? What had happened? How could he explain this to his grandparents? How could he explain this to his father? Just as Colin was at a loss, a voice sounded. "How is it? Are you scared?" Colin turned his head and realized that Moore had been standing behind him for some time. "You? Then? What's going on?" "Doppelganger's spell. That was my doppelganger," Moore said nonchalantly. Just then, another Moore appeared. Colin's face was filled with shock. "Amazing? Are you sure it's not a twin?" To Colin, his ability was amazing, but at least it wasn't completely unacceptable. But Moore could create a doppelganger that looked exactly the same. This was unbelievable. Colin hadn't come into contact with magic yet. He hadn't experienced the charm and mystery of magic. To him, any kind of magic could amaze and shock him. Bang! Moore's doppelganger exploded again. Then, another doppelganger appeared. "Do you believe me now?" "Yes, I believe you." Colin nodded. "But your doppelganger spell doesn't seem very powerful." "I'm just showing you my magic. If my doppelganger self-destructed, this place would be razed to the ground." "That powerful?" "Of course. I'm one of the elders of the supernatural organization." "Supernatural organization?" Colin remembered that when an elite called him last night, he seemed to have mentioned this term. "It's the organization that your father and I are in. Your father is also one of the elders." "What does the supernatural organization do?" "On a larger scale, it's to maintain world peace," Moore said. "What about on a smaller scale?" "In Los Angeles, they beat up whoever they don't like. Whoever causes trouble in Los Angeles will be punished." "Can I join?" "That depends on your father's opinion, and then our chairman's approval." Please remember this book's domain name. 9 Heaven's Godly Emperor mobile version. Chapter 1593. "I understand that you need your president's permission," Colin said bluntly. "But I'm an adult now. I don't need my father's approval for my decisions." "You don't need it, but we do," Moore said matter-of-factly. If not for Ung Elite, Chun Zhao definitely wouldn't let Kalon join. Everyone could understand. Under Chun Zhao's leadership, everyone in the supernatural organization had become much stronger. Moreover, the resources and treatment in the association were much better than before. But every mission still had a certain amount of danger. Even Chun Zhao couldn't guarantee everyone's safety. For example, the underground exploration had been in danger because of this. If Chun Zhao hadn't arrived in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Of course, no one in the supernatural organization could shake Chun Zhao's authority. Moore still remembered how their lives had been before Chun Zhao became their president. Their monthly salary was enough to fill their stomachs. Their headquarters had been converted from a second-floor warehouse in that abandoned neighborhood. Moore had even worked part-time as a street thug. He even had to calculate if there was too much magic phosphorus. After Chun Zhao arrived, the first thing he did was kill the parasite, Worcester. Then their good days came. Unknowingly, their strength had also increased to an unbelievable level. It was power that they had to look up to in the past. Chun Zhao might not have managed the organization, but to everyone in the association, Chun Zhao was the undisputed leader. What if I surpass my dad? Moore looked at Kalon in surprise. Ung Elite is many times stronger than you. If he can do it, so can I, Kalon said decisively. Let's not talk about whether you can do it or not. Even if you're stronger than Ung Elite, the president won't agree. Then I'll defeat your president. Whoosh. Moore's opinion of Kalon was that ignorance was bliss. You don't understand how strong our president is. Everything depends on effort. Fine, I admire your courage and confidence. Moore didn't have high hopes for Kalon, but he still admired his arrogance and confidence. What's your ranking in the supernatural organization? I don't know. Moore thought for a moment. Probably the bottom. Then I'll start with you. What do you mean by starting from me? Do you want to defeat me? That's right. Kalon nodded. I don't think your doppelganger magic is stronger than mine. I see. You could give it a try. Moore shrugged. Colin stared at Moore, then suddenly sped up. Colin had only wanted to push Moore down, not to hurt him. However, the moment Colin's hand touched Moore's, Moore had already grabbed Colin's wrist and kicked him again. Colin fell to the ground, his face full of shock, because Moore had knocked him down with pure combat skills. How could this be? I'm so much faster than you. Our association does not only train in magic, but also in combat, Moore said calmly. Most of our opponents are close-range fighters. I'm the weakest fighter in the association. Your only advantage is speed, but your battle awareness is too weak. I don't believe it. I was just careless just now. Colin was more cautious this time. He swung his fist at Moore. But this time, he only took half a step back and tripped him. Because Colin was too fast, he rolled a few times on the ground before stopping. So weak. I didn't even use magic, and you were already down. Moore smirked. Moore had passed the first level of the Tower of Trials. Every time he entered the Tower of Trials, he had to endure the attacks of hundreds of monsters. Even the weakest of battle awareness would transform him into a combat expert. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Colin stood up again and again, but was knocked down again and again by Moore. Kalon felt that he was too embarrassed to show his face. His opponent was just a kid a few years younger than him. How would he play with him like a toy? After a few attempts, Colin didn't get up again. He wanted to try again, but he was already injured. After being knocked down by Moore a few more times, he was not only tired but also in pain. Moore, who's stronger between you and my dad? Your dad. His current strength is close to the first tier. The first tier? Is it your president? No, the president is much stronger than the first tier. Even if all of us work together, we can't beat the president. That's strong. Colin didn't really have a concept of strength. He couldn't even figure out Moore's strength. Not to mention that Moore was talking about the first tier. As for Moore saying that he could raise this area to the ground, Colin didn't know that either. But Colin saw Moore talking about their president. The brilliance in his eyes was like the eyes of fans when they talked about their idols. He couldn't help but look down on him. You don't believe it? Moore asked with his head lowered. I'm just a beginner. Sooner or later, I'll beat all of you. The two left the area. Colin didn't plan to go home for now. Moer didn't care either. He just needed to stay by his side. Amy hurried to the hotel where Elite was staying, because she found out that Elite had taken Ceylon away and had done so without informing her. This made Amy's imagination run wild. She thought that Elite was going to divorce her and steal her child. And no matter how she called Elite today, his phone was always turned off. This made her even more furious. Amy knocked on the door of Angelite's room. "Amy, why are you here?" Elite opened the door and looked at Amy in shock. "Where's Ceylon? Where did you hide her?" "Ceylon? Wait." Elite walked to the opposite door and knocked. At this time, the door opened and Amy saw an incredibly tall woman. Could it be that Elite liked this flavor? To be honest, Amy was really scared when she saw Gaia. Gaia seemed to be going through her second puberty. She was now 212 centimeters tall. "Ceylon, come out. Mom's here." "Mom." Ceylon rushed out of Gaia's room. "Mom, why are you here?" Amy looked at Gaia with a faint smile. "Elite, aren't you going to introduce me?" Chapter 1594. "Hello, I'm Gaia. I'm Angelite's colleague." "Colleague?" Amy was still doubtful. "Are you here for holiday?" "To be precise, everyone from our company is here," Gaia said. "Our company booked the entire hotel. The hotel wasn't big, and it only cost a few $100,000 to book it for a day. To ensure that there wouldn't be too many ordinary people on the third night, they booked the entire hotel." Amy froze and turned to look at Elite. "The entire floor is filled with our colleagues," Elite said. "Didn't you resign from the insurance company?" "It's my new job," Elite said. "I didn't tell you that I've been looking for a job outside." "Then why did you lie to me?" "Ms. Amy, actually, our company's business is connected to the government, and there's a confidentiality agreement. Elite just joined the company a few days ago and can't contact the outside world before he finishes his business. That's why he said he went abroad." "Huh?" Amy was dumbfounded. What was wrong with the plot? Then, why did he come back the day before yesterday? He gave up the business and signed a guarantee that he wouldn't leak secrets, so we let him go. "Of course, his salary for this month is gone too," Gaia said. Hearing this, Amy's face turned green and red. She recalled Angelite's attitude. He insisted that he didn't cheat, but he still didn't want to talk about where he went. Amy blamed herself even more. "Why don't I call everyone out so you can get to know them?" Gaia said. "Would there be some confidentiality clause?" "It's fine. They brought their families too," Gaia said with a smile. At Gaia's call, the doors opened one by one. Amy saw that the group was very special. There were indeed a few children. There were also young people and two older ones. Wes was a shrewd old man. In addition, when Gaia knocked on the door just now, she had already given him some instructions. That was why Wes called himself the manager of the company. Amy didn't dare to ask too much. She was worried that if she asked too much, she would come into contact with secrets and cause trouble for Elite. "Elite, why didn't you tell me that you brought Ceylon to the hotel?" "I asked Colin to tell you." "Didn't he tell you?" In any case, Elite pushed the blame to his son. She believed that her son would keep it a secret for the sake of the family's peace. Amy, on the other hand, had been blaming herself. However, she had no other suspicions. After all, it was already a big deal to be able to book the entire hotel. If an Elite wanted to act, he wouldn't have made such a big scene. After Amy and Elite returned to their room, Amy couldn't help but ask, "Elite, will I go to jail if I leak any secrets?" "I won't go to jail, but it will be very troublesome." Elite said, "I brought Ceylon here, not Colin, because Colin is old. If he discovers any secrets, it will be very troublesome. But Ceylon doesn't have this problem." "Did you all bring confidential documents when you came out?" "No, but it's hard to avoid talking about work when colleagues are together. If I accidentally spill the beans, it will cause trouble for them. I'm just a new employee now, and I don't want to be isolated by my colleagues in the company." Amy thought about it and felt that Angelite's worries were reasonable. "I'll go back now, then Amy can stay here for now." Elite didn't expect the marriage crisis to be resolved so easily, but Amy's attitude clearly softened. There was nothing to worry about Amy staying here. There were children here anyway. The girl named Lisa seemed to be 2 or 3 years older than her daughter. Ceylon and Lisa were having a good time. When Amy got out of the elevator, she saw an Asian man walking towards the elevator. Amy's heart skipped a beat. "You also work for the company?" Chen Zhao was stunned. "What company? Isn't an elite your company's employee?" Chen Zhao was stunned at first. Then he frowned. What did he say? Amy was just testing him, but when she saw Chen Zhao's expression, she immediately understood. She immediately realized that by asking such an unnecessary question, would she be misunderstood as having come into contact with confidential information? Chen Zhao could roughly guess some things, although he did not know the specific situation. However, Chen Zhao still asked calmly, "Lady, who are you two on the elite?" "I'm his wife, sir." "I'm sorry, an elite didn't tell me anything confidential. It's best if he didn't." Chen Zhao looked at Amy with a scrutinizing gaze. "But I'll have someone investigate whether he did or not." "Sir, lady, I'm busy." "Please," Chen Zhao said coldly. Amy became even more worried. Would her words cause trouble for an elite? "Sir, I can cooperate with your investigation. Please don't fire an elite." "Lady, I know about you and an elite, but I'll personally verify if he leaked any confidential information." With that, the elevator door closed. Amy stood there, more and more worried. The Asian seemed to be an executive of the company. Judging from his aura and tone, he wasn't an ordinary employee. However, when Chen Zhao went upstairs, he asked about Angelite's specific situation. After learning about the situation, Chen Zhao also heaved a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it wasn't exposed. Otherwise, an elite would probably divorce his wife. Fortunately, Chen Zhao had reacted quickly just now. Everything he said was ambiguous. They planned to have a party on the hotel's rooftop. Most importantly, it was Sealand's Night of Awakening. So, they could solve Sealand's Night of Awakening while they were having a party. The hotel staff had already started arranging and decorating the rooftop. Everyone went to the rooftop one after another. At this time, the sun had just set and the party had already begun. Wes sat with Ceylon and tried to get close to the girl. Wes' idea was simple. Ceylon was the third witch to awaken. Her future was immeasurable. If she could join the supernatural organization, she would definitely become a powerful witch like Hallie's or Norma. Then, with Angelite's approval, the organization would have another powerful fighter. As for Angelite's attitude, Chen Zhao could slowly work on it. When the time came, Chen Zhao would let nature take its course. He wouldn't be angry whether an elite wanted his daughter to join the supernatural organization or not. Please remember the original domain name of this book, Nine Heavens Godly Emperor Mobile Version. Chapter 1595. By now, the sky had already darkened. Colin and Moore walked on the street. "Don't you have money?" Moore complained as he looked at Colin. Colin blushed at Moore's words. "Do you know that my monthly income is over $10,000? But you still don't have money." "I just didn't bring it," Moore said. "It's a bit cold." Colin suddenly shivered. Just then, Moore stopped and looked into the distance. "What's wrong?" Colin looked at Moore, who had stopped. Just then, Colin saw a white shadow fly over their heads. "That's the third night is coming," Moore said. "Right now, all the evil spirits in San Jose were attracted there." "Huh? The Night of Awakening?" Nalamiris saw a few evil spirits fly over her head. "Looks like it's coming from that direction." Nalamiris thought for a while and decided to go over to take a look. Of course, if it was within her power, she would also help him. Many awakened witches didn't have anyone to protect them. Sometimes, they didn't even know that danger was approaching. Also, there were very few spiritualists in San Jose. You could count them on your fingers. If necessary, they would help each other. Helping a witch through the Night of Awakening could also add some liveliness to the spiritual world of San Jose. Just at this moment, a threatening chill spread over. Nalamiri shivered. She saw a huge ball of cold air moving at a slow speed not far away. Nalamiris was shocked. Was that the frost evil spirit that wandered the coast? That was an evil spirit that had occupied the west coast of San Jose for decades. Many spiritualists had tried to eliminate it, but they all failed. They even hired spiritualists from other places, but to no avail. Whenever they found the victims, they would find their bodies frozen solid, as if they had just floated over from the North Pole. Could it be that the Night of Awakening had attracted the evil spirit here? If that was the case, it would be troublesome. Wherever the ball of cold air passed, a cold wind would blow. The ordinary people below could not see the cold air mass. They only felt that the temperature had suddenly dropped to the freezing point. Frost condensed on the car windows, and the passers-by all huddled together. Nalamiris knew that the evil spirit was originally a person who had frozen to death. Furthermore, after decades of doing evil, not only did it not dissipate, it even grew stronger. Nalamiris was confident that she was the strongest witch in San Jose. But against that frost evil spirit, she wasn't confident. Nalamiris sighed. She had actually attracted this frost evil spirit. It seemed that this awakened was in deep trouble. If they could save him this time, they would. If they couldn't, they could only retreat. Nalamiris didn't want to put herself in danger. Nalamiris continued to move forward, following the frost evil spirit from a distance. The evil frost spirit's movement speed was not fast. It usually hid in the sea and would only surface when it found its target. He reckoned that it wouldn't be able to unleash its full strength on land since it wasn't its home ground. Just then, in the distance of San Jose, an obvious arc of flame swept across the sky. The arc of flame was in the opposite direction of where Nalamiris was, dozens of kilometers away. But the arc of flame was extremely bright and very obvious. That's the burning fire demon of Dongcheng Street. Why was it attracted to this place? Is he awakened the second night? Nalamiris' expression changed dramatically. The burning fire demon of Dongcheng Street. It wasn't an ordinary burning fire demon, but a monster countless times more terrifying than the burning fire demon. 15 years ago, a fire engulfed a hospital in Dongcheng Street. After that, the hospital became the breeding ground of the monster. Dozens of burning fire, evil spirits born from the flames attacked and devoured each other. In the end, they formed the burning fire demon. The demon of scorching fire had actually left its lair. Nalamiris' expression was uncertain. Should she still go? If it was the second night of awakening, it was definitely not something she could handle. But Nalamiris was a little curious. She had never seen the second night of awakening. This was also a rare opportunity. Maybe she could watch from afar. Just then, a car suddenly stopped by the side of the road. Two acquaintances got out of the car. One was a short fatty, and the other was a white-haired woman. The two of them were quite famous in San Jose, as they were a couple. Of course, their fame wasn't in the spiritual world. There were only a few people in the spiritual world. Everyone saw each other all the time, and everyone knew each other. They were famous among ordinary people. Since the two of them had appeared on TV before, they were considered to be a pretty good couple in San Jose's spiritual world. Of course, they weren't scammers. They had real skills. "Miris, did you also go in that direction?" the short, fatty Oakfield asked. "Yes. Did you also notice that the Night of Awakening was going in that direction?" Nalamiris nodded. "We found the evil spirit nest, but just as we were about to eradicate the evil spirit nest, the evil spirits in the evil spirit nest seemed to be rioting. They suddenly rushed out and all headed in that direction." Evil spirit nest? Is it that mysterious evil spirit organization? Nalamiris asked in surprise. In the past year, a piece of news had been circulating in San Jose. Somewhere in San Jose, a group of self-aware evil spirits had gathered and formed an organization. This evil spirit organization had a strict internal structure, and their actions were secretive. Some of the recent supernatural incidents were related to this evil spirit organization. The spiritualists in San Jose were also looking for this evil spirit organization. "Yes," Oakfield said. "It seems to be affected by the Night of Awakening. Those evil spirits have become extremely crazy." Oakfield's wife, Chromia, had a serious expression. "I just got a call from Sesame. She said that she found the souls of the evil beasts heading in that direction." "What? Even the souls of the evil beasts were attracted by the Night of Awakening? I've seen the second night once, and it definitely wasn't this influential. It seems that it's not just in San Jose. Even the evil spirits in the surrounding areas are affected. This might be the third night. Nalamiris' expression changed drastically. The third night? Is it really the third night? The legendary third night. Did people really awaken on the third night? Chapter 1596. Is it that hotel? The three arrived at the hotel. Evil spirits had formed a huge whirlpool above the hotel. The whirlpool circled the hotel from top to bottom. They had never seen such a scene before. So scary. Is this the third night? Nalamiris, Oakfield, and Chromia were all veterans of the battlefield. But now, they didn't dare to approach the hotel at all. It was too scary. It was like the end of the world. The moon was completely covered by dark clouds. Large numbers of evil spirits were also gathering here. So scary. That awakened is dead for sure. They weren't gloating. It was this terrifying scene that caused them to shrink back. If it was the first night, they could still help. The second night wasn't something they could do anything about. But now they were facing the third night. It was the beginning of despair for anyone. No one would think that the third night was lucky. The third night also represented a 1-in-a-million talent in magic. But first, it had to survive the terrifying calamity of life. That was the most despairing thing. No matter how many times I experience it, I'm shocked every time I see the third night, Gaia exclaimed. Chun Zhao sat on the sofa and put his arm around Seelan's shoulder. Seelan, are you scared? No. Dad, Uncle, Annie, and Sister Lisa will protect me. Seelan shook her head. Actually, she was still scared, but she still faced it with determination. I didn't think that there would be so many evil spirits in a small city like San Jose. The strength of a night of awakening didn't just depend on the day of awakening. It also depended on the geographical environment. If there were many evil spirits in a city, the attack on the night of awakening would be strong. If there were no evil spirits, the attack would be weak. The night of awakening wouldn't create evil spirits out of nowhere to attack the awakened. Of course, each awakened's area of influence on the night of awakening was different. For example, when Chun Zhao's daughter Larissa was born, her area of influence wasn't just one city. She was a regional influence. But Seelan clearly didn't have that much influence. To be honest, apart from an elite, everyone was more relaxed. All the employees in the hotel were unconscious. Chun Zhao cast a large Banshee's charm. He was mainly afraid that they would cause trouble, and he was also afraid that they would accidentally injure them on the third night. Originally, everyone wanted to go to the suburbs for the third night. However, the risk of the third night was even greater. Yingjili was mainly worried about this. Suddenly, an evil spirit descended from the sky, pouncing straight at Seelan. Chun Zhao reached out and crushed it. The battle began. The vortex formed by the evil spirits in the sky suddenly became intense. A large number of evil spirits fell from the sky. The flaming sword in Gaia's hand spun in a circle, and more than a dozen evil spirits were instantly killed. Jalanash raised her arms, and dozens of fireballs rose into the air. In an instant, the dozens of fireballs exploded in mid-air, and at least 30 evil spirits were drawn into them. There's a spiritualist with that awakened? Nalamiris saw a flash on the roof of the hotel. The light from the explosion of the dozens of fireballs was quite eye-catching. He looks like a very powerful elemental magician. It's indeed very powerful, but that spell should have exhausted his mana, right? Look at the sky full of evil spirits. This elemental magician can't change the situation. It shouldn't be hard for this elemental magician to protect himself, but he actually interfered with the third night. I'm afraid he won't be able to escape now. What a pity. Such a powerful spiritualist. Too many. There are too many evil spirits. Nalamiris shook her head. However, just when they thought that the battle would end quickly, they realized that it was still going on. The evil spirits continued to rush to the rooftop of the hotel. Hey, it seems like the elemental magician isn't dead yet. He's still resisting. Suddenly, hundreds of chains shot into the sky from the roof. The chains were all burning with green flames. Then, each of the chains tied up an evil spirit and dragged it down. Whoosh! The three of them sucked in a breath of cold air. Such a powerful spell. Did you see that? It's too powerful. What spell is that? One spell had killed hundreds of evil spirits in an instant. This method was truly shocking. The three thought that they were elites among spiritualists. But when they saw the spell, they were still shocked. I don't know, but it's clear that there's more than one spiritualist up there. It's definitely not San Jose's spiritualist. San Jose doesn't have such a powerful spiritualist. Plus, everyone basically knows each other's strength and magic. Whoosh! Suddenly, a huge vine sprang up from the rooftop. Hundreds of smaller vines extended out from the vine plant, waving about nonstop. The three people before 9 o'clock were shocked again. Amazing. This is plant magic, right? This is the first time I've seen it. Plant magic is this powerful. It's not plant magic that's powerful, but the person who cast it, Clomius said solemnly. It's too powerful. Who's protecting this awakened on the roof? There are actually so many powerful spiritualists protecting him. At this moment, the battle on the rooftop was very intense. Some of the spells were very obvious and could even be said to be gorgeous. But some spells weren't so obvious. For example, Klaus and the members of the Lightning Squad. Each of them held 2 guns. They were in charge of shooting. In the past, they used bullets soaked in holy water. But now, their bullets were soaked in dragon blood. Their damage to evil spirits was unparalleled. Each of them had their own area to fight in. No one would recklessly enter someone else's territory. But some people's magic range was too large. It was inevitable that they would invade someone else's territory. Mord, your spell stole all the monsters that belonged to me, Giselle complained. I didn't do it on purpose, Mord said disapprovingly. But when Mord saw Angelique jumping on his vine to steal the monsters, he immediately shouted, Mord, you can't steal the monsters so blatantly. These evil spirits are all coming from my daughter. Of course I can, Angelique said matter-of-factly. Harold crossed her legs and sat on the long table. Occasionally, when an evil spirit approached her, she would throw out an evil spirit fawn. She wasn't interested in normal evil spirits. She set her sights on those powerful evil spirits. The powerful evil spirits hadn't entered yet, so she wasn't in a hurry to act. Chapter 1597. Most of the evil spirits that were attacking directly were mindless evil spirits. There were also some evil spirits that were not only rational, but also very cunning. Taking advantage of this, they started devouring their own kind. A few terrifying hybrid evil spirits appeared in the sky. That's terrifying. Nala was shocked. Can a spiritualist on the rooftop really deal with evil spirits of this level? The huge hybrid evil spirits in the sky had frighteningly strong auras. Every single one of them had a ferocious and terrifying appearance. There were also a few special evil spirits. They did not participate in the devouring of ordinary evil spirits. However, they were already much more powerful than ordinary evil spirits. For example, the frost evil spirit on the west shore and the fire demon. There were also a few that were above and below them. Suddenly, a huge evil spirit hybrid flashed a few times in the sky. It seemed to be able to teleport short distances. Its main body was an evil spirit with special abilities. Then, it used its special ability to devour many evil spirits. At the moment, it was 5 meters tall and extremely bloated. After a few flashes, it charged at Ceylon. Chen Zhao waved his hand casually, and the flashing evil spirit's huge body was smashed through the ground. Boom! Outside the hotel, Nala, Chromia, and Oakfield all heard a loud bang. Then, they saw something pierce through the outer wall of the hotel. Then, it smashed toward them diagonally. Dodge! The three hurriedly jumped away, only to see the thing smash into the car beside them. The car was instantly smashed into scrap metal. There was a huge crater on the concrete floor. When the three returned to their original position, they saw the remains of an evil spirit hybrid. They did not know what kind of attack it had suffered. The shape of its body was almost unrecognizable. All that was left was a mass of filthy spirit mixed with evil aura. The filthy mass no longer had any aura. No matter what it used to be, it was already dead. But from the trajectory of its fall, it was easy to imagine how powerful the attack had been. It had probably been smashed from above on the rooftop. Then it pierced through the ceiling of the rooftop. Then it pierced through the outer wall of the hotel. When it finally fell, it hit their car. A huge crater appeared on the ground due to its impact. It was hard to imagine just how powerful this attack was. At this moment, a huge figure descended from the sky. That huge figure was also a giant hybrid of evil spirits. It landed on the roof of the car, grabbed the filthy substance with its big hands, and swallowed it. Every time it swallowed a mouthful, its body would grow larger and more terrifying. The three of them were still in a state of shock. This evil spirit hybrid was simply too terrifying. When it finished swallowing the filthy matter, its body had already grown to 8 meters. With a terrifying aura around him, he turned his head to look at the three of them. The three of them immediately prepared for battle. "Split up," Immerse shouted, and the three of them scattered at the same time. They had no intention of fighting such a monster. There was no way he could defeat this evil spirit hybrid. Facing it head-on would only lead to death. Just as they were guessing who this evil spirit hybrid was going to pursue, a voice suddenly rang out. Another loud noise came from behind. Immerse turned around and saw a tall figure stepping on the evil spirit's chest. The tall figure held a blazing greatsword in his hand. When the flaming greatsword pierced through the evil spirit hybrid's chest, the evil spirit hybrid roared in a frenzy. But as the flames began to spread on the evil spirit hybrid's body, the evil spirit hybrid's voice began to weaken and finally disappeared. Then, the tall figure spread a pair of red wings and soared into the sky. The three of them watched the figure return to the roof before returning to their original spot. That person is also a spiritualist? Probably. So powerful. I've never seen such a powerful spiritualist. That seems to be a woman. She actually managed to destroy a terrifying hybrid of evil spirits so easily. Where are they from? San Jose. No, even San Francisco doesn't have such a powerful spiritualist. Although I don't know where they are from, their strength is indescribable. They should be members of some powerful organization. There's no lack of monster-like people in this world. What kind of organization can gather so many powerful spiritualists? Moore and Kalon also looked at the direction of the hotel from afar. When Kalon saw the whirlpool of evil spirits dancing in the sky, he was already indescribably shocked. The scene was far beyond his imagination. Moore, can the supernatural organization really protect Ceylon? Don't worry, it's just a small matter. With our president around, it's nothing. Just relax. How could he relax? Kalon looked at the sky above the hotel nervously. He really had the urge to join the battle, but Imo was staring at him like a hawk. Moore actually wanted to join the battle too. However, he knew what was important and what was not. His mission was to watch Kalon. The third night might not be a problem for the supernatural organization. But now, Chun Zhao was definitely in charge of protecting Ceylon. If Kalon joined the battle, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Would he have to split his attention to protect Kalon then? At this moment, a bright light rose from the rooftop of the hotel. Even from a few kilometers away, Mal and Kalon could clearly see the light. The beam of light suddenly exploded after reaching a height of several hundred meters. It was like the most beautiful fireworks. In an instant, 1/3 of the evil spirits in the sky disappeared. The whirlpool of evil spirits also became much thinner. So powerful. Colin's face was filled with shock. Is that magic? Why does it look like fireworks to me? That should be Jalin Ash's magic. She's best at group attack spells, Moore said. She's the best at this. Better than the president? No, we never compare ourselves to our president. If we compare ourselves to him in everything, there's no way we can compare ourselves. Moore shrugged helplessly. Kalon pursed his lips. Along the way, whenever their president was mentioned, Moore would always have an almost brainless attitude. His president was better at everything. It seemed like his president was better at everything. Chapter 1598. The battle had gone on for more than 3 hours. As the main character, Ceylon was already tired. She kept yawning. Ceylon, if you're tired, go to sleep. Chun Zhao patted her head gently. Ceylon fell asleep on Chun Zhao's lap. Klaus and the lightning team had used up all their ammunition. This was their strongest weapon. Now, they were out of ammunition. They wouldn't force themselves, so they all left the battlefield. They stood beside Chun Zhao and protected Ceylon. Some scattered evil spirits were taken care of with the Dragonbone dagger. They didn't have magic power, but that didn't mean they couldn't fight at all. They were very clear about their position. Their purpose on the battlefield was to exhaust the enemy. If they were at a disadvantage, they would be the team to cover the rear. They were fighting to exhaust the enemy, not to risk their lives. The spiritualists of the association were the main force. Even if Chun Zhao didn't do anything in this battle. But compared to Norma's third night, it was much easier. Everyone still had plenty of magic power. Also, because this was the city, there was no cover. So, they didn't use many spells that were too obvious. For example, Gaia didn't turn into a fire dragon. Helis didn't use Abyss Demon either. It was like Jalanash had used her ultimate move. This ultimate skill looked more like a firework. So, even if someone saw it, they would only think that someone was setting off fireworks. Gaia and Helis should be able to deal with Second Night easily among the current members of the association. If they had to face Third Night alone, it would probably be too difficult. Norma, on the other hand, was relatively weaker, but she was still between Second Night and Third Night. Next were Unelite and Jalanash. They could probably deal with Second Night too, but it would be very difficult. It was mainly a problem of endurance. Unelite was good at quick battles. Jalanash was good at large-scale attacks. They couldn't keep fighting for too long. Then, more and more people left the battlefield. Only Helis, Gaia, Norma, Unelite, and Mord were still fighting. Helis, Gaia, and Norma were still relatively relaxed. None of them had used their true trump cards, because their three ultimate moves were too eye-catching. So, they were still holding back. Mord was about to run out of food and ammunition. Unelite was because it concerned his daughter. He didn't want to retreat at this time. Even if he retreated, it had nothing to do with the outcome of the battle. At this time, there were almost no ordinary evil spirits left in the sky. Ordinary evil spirits would either attack in advance and be destroyed. Otherwise, they would be devoured by their own kind. Only a dozen or so evil spirits and a few powerful evil spirits were left. Gaia, Halles, and Norma stopped. Mord had already retreated. Gaia pulled Unelite back. Unelite, that's enough. Go back and rest. Leave the rest to Chun. Unelite actually wanted to hold on a little longer. However, in his current state, it was indeed very strenuous for him to deal with those powerful fellows. Gaia, Halles, and Norma didn't want to fight anymore. On one hand, it was a waste of time. On the other hand, he had to deal with those powerful evil spirits. In that case, he had no choice but to use his ultimate move. There was no need for them to expose too much here. It was better to let Chun Zhao clean up the mess. Chun Zhao gently lifted Ceylon's head and let her lean on Giselle's thigh. Chun Zhao walked forward. These spiritualists are really powerful, Nala said in surprise. It's the third night, and they can actually last until now. This is the real, dangerous moment. Chromie looked at the sky seriously. Why? Haven't most of the evil spirits been destroyed? Ordinary evil spirits have been destroyed or devoured, but the most powerful ones haven't done anything yet. There are also those evil spirit hybrids. They're still devouring each other, Chromie said. Chromius said, and after such a long battle, those spiritualists have probably used up most of their magic power. They're in danger. Are you saying that they'll lose? That's possible, Chromie said seriously. Suddenly, they saw a figure shoot into the sky, but because it was nighttime, they couldn't see it clearly. The figure touched an evil spirit hybrid. When a figure came into contact with a hybrid of evil spirits, then a second, a third, a fourth, it was too fast. The person didn't even use any dazzling magic. Even the three people in the hotel couldn't see the figure's movements clearly. The three people below the hotel couldn't even see the figure's movements clearly. Their mouths were wide open, disbelief written all over their faces. The battle ended in an extremely short amount of time. The three could only count silently. 1, 2, 3, for every time a number was counted, a powerful evil spirit would be destroyed. It was too fast. Even when they faced ordinary evil spirits, it wasn't so easy. But the figure was unbelievably fast. After all, he wasn't facing ordinary evil spirits. Those evil spirits were all-powerful ones that could fight 100 alone. The entire process took less than 20 seconds. The battle was over. The figure just floated above the hotel. At this time, there was nothing around him. There wasn't a single evil spirit. How did he do it? What magic did he use? Chromie shook her head. I don't understand at all. I didn't expect there to be such a powerful spiritualist among them. Since he fights at close range every time, he might be an enhancer. But he can fly in the air. Enhancers shouldn't be able to do that, right? I don't know. Every single one of them is terrifyingly powerful. Who knows how they did it? Chromie sighed. Seems like I was too naive in the past. I thought I was strong enough to deal with any situation. Now I know that there are so many powerful spiritualists in the world. Oakfield, I want to accept the Scarlet Church's mission. That might be our chance to break through. What do you think? We're husband and wife. Since you want to go, I naturally can't fall behind, Oakfield said. Count me in, Nala said. I want to go too. She was also stimulated quite a bit tonight. As a bystander, she saw how terrifying Night 3 was for the first time. However, other than witnessing how terrifying Third Night was, she had also witnessed something even more powerful. Someone so powerful that it made one's hair stand on end. Perhaps this was the real world. Although the strongest evil spirits had been destroyed, Night 3 wasn't over yet. However, the third night was not over yet. There were still sporadic evil spirits attacking. But the strength of the evil spirits now was probably comparable to Night 1. There was no threat at all. Please remember this book's domain name. 9 Heavens Godly Emperor Mobile Version. Chapter 1599. Although the third night hadn't truly ended yet, but the following battles were no longer a threat. The ones that came were all normal evil spirits, and very few of them. The party continued. To them, the occasional appearance of an evil spirit was also a form of entertainment. Until 1 in the morning, the third night finally ended. Nalamiris, Chromia, and Oakfield didn't go up. Part of it was because they didn't know each other. Also, they didn't appear during the danger. Now, they want to get to know them. What was going on? And they weren't even on the same level. They might not be interested in getting to know them. So after thinking about it, they decided to leave. Compared to their power and professionalism, the 3 of them were more paranormal enthusiasts. Not long after the 3 left, Mullen and Colin came. As the 2 were about to go upstairs, an elite suddenly came down. Mullen, why did you bring him? An elite looked at Mullen unhappily. Mullen shrugged. We were nearby. I saw that the third night was over. There's no more danger anyway. Colin, go back now. An elite ordered. Why? Isn't it already over? Colin asked in a dissatisfied tone. What does it have to do with you? I want to see Ceylon. I'm her brother, can't I? Ceylon is safe. You don't need to worry. Go home now. Why? An elite didn't care about Colin's anger. He didn't want Colin to come into contact with the supernatural organization. More accurately, he didn't want Colin to join. There is no why, an elite said with a cold and unquestionable tone. Colin's eyes flashed, suddenly understanding his father's intentions. I know what you want, Colin said. You just don't want me to join the supernatural organization, right? Yes, trash like you will only be a burden to us if you join the supernatural organization. I don't care. I want to join, Colin said determinedly. Without my permission, you can't join. You can't stop me. No, I can stop you. An elite said calmly. Go back now. Don't force me to do it. If you don't let me join the supernatural society, then I'll tell Mom your secret. If you tell your mother, she will stop you, but I won't be affected at all, an elite said disapprovingly. Even if his wife knew about it, so what? At most, one more person would know about it. But with AI Mi's personality, she would definitely make the same choice as him. Your current power is not enough to join the supernatural organization. You might have a chance in the future, but if your mother finds out, you'll lose that chance forever. Colin was angry and annoyed, but there was nothing he could do. His father's tyranny made him feel helpless. Only if you teach me magic. Colin chose to back down in the end. However, he still made his request. since his current strength was not enough. Then, he would train until he was strong enough. If his strength could surpass his father's, at that time, he would no longer have any reason to stop him. Sure, Ungalid agreed readily. Since his son had awakened his bloodline, there was no need to stop him from learning magic. Moreover, it wasn't a bad thing for Kellen to become stronger and have the ability to protect himself. More, send it back. I've done what you asked me to do. Do you still want me to pretend? You didn't do what I asked you to do. You let him come here. Fine, fine. Moore's face was full of helplessness. Disappointed, Colin turned to leave. Wait. Ungalit suddenly stopped the two of them. Colin's face lit up. Dad, did you change your mind? This is my magic book. Take it and read it. Colin was disappointed again. But with this magic book, he wasn't too disappointed. On the way back, Colin kept flipping through the magic book. Soon I'll surpass my dad. You're thinking too much. Angelite's super speed spell is very complicated. This is only basic meditation. Moore directly attacked Colin's confidence. Basic? Colin's face fell again. This is to increase your magic power, Moore said. With your current magic power, you probably can't last more than a few seconds if you go all out. You'll need at least half an hour to recover your magic power and stamina. So, you need more magic power to sustain your outburst. Fine. At night, when they got home, Kellen was reprimanded by his grandparents because Colin brought Moore out to play for the entire night. In their eyes, Moore was a good kid. It was definitely Colin messing around. They didn't know. Actually, it was Moore and Colin messing around. Of course, they were also happy that Moll and Colin were able to enjoy themselves. But after everyone went to rest, Colin pulled Moore again. He wanted Moore to explain the contents of the magic book to him. It's about time to rest, Chun Zhao said. You guys should go rest too. The plane is at 10 tomorrow morning. Don't oversleep. Okay, we'll play a bit more and then go to sleep, Lit Grove said. I really envy you young people's energy. Everyone was speechless. Young people? You sound like you're much older than us. Chun Zhao returned to his room early. Of course, he didn't go to sleep. Recently, he'd been too energetic. He only needed to sleep once every few days. But recently, he'd been studying elemental affinity and the world of consciousness. But without anyone to guide him, this path was too difficult. Even now, Chun Zhao still had no clue. Walk a path that no one else had. It was easy to say, but in reality, it was very difficult to do. Even Chun Zhao had to be careful. The effects of the Green Robe Manual could not be said to be non-existent, but the effects were already greatly reduced. Chun Zhao felt that if he relied on the Qingyi Manual, he'd need 1,000 years to break through. It didn't feel good. Chun Zhao felt that he had to create a method suitable for cultivating immortal power. However, creating his own cultivation method was even more difficult for Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao mainly cultivated Taoist methods. If he wanted to create a method, it had to be close to Taoism. But his understanding of Taoism was probably not as good as Fei Lai's. Creating his own cultivation method was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Chapter 1600. More. Are you leaving today? Kalon didn't want him to leave. They'd only spent a day together, but Kalon had learned a lot from Moore. No choice, Moore said helplessly. I've already booked the ticket. When are you going back to L.A.? My dad won't let me take the same flight as you guys. Ungalik used an extremely tough attitude to guard against Kalon, preventing him from coming into contact with the supernatural organization. Moore said goodbye to Colin's grandparents and his mother. Moore, you're here. Wes greeted Moore, who'd just arrived. In the departure lounge, everyone gathered in twos and threes. Only Chun Zhao sat on a chair. There was no one within 3 or 4 meters of him. Moore wanted to go up and greet Chun Zhao, but when he got close, he felt an unbearable pressure. Moore immediately backed away. President, what's wrong? He asked in a low voice. Something's wrong. He's probably cultivating some spell. He's like this today, Wes said. Actually, Chun Zhao had purposely released his aura. That was why it felt so unapproachable. Of course, Chun Zhao didn't have nothing better to do. He wanted to know what it was to be close to the elements. But Chun Zhao had no clue at all. Elemental energy was spiritual qi. Chun Zhao could also feel it. But Chun Zhao didn't understand at all. How is this any different from elves getting close to the elements? Should he ask Lila Gavich later? Chun Zhao remembered that when he'd first met Lila Gavich and Mizeland Pool, he'd felt a strange aura from them. That strange aura should be close to the elements. After boarding the plane, the people sitting beside Chun Zhao suffered. For more than an hour, they had to endure the pressure from Chun Zhao's body. More importantly, they weren't acquaintances. They were just passengers on the same flight. After getting off the plane, Wes came to Chun Zhao's side. "President, you must be tired. Why don't you rest at home for a few days?" What a joke. If Chun Zhao emitted pressure all over like this, he'd be in a mess wherever he went. He'd better go back and harm his wife and children. "Okay, I won't go to the headquarters." Chun Zhao drove back, but when he reached his house, he retracted his aura. Fei Lai was running on the beach. Fei Lai's body was getting better and better. It had been 2 months since the birth, but Fei Lai had already recovered. Little Jerlin and little Larissa played in the shallows with the family of dolphins. "Master, a car has entered Mingweb Villa's territory," the butler said. At the same time, a projection of a supercar appeared on the wall. The driver was Lila Gavich. "Housekeeper, did you hear a female voice?" "Yes, master." "Are you satisfied with this voice?" The butler changed his voice. "Don't you have a slightly more normal voice? Why are they all synthesized sounds?" "Not at the moment, master." "Do you need me to send a service request to the headquarters?" "Let them. The data from me." "Sure. I'll use this female, synthesized voice for now." At this time, Lila Gage had already arrived at the gate of Mingweb Villa. Although the Bright Moon Villa did not have a wall or an iron gate, it was still a very dangerous place. However, there were roadblocks. If Chun Zhao or Fei Lai didn't order them to put them down, the cars outside wouldn't be able to enter. Just as Lila was about to press the doorbell, he saw the roadblocks sink into the ground. What a nice place. Lila Gage was rather envious of this place. All the good places had been taken by him. Lila Gage was very sensitive to worldly spiritual chi. When he'd left Mirror Lake, he'd already sensed that the worldly spiritual chi there was especially abundant. For anyone, Mirror Lake was already a treasure place. Who would have thought that there would be such a place in such a spacious area? The worldly spiritual chi here was no less abundant than Mirror Lake. Suddenly, Lila Gage's heart skipped a beat. No, he'd passed by this place before. He didn't realize that there is so much worldly spiritual chi here. If there really was such abundant worldly spiritual chi, he definitely would have noticed it. Moreover, such a treasured place couldn't be left empty for Chun Zhao to develop. It was probably already occupied by someone. Had been modified by someone. He'd heard that there was a capable person in the East who could change the landscape and the aura of feng shui. That person was extremely powerful, and he was from China. If he had the ability to do so, it was not incomprehensible. After Lila Gage drove the car into the parking lot, he walked into the mansion. Every time he closed the door, it would open automatically. It seemed that Chun Zhao already knew that he was here. Lila Gage arrived at the front yard. The scenery here was relaxing and joyful. Outside the front yard was the magnificent sea. The sea breeze carried the dense worldly spiritual chi, shocking one's mind. However, what shocked Lila Gage the most was the huge skull of a dragon in the corner of the yard. Although the skull of the dragon head was painted with dye to make it look like a fake, it was actually a fake. But Lila Gage could still feel the aura from the skull. It was definitely the skull of a real dragon. "Mr. Lila, please sit." Chun Zhao didn't get up. He leaned back in the chair and enjoyed the afternoon sun. "Mr. Chun, sorry to disturb you without telling you. Are you here to take Amanda Didier's flesh?" "Yes." "Mr. Chun, are you ready?" "Yes." Chun Zhao nodded and took out an arm-long container. It contained a piece of Amanda Didier's flesh. Not only was the container sealed, but it was also sealed with magic so that the aura inside wouldn't dissipate. "It's yours." Chun Zhao handed the container to Lila Gage. "Mr. Chun, this place is really nice," Lila Gage said. "Yes, or I wouldn't have bought it." "Mr. Chun, you know feng shui, right?" "No." Chun Zhao glanced at Lila Gage. Thinking about it, he suddenly understood what Lila Gage was thinking. Lila Gage was a dark elf. He was very sensitive to worldly spiritual chi. He might have thought that the abundant worldly spiritual chi in Mingwe Villa was the result of his modification. In fact, the reason why the worldly spiritual chi was so abundant here was because of Old Turtle's internal alchemy. Chun Zhao had placed the internal alchemy in a circular basement under the house. This basement was specially designed to store the internal alchemy. Chapter 1601. Old Turtle's internal alchemy fit perfectly into the curved upper and lower grooves of the room. The spiritual chi from the internal alchemy would also surge up from the bottom of the villa. The entire villa would be filled with spiritual chi and then spread outwards. Therefore, the closer one was to the villa, the more spiritual chi there was. For normal people, Mingwe Villa was at most a place with fresh air and beautiful scenery. But for Lila Gainik, it was more than that. To him, Mingwe Villa was like heaven. The longer he stayed, the more nostalgic he felt. If it was someone else, he would probably try to take over Mingwe Villa, even if he had to play dirty tricks. Unfortunately, it was Chun Zhao. Lila Gainik knew what was important. Going against Chun Zhao would be suicide. Even if he used dirty tricks, he would have to use force to solve the problem. Lila Gainik didn't think that worldly influence could make Chun Zhao yield. Plus, Chun Zhao was richer than him and had the supernatural organization behind him. In terms of influence in the government, Chun Zhao was probably even more powerful than him. "Master, a car has entered Mingwe Villa," the butler said again. At the same time, the butler projected an image of the car. It was a high-end car. Chun Zhao didn't know who it belonged to. "Check the license plate. This car belongs to Violet Beauty Group," the butler said. Chun Zhao was confused. He didn't seem to know anyone from his company. "Mr. Chun, do you have a guest? I'll be leaving now." Lila Gainik stood up. "Mr. Chun, if you're free, I'd like to invite you to my house." "Sure, if you're free." By then, the car had reached the door. Two people got out. Lila Gainik's expression changed slightly when he saw the projection. He didn't know one of the girls, but he did know the other old lady. The pillar of the Scarlet Church, 23rd Blood Mary. Blood Mary wasn't just a senior. She was also known as the most powerful Blood Mary. No crisis could be called a crisis before her. Why was she here? Did she know Chun Zhao? 23rd Blood Mary was very familiar with the place. She parked the car at the door and walked in with her granddaughter. However, the more she walked, the more surprised she became. Of course, she could feel that the heaven and earth spiritual energy here was terrifyingly abundant. Moreover, the heaven and earth spiritual chi here was not plundering the heaven and earth spiritual chi of other regions. The 23rd generation knew that there was a technique to move mountains and seize chi in China. It was to gather the heaven and earth spiritual energy in the surrounding area to form a spirit vein. Although the spirit mountains were filled with spiritual energy, it also caused the heaven-earth spiritual chi in the surrounding areas to dry up. However, it was different in this place. The 23rd generation hadn't noticed the exhaustion of the world's aura along the way. However, the closer they got to the Bright Moon Villa, the more they felt the vast spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This was especially true for the building in front of them, which was surging with spiritual energy. Could there be a natural spiritual vein here? Mana Bloody Mary, who was standing behind 23rd Gen, looked unhappy. The 23rd generation brought his granddaughter to the front yard. Elf. 23rd glanced at R.A. Gavich first. It seemed that she had dealt with elves before and knew who Lila Gavich was at first glance. Elves? He's an elf? Mana pointed at Lila Gavich in surprise. Lila Gavich didn't look like an elf at all. Be it in movies or games, elves were synonymous with elegance, handsomeness, and quick-wittedness. However, Lila Gavich had stubble all over his face and body. He was also smoking a cigar. He didn't look like an elf at all. Lila Gavich felt hurt. He was actually doubted by a little girl. However, he was experienced and had a steady and determined personality. Seeing that the girl was walking with Blood Mary, Lila Gavich was probably her junior. Lila Gavich wouldn't argue with her because of a little girl's offense. "Mr. Chun, please forgive me for visiting without notice." The 23rd generation turned to look at Chun Zhao. "Mr. 23rd, what can I do for you?" Chun Zhao's attitude was still respectful. Chun Zhao didn't like or dislike the 23rd generation. She was just taking advantage of her seniority. However, she did have a right. Of course, the premise was that they wouldn't have a conflict. If they did, or if there was a conflict of interest, Chun Zhao didn't care if they became enemies. Mr. Chun, I want to make a deal with you. Go ahead. Please accept my granddaughter as your student, the 23rd generation said. What do I get in return? Chun Zhao asked. Hearing Chun Zhao's words, Lila Gavich couldn't believe it. Chun Zhao was actually asking for benefits from the 23rd generation. If it were him, he would be willing to accept this mission without any benefits. However, Lila Gavich knew his own limits. He knew that he didn't have the ability. The 23rd generation had come personally to beg Chun Zhao to accept his granddaughter as a student. Mr. Chun, do you know ancient Greek? The 23rd generation had a faint smile. Chun Zhao's face darkened. This old woman was indeed cunning. Of course, she was scheming against him after the spar. Chun Zhao had taken a magic scroll into consideration that he didn't know ancient Greek. Even if he won the scroll, he wouldn't be able to understand the words. Now, he could use this to threaten him. Grandma, I don't need to be his student. He doesn't look as good as Mom. Mana was unhappy. Shut up, the 23rd generation scolded. His granddaughter was talented, but her horizons were too low. If she could live for another 20 years, she might be able to continue her previous path under her guidance. Perhaps the Scarlet Church could prosper in her hands, but she would definitely die in the next 3 years. So, she had to arrange the future of the Scarlet Church as soon as possible. When she'd issued the 98 missions, she'd hoped to form a good relationship with the spiritual world. Her granddaughter also needed someone to guide her. Without a doubt, Chun Zhao was the best choice. Chun Zhao shook his head. I'm still losing out. If she becomes my student, I'll have to worry about her for the rest of her life. But you're only paying with one spell. Plus, I don't really need you to translate ancient Greek. If I really do, I can pay some price and summon an ancient soul from hell who understands ancient Greek. So, you don't have enough bargaining power. The 23rd generation's heart sank. She knew that for someone like Chun Zhao, if he said this, he would probably be able to do it. It sounded unbelievable, but the 23rd generation believed it. This also meant that her bargaining power was worthless. Chapter 1602. This made her feel awkward. She brought her granddaughter here confidently. She believed that Chun Zhao would be willing to make the deal. But she'd overestimated her bargaining chip. Grandma, let's go. I don't need him to be my teacher. But she didn't want to give up like this. She knew Chun Zhao much better than her granddaughter. She knew how powerful Chun Zhao was. The most important thing was Chun Zhao's age. Building a good relationship with Chun Zhao was what she cared about the most. Mr. Chun, no matter if you accept Mana as your student or not, I'm willing to translate that magic scroll for you. 23rd Jin's words were very beautiful. Actually, this is my job. Last time you won that magic scroll, I should translate it for you. As she spoke, she took out a translated book and handed it to Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao took the book. He didn't think that she'd be so decisive, but made sense. Since she knew that her bargaining chip had lost its effect, it was meaningless for her to keep it. She might as well do him a favor. Of course, this favor wasn't important. Thank you, Ms. Blood Mary, for your generosity. You're welcome. She also smiled. Mr. Chun, if you have time, you can go to the Scarlet Church's headquarters in Europe. It'll be an unparalleled honor for the Scarlet Church. Of course, 23rd generation gracefully left with his granddaughter. It was as if she wasn't angered by Chun Zhao's rejection at all. Of course, this was just on the surface. Chun Zhao didn't know if she was angry or not. However, the people of the 23rd generation were experienced. She definitely wouldn't start a feud with Chun Zhao because of this. After all, she didn't have many years left. Starting a feud with Chun Zhao would cost too much. It wasn't something the Scarlet Church could afford. The old woman was still very rational. This wasn't a movie where they were either friends or enemies. Lila Gavich also left, but he wasn't sure. It seemed like she didn't have a good time when she left. Would she turn against Chun Zhao? Chun Zhao might not be afraid of her or the Scarlet Church, but would the 23rd generation think of him as Chun Zhao's partner or friend? He didn't think that he could talk to the Scarlet Church and her equally. Chun Zhao read the translated magic book. Dimensional magic was completely different from most magic. For example, elemental magic was more like a chemical formula. Spatial magic, on the other hand, was even more complicated. It was just like architecture in the magic world. There were two types of alternate dimensions. One was to enter the alternate dimension at any time. The casting of this spatial magic depended on the strength of the caster. The more powerful one was, the larger the area covered by the alternate dimension. Spellcasters could also pull certain people into the alternate dimension based on their preferences. The other method was to build it over a long period of time. In theory, the construction of an alternate dimension could be expanded infinitely. It was similar to the Tower of Trials. But Chun Zhao definitely wasn't as strong as the handsome guy. The 18th floor of the Tower of Trials had an almost infinite amount of space. Moreover, Samuel could easily expand Chun Zhao's spatial ring tens of thousands of times. Of course, if he had enough time, he could even create an entire universe. However, this amount of time was also an astronomical figure. Chun Zhao tried to build his own alternate dimension according to the method on the magic scroll. This alternate dimension completely belonged to Chun Zhao. Unless Chun Zhao allowed it or went through the passage he had prepared, no one could enter. Otherwise, no one could enter. But the alternate dimension couldn't be taken away. It would stay wherever it was built. From a certain perspective, the alternate dimension was similar to Chun Zhao's spatial ring. But the spatial ring could be carried everywhere, while the alternate dimension Chun Zhao built couldn't. Speaking of which, the alternate dimension was similar to space crevices. However, Blackie was born with the ability to open space crevices. This was a talent of his race. Moreover, the space crevices Blackie opened were filled with the aura of death. The alternate dimension construction spell that Chun Zhao was learning didn't have any attributes. Speaking of which, this spell was a bit useless to Chun Zhao. This spell required Chun Zhao to continuously input his power and then slowly build it. Apart from adding a territory that normal people couldn't see, this spell didn't seem to have any other use. Of course, it wasn't completely useless. For example, if Chun Zhao's friends and family were in danger, Chun Zhao could immediately pull them into the alternate dimension. The prerequisite was that they had to be within the range of Chun Zhao's alternate dimension. Of course, Chun Zhao could also use the first method, which was to open an alternate dimension at any time. However, this kind of alternate dimension was complicated to cast and required a certain amount of time. It couldn't be opened instantly. If Chun Zhao and his friends and family had a nuclear bomb that would explode in a few minutes, then Chun Zhao could easily open the alternate dimension and let his friends and family hide inside. But if it was going to explode in a second, then Chun Zhao couldn't do anything. So, this alternate dimension spell couldn't be used in actual battles. But if it was going to explode in a second, then Chun Zhao couldn't do anything. But Chun Zhao could build the alternate dimension and use it as a warehouse. Spatial rings were convenient, but they weren't limitless. Samuel had helped Chun Zhao expand the spatial ring in order to store the gift he'd given Chun Zhao, the castle. If Chun Zhao spent some time, he could build a super large alternate dimension and put some miscellaneous items inside. After thinking for a while, Chun Zhao made a decision. He could build a fixed alternate dimension in Mingwe Villa and store the entire villa inside. Once Mingwe Villa was in danger, he could store it in the alternate dimension to prevent it from being destroyed. Also, the supernatural organization's headquarters could create an alternate dimension. But Chun Zhao had to finish it at home first. Anyway, it was a huge project. It couldn't be completed in a day. Then, Chun Zhao thought of the river map. But the river map was much more advanced than the alternate dimension and the Tower of Trials. Not only did the river map involve space, but it also involved time. Chun Zhao had come into contact with many spatial spells. However, Chun Zhao had never seen or heard of a spell that involved time magic. There were some pseudo-time spells, such as West Slow Field. It was a pseudo-time spell. But West's slow field didn't actually work on time. It worked on objects. If West could really control time, then Chun Zhao wouldn't be the strongest person in the organization. It should be West. Chapter 1603. The construction should be an alternate dimension. It sounded cool. It was supposed to be a new world. Actually, it wasn't like that at all. As long as there was enough power, magic or immortal power would have the same effect. Of course, immortal power contained more energy, so it would be faster to build an alternate dimension. There was no such thing as making rules, and there was no such thing as creation. It was like throwing a bucket into a lake and then pouring the water into one's own swimming pool. The lake here referred to nothingness. Nothingness was boundless, as vast as the universe. During the construction process, Chun Zhao had to leave behind some secret doors. These doors could let the spiritual chi of the world enter the alternate dimension and maintain its stability. If there were no secret doors, Chun Zhao would have to maintain the alternate dimension with his own power. Chun Zhao didn't have that much power to maintain an alternate dimension all the time. Secret doors could also let people enter the alternate dimension unknowingly. But as long as he hid the secret doors intentionally, he could almost prevent people from entering the alternate dimension. The secret door could be hidden anywhere, even underground. Unless it was in existence at the level of the handsome young man, it was impossible for anyone to break into the alternate space under normal circumstances. Of course, Chun Zhao also prepared a secret door dozens of meters in the air. This could let air enter the alternate dimension too. Chun Zhao didn't want to create a world without air. What he wanted was an alternate dimension that could at least satisfy basic survival needs. Or rather, it was a temporary shelter. Chun Zhao used an hour to create a space that was more than 100 square meters. It had to be said that it was a long and tedious task. With Chun Zhao's abilities, he would even need endless time to create a world the size of Earth, let alone a universe. 23rd Jin and Mana Bloody Mary got out of the car. Just then, a Chinese woman walked up to them. "Ms. Bloody Mary, can I have 10 minutes of your time?" Li Mu looked at the old woman. To be honest, she was still in disbelief when she found out about 23rd Jin. After all, he was a person who had lived for 149 years. Even in today's technologically advanced era, it was still unimaginable. "Sorry," 23rd Jin said calmly. "I don't like talking to strangers. If you have any requests, please tell my assistant." With her status, too many people wanted to get close to her. Too many people wanted to get close to her. If the opponent was at Chun Zhao's level, 23rd Jin was more than happy to communicate with him. As for the others, the 23rd generation wasn't interested at all. "Ms. Blood Mary, I'm here to communicate with you on behalf of the United States Anti-Terrorism Security Department, Mr. Mansari. If I want to communicate, I will only communicate with your president, not a security minister. Madam Blood Mary, I'm not here to discuss politics with you. I'm here to discuss the supernatural world," Li Mu said quickly. Actually, the Anti-Terrorism Security Department has also formed a supernatural team. "Oh, is there anything you can teach me?" 23rd Jin turned his head slightly and looked at Li Mu indifferently. "Or do you think that my activities in the United States will affect your supernatural safety?" "No, of course that's not what I meant. In fact, it's our minister who wants to cooperate and communicate with the Scarlet Church." "Exchange? How? Does your team have the right to communicate with the Scarlet Church?" "Then, Lady Blood Mary, what qualifications do you think we need to communicate with you and the Scarlet Church?" "Complete 3 of my missions. As long as you can complete 3 missions, I will give you a chance." 23rd Jin turned around and entered the hotel. 23rd Jin's phone suddenly rang. "Hello, old friend. How many years has it been since you last called me?" "Dear Ms. Tammy, I heard that you've been messing around recently." "Do you think I'm messing around?" "Little guy, do you know what happened in Japan?" "Japan? What happened?" "The Stone of Slaughter was originally sealed. Although there have been some changes in recent years, the Stone of Slaughter won't break the seal immediately. However, because of your missions, many spiritualists went to the sealed area. In the end, they couldn't repair the seal. Instead, they were poisoned by the miasma of the Stone of Slaughter. Their souls were also devoured by the Stone of Slaughter. Now, the crack in the seal has expanded 10 times. The area where the sealed area is located has already been covered by the miasma. Now, The seal is really in danger of being broken. What? 23rd Gen was shocked. Now, the Japanese Supernatural General Council is staying in our Dragon Tiger Mountain Palace. They won't leave. They want me to go to Japan. Limu looked at 23rd Gen's back with a bitter smile. Since he had already said so much, she couldn't pester the 23rd generation anymore. When she was talking to 23rd Gen just now, she had to be very careful. She didn't dare to offend him or neglect him. Otherwise, it might turn into a diplomatic incident. She and her boss, Mansari, couldn't bear the responsibility. Neither of them could bear this kind of responsibility. Hey, boss, how is it? What's the lady's answer? She said that unless our team can complete at least 3 Scarlet missions, we don't have the right to talk to her on equal terms. Can you evaluate whether our team can complete 3 Scarlet missions? Boss, it's still too difficult for those people to complete the Scarlet missions. You're in charge of selecting and see if there are any missions that can be completed, Mansari said. Our team has been established for a while now. They've been performing the missions well. Now, it's time for them to face the real test. Boss, I'm afraid that's too difficult. Limu's expression was serious. She had been in contact with some of the members of the newly formed team and recruited them into the team. It wasn't that the team was weak, but Limu felt that it was still lacking something. It was still too difficult for them to carry out the Scarlet missions at this time. Those people are all arrogant. If they really have the ability to complete the Scarlet missions, then I'll allow them to be arrogant and rude. If they can't even complete the Scarlet missions, then it'll give me a chance to reorganize the team. All right then, I'll talk to Vestana. Limu and Vestana were Mansari's right-hand men. Vestana was the person in charge of the team, and she reported directly to Mansari. Chapter 1604. Boss is too impatient. Vestana smiled bitterly. Many people in the team have potential, but it's not time for them to face the real test yet. Vestana wasn't a spiritualist, but she was in charge of the team. The more spiritualists she interacted with, the more paranormal events she encountered, the more information she had. Thus, Vestana gradually gained an understanding of spiritualist abilities, especially since she'd seen a truly powerful spiritualist. Back in the Great Pagoda Snow Mountain, that terrifying demon Kunkka, and that man even scarier than Kunkka. For Vestana, the experience was too deep for her to bear. Now, the team she was in charge of. The purpose of their existence was to replace the supernatural organization led by Chun Zhao. The best way to replace the supernatural organization was to defeat them. But Vestana knew that it was impossible. Mansari also knew that it was impossible. So, Mansari made a new request. She didn't need to defeat Chun Zhao and the supernatural organization led by him. At least, she had to be able to solve most missions. In fact, North America was a region with low supernatural events. The chances of supernatural events happening here weren't high either. Most of the incidents were ordinary supernatural incidents. For example, Kunkka's unsealing on the Great Pagoda Snow Mountain might not happen once in 100 years. So, she basically didn't need to worry about those super major events. Then, in the vast majority of paranormal incidents, Vestana's team could solve them before the supernatural organization. Then, the supernatural organization would gradually be marginalized. Eventually, it would be replaced by her team. An organization that didn't do anything would eventually be disbanded. This was Mansari's plan too, since she couldn't break up or control the supernatural organization forcefully. Then, she would boil them in warm water. Gradually, the supernatural organization wouldn't have any presence. Of course, Mansari wasn't the only one who knew about this plan. Only Limu and Vestana knew about this plan. When humans fought among themselves, they would always display shocking talent. Vestana picked up the phone and dialed number. Brits, gather all the members of the psionic team. We have a mission. Miss Vestana, are you talking about everyone? Yes, everyone, Vestana said with certainty. Half an hour later, all the team members had gathered. As a subordinate team of the Anti-Terrorism Security Department, the psionic team had always been trained according to the military style in terms of discipline. Even the most rebellious members of the psionic ability team would obey the rules. This was something the supernatural organization couldn't compare to. Comparing the two organizations, the supernatural organization was more like an amateur team. Of course, discipline did not represent strength. Brits was the vice captain of the psionic team. Miss Vestana, 23 members of the psionic squad have assembled. Blitz was the strongest in the team. He also had a nickname, Little Encyclopedia of Magic. He had some understanding and contact with almost every major magic system. From Easter Taoist magic to African voodoo, European magic, and shaman magic, he had come into contact with them all. According to statistics, he knew thousands of spells, and he could use different combat methods and magic according to different enemies. Vestana nodded. Thank you. Vestana stood up from her seat and glanced at the psionic team members in the meeting hall. The leader has ordered for the psionic squad to complete 3 scarlet missions. Brits looked surprised. As for the others in the meeting hall, some were surprised, while others were happy. Some were worried, while others were excited. Miss Vestana, isn't this too much? Brits asked. What's so difficult about it? I think this is more in line with our position. The person who spoke was called Tank. He was the only strengthening spiritualist in the team. Tank was hot-tempered and easily angered, especially when he used magic to fight. He was especially easy to lose control. He was always on a rampage on the battlefield, and most of the time, he caused a certain amount of public damage. Of course, his battle record was also very outstanding. Don't forget, the last time our psionic team participated in the encirclement of Turin, the result was not satisfactory. That's because Turin escaped. We didn't have time to do anything, and Turin actually left Arma Island early, Tank said. If Turin didn't leave early, I would have smashed Turin into pieces and made it stay in Arma Island's waters forever. Then why didn't you rush to the port early? Because I was entangled, Tank said. Brits sneered and didn't argue with Tank anymore. In Brits' eyes, Tank was a simple-minded idiot with well-developed limbs. Bang! Tank slammed the table and stood up. What do you mean by that laugh? Whatever you think it means. Are you laughing at me? Tank shouted angrily. I want to duel you. Enough. I didn't call you here for you to argue, Vestana scolded. Shut up, both of you, Brits. Brits returned to his seat. Tank grunted and sat back down as well. You can't refuse this mission. Of course, I know it's a bit difficult, but I hope you can do your best to complete it, Vestana said. Miss Vestana, don't worry and leave the mission to me. I'll bring you good news, Tank said. Idiot, Brits snorted. What did you say? Enough. Just as Tank was about to lose his temper again, Vestana interrupted their argument. Let's discuss among ourselves and see which scarlet missions our party has a chance to complete. Then we'll pick them. It doesn't matter what mission it is. I'll use my iron fist to make those filthy monsters understand that this is the human world, and they should go back to the sewers or hell. Brits glanced at Tank and stood up again. There aren't many missions suitable for our team, and they're all quite difficult. I know it's difficult. That's why I hope you guys can do your best. Vestana sighed inwardly. She knew what Mansari was thinking. Mansari probably didn't have much hope for this mission. Maybe he just wanted the troublemakers in the psionic team to die. That way, Mansari could easily control the psionic team. Actually, a detailed plan can increase our chances of winning. Please remember this book's domain name. 9 Heavens Godly Emperor Mobile Version. Chapter 1605. More, I'm here. Kalon waved his hand. More saw Kalan's figure from afar and strode towards him. Kalon, when did you come back to Los Angeles? Just arrived today, Kalon said, although they were a few years apart in age. But in fact, Kalon, who was older, was more like an elder. Of course, seniority wasn't important in the association. Plus, Moore was a casual person. She felt like she could talk to Kalon. So, she kept in touch with Kalon in private. It's my treat tonight, Moore said. Kalon looked at the golden credit card in Moore's hand. He was really envious. He wanted to say straightforwardly that it was his treat, but he didn't have enough money, so he couldn't ask. He was a few years older than Moore, but Moore was already self-supporting. But other than doing some temporary jobs, he still needed to ask his parents for money, and Moore was already earning a lot. Even if he finished school in the future, his salary might not be higher than Moore's. Most importantly, Moore's life was very different from his. In Colin's imagination, Moore's life was colorful. Right, I have a mission tonight. Do you want to come? Moore asked, Is that okay? Kalon hesitated. He was worried about the danger. Of course, he was also worried that he would be a burden to Moore. Don't worry, it's just a small mission, Moore said with a smile. It's an abandoned church in West Street. There's an evil spirit there. It's not difficult. If there's a chance, I can give you a chance to fight. Can I? Kalon had no confidence. Don't worry, no problem. Right, this is for you. Moore tossed a dagger to Kalon. Kalon took the dagger and looked at it. My dad seems to have one too. This is made of dragon bone, but your dad's is a refined magic tool. Yours is only engraved with some inscriptions. It's many times weaker. I see. Kalon curled his lips, a bit disappointed. Don't mind it. This dragon bone dagger can probably be sold for tens of thousands of dollars in a magic shop. So expensive? Kalon's eyes widened in disbelief. It's expensive, but don't you dare sell it. Otherwise, if the people from the association find out that I'm selling something from the association, I'll be in big trouble. Then I'd better not. I don't want to hurt you. Kalon was a very loyal person. When he heard that Immortal would be punished for this, he was worried about this and that. It's fine, as long as you don't sell it for money. Of course, you're not allowed to use the dragon venomous dagger against ordinary people. The damage the dragon bone dagger does to ordinary people will be easily recognized. Oh, I know. Are you sure it's okay? It's fine. Our association has a lot of things to do with the dragon bone dagger. We can even use it as a consumable item. Then why don't you sell it? Of course, it's to maintain the market price. Immortal said matter-of-factly, if something is overflowing in the market, do you think the price will be high? A refined dragon bone dagger is worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Isn't that more profitable than the ordinary dragon bone dagger in your hand? Can we sell both at the same time? Kalon said. However, Moore shook his head and said, if we sell both at the same time, then everyone will only buy the normal version. Then, we can find an alchemist to craft the refined version of the dragon bone dagger. This is definitely cheaper than buying the refined version. To put it bluntly, the association needed to maintain the high price of the dragon bone dagger to protect its own interests. Of course, the members of the association could use it however they wanted. After all, there were plenty of dragon bones in the association, but they couldn't harm the association's interests. No organization would allow a traitor to betray their own people. That was why Immortal warned Kalon. Immortal brought Kalon to an abandoned church. There weren't many people living in this area. Standing in front of the church, Kalon felt the desolation and eerie aura of the church. The church should be God's sanctuary, right? Why did it become like this? Something bad must have happened here, causing the holy spirits to abandon this place. No longer shrouded in holy light, it became even more impure than other places, Immortal said. In the end, this place became the nest of the impure. Immortal, didn't you say this was just a normal mission to exorcise evil spirits? Yeah, it's very normal. No matter how I look at it, the evil spirits that live here don't look like ordinary evil spirits. The evil spirits here are actually a priest who accidentally flipped through the demonic scriptures. Then, they summoned evil spirits from hell and ate all the nuns in the church. Hearing this, Kalon couldn't help but shudder. What are you afraid of? I don't need you to face them head on. Just stand beside me. As Immortal spoke, he created a clone and entered the abandoned church. After Immortal's clone entered the church, he saw all kinds of strange phenomena. Every time before these evil spirits attacked, they would use illusions to harass them. However, these illusions were effective against ordinary people, but not against spiritualists. Moreover, it was Immortal's clone in front of him. So, in the end, he still had to fight fair and square. This sinister spirit priest had a ferocious face. Under his black robe were the sad faces of the nuns. They wailed in unison. When ordinary people heard this sound, they would either go crazy or break down. Immortal's clone held the dragon bone dagger and stabbed the sinister spirit priest. If it was an ordinary evil spirit, the dragon bone dagger would have shattered his soul on the spot. However, the sinister spirit priest in front of him just flew back. The soul of a nun was thrown out and dissipated. It was Immortal's first time fighting such an opponent. This sinister spirit priest used the nun's soul as a substitute. Immerse didn't have any scruples. He could free the nun's soul by doing this. After losing a nun's soul, the sinister spirit priest immediately opened his mouth. Like a black hole, he began to suck in large mouthfuls of air. The surrounding air quickly flowed into the sinister spirit priest's mouth. Immerse's clone couldn't stay in place. Immerse's clone had a thought. He didn't waste time and directly self-destructed. Boom! With a loud bang, half of the abandoned church was destroyed. The nun's soul on the sinister spirit priest's body dissipated, and his body was badly damaged. The sinister spirit priest rushed out of the house like a madman. Kulan saw the sinister spirit priest rushing over and couldn't help but feel nervous. Just one look at that terrifying evil creature was enough to make one's blood run cold. You or me? Immerse asked casually. Chapter 1606. Kellen thought for a while and gritted his teeth. I'll do it. Colin took a deep breath as he looked at the diabolic priest who was charging at him. With the dragonbone dagger in his hand, Kellen disappeared from the spot. Whoosh! The dragonbone dagger sliced through the priest's neck easily. Arg! The evil priest screamed, clutching his neck with an expression of extreme pain on his face. However, no matter how hard he tried, the severed neck could not heal. Kellen ran for a few hundred meters before stopping. He was a little excited, but also a little frightened. He had been practicing the magic book that an elite had left for him. He had learned about 70 to 80% of it. He could control his body and magic power, as well as increase his magic power. Under normal circumstances, he could easily run several times his previous distance. However, in that instant, he had unleashed all his magic power and stamina. In a very short time, he had reached an astonishing speed. However, this also caused him to be exhausted after running a few hundred meters. The priest's body fell to the ground. His head rolled off too. Then his body began to dissipate. In the end, all that was left was a decaying skeleton. Call on, you've done it, and you've done a great job, Moore praised. Actually, there was nothing to fear about the priest, at least for a spiritualist. Moreover, Moore had already used up most of his power. Kellen had an absolute advantage in terms of speed. He also had a weapon in his hand. If Colin could be more stable, it would not be a problem for him to deal with the diabolic priest alone. Of course, a newbie would inevitably panic when facing an evil spirit for the first time. In fact, Kellen had done very well. Let's find a place to sit. The two found a beach and sat down. How is it? Are you still scared? No. I'll calm down. Actually, as long as he took that step, it would be easier after that, of course. It would be relatively easier. Just like Chun Zhao back then. At the beginning, he could not go on a killing spree the first time. As the saying went, first time, second time. Now, Kellen was no longer scared. He was more excited. It was his first time killing an evil spirit. Moore, how am I compared to you now? Still too weak. I'm different from you, Moore said. Unless you really join the supernatural organization, we won't have the same resources. What a joke. Moore entered the training tower once a week. Even if Kalan came out every night to subdue demons, so what? Immerse's battle experience would only increase. Corin, on the other hand, would have to find a dragon to fight every day. Otherwise, he would never be able to catch up to Moore. Not to mention, the various magic potions and tools were not something Kellen could compare to. There is also the meat of various magical creatures. The meat of some magical creatures wouldn't have much of an effect if it was only used once or twice. However, if it was consumed over a long period of time, the effects would be extraordinary. Take Aduz, for example. He was an ordinary person among ordinary people, and he was so old. Aduz had eaten too much meat from magical creatures. He didn't have to rely on any equipment to see the evil spirits. Aduz said he was a normal person, and he already had some abilities that normal people didn't have. As for saying that he was not an ordinary person, he did not have magic power. To be precise, Aduz still had 1 point of mana points, not to mention the combat power of the association. What resources? Mower shook his head. You're not from the association. I can't tell you. All right then. Kalan was already used to this. In the past 2 or 3 days, he often called on the elite. An elite always used this to brush him off. He did not know if an elite did not want to tell him, or if the association really had rules. But Kellen already felt that the supernatural organization was an organization with extremely strict rules. That night, Kellen and Mower asked for magic again and sparred occasionally. However, Mower did not want to waste a night with Kellen. After midnight, he left Kellen and slipped away. Kellen continued to practice on the beach. Maul had left behind a message that Kalon remembered in his heart. That was to practice diligently. In the association, from the president to the ordinary members, everyone practiced magic when they had nothing to do, or they studied their battle techniques. Kellen felt that he wanted to defeat his father. In that case, hard training was indispensable. Mr. Chun, are you planning to rebuild the original villa, or do you need to design a new building? Felwood asked. Redesign. I hope that the design will be sturdier this time. Even if there's a hurricane like last time, it will be unscathed. The project budget is $20 million. Okay, I understand. Felwood was overjoyed. He had thought that this project was just a favor and that it would be enough to charge Chun Zhao some cost. He did not expect Chun Zhao to give him another big project budget. Although $20 million was not Chun Zhao's biggest project budget, it was still very big. But for Felwood Cisco, it was already very big. You know where Mirror Lake is. Go measure it yourself and send me the design. Okay, Mr. Chun, what style do you want? Same old, modern style, Chun Zhao said. Oh, open a semi-enclosed field in the forest. What's the specific function of the field? Felwood asked. A place for training and shooting, Chun Zhao said. Many of my friends are members of the shooting club. Okay, I'll hire an architect to design the field too, Felwood said. Okay, that's all for now. Oh, I remember. I need to widen and deepen the outer river of Mirror Lake. I ordered a yacht recently. Right now, the depth and width of the outer river are not suitable for super yachts. Also, I need a dock. I don't want it to be like the old Mirror Lake, where the yacht could only stay in the middle of the lake. Yes, I understand. That's all for now, Chun Zhao said. Okay, if Mr. Chun has any other requests, you can contact me anytime. After hanging up, Chun Zhao suddenly stopped in his tracks. He turned his head and looked behind him on the sidewalk. A familiar figure was following him. That guy again. Kalon saw Chun Zhao in front of him stop and look at him. He was slightly shocked. He found me again? When Kellen had seen Chun Zhao just now, he had been extremely happy. He felt that he could definitely take revenge this time. Chapter 16:07. Kalon saw the man smile at him, and then turned to leave. Kalon was all too familiar with that smile. He'd seen it twice already. This was the third time. Kalon quickened his pace and chased after him. Kalon saw Chun Zhao turn into an alley. Colin followed at once, but as soon as he turned the corner, a punch greeted him. Wah! Kalon clutched his stomach and fell to the ground. You're so despicable, Chun Zhao glanced at Kalon. Who has time to waste with you? You always come to provoke me. I'm already merciful enough not to cripple you. With that, Chun Zhao swaggered away. Colin was filled with grief and indignation. He'd thought that now that he'd improved greatly, he could definitely take revenge on Chun Zhao. So, when he saw Chun Zhao again, he was overjoyed. But in the end, he'd been tricked. He hadn't even used his ultimate move and was tricked. Kalon was furious. He was clearly stronger, but why couldn't he beat Chun Zhao? Chun Zhao didn't care about Colin's frustration. He'd come to Alex's law firm to take a look. Alex had moved her law firm to Los Angeles. Chun Zhao made a few calls and confirmed the address. Then, he walked around the area. Finally, he found Alex's law firm. Chun Zhao entered Alex's office. It's really hard to find here. Chun Zhao looked at Alex's office. It wasn't very big, but it was in a good location. This area was a financial district surrounded by tall buildings. But after Alex moved in, it seemed to be the same as before and hadn't been renovated. Why don't you renovate? Your law firm is a famous one in San Francisco. Now that you're in Los Angeles, it'll affect your firm's reputation. If you can pay me more, I'll be happy to renovate, Alex said, unconcerned. I have to pay your law firm at least $5 million a year, and you're telling me you don't have the money to renovate? It's not a one-off payment. Plus, The real profit of 5 million is less than 2 million. Alex pretended to be poor before Chen Zhao, but Chen Zhao didn't believe a single word. If you're really short of money, I can lend it to you. Chen Zhao would never say something like, I'm sponsoring you. With Alex's personality, even if it was just a polite greeting, she would take advantage of it. No need. If you really want to help me, then sponsor me. As expected, Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. Shall we go out for lunch? Let's go to your restaurant. I heard that it's really expensive. Alex looked at him brightly. Even if he couldn't scam Chen Zhao out of money, he could at least scam him out of a meal. Fine. Chen Zhao shrugged. Seriously, do you really need money? Do you know how much a year's rent for this 1,000 square meter floor is? I'm starting to regret listening to you and moving the business to Los Angeles. Chen Zhao was stunned. Then he remembered. Alex moved her law firm to Los Angeles. Then her old contacts, clients, and business in San Francisco would be gone. Apart from the business he had given her, she was basically penniless in Los Angeles. All her connections, clients, and business had to start all over again. Chen Zhao wrote a check and handed it to Alex. I'm borrowing it. To start her business again, she would need a lot of money. Alex probably didn't lack money. She just didn't want to use it on renovation. But without a beautiful facade, what would clients think? It was fine if it was an ordinary customer. But rich clients wouldn't give their business to Alex's law firm if they didn't have a good first impression. Alex glanced at the number on the check. When are you returning it? Up to you. Chen Zhao pursed his lips. Suddenly, Alex tightened her collar. You're not trying to do something to me, are you? Give me back the check, Chen Zhao said with a dark expression. Okay, I'm free today. I'll get off work early. Let's go to your restaurant. You're the boss. Why are you pretending to get off work? Alex and Chen Zhao went to Marina's restaurant. She was a bit jealous of Chen Zhao's restaurant. She told Chen Zhao many times to remember her if he needed investments. Marina's business was really good. It was noon, and the restaurant was almost full. At night, there were more than 100 people waiting in line. The restaurant served the nameless wine every day. It was limited, though, ever since Chen Zhao got all the shares of Marina's restaurant. He provided the nameless wine and some special ingredients to Marina's restaurant. This caused Marina's business to be even better than before. Marina's restaurant's daily turnover could reach $1 million. Sometimes, it was a few $100,000. Last month, it had reached $18 million. Just the restaurant's net income alone was tens of millions of dollars. No one would doubt that Marina's restaurant was the most profitable restaurant in LA. Also, Steven often came here too. He would do live promotions for Chen Zhao's restaurant. There were also many celebrities who came to Marina's restaurant to spend money every few days just to have a chance encounter with Steven. Of course, most of the customers were attracted by the recipes and wine provided by Marina Restaurant. To be honest, Marina's restaurant's income was comparable to a mid-sized company. The two of them sat by the window. Alex didn't know how to save money for Chen Zhao at all. A table of dishes would probably cost tens of thousands of dollars. Chen Zhao had never been so extravagant. Chen, doesn't your restaurant have a Michelin rating? Yes, Chen Zhao said nonchalantly. A while ago, the Michelin guide wanted to give Marina's restaurant a 1-star rating, but I didn't accept it. Why? Do I need a tire seller to judge my restaurant? Plus, I'm only a 1-star. I don't care. The Michelin guide never gives a new restaurant a 3-star rating. It's always upgraded 1 star at a time. That's why I don't need it, Chen Zhao said calmly. My restaurant's business is already good enough, Chen Zhao said calmly. Even if I have a Michelin star rating, it won't bring me more income. Why should I care about that tire seller's attitude? The Michelin star rating was just a Western standard. If the tire seller could really bring him income, Chen Zhao wouldn't mind putting a Michelin star in his restaurant. But with Marina's restaurant's current business, he had to increase his income. The only way was to increase the price and not the Michelin star rating. Moreover, a 1-star rating might lower his business. Chapter 1608. Alex and Chen Zhao walked out of the restaurant. Speaking of which, do you want an IOU? Alex glanced at Chen Zhao. If it's just a check, I have 10,000 ways to go back on my word. The money on the check is Jerlin's dowry. Can you bear to take it? Shameless. Alex glared at Chen Zhao. She was Chen Zhao's and the brewery's legal advisor. She'd clearly seen the brewery's accounts and Chun Zhao's bank account details. She knew very well how much Chun Zhao earned each month. The money he'd lent her was only 1/20th of his monthly income. She knew too well how much Chun Zhao could earn. Even most of the world's top 500 might not be more profitable than Chun Zhao. Even Chun Zhao's net worth was just below the top 500. But Chun Zhao's net worth was real. Many of the world's tycoons built their wealth by piling up their stocks. When the stocks of their companies performed well in the stock market, their net worth would be high. If their stocks performed poorly in the stock market, their net worth would be low. It was common for billions of yuan to evaporate at the drop of a hat. But Chun Zhao was different. His income was like a money printing machine. Unless the dollar depreciated, Chun Zhao wouldn't lose money at all. Alex even encouraged Chun Zhao to list their beer brand so that she could earn a fortune in the stock market. But she knew that Chun Zhao wouldn't agree. For Chun Zhao, if Dashin Beer went on the market, then his virtual net worth would skyrocket, perhaps by several times. But in the long run, Chun Zhao would suffer a huge loss. Why did those rich people who made a fortune in the stock market and property market like to invest in real estate? Because real estate represented stable value. Chun Zhao held absolute shares of Dashin Beer. It was a super high-quality fixed asset. The people who sold it were also people who had actual benefits with Chun Zhao. If he listed it, he could indeed earn a fortune, but he would lose the stable long-term dividends. If there was a financial crisis or a stock market crash, it wouldn't affect Chun Zhao. This was the greatest value of real estate. Stability. The two of them walked on the street, chatting about all sorts of things. Just then, a woman walked toward Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao paused, and so did the woman. The woman glanced at Alex beside Chun Zhao. Then, he brushed past Chun Zhao without saying anything. Chun, I have to remind you that you have a family. What are you thinking? Don't fill in the blanks yourself, okay? Chun Zhao rolled his eyes. You dare say that you have nothing to do with that woman? It's related to Jerlin and Fei Lai's previous relationship, Chun Zhao said calmly. Oh, is it your ex-girlfriend in China? Alex asked. Fei Lai told you about this? Chun Zhao was surprised. Alex had been to the Bright Moon Villa twice. The first time, he followed Chun Zhao stubbornly. The other one was little Jerlin's birthday party. No, Jerlin told me, Alex said. He really didn't expect to meet his first love here. To be honest, Chun Zhao really had nothing to do with her. If he hadn't suddenly met her on the main road today, Chun Zhao's only impression of her was probably her name. As for feelings? Bullshit feelings. Tom had long since diluted those feelings. When they broke up, it felt like the world was collapsing and the world was ending. But that feeling only lasted for 2 or 3 days. Then it mostly recovered. Not just her. Even if Jerlin was revived and stood before Chun Zhao couldn't get back together with Jerlin. As your ex-girlfriend, you don't know she's in LA? We haven't contacted each other for 2 years. Why would I know? You really have nothing to do with her. You don't have the right to ask me that, right? Fei Lai's the one asking me, not you, Chun Zhao said nonchalantly. Chun Zhao said casually. Chun Zhao's casualness. Chun Zhao's casualness. Indeed, it had nothing to do with their past relationship. After all, when Chun Zhao saw the woman, he'd been surprised at the beginning. Then, his attitude and personality hadn't changed. It was enough to show that Chun Zhao had let go of her long ago. Sunmin looked back at Chun Zhao's back. She also didn't expect to meet Chun Zhao here. She'd heard that Chun Zhao had left the country, but she didn't expect him to be in LA. In 2 years, Chun Zhao seemed to have changed a lot. Just like Chun Zhao, Sun Min didn't have any feelings for him anymore. Sun Min and Chun Zhao's breakup was a bit utilitarian, but at least the two parted on good terms. Neither of them made a big fuss. Sun Min was also glad that she'd broken up with Chun Zhao. After all, her career had improved by leaps and bounds after that. Sun Min's trip to America was like a business trip. This time, she was here to visit the most luxurious place in the world, Beverly Hills. But after this trip, the luxury stores along the streets of Beverly Hills didn't seem like much. They weren't livelier or more upscale than the other places she'd been to. These kinds of famous brands and luxury stores could be found everywhere in the world. Sun Min was somewhat disappointed. But Sun Min hadn't been to the truly luxurious places in Beverly Hills. They were the manors that the rich lived in. The manors and villas of the rich were the places where poverty truly limited one's imagination. The current Sun Min could be considered an elite at most. She didn't even have the chance to see the real faces of those luxurious manors. For example, Chun Zhao's Mingyue Villa was in Beverly Hills. Many manors were located in locations that weren't worse than Mingyue Villa. 1/10 of the world's super yachts were gathered in Beverly Hills. Just thinking about this ratio, one would know how many rich people there were in Beverly Hills. Sun Min visited a few luxury stores. After buying a few things, she lost interest. The prices here weren't cheaper than other places. The customers here weren't necessarily richer than other places either. In fact, the customers who came to these luxury stores were mostly tourists from other places. Most of them were like Sun Min, tourists from other places. Sun Min's heart jumped. She took out her phone and looked through it. Since she'd met Chun Zhao, she might as well ask him out for a meal. But after a long time, she couldn't find Chun Zhao's number. Sun Min pursed her lips. She seemed to have deleted his number long ago. Oh, there was also the X group. Let's see if he's still there. She looked through the chats of her classmates, but couldn't find Chun Zhao's message. Chun Zhao's account was still in the group, but he seemed to have stopped spamming. Chapter 1609. In fact, this student group was basically abandoned. He hadn't received a single message in a few days. Sun Min even wondered if Chun Zhao still needed to use X. After all, Chun Zhao had been abroad for 2 years. Sun Min tried to send a message. Does anyone know how to contact him? After a few minutes, a private message popped up. Sun Min opened it and saw that it was Professor Lee, who taught neurosurgery. Son, you want Chun Zhao's contact information? I remember you guys broke up, right? Yeah, we broke up a long time ago. After a while, Ms. Lee replied, Do you know that Chun Zhao has been abroad for 2 years? I know. I just wanted to contact him all of a sudden, Sun Min replied. I see. He did give me his number after he left the country, and he's called me a few times in the past 2 years. Mr. Lee was also the only person in China that Chun Zhao had given him his phone number. After all, he was Chun Zhao's mentor and had taken good care of him in school. Chun Zhao was in the worst period of his life. Teacher Lee had also called him to comfort him. So, after Chun Zhao went abroad, he would still think of him. During festivals, Chun Zhao would call her or send her a message to congratulate her. Teacher Lee, can you give me his phone number if it's convenient? Why do you need his contact information? I still have some of his things here. I plan to send them to him. Teacher Lee thought for a moment. All right. Actually, other students had asked for Chun Zhao's contact information before. However, most of the time, those students were just there to prepare for the recording. Or maybe he could have a class reunion to show off. Ms. Lee didn't give him anything. Chun Zhao wouldn't go back to China for the reunion anyway. Professor Lee also heard that Chun Zhao was doing well abroad. At least he was doing better than most of his students. Therefore, the students who flaunted their wealth basically had no advantage over Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao didn't say much about his situation abroad. However, Ms. Lee could tell that Chun Zhao's family and career were both pretty good. I heard that his second daughter was born recently. He also had a picture of Chun Zhao's 2 daughters. Now, Sun Min wanted his number. Ms. Lee knew that Sun Min was Chun Zhao's ex-girlfriend. However, he didn't think that Sun Min and Chun Zhao would get back together. That was why he decided to give him Chun Zhao's contact number. Ms. Lee then sent Chun Zhao's overseas phone number to Sun Min. Sun Min, he's the father of 2 children now. If there's nothing important, don't disturb their lives. When Sun Min saw Teacher Lee's message, she couldn't help but feel amused. Even if he had to eat a pile of shit, he wouldn't go back to eat grass. What's more, what did her ex-boyfriend do? He was able to make her unable to forget him. Chun Zhao was sunbathing on the beach. In the end, after closing his eyes for a while, he found that his body was covered with sand. Jerlin held a small plastic shovel and kept shoveling sand from Chun Zhao's body. Little Larissa grabbed a handful of sand and sprinkled it on Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao did not know whether to laugh or cry. Baby, what are you guys doing? Wow. Sister. Yai. Little Larissa immediately cried out nervously. The first words little Larissa learned were not daddy or mommy, but big sister. Because little Jerlin patiently taught little Larissa to call her big sister every day. This made Chun Zhao and Fei Lai angry for a few days. Their greatest joy had been taken away by little Jerlin. Seeing that Chun Zhao had woken up, little Jerlin immediately hid the shovel behind her. Nothing. Little Jerlin had a guilty expression. She avoided Chun Zhao's gaze, and her eyes darted around. Chun Zhao laughed in anger and pushed the sand off his body. He picked up little Jerlin and little Larissa and tossed them into the water. He told them to drink some salty water. Little Larissa wiped the sand off her face. He found another fish in the water. Grabbing the struggling fish, he threw it at Chun Zhao. Bad. Chun Zhao caught the fish and tossed it back into the sea. Spiritualists like Chun Zhao basically wouldn't kill living things unless they wanted to eat or drink. This was probably respect for life. Chun Zhao wasn't the only one. Most spiritualists were like this too, unless it was a voodoo magic that required the blood of living creatures as a sacrifice. Under normal circumstances, they would try to kill as little as possible. Spiritualists believed in fate. In Buddhist terms, it was karma. Wantonly killing living things would result in karma. Chun Zhao believed it too. He didn't think that his fate was up to him. After all, he'd seen truly awesome people before. Those powerful existences believed in fate more. They didn't even think that his fate was up to him. Why did Chun Zhao think that he could change his fate? Those who thought they could defy the heavens and change their fate were the truly ignorant ones. Anyway, Chun Zhao still respected the world. If he really broke up his family to change his fate like in novels, then he wouldn't be awesome. He would be stupid. After playing with his 2 daughters on the beach, Chun Zhao carried them back to the cliff. Just then, the butler said, "Master, there's a call for you. It's from an unknown number." "Huh? Butler, your voice changed. Did you?" "Yes, master. I've sent your request to the head office." The company did it immediately. Chun Zhao didn't expect this AI company to be so diligent. Actually, this was because Chun Zhao didn't know these companies well. For example, this AI butler company. They didn't have many customers, but all of them were billionaires. So, they paid great attention to each customer's request. As long as it was a reasonable request and they could do it, they would all improve it. Of course, if the request was unreasonable or too much, they would choose to ignore it. "Call that number back." "Dialing, beep." "Hello, who called me just now?" Chun Zhao asked. "Chun Zhao. I'm Sun Min." Chun Zhao was stunned. "Sun Min? How did she have his number?" "Oh, hello. Huh. It's been 2 years, and you've learned to be polite." Compared to Chun Zhao's stiffness, Sun Min was relaxed. "Chun Zhao, I heard that you went abroad. After that, your number in China became invalid. How are you now?" "I'm fine." Chun Zhao touched his nose. "I saw you on the street and saw a woman beside you. I didn't want to cause unnecessary misunderstandings, so I didn't greet you. When are you free? Let's have a meal together. Please remember this book's domain name, mobile version. Chapter 1610. Sorry, I'm busy with work. I don't have much time." Okay. Sun Min wasn't surprised that Chun Zhao had rejected her invitation. "Is that woman yours?" "Sister-in-law," Chun Zhao said. Sun Min was speechless. She thought that Alex was Chun Zhao's girlfriend or wife. She didn't expect her to be Chun Zhao's sister-in-law. What a pity. It's rare to meet an old friend in a foreign place. I'll only be abroad for half a month. If I miss this chance, I don't know when I'll see you again." Hearing Sun Min's words, Chun Zhao thought to himself, "Then let's never meet again." Of course, Chun Zhao wouldn't say that. There will always be a chance. Chun Zhao would rather meet a high school classmate like Li Qiong. He didn't want to have a meal with Sun Min either. Li Qiong was utilitarian, but everyone was like that. But from Sun Min's tone, Chun Zhao felt that she was giving him charity. Moreover, Chun Zhao's impression of Sun Min had already been ruined when they broke up. Something like being friends after breaking up? That was pure bullshit. Chun Zhao didn't believe it. "Okay, I won't disturb you anymore. We'll talk next time." Sun Min hung up decisively. Chun Zhao was considering if he should change his number, but then he realized that it was too troublesome. Nowadays, a phone number was related to too many things. After thinking for a long time, Chun Zhao gave up on the idea. Changing his phone number just for Sun Min was a big price to pay. Plus, he could just blacklist her number. If she called again and couldn't get through after 1 or 2 tries, she should understand. Just then, a car entered Mingwei Villa. However, the car stopped on the highway above the beach. Chun Zhao looked over and saw Kalan get out of the car. Kalan was very unwilling, very, very unwilling, especially after Chun Zhao's sneak attack in the morning. So, he went straight to Chun Zhao's house. He wanted to take revenge on Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao took the elevator down to the beach. This time, Kalan was full of vigor. He believed that he wouldn't lose this time. There was a reason why he'd lost the last few times. The first time, he hadn't awakened. The second time, he'd used too much energy. The third time was this morning, when he was ambushed by this guy. But things were different now. He had already recovered. Moreover, there was no chance for Chun Zhao to launch a sneak attack now. "Kid, why are you here again?" Chun Zhao looked at Kalan, both annoyed and amused. Why didn't this brat learn his lesson? However, it could still bring him some fun. "I'm not who I used to be. When was the past? Cut the crap. Come, this time I'll let you attack me first," Kellen said as he hooked his finger. "I'll attack you first? Are you sure?" "Of course, don't say I didn't give you a chance," Kellen boasted shamelessly. "If you lose this time, I will throw you into the sea to feed the sharks. I'll also throw you into the sea to feed the sharks." Kalan was not to be outdone. "Okay, then I won't hold back." Chun Zhao clenched his fists. "Come, this time I'll make sure you won't even be able to touch my body," Kellen said confidently. Chun Zhao charged at Kalan. Kalan held his breath and stared at Chun Zhao's moderate speed. He sneered inwardly. He could dodge this speed with his eyes closed. "Watch my left uppercut." Kellen watched as Chun Zhao raised his left arm and moved his body. However, just as he moved, he felt a sudden pain in his stomach. Kellen clutched his stomach and fell onto the sand. You're too despicable." "How am I despicable?" Chun Zhao grinned at Kellen. "Kid, you're still too young. Fighting isn't that simple. You're despicable. If you didn't say anything, I wouldn't have fallen for it." "Okay, I'll give you another chance. Rest, and we'll fight again later." It was rare to have someone to waste time with. Chun Zhao didn't plan on letting Kellen go. Chun Zhao didn't use too much strength in that punch. Otherwise, Kellen would probably be bettered in for a few more days. Holding his stomach, Kellen sat on the sand and sulked. After a while, Kellen suddenly jumped up and pounced at Chun Zhao without a word. Earlier, he'd been ambushed by Chun Zhao repeatedly. It wasn't too much for him to ambush Chun Zhao now. That was what Kellen thought. However, Chun Zhao saw Kellen charging at him. He suddenly grabbed a handful of sand and tossed it. "Ah, my eyes, thud." Chun Zhao kicked Kellen away. "You're too despicable. You actually ambushed me." Chun Zhao criticized Kellen seriously. "You ambushed me before. Why don't you say you're despicable?" "But I succeeded, so I'm in the right." "You didn't succeed, so you're in the wrong." "What kind of bullshit is that?" Kellen almost spat blood in anger. "I won, so I'm in the right. Isn't that reason enough?" Kellen stood up again, unconvinced. This time, he'd learned his lesson. When he charged forward, he hit a handful of sand in his hand. To be honest, Kellen had been led astray by Chun Zhao. However, before he could reach Chun Zhao lifted his foot and kicked up another patch of sand. "Ah, my eyes, thud." Kellen was about to cry. Why were there such despicable people in the world? Kellen scrambled into the sea. After a while, he could barely open his eyes. But now, they were completely bloodshot. "Come here." Kellen looked at Chun Zhao. He wouldn't touch the beach no matter what. Here, the seawater could wash over him. Chun Zhao couldn't use sand to trick him anymore. Chun Zhao walked to the area where the waves washed over him. "You think you can beat me here? I won't lose this time." Kellen gritted his teeth and stared at Chun Zhao. "Then come." Chun Zhao crooked his finger at him. This time, Kellen didn't hide his strength anymore. His speed suddenly exploded. Chun Zhao was surprised. Spiritualist? This kid was actually a spiritualist? But this kid's magic power was really weak. Did he have 100 magic power points? Plus, he seemed to be an enhanced spiritualist that favored speed. But on this muddy beach, his speed was much slower. It would be good if he could use 60 to 70% of his original speed. Kellen charged at Chen Zhao, but Chen Zhao still didn't move. It seemed that when Chen Zhao really used his speed, Kellen couldn't react at all. Kellen thought gleefully. Kellen raised his right arm and swung it at Chen Zhao's face. But just then, Chen Zhao suddenly grabbed Kellen's right arm and threw him over his shoulder. Kellen screamed in pain and was thrown 3 to 4 meters away. With a splash, he fell into the waves. Kellen choked on seawater several times before climbing up pathetically. How can you keep up with my movements? Chapter 16:11. Chen Zhao smiled. Kalon looked at Chen Zhao's evil smile. You're not the only special person in this world. Colin's heart tightened. He understood what Chen Zhao meant. You too, cut the crap. Didn't you want to defeat me? Kalon finally didn't dare to be careless anymore. He no longer thought that Chen Zhao's earlier defeat was a coincidence or a trick. Chen Zhao had never been serious from start to finish. Come on, what are you waiting for? Do it. Kalon took a deep breath and used all his magic power. Roaring, Kalon charged at Chen Zhao. Bang! Kalon hadn't touched Chen Zhao yet. Chen Zhao's fist flew toward him. Colin's body flew more than 10 meters in the sea. Colin's mind was a mess. The punch had destroyed his confidence. The seawater washed Kalon back to Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao grabbed Kalon by the back of his collar and threw him on the beach. Kid, I like you. Chen Zhao's words scared Kalon. Kalon felt the muscles on his, but suddenly contract. Chen Zhao's face darkened. It's not what you think. What is it? Do you want to feed the sharks? I don't want to. Colin answered honestly. Then come here every day and spend an hour or 2 with me. Okay, Kalon answered decisively. But in his heart, he was thinking that after leaving today, he would never appear before Chen Zhao again. He would rather die than come here and embarrass himself. At least not in a short period of time. The difference between them was too obvious. Kalon wasn't an idiot. Are you thinking of never coming back after you leave this time? No, I didn't think so. It's fine. I have a way to make you come find me tomorrow, Chen Zhao said nonchalantly. Colin's heart trembled. Chen Zhao was also a spiritualist. Chen Zhao probably had a spell that Kalon didn't know about that could control him. Yes, it's what you're thinking. I'll cast a spell on you. Only I can undo it. Kalon was scared out of his wits. Stop messing with me. You're the one who delivered yourself to me. You said that I let you off the few times you provoked me. Since you've taken the initiative, I have to show you my respect. I don't need your respect. Please don't show me any respect. Colin wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Right, what's your name? Colin. Okay. Kalon, here, put this on. Chen Zhao tossed Kalon a boxing outfit. What do you want? Colin was not having it. Aren't you here to be my sparring partner? If that's the case, how can I reject you? Chen Zhao said matter-of-factly, put it on and practice with me for 2 hours. I don't want what sparring partner? It was just getting beaten up. Don't want it? It doesn't matter. Since you want to spar with me, I don't mind either. Colin decisively put on his boxing suit. However, as soon as he put it on, he realized something. The boxing suit was very heavy. The cotton seemed to be wrapped in metal. The entire suit weighed at least a few dozen kilograms. Not to mention other things, just the 2 baffles alone weighed 20 kilograms. Why is it so heavy? Oh, there's a titanium plate inside, Chen Zhao said. In fact, compared to most metals, titanium was actually quite light. Okay, come on, stand up straight, Chen Zhao said. Colin wanted to cry. Chen Zhao tried 2 punches, both of which were extremely light. Colin didn't feel that it was too heavy. He tossed away the negative emotions in his mind and started to treat it seriously. Raise the baffles higher with both hands, Chen Zhao reminded. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chen Zhao's punches were extremely fast. Colin realized that Chen Zhao's punching speed wasn't any slower than his. No, more accurately, it was much faster than his punching speed. Are you a speed spiritualist too? Colin asked. While punching, Chen Zhao shook his head. No, I'm more inclined towards strength. How is that possible? You're so fast. After strengthening strength, I can release strength into every muscle in my body. Of course, the potential energy I can release is greater than a normal person. But I can only feel your speed, not your strength. Of course, Chun Zhao didn't use any strength at all. He was just trying to control his strength and speed. If he just punched quickly, Colin might not even be able to leave a piece of flesh intact. You want to taste my punch? Colin thought for a moment. He was already wearing such a heavy defensive suit with metal plates inside. What was there to be afraid of? Come, let me test your true strength. Chun Zhao didn't want to kill Colin. Get ready. I'm ready. Come. Don't separate your feet. Put them back. How can I stand if I don't? I'm afraid I'll break your heels. Chun Zhao rolled his eyes. Are you really that strong? Colin didn't believe it. Put them back. Fine. With that, Chun Zhao punched out. Chun Zhao's control of strength was extremely clever. The moment his fist landed on the baffle, Chun Zhao retracted his strength. Colin's body felt light. He floated up and flew more than 10 meters away. Colin wanted to climb up, but he realized that his arms couldn't support him. His hands kept shaking. The baffle had also deformed, revealing the metal plate hidden in the cotton. Colin turned pale with fright. What a powerful strength. He didn't believe it at first, but now he did. If he didn't have this shield, Chun Zhao's punch would have definitely killed him. Sir, teach me how to use magic. Practice hard. There's no technique. You'll understand after practice, Chun Zhao said calmly. I'm already working hard. Ow! I run 10 kilometers every day. What, you don't believe me? I do. But for you, is running 10 kilometers every day considered hard work? Why not? If you run 100 kilometers every day, then that's hard work. 100 kilometers? How is that possible? I can't spend all my time running. Then I can't help it. How about you participate in more unconventional battles? Chun Zhao said. That way, you'll be more familiar with how to use your strength. Sir, do you fight often? Yes, I do. Then, next time you fight, bring me along. Chun Zhao shook his head. We're too weak. You're not suitable to face the opponents I choose. Chun Zhao wouldn't participate in the supernatural organization's missions. Opponents that required Chun Zhao's help were basically terrifying enemies. Chun Zhao didn't think that Colin had the right to participate. He might not even be qualified to watch. Please remember this book's domain name. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor Mobile Version. Chapter 16:12. Mr. Risfar, your price is too high. If our company follows your price, we won't have any profit to speak of. Sunmin looked at Risfar. Sunmin worked for a foreign trade company. This time, she was representing the company to negotiate with Risfar. Risfar was a giant in the shipping industry, but his price was too high. I can't do anything about that. Oil prices have been rising for the past 6 months. If I keep the original price, my company won't have any profit either. It wasn't that Risfar wanted to make things difficult for Sun Min, but it was difficult to do business in this world. Especially in the shipping industry, it had always been suppressed by oil prices. If oil prices were high, he had to raise the price. Why did oil prices determine almost all goods in the world? Because oil prices determined the price of shipping, and the shipping price of merchants' goods increased. Thus, they had to raise the price of high-quality goods to maintain their own profits. In China, the property market also determined the price of goods in the mainland. The logic was the same. Risfar had actually started to invest in other industries recently. For example, the hotel business partnership with Dell. Now, their first hotel could be said to be in full swing. It could even be said to be very successful. The huge profits made Risfar want to immediately abandon the shipping industry and turn to the hotel industry. Of course, after calming down, Risfar thought more. The success of the first hotel and the huge profits made him forget everything. However, the success of the first hotel didn't mean that the second and third would be successful. All his connections and businesses were in the shipping industry. If he rashly changed the industry and abandoned the business he was most familiar with, selling the shipping industry that he was most familiar with would be neglecting the essentials. The shipping industry couldn't make a lot of money at the moment, but the advantage was obvious. It wouldn't depreciate. That was the advantage of the shipping industry. No matter what, he wouldn't lose money, because no matter how high the oil prices were, he still had to ship things. But the hotel industry was different. If he made a lot of money, if he made a loss, then he would make a huge loss. Once a hotel made a huge loss, he would either be stubborn and hang on, or he would sell the hotel at a huge loss. If that's the case, I'm afraid we can't cooperate anymore, Sun Min said. Sun Min was threatening Risfar. After all, Risfar was not the only company in the shipping industry. Miss Sun, only my company's freighters still have empty spots on the west coast of America. The other company's freighters are basically full. Also, the shipping companies that aren't as big as my company will definitely quote a higher price than mine, unless you're willing to transfer your company's goods to other ports. But if you do that, your cost will increase again, Risfar said. It could be said that Sun Min didn't have many choices now. It could even be said that her only option now was Risfar's company. Sun Min pondered for a while and said with a smile, Mr. Risfar, don't tell me you're planning to come back empty after your cargo ship arrives at China's port? Risfar was stunned. As someone in his line of work, of course, he knew that there was a difference in cost between an empty ship and transporting goods to the shore. Miss Sun, even if your company has a company to transport, it's impossible to fill a 10,000-ton freighter. Each of Risfar's cargo ships could carry more than 10,000 containers. The cargo business that Sun Min could provide them could at most carry a few hundred to 1,000 containers. To Risfar, it could indeed save some costs, but it was far from enough for him to lower the price. A 100,000-ton freighter had to carry at least 6,000 containers to barely break even. Our company has a wide network in the mainland. Don't forget that our company's main business is foreign trade. Many companies' products go through our company, especially the foreign trade of agricultural products. I can promise you that if we can cooperate, our company can provide your cargo ship with 3,000 containers at China's port. Risfar was tempted. He pondered for a while and said, if that's the case, I can lower the price by 10%. 10%. That's not enough, Mr. Risfar. We hope you get more discounts. Also, I think we can cooperate for a long time instead of a one-time deal. Risfar was very tempted by Sun Min's proposal, 15% discount. If we can cooperate more in the future, the discount can be even higher. Sun Min finally revealed a satisfied smile. The 15% discount had already met her expectations. Then, it was time to sign the contract. She only needed to sign it. Miss Sun, I'm impressed by your shrewdness. Are all Chinese so good at doing business? Mr. Risfar, it's not that I'm shrewd, but we're not idiots. We all know that only a win-win situation can continue the cooperation, right? You're right. Oh, Miss Sun, are you interested in working for my company? Sorry, I haven't considered that yet. Of course, Sun Min wouldn't take Risfar's words seriously. She heard such compliments almost every day. Miss Sun, there's a party at my house this weekend. Can I have the honor of inviting you? Of course, it's my honor. People in Europe and the United States expand their social network through parties. Therefore, the party culture was very popular. There would be parties for everything. For example, Risfar had 2 or 3 parties a month. The Chinese had a drinking culture. Actually, the two were similar. President, we've already chosen a few red missions, but we haven't made a final decision yet. You can make the final decision, Wes said. Okay, I'll go over now. Chun Zhao hung up. Recently, the association had been evaluating and choosing the Scarlet mission. Every mission wasn't easy. There were even some missions that no one knew how difficult they were. These missions were usually eliminated directly, because not knowing what the difficulty was, it meant that there would be greater difficulty and unknown risks. If they had to choose missions with at least some clues. Of course, everyone had heard of these missions. Or maybe it was because it was too difficult, which was why it was famous. Therefore, they had to be very careful when choosing a red mission. Everyone hoped that they could leave safely and come back safely. Chapter 16:13. Chun Zhao arrived at the conference room in headquarters. Everyone went straight to the main topic. President, we've chosen a total of 7 missions. Sealing the Stone of Slaughter in Japan, killing the Mekong River monster, removing the Pharaoh's curse, finding the lost shaman heritage and handing it to shamanism, killing the giant in Norway, finding and killing the North Sea monster, and killing the poisonous dragon in the African barbarian cave. So far, we've chosen these 7 missions, but we haven't decided which 3 of them, Wes said. The Stone of Slaughter? Chun Zhao asked. The legendary stone of slaughter that seals the nine-tailed fox, Tamamo no Mae. Yes, to be honest, the stone of slaughter was a rather famous legend in the East. Even as a Chinese, Chun Zhao was familiar with it. Or rather, he heard about it many times. That nine-tailed fox escaped? How strong is it? Are you sure we can handle it? To be honest, Chun Zhao had heard about it too many times. Therefore, Chun Zhao wasn't sure if they could really handle the legendary monster that could sink the entire island of Japan. Even with Chun Zhao, they couldn't do it, right? President, actually, Tamamo no Mae didn't escape, but a crack appeared in the seal. The Stone of Slaughter is currently in the White Fox Stream in the Aoki Plain Forest under Mount Fuji, but because of the crack in the seal, large amounts of miasma have leaked out. The surrounding dozens of square kilometers are covered in miasma. Recently, because of the red missions, even more spiritualists have gone in and been harmed by the miasma. I heard that the crack has expanded quite a bit. If this continues, Tamamo no Mae might really escape from the seal. Chun Zhao had heard of the famous Aoki Plain Forest under Mount Fuji. It was the most famous suicide mecca in the world. Are you sure we won't run into Tamamo no Mae when we go there? Also, can someone tell me how strong Tamamo no Mae is? Are you sure this mission is suitable for us? President, I don't think the seal on the Stone of Slaughter is that easy to break, Donya Tenchi said. He was Japanese and the one with the most say. Oh, why? In fact, the seal has been loosening since 100 years ago. Over the past 100 years, the cracks in the seal have been expanding. As long as the Sengen Shrine is still there, the seal will not be unlocked. So, the possibility of facing Tamamo no Mae is not high. Moreover, Tamamo no Mae is said to be able to sink the Japanese island. In fact, Tamamo no Mae's real ability is to cause the sacred mountain, Mount Fuji, to erupt. Donya Tenchi said, Tamamo no Mae was sealed by the Onmyoji Ampi Saimai and 300 Onmyojis. Although Tamamo no Mae caused a great disaster in that battle, he didn't sink the island of Japan. If he really had that ability, he would have used it at that time. Chun Zhao sighed in his heart. What a pity. Then why did you choose this mission? I still think this mission is too dangerous. Because of Ruan Faxben, Wes said. Him? What happened to him? Chun Zhao turned to look at Ruan. President, I realized that dragon scales can repel poison, Ruan said. It's very effective. As long as you wear magic dragon scale armor or dragon scale armor, the miasma won't be able to get close to you. I also made a large number of antidotes. Also, Wes said, I don't think Ampi Saimai is stronger than the president. No, I think so. Master Saimai is the greatest on Myoji. He's the founder of Yin-Yang Dao. Donya Tenchi clearly respected his ancestor very much, even though he also respected Chun Zhao. But he also respected the Onmyoji from 1,000 years ago. Chun Zhao's power was obvious to all, but Chun Zhao clearly didn't contribute much in the field of religion. Okay, your Saimai is the best, okay? Chun Zhao couldn't be bothered to compare with a little Japan from 1,000 years ago. Also, we have Alice. Alice knows a lot of sealing spells, even the Yin-Yang Dao sealing spells, Wes said. So, I think this mission won't be too difficult for us. Let's talk about the other tentative missions. What's the Mekong River Monster? The Mekong River Monster has existed for more than 1,000 years. In the early days, the people in that area even treated it as a river god and performed many live sacrifices. Until the 1980s, it was officially recognized as a water monster. Its exact species is unknown. It's a cold-blooded animal. We only know that it has the power to control water. It's speculated to be a dragon. This mission can be pre-selected. My main battlefield is in the water, Chun Zhao said. I'm not afraid of any enemies in the water. Of course, unless it's absolutely necessary, I don't want to fight personally. It's best if you guys complete the 3 Scarlet missions. I'm just the final guarantee. That was what Chun Zhao said, but he knew that if he didn't fight, the chances of this mission being selected were very low. In the entire association, apart from him, no one was good at fighting in the water. But to Chun Zhao, this mission might actually be the easiest. Of course, to be frank, these missions weren't for Chun Zhao. They were for the members of the association. So, Chun Zhao's words were only for reference. At the same time, Chun Zhao would be a backup instead of directly participating in the mission. There's also the Egyptian Pharaoh's Curse. This completely requires Ruan Faxpin and Moraz. We can't do anything at all. We've already bought a sample of the Egyptian Pharaoh's Curse, West said. It's just that no one has been able to break the Pharaoh's Curse in the past few centuries, so the chances of us solving it aren't high. Mr. West, please don't compare me to those trash. I'm Ruan Faxpin. Ruan Faxpin said, dissatisfied. Fine, I hope you can succeed too. Of course, I still have my own opinions. West was obviously happy to see his own people solve the Pharaoh's Curse. However, he didn't have high hopes for it. There's also the shaman's legacy. Shamanism originated from Africa, but most people only know this much. We're also limited to this. This mission is closer to the African barbarian cave poisonous dragon. The African barbarian cave poisonous dragon. Is it a dragon? Yes, it's a real dragon. It's the only confirmed dragon in the world right now. But this mission is the same as the Mekong River monster, unless the president takes action personally otherwise. Chapter 16:14. Although magic dragon scale armor and dragon scale armor can resist poison, they're useless against poisonous dragons, West said. To be honest, for Chun Zhao, most red missions weren't difficult for him. For example, slaying a dragon. But West didn't plan on asking Chun Zhao to do it directly. If Chun Zhao did it himself, there wouldn't be any discussion. He could just pick a few nearby missions. There was no need for a meeting at all. Norwegian Forest Giant. It's a giant from Norse mythology. Is it a titan? Chun Zhao didn't know much about European and American mythology. The giants in Norse mythology and the titans in Greek mythology are two completely different things. They belong to different mythological systems. But both the Vanir and Olympus gods like to fight giants, Alice said. In Norse mythology, the god of deceit, Loki, led his sons and giants to kill the gods during the twilight of the gods. The Loki from the Women's Federation? That's a movie. West rolled his eyes. The real god of deceit, Loki, is Odin's brother. Is that Norwegian forest giant the one from Norse mythology? I don't think it's a pure-blooded giant, West said. West said, according to the witness, he was 100 meters tall and held a tree trunk in his hand. It's like the mountain giant in Dota, Moore said. Shut up. West glared at Moore. Just because Chun Zhao was joking didn't mean Moore could do the same. How strong is this Norwegian forest giant? He destroyed 2 towns before. The local government tried to keep the news under wraps. Understandable. Chun Zhao nodded. What about the giant North Sea monster? It's also a monster from Norse mythology. It's in the sea near Norway and Greenland. Its exact location is unknown. Not long ago, the giant North Sea monster appeared and attacked a large group of spiritualists. More than 100 people died. This is the video. West played a video that was less than 3 minutes long. In the video, it looked like a monster from mythology. Only part of its body was shown, but it was still enough to show how big it was. To Chun Zhao, it should be a monster like an octopus. A few tentacles reached out of the water, either wrapping around boats or slapping the sea. The tentacles were about 100 meters long, and if the part that was underwater was counted, it would probably be even longer. And judging from the strength of the tentacles, it was absolutely terrifying. That was because one of the tentacles had wrapped around a 100-meter-long ship and forcefully twisted it out of shape. On the surface of the sea, there are also people using firearms to attack the tentacles. One of them used an RPG to attack the tentacle, but the tentacle remained unharmed. Just the tentacles alone displayed astonishing defensive power. In the end, everyone looked at Chun Zhao. Very powerful, Chun Zhao said after a while. Guild leader, what else? You can't beat them, Chun Zhao said honestly. Then, out of these 7 missions, which do you think we should choose? According to your description, the Killing Stone should be the easiest one, provided that the 9-tailed fox, Tamamonome, doesn't come out of the seal, Chun Zhao said. Secondly, we need to find the lost shaman heritage and remove the Pharaoh's curse. As for the rest, we need pure combat power. From what you've said, it's hard to win. Poisonous Dragon, Giant, Water Monster, and Sea Monster. Maybe we could try the Giant, but I don't recommend trying the other three. First, the Mekong River Monster and the North Sea Monster could be eliminated. The association lacked combat power in the water. Second, the Poisonous Dragon. That was a real comparison of power. If Gaia, Heliais, and Norma could increase their power by several times and work together, they might be able to fight it. To put it bluntly, the others were just a bunch of nobodies before the Poisonous Dragon. How about this? We'll seal the Killing Stone first, and then try to find a lost shaman heritage. Ruan Fazabin and Moraz will also do their best to break the curse. If we can't break it in actual combat, then we'll prepare to surround the Giant, West said. However, the last two missions are more dependent on luck, West said. There's too much luck involved. So, if these two missions don't work out, the President might have to take action and choose one from the Poisonous Dragon, Sea Monster, or Sea Monster. All right, Chun Zhao said. We'll do that for now. Strictly speaking, Tamamono Mei, the nine-tailed fox sealed by the Killing Stone, should be the strongest. But the prerequisite was that the seal had to be undone. Just then, Chun Zhao's phone rang. Chun Zhao greeted West and walked to the door to pick it up. Risfar, what's up? Laura isn't feeling well these days. Do you have time? Help me take a look at Laura. Sure. Is it urgent? If it's not, I'll go over tonight. Okay, I'll have the kitchen prepare your dinner. Are Phalai, Jerlin, and Larissa coming over? Do I need to prepare them? No, they won't come. I won't be home. I have work to do now. Okay, we'll talk later. The meeting was also coming to an end. Chun Zhao and West both said a few words. They decided on the Scarlet mission for now. Then, it was the preparation work. After all, each mission was dangerous. No one dared to be careless. The preparation work this time was an investment without considering the cost. This mission wasn't just a trial. It was also a huge income for the association. Therefore, there was no need to consider the cost. The trip to Japan was tentatively scheduled to depart in mid-October. After confirming the date, the meeting ended. Chun Zhao drove to Beverly Hills. Chun Zhao's car had just entered Risfar's house. Vera, Ronnie, and Laffer rushed to Chun Zhao. Laffer missed his canine companions very much. Uncle Chun, did Jerlin come? No. Uncle Chun, why didn't you bring Jerlin? Did you mistreat Jerlin? Why didn't you let Jerlin play with us? Ronnie had already shown her unruly and unreasonable side at such a young age. Chun Zhao sweated profusely. Did your dad mistreat you too? Jerlin kept saying that she hasn't seen you in a long time. Chun, I heard you bad-mouthing people behind their backs from afar. That's not something my friend should do. Chun Zhao could hear Risfar's dissatisfied voice from afar. I was forced to retaliate. You should ask your daughters. It's best to discipline them. Chapter 16:15. Chun Zhao entered the mansion. Rala leaned on the sofa in the living room. When she saw Chun Zhao, she immediately stood up and hugged him, welcoming him. Rala, I heard from Risfar that you weren't feeling well, so I came to see you. Rala glanced at Risfar and slapped her forehead. Oh my God, I just caught a cold. Do you really have to invite Chin? Rala said in a blaming tone. Do you think Chun is as free as you? No, I think Risfar did the right thing. Plus, you don't look so good. It's not as simple as a cold. Hearing that, Risfar immediately tensed up. Chun, is it? Rala had a history of cancer, although Chun Zhao had cured it. However, Risfar was still worried that it would relapse. Hearing Chun Zhao's words, Risfar was scaring himself again. Chun Zhao rolled his eyes at Sfar. Don't scare yourself or Laura. It's nothing. What I mean is, Laura is probably infected with the flu and has a bit of fever. Chun Zhao paused and sat beside Rala. Rala, let me check your body first. Then I'll prescribe some medicine for you. Seeing Chun Zhao's relaxed expression, Risfar also relaxed. Then, Chun Zhao finished checking Rala's condition and prescribed some medicine. Risfar looked at the prescription. It was just a normal anti-inflammatory medicine, so he also relaxed. Uncle Chun, Ronnie and Vera ran in again. Uncle, tell Dad to let us play with little Golin. Chun Zhao looked at Risfar and Rala. You heard that, right? How about this? Bring them to your house for 3 days tonight and send them back on the weekend. There's a party in my manor on the weekend. You, Phalai, Guh and Larissa can come too. You can only play at my house for a few days. Guh can, but Larissa can't leave Feilai yet, Chun Zhao said. Right now, Larissa's situation was rather special. Her diet was rather complicated. Apart from breast milk, she also had some food that could only be found at home. So, Chun Zhao wanted to stay at home. Guh was wild and didn't need special treatment. Yay, that's great. We can play with the dolphin. Risfar and Rala were helpless. Ever since little Guh Lin's birthday party, Ronnie and Vera kept thinking about the dolphin family. The two of them could provide for almost all the needs of their children. But this was the only aspect that they couldn't compare to the Chun family. Chun Zhao's family didn't have many things, but they had a lot of animals. Moreover, every animal was full of spirituality, although Lafayette had become smarter in the past 2 years. But compared to Chun Zhao's animals, they lacked intelligence. As they were talking, Del came in with Faith. Uncle Chun, seeing Chun Zhao, Faith suddenly said with tears in her eyes, Uncle Chun, is little Jerlin here? These little fellows were all talking about Best Actor and Best Actress levels. Tears came out of nowhere. Faith, Mom and Dad asked us to stay at Uncle Chin's place for a few days, Laura proudly showed off to Faith. Faith threw herself at Del's chest and started crying. Dad, Ronnie and Vera are going to stay at Uncle Chin's place. They can eat with Princess and play with the dolphin family. They can ride on Black Ma and White Ma and Basin. They don't have any. Seeing Faith crying, the adults present all had awkward expressions on their faces. If you wanted to go, just say it. Why did you have to beat around the bush? Okay, you can go too. You can go too, right? Del had a headache. It's not like I'm stopping you from going. Faith's tears turned into a smile. Really? Yes, but don't cause trouble for your Uncle Chun and Annie Feilai. Yes, little Faith will be good, little Faith said happily. After dinner, the 3 kids prepared to follow Chun Zhao home. However, these 3 little fellows really had a lot of things. Risfar even sent a servant to help deliver the things to Chun Zhao's house. When Chun Zhao brought the 3 kids home, Chun Zhao's eyes lit up. There was an uproar in the house, including little Larissa. Even though it was already night, they wouldn't go to sleep. They were going to play on the beach at night. Chun Zhao could only accompany them. That was different from day. There was a certain degree of danger at night. The seawater would also wash some dangerous creatures onto the beach. Chun Zhao first checked with the little world before letting them come down to play. Chun Zhao and Feilai jumped onto a soft bed on the beach. While watching the little fellows frolic, he enjoyed the tranquil and pleasant night scenery. Little Larissa had already fallen asleep. She was nestled between the two of them. This kind of night was unforgettable. The family pets were also playing on the beach. Only Princess was quiet and didn't move. She lay beside the mattress. Briar and Bramble didn't inherit their mother's personality at all. Or perhaps it was because of the environment they grew up in. They were very active like little Guh. Briar, Bramble, Simba, and Nana had grown a lot compared to last year. Little Guh could already ride them now. Moreover, they were much stronger and smarter than their peers of the same age. In American society, it wasn't rare to have any kind of pet. Felines, bears, or even cold-blooded animals weren't rare either. Of course, this was the privilege of the rich. Nevertheless, there were many cases of pets attacking people every year. But there weren't many pets like Chun Zhao who flew in the sky, crawled on the ground, and swam in the water. There were high beams at the back of the beach to provide enough light for the kids playing on the beach. Under the control of the housekeeper system, the light was always locked on to each child. According to the settings of the housekeeper system, the safety of the children in Mingyue Villa was the highest. Once a dangerous creature approached, it would alert the housekeeper. Of course, Chun Zhao was also monitoring them at all times. He made sure that no accidents would happen. The underlings brought over some cut fruits and juice. When the kids were tired, they would drink some juice and rest before continuing to play. The kids were too excited. They really treated this night as a party before the end of the world. Chun Zhao let them be. If they were really tired or if Chun Zhao thought it was too late, he would let them sleep. If they didn't sleep, he would give them the Banshee's charm. While he was free, Chun Zhao also arranged their meals for the next 2 days. It wasn't that they were malnourished. Chun Zhao just had some micronutrients as a professional habit. Chapter 16:16. The next day, after a good night's sleep, the little devils started playing again early in the morning. Chun Zhao and Fei Lai didn't care at all. They could do whatever they wanted. The morning air was still a bit cold, but Jerlin, Faith, Ronnie, and Vera were already playing on the beach. Kalon came again and saw the many little devils on the beach. He didn't understand where so many kids had come from. Chun Zhao came down from above. "You're so proactive?" Chun Zhao was surprised. Kalon shrugged. "I don't want to make things difficult for myself." He didn't know what Chun Zhao had done to his body. However, he could feel that every time he used magic, he would feel blocked. Clearly, Chun Zhao had done something to him. "These kids are... Why do you care about them? Let's continue today. Practice boxing with me first," Chun Zhao said. With that, Chun Zhao tossed the boxing outfit to Kalon. "Try to dodge my attacks," Chun Zhao said. Following Chun Zhao's instructions, Kalon tried to dodge. But no matter how he dodged, Chun Zhao could still hit him. He didn't have an advantage in speed or experience. After trying a few times, Kalon realized that his efforts were all in vain. Chun Zhao's punches were too fast. In fact, Chun Zhao had already slowed down his punches by 10 times. Otherwise, Kalon wouldn't be able to block Chun Zhao's 100 punches per second. "Your kids want to play in the water. There are sharks there. Aren't you afraid that something will happen to them? Why do you think the sharks can appear here?" "Why?" "Because I raised them, of course." Chun Zhao rolled his eyes. "Did you forget what happened that day? Why do you think you guys were attacked by sharks so many times and not hurt at all?" Kalon recalled the experience that day. A few sharks kept attacking him and his friends. But in the end, they returned to the shore safely. Now that he thought about it, it was indeed very strange. "Sharks can be raised in captivity?" Kalon asked, confused. "I'm a spiritualist." "You're a druid?" Kalon asked in surprise. "I only know animal language," Chun Zhao said calmly. At the same time, he punched and forced Kalon back. "Don't get distracted." "Bang, bang. Beast language? Can I learn it?" "Sure. Do you really want to learn?" "Of course I do," Colin replied seriously. "You need to start learning the most basic dog language." "How?" "Practice barking first." Colin's face darkened. How could he not know that Chun Zhao was making fun of him? After the sparring session, Kalon walked away feeling sore all over. But it wasn't easy for Chun Zhao. Little Jerlin, Little Fisher, Ronnie, Vera, and Little Larissa. After lunch, Fei Lai asked Chun Zhao to take the children out to play, including Little Larissa. Chun Zhao had no choice but to take the 5 kids out alone. To ensure that the 4 children wouldn't run off, Chun Zhao had to put leashes on each of them. It was also commonly known as a dog chain. In the past, Chun Zhao couldn't understand putting a leash on a child. Wasn't it too much to lead him like a dog? But now he understood. When taking more than one child out, a leash was almost a necessity. Chun Zhao had 4 leashes on him and Little Larissa in his arms. But the 4 leashes couldn't completely keep them in check. With their active personalities, the leashes would tie knots from time to time. Moreover, the 4 of them were completely dead set on the leashes. The leashes were always in a tight state. "Dad, we're going there," Little Jerlin shouted, pointing at a supermarket. "Okay, a supermarket." Chun Zhao brought the little demons into the supermarket. Even Little Larissa, who was in Chun Zhao's arms, showed her feminine nature. "Dad, I want that." "Uncle, I want that, and that too." Chun Zhao looked at the toy cars that the children were pointing at. The toy cars they wanted weren't ones that could be held in their hands. They could really be driven in them. They were actually miniaturized jeeps. They were 1.2 meters long. It seemed like a good choice to drive on the beach. "Sure." Chun Zhao found a shop assistant and asked for 4 toy cars. Of course, even Chun Zhao couldn't take the toy cars and the packaging. So, he had the shop assistant send the 4 toy cars to his house. Then there were a lot of snacks. Chun Zhao wasn't afraid that they would get diarrhea from eating snacks. Anyway, Chun Zhao always had a way. Sun Min came to the supermarket today. She was actually here to inspect the supermarkets in America. She wanted to see the differences between the supermarkets in America and in China. She was a very career-driven woman. Even during the holidays, Sun Min would still care about something related to her work. After entering the supermarket, Sun Min felt that it was big, very big. There were about the same number of shop assistants and customers. Most of the time, The supermarkets in America were empty. Of course, there were shopping streets in America too. For example, Thanksgiving, Black Friday, and Cyber Monday. Every year on these 3 days, there would be stampedes in shopping malls and supermarkets. Most of the time, the supermarkets in America were empty. Just then, Sun Min saw a figure in front of her. She recognized Chun Zhao and was even more surprised by his situation. Is he a babysitter now? Sun Min couldn't be blamed for thinking so. Chun Zhao really looked like a babysitter right now. He was holding 4 children and holding another one in his arms. On the other hand, Chun Zhao's face was filled with despair. Sun Min had heard that there were babysitters in America, regardless of gender. Their main job was to take care of the children of rich families. No wonder Chun Zhao didn't want to eat with her last time. He was afraid of losing face. Sun Min hadn't planned to show off or humiliate him. However, she couldn't help but feel proud and satisfied. Now, she felt that her choice back then was correct. Sun Min thought for a moment and walked up. Chun Zhao. Sun Min went up to greet him. Chun Zhao was stunned. He didn't expect to see Sun Min here again. Sun Min, what a coincidence. We meet again. The world is so small. Or are we fated? Sun Min looked at Chun Zhao with a meaningful smile. In this world, not every coincidence can be called fate. The 4 children were still pulling on the leashes like crazy. Jerlin even climbed onto the shelves. Looks like it's hard for you too, Sun Min said. Sun Min said, are all children so active? I don't dare to have children anymore. First, you need to find man. Then you can choose whether to have children or not. Chapter 16-17. I won't disturb you anymore, Sun Min said. I still have something to do. Bye. Okay, bye. Seriously, when you're free, come out for dinner. It's okay. I'm busy. Sun Min glanced at the kids and nodded. I understand. Bye. Bye. Sun Min could feel it. Chun Zhao's attitude. He planned to cut all ties with her. But that was good. Chun Zhao really didn't have time to bond with Sun Min. The 4 kids bought many toys and snacks in the supermarket. They wanted to go to the amusement park. Okay, let's go then. But the amusement park was much more crowded than the supermarket. Chun Zhao had no choice but to ask Risfar to send a few more people over. Otherwise, he really couldn't take care of so many kids by himself. After playing for a whole day, they returned to Mingyue Villa in the evening. At night, Fei Lai planned to take the kids to the sea. Hearing Fei Lai's words, the kids were all excited. After dinner, the children jumped on the Hydra. When the sun went down, the whole family went out to sea. After all, there were a lot of kids, so Chun Zhao and Fei Lai may rule for them. They could only go into the water to play with their permission. Without their permission, they definitely couldn't go into the water. If the kids didn't listen, they had to go back immediately. Although Chun Zhao had brought them out to play, safety was the most important thing. Since Chun Zhao had brought them out to play, then he had to live up to Risfar and Del's trust. 30 nautical miles after the Hydra sailed, Amon started to follow it. Kids, come out, Fei Lai called. The kids ran to the deck in a hubbub. Just then, Amon leaped into the air. Amon's huge body was too shocking and impactful. His current body is even bigger than the Hydra. Wow, wow, wow. So big. What's that? Amazing, amazing. Such a big fish. That's Amon, our Amon, little Jerlin said proudly. Little Faith, Ronnie, and Vera all looked at little Jerlin with watery eyes filled with envy. Kids, do you want to play on Amon's back? Can I? Is it really possible? The children were chattering excitedly. Chun Zhao put the children onto Amon's back one by one. The 4 children jumped around on Amon's back. Fei Lai and little Larissa didn't go up. Little Larissa was too young to handle such a storm. After all, it was nighttime and the temperature was a little low. Under Chun Zhao's order, Amon started moving. He even made some movements on the surface of the sea. The 4 kids were shouting excitedly. After playing on Amon's back for half an hour, they finally returned to the shore. After playing on the sea for a few hours, the children were tired and fell asleep. Then it was time for Chun Zhao and Fei Lai. The Hydra has set a return route. Tomorrow morning, the Hydra will be back in port. In the morning, Lola and Risfar even made a video call. They wanted to talk to the children. Mr. Chun, Felwood said, the first draft of the Mirror Lake Villa is done. It's been sent to your email. Please take a look and see if there's anything you need to change. Okay, I'll take a look first. Chun Zhao opened his email and looked at the first draft. The process of building a private villa and customizing a yacht were similar. They both required the client to look at the design and then start construction after they were satisfied. Of course, the villa's design was much simpler than the yacht. Chun Zhao realized that this version of the villa's design was completely different from the previous Mirror Lake villas. The main body was cylindrical and much taller than the previous villas. Moreover, the main body of the villa this time was almost all built in the lake. One had to admit that the design was indeed eye-catching. However, the villa was completely built in the water, which increased the construction difficulty. The water's permeability and corrosiveness couldn't be ignored. Mr. Fellwood, I don't object to building the villa in the water. I don't doubt your company's construction skills either, but how do you solve the extension problems? Mr. Chun, the biggest problem with building it completely in the water is humidity. However, installing a dehumidifier on each floor will solve this problem. At the same time, I plan to use titanium alloy as the main structure and custom-made large building glass to avoid the corrosion of the lake water, Fellwood said. Each floor will be separated by fiberboard and then covered with soundproof materials. Fellwood explained the various details of the design in detail. Will the dehumidifier cause noise? Mr. Chun, the current dehumidifier can achieve absolute zero noise. It's not the traditional square shape. Instead, it's curved and can perfectly fit into the wall. What about the resistance to wind and waves? Chun Zhao was most concerned about safety. He didn't want the villa to be flattened by a storm like the previous one. Of course, the previous villa wasn't flattened because of the design or construction quality. It was because of the third night. Nevertheless, Chun Zhao still hoped that the next time he encountered similar problems, the villa wouldn't be destroyed directly. Mr. Chun, look at the curved inner groove on the outer wall of the main body. It's a rather popular ventilation groove. Our company's designer specially designed it. By simulating the impact of wind and waves, it can reduce the destructive power of the wind and waves by several times. Also, we'll put a 20-ton piece of complete concrete in the lowest level of the villa's basement. It'll be fixed like a ship's anchor. I can guarantee that even if there's another hurricane like last time, the new villa won't be damaged at all. Chun Zhao thought for a moment. Make the room with the concrete in the basement into a sphere. It'll be the same size as the basement of Mingyue Villa. How do we put the sphere in? You don't have to be responsible for that. I have my own plans. Okay, I understand. When he built Mingyue Villa, the construction had been a bit rushed. But this time, he had more time to build a Mirror Lake Villa. Chun Zhao had thought about moving to Mirror Lake in the winter. However, he probably wouldn't be able to move in this winter. Since that was the case, he might as well let Fellwood build slowly and focus on quality. Chapter 16:18. Chun, when are you free? Come to school. Sure, I'm free today. I'll go over in the afternoon. Chun Zhao could vaguely tell from Wright's tone that she had something to talk to him about. In the afternoon, Chun Zhao left the kids with Fei Lai and went to UCLA. Chun Zhao hadn't been to school in a long time. Ever since little Larissa was born, he'd spent most of his time on her. When he arrived at the school, he saw someone familiar in the distance. Colin, why are you here? Are you also a student here? Mr. Chun, why are you here? You're not here for me, are you? Chun Zhao rolled his eyes. I'm a professor at UCLA. Why do you think I'm here? What? Colin was shocked. He didn't expect Chun Zhao to be a professor at UCLA. All right, let's not talk anymore. I still have something to do. It couldn't be said that Chun Zhao and Colin had a deep friendship. However, ever since Colin got used to being abused by Chun Zhao, he was no longer afraid. He found that he seemed to enjoy the process a little. Of course, it was mainly because Chun Zhao could teach him something, although the process might be painful. However, after every sparring session, Chun Zhao would heal him too. Chun Zhao found Wright's office. Seeing Chun Zhao, Wright pushed up her glasses and looked at him unhappily. Darling, you don't seem to want to see me. Tell me, how long has it been since you last came to school? I've been busy lately. Chun Zhao didn't even bother to find an excuse. He sat before Wright's desk and started eating an apple. Do you know how much pressure I've been under to keep your professorship? And most university professors in the United States were permanent. Of course, the premise was that he didn't resign. People like Chun Zhao might not even come to school once a month. They only had 2 or 3 classes every half year. Wright had indeed put in a lot of effort to keep Chun Zhao's title. All right, enough with the nonsense. Let's get straight to the point. This time, I called you here to ask for your help. Tell me, what is it? As long as I can do it, I will definitely do it. I want money, Wright said straightforwardly. How much? Chun Zhao hesitated. It was not that he could not afford it, nor was he unwilling to give it to Wright. But giving it to Wright was one thing, giving it to the school was another. Chun Zhao's feelings for the school couldn't compare to his personal relationship with Wright. If Wright was personally short of money or needed it urgently, Chun Zhao didn't even ask how much it was. He just wrote a check. But Wright wasn't asking for money personally. The school probably needed money for her to ask for his help. The school doesn't have a lot of funds this year, especially for the sports club. Wright said, half of the students in the school are members of the sports club, and there are more than 2,000 students who are interested in developing in sports, but the funds allocated to the sports club is only $1 million. Chun Zhao had done some sports-related things before. For example, Tiger's training and competition. It was all Chun Zhao's own money. He knew very well how much it cost to train a sports student. Of course, it was impossible for the school to train every student like a professional athlete. If every student who wanted to develop in the sports circle was trained like a professional athlete, even if UCLA had a mountain of gold, it wouldn't be enough. Even so, the school had a huge number of sports students. The cost of equipment, competitions, and training was still not a small amount. For example, a basketball match at another school would cost around $1,000. If it was a city match, it would cost at least $5,000. If it was a city match, it would cost at least $5,000. There are also other sports students. How big is the gap? Chun Zhao asked. The next funding won't come until March next year. There's still half a year until then. So if you want the sports students to have enough funds, you'll need at least $1.5 million. Wright's eyes were pleading. Chun Zhao pursed his lips. What can I get out of it? What do you want? Wright wasn't an unreasonable person. When it came to sponsorships, it would be successful. If it didn't, it wouldn't affect Chun Zhao's personal feelings. If charity or sponsorships couldn't generate profits, they wouldn't last long. This was very common in Europe and America. Money didn't grow on trees. Europe and America's attitude toward charity was exactly like the Chinese saying, teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. This was also why charity funds in Europe and America were all profit-making. So, if Chun Zhao made his request, Wright wouldn't reject it as long as it was reasonable. If Chun Zhao only wanted to donate, he could donate for 1 or 2 years. But he couldn't spend $1 or $2 million every year to something that wouldn't bring him any profit. I can sponsor the UCLA Sports Club $2 million every year. However, I request that all the competitions held by UCLA every year have the Dash and Beer logo. Also, the uniforms of the UCLA Sports Club must have the Dash and Beer logo on them whenever they participate in competitions. $2 million isn't enough. At least $5 million. Wright raised the price. Do you know how many competitions our students participate in every year and how many times they participate in them? If it's more than 10,000 times, according to the price of $2 million, it's like only $200 per competition. Chun Zhao shook his head. $5 million is too high. Also, I don't think the sports club needs that much money. For $1 million, I can't go any lower. How about $3 million? Chun Zhao said. This wasn't a real business negotiation. Their conversation was too personal. While they fought for their own interests, they couldn't attack each other like they would at a real negotiation. If they really wanted to negotiate, Chun Zhao wouldn't be the one doing it. Instead, the legal team would be the one doing it. $3.5 million, Wright said. I want to sign a 3-year sponsorship contract and pay it all in one go. I want to build another stadium. Fine. Chun Zhao shrugged. I'll get the lawyer to sign the contract with you tomorrow. Oh, do you have any coupons? Wright asked gloomily. Dash and Beer has been too hard to buy recently. It's sold out every time it's on the shelves. She might look like an old woman in her 90s, but she was a real alcoholic. No, Dash and Beer doesn't have any promotions right now. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. Also, do you think you're young? You're already so old, but you still drink every day. I'll check your body later. Chapter 16-19. If consumed in moderation, Dash and Beer was good for the body. But it wasn't necessarily a good thing to drink too much every day. Of course, not everyone could drink too much. Dash and Beer always had a special characteristic. It was that the alcohol content wouldn't be high when drinking it. But after a few more cans, the after effects would come. Most of the time, they would be drunk and unable to wake up. I'm also a medical student, Wright said. I don't need you to tell me that drinking is bad for the body. But under Chen Zhao's tough attitude, he wouldn't sponsor him. If Wright didn't examine him, he wouldn't sponsor him. Wright was infuriated by Chen Zhao's threats. Kalon just walked out of the classroom. He had just finished a public lecture. Two people walked toward him. One was a voluptuous, sexy woman. The other one was a tall and sturdy man. Kalon didn't think much at first. However, the two of them continued to walk towards him. Mr. Kalon, can we talk? The sexy woman asked with a sweet smile. It was easy to like a woman like her. Kalon was stunned. He looked at the two in confusion. Do we know each other? Just then, the sexy woman took out her phone and played a video. Mr. Kalon, is that you? Kalon took the phone and looked at the video. The incident in the video had happened the night before yesterday. Kalon was walking on the street when a girl ran to pick something up on the road. Coincidentally, a truck rushed over. At the same time, Colin activated his speed and saved the girl from the shadow of death. The video was probably taken by the surveillance camera at the intersection, but Kalon didn't know who these people were. How did they get the camera? I'm Ceylon. He's my partner. Tank, the sexy woman said. The sexy woman said, we work for the government. We hope you can join our team. Sorry, I'm not interested. Kellen refused without hesitation. He was more interested in his father's organization, the supernatural organization. Kid, Tank's hand was already on Colin's shoulder. Do you know what kind of punishment an unregistered spiritualist will get for using magic? Colin dodged. He avoided Tank's hand. He didn't believe her. Moore had mentioned that there were many spiritualists in Los Angeles. Not everyone is a member of the supernatural community. There is nothing that prevented spiritualists from using magic as they pleased. As long as he did not use magic to break the law, no one would question him. There were also many spiritualists who relied on their magic to make a living. These are all permitted. Kid, I'm afraid you won't be able to refuse our invitation. There was a malicious smile on Tank's face. I still refuse. Kalon was very annoyed by the other party's aggressive tone. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. Goodbye. Colin was about to leave when his body suddenly froze. He found himself unable to move. Ceylon pointed her finger at Kellen, a mocking expression on her face. Let's go, Ceylon said softly. Colin found his feet moving unconsciously. What did you do to me? Puppet magic. You are now my marionette, Ceylon said with a smile. Hurry up and undo the magic on me, or I'll scream. Colin was furious. At the same time, he also felt the magic was magical. Ceylon's fingertips moved lightly. Then I'll sew your mouth shut. Suddenly, Colin felt as if there were threads running through his mouth. Ugh, Colin was shocked, but he couldn't make a sound. Just like that, Ceylon dragged Colin out of the school. Then, he was brought into an alley. Colin saw that there were many people in the alley. The leader of the group should be a blonde woman who was not much older than him. Is he our new member? Blitz pushed up his glasses and looked at Colin. Vestana walked up with a smile. You're Colin, right? I'm Vestana. Actually, we're schoolmates. I just graduated from UCLA this year, Vestana said. Ugh, Ceylon, undo the magic on him, Vestana said. Colin felt the magic on him disappear. He turned to look at the alley's exit. A few people had already stopped him. Clearly, they were preventing Colin from running away. Colin, we're very satisfied with your talent. Join us, Vestana said. Do you think you can force me to join you like this? Colin hated being forced like this. If they were communicating normally, he wouldn't be so resistant. But Tank's tyranny and Ceylon's control over him went against his will. He was filled with endless rage. I won't submit to you, Colin roared. Vestana's expression showed her displeasure. Call on if you have any requests, we can talk. Don't push me away like this, okay? My request is simple. Get out of my sight and don't appear in front of me again. Kalon was still too young. He didn't use his brain before speaking. Vestana's displeasure became even more obvious. Tank growled. Do you want to die, kid? Tank's body grew a bit larger. His loose clothes instantly tightened. Kalon looked at Tank. Holy shit, is this guy the Hulk? But his attitude was clear. Kalon didn't think they could do anything to him. They couldn't possibly kill him, could they? If that's the case, there's nothing I can do, Vestana sighed. At this time, Vestana took out a piece of parchment. She turned to Celilon. Celilon, it's your turn. Understood, Miss Vestana. Celilon smiled. Mr. Kalon, we could have talked nicely, but since you refuse, we'll have to resort to some unconventional methods. Kalon found himself losing control of his body again. His hands subconsciously moved upwards. Slowly, it moved towards the parchment. Kalon cursed inwardly. He didn't know what this was for, but he could still sense that the situation wasn't good. This parchment seemed to be some sort of magical contract. If he pressed it, he wouldn't be able to change his mind. Kalon wanted to resist, but his body was tightly controlled. Don't struggle. Your mana is too weak. You can't resist at all, Celilon said with a hint of pride. Ah, Vestana, what a coincidence to see you here. Please remember this book's domain name. Nine Heavens Godly Emperor Mobile Version. Chapter 1620. Chun Zhao stood at the entrance of the alley with a smile on his face. The moment she saw Chun Zhao, Vestana's expression changed. Damn, why is he here? Save me. Save me. Kalon yelled. But the next moment his mouth was sewn shut. Chun Zhao had already seen the entire situation. He walked into the alley. Vestana, can you explain to me what's going on here? Mr. Chun, this is a dangerous spiritualist. He used his magic to commit some serious crimes, Vestana said as calmly as she could. Oh, I see. Chun Zhao clearly didn't believe her. Just then, the people in the alley all looked at Chun Zhao, their eyes filled with caution. Chun Zhao walked up to Kalon and looked at the sheepskin contract. He had signed a sheepskin contract before, so he knew what it was for. What's written on it? Is this his confession? Chun Zhao reached out and grabbed the sheepskin contract. Give it back to me, Celilon shouted, reaching out to snatch back the sheepskin contract. Slap! Chun Zhao slapped Celilon away with the back of his hand. Damn it! Tank roared. His clothes exploded and his body doubled in size. Stop! Vestana yelled. They couldn't have a conflict with Chun Zhao. They definitely couldn't have a conflict with him. This wasn't in line with their plan. If they had a conflict now, their plan might be put on hold. After Chun Zhao slapped her, the spell Celilon had cast on Kalon was dispelled. Mr. Chun, I didn't commit a crime, nor did I use magic. If he used magic to commit a crime, it's none of your business, Chun Zhao said, smiling. We're still investigating. We can't confirm it yet, Vestana said calmly. Oh, then I'll bring him back for investigation too. Is that okay? No problem. Go ahead. Vestana tried her best to control herself. However, the others were all arrogant. They didn't care who was in the right or who was rude. They only knew that Chun Zhao had come here alone. Then he'd snatched their people away. This wasn't something they could tolerate. They did not have Vestana's sense of the bigger picture and patience. Especially Tank. He was impulsive and easily angered. And the angrier he was, the more powerful he was. Moreover, once he exceeded the critical point, he would lose most of his rationality. Tank roared, You want to leave? Leave him here. Chun Zhao pulled Kalon behind him and looked back at Tank. Bang! No one saw how Chun Zhao did it. All they saw was that Tank's body seemed to have lost control of itself. Like a cannonball, he shot out and crashed heavily at the end of the alley. The others also crowded around him. Stop! All of you stop! All of you stop! Vestana shouted angrily. Whoever dares to disobey will be punished by military law. Only then did the psionic ability team members restrain their urge to attack. Chun Zhao whistled. I can't believe that the girl who was scared half to death back then has become a completely different person in less than half a year. Mr. Chun, I think there's some misunderstanding between us. Please forgive me. Please take him away. Actually, I know what Mansari wants to do, but I don't care, Chun Zhao said casually. But this is Los Angeles, my territory. If there's a next time, you might suddenly die. That's right, Chun Zhao said casually. Although Asalisa had already left the anti-terrorism department, she still had informants in the department. They could not receive all the information in real time, like when Asalisa was the secretary of the department. They could not receive all the information in real time, like when Asalisa was still the secretary. But they could still obtain a lot of information. Then they could analyze the information. Under Mansari's plan, the anti-terrorism department had secretly formed a supernatural team. As for the purpose of forming this supernatural team, Chun Xiaobei did not know. It wasn't hard to guess. It was to get rid of the supernatural organization's control. In the end, the supernatural organization would replace them. Of course, this was an overt plot. Mansari also knew that they could not hide this news. So, they did not want to hide it from the supernatural organization for too long. They did not need to hide this information. Instead, they wanted to avoid conflict with the supernatural organization in the process. As long as there was no conflict, even if the supernatural organization knew that there was another team, they had no reason to attack. The psionic team was not strong enough to fight against the supernatural organization. Vestana even suspected that Chun Zhao had appeared here on purpose. Chun Zhao's goal was to clash with them. Then he could legitimately disband the psionic team. At the very least, he could destroy the psionic team's confidence. Not just the spiritualists were shocked by Chun Zhao's words. Even Vestana's veins bulged. But in the end, she still controlled her anger. Impulsiveness was the devil. Vestana, I'm looking for a secretary. Are you interested? Chun Zhao was not in a hurry to leave. Grinning, he looked at Vestana. Vestana took a deep breath. I'm very happy with my current job. I don't plan on changing for now. If that's the case, then if I kill them all, will you lose your job? Vestana's eyelids twitched. Chun Zhao was provoking her on purpose. Mr. Chun, please leave. We're not that close. Fine. Chun Zhao shrugged. Then he glanced at Ceylon. Little girl, do you know what happened to the puppet master I encountered last time who used magic recklessly? Ceylon covered her face. The anger in her eyes was about to burst out. Ceylon, step back, Vestana yelled. Ceylon stepped back unwillingly. Seeing that he didn't provoke her, Chun Zhao left with call on. Mr. Chun, who are those people? None of your business, Chun Zhao said calmly. You know them. They're my enemies. Do you know them? Kalon admired Chun Zhao a little. After all, Chun Zhao had saved him from so many people alone. At least, he couldn't be so calm. Also, Chun Zhao's provocative tone didn't sound like he was going to save someone. It seemed more like he was going to pick a fight. Mr. Chun, aren't you afraid that they'll suddenly attack? There's so many of them. Numbers don't mean anything, but there are so many of them. Kalon didn't think that Chun Zhao could beat so many people alone. Tell me the exact situation. Chapter 16:21. Brits didn't say anything, no matter how unwilling or angry the team members were. Brits helped Vestana calm them down and control their emotions. Until everyone had left, Brits looked at Vestana with a serious expression. Vestana, I hope you can explain why this is happening. Brits was also mad. Finally, he exploded. He needed an explanation. The opponent was just one person, but they had to endure and retreat despite having so many people on their side. They had to throw away their dignity. They still had to retreat in the face of the opponent's provocation. He couldn't understand why. Vestana sighed. Even if all of us attacked, we wouldn't be able to beat him. Miss Vestana, I'm afraid you have some misunderstanding about the strength of a spiritualist, Brits said with dissatisfaction. Brits considered himself to be at the top of the spiritualists, but he didn't dare say he had a chance against more than 5 spiritualists. Moreover, there were 10 of them at the scene. Brits refused to believe that their side would lose. The conflict just now was a huge blow to the whole team. Do you remember the destructive power test at the beginning? Vestana asked. Brits nodded. Of course he remembered. During the destructive power test, Tank got the highest score for his terrifying destructive power. But Vestana didn't announce the exact score. She only announced the ranking. Then do you know under what circumstances I met that person for the first time? Brits couldn't help but turn to look at Vestana. After such a long period of contact, Brits now had a better understanding of Vestana. Smart, capable, and had a good grasp of the big picture. That was why Brits was willing to be Vestana's assistant. He helped Vestana manage the team, even though Vestana was just an ordinary person. But Brits believed that Vestana was the best choice as the main person in charge. No one in the team could manage better than her. Do you know how much Tank got on that test? How much? 2, Vestana said. Brits frowned. Based on what you said, that person must have gotten 10, right? No, it was 100, Vestana said with a serious face. All of you will get 1 point. That man will get 100 points. How is this possible? How can Tank be so much weaker than that person? That's the truth. Vestana didn't give a specific explanation. She was afraid that she would reveal that person's true strength. It would frighten Brits and cause the team to completely lose their confidence and courage, even if Vestana said so. But Brits did not believe it. He felt that Vestana was exaggerating. The Supernatural Society and the Department of Counterterrorism Security were at odds with each other on the surface. It had long been a tacit understanding. But for now, the Supernatural Organization was still an indispensable part of the Anti-Terrorism Security Department. Without the Supernatural Organization, once a paranormal or supernatural incident occurred that the Counterterrorism Department could not handle, the situation would go out of control. So no matter how much the two sides quarreled in private, on the surface, the Anti-Terrorism Security Department was still the superior department of the Supernatural Organization. The Supernatural Society accepted such a relationship. Hello, 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 hello. In fact, the focus of the Supernatural Society. He had never considered it as an internal conflict with the Anti-Terrorism Security Department. This matter had actually been discussed internally. Chun Zhao, West, Asalisa, and Gaia had had a small discussion. They talked about the hostility of the Anti-Terrorism Security Department. Asalisa's words went straight to the heart of the matter. No matter who won or lost this internal conflict, what would the outcome be? So what if the Supernatural Organization won or lost? If they won, could they just destroy the Anti-Terrorism Security Department? Could they just kill Minister Mansari? That was impossible. At most, they would make Mansari step down and get a new minister. What would the Supernatural Organization get? Would the new minister definitely cooperate with the Supernatural Organization? Impossible. The Supernatural Organization could never replace the Anti-Terrorism Security Department. On the other hand, even if the Supernatural Organization lost, they would not be able to win. What could Mansari do? Could they send American soldiers to kill them all? Other than restricting the Supernatural Organization's funding, they could do nothing. Even if one day Mansari could create a team that could replace the Supernatural Organization. So what? The Supernatural Organization could only survive on their own now. As long as they got rid of the Anti-Terrorism Security Department's funding restriction, then the Anti-Terrorism Security Department's last trump card against the Supernatural Organization would be completely useless. By then, it would be useless no matter how happy the Anti-Terrorism Security Department was. So, at the end of the small meeting, Chun Zhao decided to ignore the Anti-Terrorism Security Department's little tricks, because this was a meaningless battle. Also, the Supernatural Organization wasn't completely without a way out. The Supernatural Organization had another connection in the government. That was Leong, the former minister of the Anti-Terrorism Security Department, who had hated the Supernatural Organization to the bone. But just like that, success was all because of Xiaohe. Failure was also because of Xiaohe. Back then, Leong had been bullied so badly by the Supernatural Organization. But the last moment, he made a comeback. In the pagoda-bearing Snow Mountain incident, Leong used this achievement. Not only did he get out of the Anti-Terrorism Security Department unscathed, but he was also promoted. After that, Leong and the Supernatural Organization seemed to have completely separated on the surface. It seemed like they had nothing to do with each other anymore. But Leong knew very well that the Supernatural Organization could be a knife in his hand, just like the pagoda-bearing Snow Mountain incident. After letting go of his prejudice, Leong contacted the supernatural organization of his own accord and expressed his attitude. To Leong, to the supernatural organization. The two of them had a relationship that would benefit both parties if they worked together and harm both parties if they were separated. Leong knew very well, too. They had no reason to be enemies now. The grudges of the past were not worth mentioning at this moment. Plus, Leong knew better, even if he was promoted now. But if he used his power to make things difficult for the supernatural organization, he would really piss them off. They might really throw a curse at his house. Although the supernatural organization didn't really care about the anti-terrorism security department, some conflicts were still unavoidable. For example, this time, Chen Zhao couldn't just ignore what was happening. Right before his eyes. Chen Zhao couldn't just ignore what was happening before him. Plus, the other party had indeed gone overboard this time. If this was in a movie, it would definitely be something that the villain would do. Nine Heavens Divine Emperor Mobile Version. Chapter 16:22. If they cause trouble for you again, call me, Chen Zhao reminded Kalon. But that was all he could do. He wasn't Colin's bodyguard. He couldn't keep an eye on Kalon all day. Of course, he also believed that the anti-terrorism department wouldn't touch Kalon again. After all, they were probably trying to avoid conflict with the supernatural organization. When Chen Zhao returned, the car was on a road above the beach. He saw Fei Lai doing yoga on the beach. The kid sat beside Fei Lai and copied her yoga moves. Even little Larissa was learning from him. Chen Zhao parked the car in the garage and went to the beach. Darling, Chen Zhao also started mimicking Fei Lai's yoga moves. To be honest, Chen Zhao's movements couldn't be as accurate as Fei Lai's. For example, the camel pose or the front folding pose. Unless Chen Zhao broke his bones, he wouldn't be able to do it all. For one, Chen Zhao's bone structure was already set. Plus, Chen Zhao's muscles created a lot of resistance. Of course, Chen Zhao wasn't the soft type in the first place. Dad, you're so stupid. You have to bend your waist lower, Jerlin said with disdain. Look like Jerlin. Chen Zhao stood up with a dark expression. I'll go see if dinner's ready. Chen Zhao wasn't worried that they would do some super difficult movements. Fei Lai guided them from the side. Some movements were dangerous for kids. They might even affect their bone development. But as long as they didn't do those movements, it would be very beneficial for their development. After a set of yoga movements, Fei Lai took the kids swimming in the sea. First, little Larissa was exhausted after swimming for less than 100 meters. A little dolphin went up and put little Larissa on its back. Faith was next, followed by Ronnie and Vera. Last was little Jerlin. Jerlin's body was too good. Among kids her age, she was invincible. Of course, no matter how good she wasn't as good as Fei Lai. When everyone went ashore, little Larissa had already fallen asleep on the dolphin's back. Chen Zhao tossed a towel to Fei Lai. At the same time, he gave her a glass of juice. Fei Lai, the design for the Mirror Lake Villa is ready. Take a look. As long as you think it's good enough. I don't know architecture, Fei Lai said indifferently. Right, Risfar and Laura are having a party at their place tomorrow. Are you going? No, thanks. Fei Lai had been working out nonstop recently. She didn't even touch alcohol. If he went to a party, he would inevitably drink some alcohol. Of course, under normal circumstances, drinking some beer wouldn't have any effect. It was just that Fei Lai had high expectations for herself. After dinner, the children began to play again. They went from the Bright Moon Villa to the beach, and then to the water. Fei Lai was jogging on the beach. Chen Zhao sat on the beach. He was cultivating. Little Larissa climbed onto Chen Zhao's legs and reached out to scratch his face. Baby, don't disturb me. Go play with your sisters. Chen Zhao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He really shouldn't cultivate here. Because of the spiritual qi, cultivating in the villa would definitely be more effective than on the beach. However, Chen Zhao still had to look after the children, so he could only cultivate on the beach. Little Larissa stood on Chen Zhao's legs, but her short hands could only touch Chen Zhao's chest. Fei Lai stopped beside Chen Zhao and wiped the sweat from her forehead. Chun, I've spent more time with little Larissa than you. Why is she closer to you? Feilai's tone was filled with intense jealousy. It's probably because of the aura, Chun Zhao said, chuckling. Aura. Everyone's aura is different. It's like radio waves from a radio station. Little Larissa can receive my radio waves. What about me? What's my aura like? Feilai also wanted little Larissa to feel her aura. Chun Zhao smiled bitterly at Feilai. Even ordinary people had auras. Chun Zhao could feel Feilai's aura, but little Larissa couldn't. Little Larissa had awakened her magic, but she didn't know how to control her senses and magic. So, everything she did was based on instinct. Chun Zhao could control his own aura, so he could release his aura to attract little Larissa. Everyone's aura was like a magnet. Feilai and little Larissa were magnets that didn't know how to control their own poles. Chun Zhao, on the other hand, could control his magnetic poles, so his aura could attract Feilai and Larissa. Feilai was an adult, so she wouldn't be affected too much. But little Larissa only acted based on instinct. She would naturally get closer to Chun Zhao. For example, normal people had a magnetic field, which was actually everyone's aura. Why did some people suddenly like each other? It was the closeness of their auras. Chun Zhao suddenly froze. He suddenly thought of something important. The magnetic fields between people could attract each other. Then what about the magnetic fields between people in the world? Chun Zhao suddenly calmed down. His body was completely empty. The Earth created a magnetic field through its rotation. So could his small world also create a magnetic field? Chun Zhao tried to make his small world spin. No, it wasn't enough. His immortal power wasn't strong enough. He couldn't make his small world spin on its own. Chun Zhao returned to the mansion and tried again. He needed more immortal power. He needed the small world and his own immortal power to form a cycle. Only in the mansion and with the spiritual qi from Old Turtle's internal alchemy could Chun Zhao replenish his immortal power faster. Chun Zhao absorbed the spiritual qi faster. The small world started expanding again. Chun Zhao felt that he'd grasped a certain point. It still wouldn't work. The small world had expanded, but there was no difference in essence. He needed a core. The rotation and cycle had to be completed through this core. By the way, what if there was a sphere similar to the Earth in his body? If he followed this train of thought, would it be an internal alchemy? Chun Zhao never lacked courage when it came to trying. Huge amounts of immortal power started circulating rapidly. Every cell in his body was activated. What was an internal alchemy? It was actually a pure gathering of energy. The immortal power started gathering, compressing, gathering, and compressing again. Gradually, a rice-sized sphere formed in Chun Zhao's dantian. Did I succeed? When Chun Zhao relaxed, the sphere instantly collapsed. Fuck, I failed. Chapter 16:23. Something was missing. Without control, the immortal power couldn't be formed at all. As soon as he relaxed, the internal alchemy would collapse. Chun Zhao couldn't maintain the internal alchemy with his willpower forever, unless he never slept. But even if he didn't sleep, he would still be mentally tired. He was still missing something important. How did Old Turtle form the internal alchemy? How about using the dark lava to strengthen it? Chun Zhao tried the second time. First, he used the dark lava to form a spherical container in his dantian. Then he injected the immortal power into it. But the effect wasn't as good as the first time. The spherical container made of dark magma suddenly exploded, and the dark magma instantly dispersed. Damn, it still didn't work. Another failure. How did Old Turtle form his internal alchemy? Unfortunately, Old Turtle was in seclusion. Chun Zhao couldn't even talk to him. Chun Zhao was worried that entering the river diagram would disturb Old Turtle. So, he could only explore by himself. Chun Zhao suddenly thought of an idea that wasn't really a solution. An idea that even Chun Zhao wasn't confident in. If he wanted to form an internal alchemy in his dantian, he had to be able to compress his own power. Chun Zhao didn't lack this, but he lacked how to maintain the internal alchemy. He had to maintain the internal alchemy. The dark lava didn't have such powerful restraints. What if it was an alternate space? He could create an alternate space in his dantian. Chun Zhao's guts were boundless. After thinking for a while, Chun Zhao tore a hole in his elixir field. Then he created a space the size of a finger. Next, he compressed the immortal power. The immortal power kept gathering and compressing. Particles formed again, but this wasn't enough. He had to continue compressing. The particles grew until they were as big as the alternate space. Chun Zhao released his control. The internal alchemy expanded, but it instantly touched the barrier of the alternate space. It didn't collapse again. Success! Chun Zhao was delighted. Suddenly, someone patted his shoulder. Chun, you've been sitting here for more than 10 hours. Do you want breakfast? Chun Zhao was stunned. More than 10 hours? More than 10 hours had passed already? No need, Chun Zhao said. Call me again at 3 in the afternoon. Okay, do you want to rest? No need. Chun Zhao meditated again. Next, he opened up a few openings in the alternate space, allowing the internal alchemy there to connect with his immortal power. This process was much easier than compressing the inner core. Next was to let the inner core spin and use the inner core to move the small world. Under the control of Chun Zhao's telekinesis, the internal alchemy began to spin slowly. The small world began to spin as well. Not fast enough. He needed to be faster. Chun Zhao sped up the internal core's rotation, but the small world's speed didn't seem to increase much. The speed of the inner core was obviously faster than the small world. Because of this, the friction between the inner core and the small heaven and earth produced a magnetic field. Suddenly, Chun Zhao's mind cleared up. The small world began to expand rapidly. Every time it pulsed, the small world would expand by several meters. It grew all the way to 200 meters before it stopped growing. If he wanted the small world to continue growing, the internal alchemy had to expand as well. Was this the core formation of the immortal cultivators? The moment Chun Zhao opened his eyes again, he saw a familiar face. Chun Zhao realized that his vision had completely changed. There was a layer of red smoke in the air. The further he looked, the fainter the red smoke became. Right below him was a patch of gold. The gold didn't come from under his feet, but from the old turtle's inner core that he saw in the basement. Although it was through the floor, Chun Zhao could still see it. Was that spiritual qi? Chun Zhao also saw how his small heaven and earth worked. Like a whirlpool, the spiritual qi was sucked in. Then it was processed and transformed into pure white energy. Finally, it was sent into his body and absorbed by his cells. Then it was absorbed and compressed by his cells, turning into immortal power. Chun Zhao raised his arm, wanting to grab the spiritual qi. Just then, a strange feeling appeared in Chun Zhao's mind. The spiritual qi didn't seem to reject him. They were gathering in Chun Zhao's palm. Chun Zhao didn't know what this strange sense of closeness was about. Could this be the elves' affinity with the elements? Chun Zhao wanted to see how much spiritual qi he could gather. Chun Zhao released his mind. Instantly, even more spiritual qi gathered in his palm. The spiritual qi wasn't absorbed by Chun Zhao. Instead, it gathered in a physical form. It was a huge ball of spiritual qi. Chun Zhao could even feel the terrifying power contained in this ball of spiritual qi. Chun Zhao hurled the spiritual qi out. But as soon as it left his hand, it dissipated and returned to the world. Chun Zhao's face darkened. Why wasn't it powerful at all? Chun Zhao thought that he developed another big move. But it was useless. It seemed that there were other tricks to controlling the spiritual qi. Chun Zhao wondered how elves could control the spiritual qi and use magic-like attacks. Chun Zhao thought for a moment and called Lila Gavich. Mr. Lila, are you free? Mr. Chun? How come you're free to call me? Lila Gavich was surprised that Chun Zhao would call him. Mr. Chun, do you want me to go to Moon Villa? If you're free. Chun Zhao didn't force him. He wasn't close to Lila Gavich. Lila wasn't his subordinate. Chun Zhao didn't have the right to order him. So, Chun Zhao treated him equally. Of course. It's my honor. Lila Gavich wanted to deepen their relationship. A while later, Lila Gavich arrived at Moon Villa. When he saw Chun Zhao, he was alarmed. Mr. Chun, do you have elf blood too? That feeling was too strong. Lila Gavich felt a sense of closeness to it. Chun Zhao also looked at Lila Gavich in surprise. He seemed different from last time. Did you use Amandadil's blood? Chun Zhao asked. I'm a big elf now, Lila Gavich said. Mr. Chun, you haven't answered my question. I didn't. I just found some tricks and used your elven talent. Chun Zhao didn't say it clearly. After a pause, Chun Zhao said, I invited you here mainly to ask you about how the elves use their talents. Chapter 1624. Lila Gavich was surprised. The elves' talent could be used as a reference? Who could explain this? Of course, this wasn't important. Chun Zhao had his own methods. What he used had nothing to do with him. Lila Gavich was more concerned about how he could benefit from Chun Zhao. Of course, Lila Gavich wouldn't tell him directly what he could benefit from. Chun Zhao could say that, but he couldn't. Mr. Chun, it's not hard to control the elements, but every elf has their own element. It's not something that can be learned in a short time. You have to comprehend it first. Only by knowing your element can you use the power of the elements. How do I comprehend it? It's a complicated process. I'll give you another portion of Armindadir's flesh later, Chun Zhao said. Lila Gavich chuckled. Mr. Chun, I'm not lying. It's indeed complicated, but after thousands of years, we've come up with a way to comprehend it. I don't have it with me now. I'll send a copy to your email when I get back. Okay, Chun Zhao nodded. You can go to the Supernatural Organization's headquarters and ask for a portion of Armindadir's flesh. Just tell them I said it. Chun Zhao wasn't afraid that Lila Gavich would go back on his word. He didn't dare to do that either. Even if he ran away, his people wouldn't be able to. Lila Gavich left as quickly as he came. He didn't think about bargaining with Chun Zhao. All he wanted was Armindadir's flesh and blood, and it was for his people too. He'd already used it once. There was no point in using it again. The method that the elf had come up with wasn't a secret among the elves. Even if he didn't work with Chun Zhao could get it from other channels. Or he could work with Mesco. That wasn't something he wanted to see either. So, Lila Gavich agreed without hesitation. In less than 2 hours, Chun Zhao received a document. Elven Talent, Enlightenment. Chun Zhao opened it. The introduction was rather detailed. At the beginning, it explained the elves' talents. Next was the development and use of the talents. Chun Zhao realized that the elven talent, Enlightenment, was very helpful to him. There were many elements in the air. The elements could be divided into 6 main attributes: water, earth, fire, wind, light, and darkness. They were different from spiritualists. Spiritualists didn't care about elemental attributes. They only cared about magical attributes. But for the elves, there was a huge difference. The environment also greatly affected the elves. For example, an elf who lived in a place with abundant water elements for a long time. In that case, their children would most likely be of the water element. Of course, this was not absolute. Some elves even had a second or third element. In order to know what attribute he belonged to, the first thing he needed to do was to control the elements and determine the color of the elements that were attracted to him. Every element had a different color representation. Water was blue, earth was dark yellow, fire was red, wind was green, light was gold, and darkness was black. Chun Zhao raised his hand and gathered the elements in his palm again. However, the elements gathered in Chun Zhao's palm were white. According to the colors of the 6 elements of water, earth, fire, wind, and dark, it didn't seem to be related to any of them. Chun Zhao was a little depressed. What was this? Chun Zhao picked up the phone again and called Lila Gavich. Mr. Lila, the elements I've gathered are white. What attribute is this? Mr. Chun, it has no attributes. What? Chun Zhao was speechless, but he still had some hope. No attributes? Isn't that awesome? Mr. Chun, you must be joking. No attributes. We sometimes have elves with no attributes, but apart from being slightly stronger than other elves, they're useless. Lila wasn't mocking Chun Zhao. He didn't think he had the right to either, but he thought that Chun Zhao was already strong enough. The elves' abilities were just icing on the cake for Chun Zhao. Mr. Chun, we don't have any ways to use elemental attributes, but I'm looking forward to you developing some. Chun Zhao hung up in anger, but after calming down, he fell into deep thought again. Was it because he himself was of no attribute? Or was it because humans all awakened elemental attributes? But there was no way to find out. After all, Chun Zhao was the only person in the world who could awaken. In ancient times, only the gods could do it. Chun Zhao thought about it again. In the myths and legends around the world, gods all had attributes. If the ancient gods were awakened humans, then humans actually had attributes too. Moreover, elves couldn't appear out of nowhere. Through his conversation with Lila, Chun Zhao knew that elves and humans could mate and have children. This meant that elves were also humans or subspecies. Could the elves be the descendants of a certain god? Moreover, elves could evolve by using Amanda Deal's blood. Amanda Deal and elves were two different species. Why could Amanda Deal's blood make elves evolve? There didn't seem to be any connection between the two bloodlines. Unless Amanda Deal's blood had some elf evolution component. Chun Zhao thought of something else. Amanda Deal was called the Son of Element, and his father was an elemental lord. Was it possible that his father was also an awakened person? Or dragon? It was very possible. Amanda Deal was the son of an elemental lord. His bloodline was very close to that of an elemental lord. Elemental lords were also awakened, so Amanda Deal's blood could stimulate elves to regress. So, did his blood have the same effect as an elemental lord? Chun Zhao was very curious. Of course, Chun Zhao wasn't interested in becoming Tripitaka's meat for the elves. He wouldn't go and show off to the elves either. His flesh and blood could make them evolve. That wouldn't be awesome. It would be stupid. Chun Zhao was more concerned about how to use the elemental attributes. Chun Zhao reached into the air. All the elements within a radius of several hundred meters were caught in his hands. Just like the legends, he could borrow the power of heaven and earth. This power was almost limitless. But for Chun Zhao, the elemental power without attributes was really depressing. Chun Zhao tried a few times, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't create enough destructive power. He couldn't even kill a normal person with this vast power in his hands. Chapter 16:25. It was like holding a nuclear bomb in his hand, but it turned out to be a dud. Wasn't that infuriating? It couldn't be helped. So what if he was angry? No matter how angry he was, he had to hold it in. Just then, Fei Lai came to Chun Zhao's side. Chun, how did your hair grow so long? Is it magic? Chun Zhao touched his hair. He really didn't notice it before. His hair was actually past his waist now. Before, Chun Zhao had always kept his hair short. Chun, cast a spell on me too. I want to change my hairstyle. Chun Zhao's face darkened. Fine, he cast a life spell on Fei Lai. Delighted, Fei Lai ran back to her room and combed her hair. Chun Zhao felt the finger-sized internal alchemy in his body. The internal alchemy emitted a thick vitality. However, Chun Zhao's constitution didn't improve much. The biggest change was that the small world had expanded to 200 meters. It also spun along with the internal alchemy. The internal alchemy was like a planet, and the small world was the planet's atmosphere. Chun Zhao's strongest point was still his strength. Chun Zhao's strength was determined by his constitution. Forming the internal alchemy had made Chun Zhao's constitution grow a little, but it wasn't much. Compared to the growth of the small world, it wasn't even worth mentioning. Now that he had grasped the power of the world, his strength should have increased greatly. However, the power of heaven and earth was like chicken ribs to Chun Zhao. What was its use? Oh, if releasing it directly didn't have any effect, what if he absorbed it into his body? Chun Zhao had an idea and immediately tried. The moment Chun Zhao absorbed the spiritual qi into his body, the cells in his body started growing wildly. Chun Zhao realized that his body was growing rapidly. Chun Zhao realized that his growth had exceeded the limits of a normal person's body. Wow, Mom, come look at Dad. He's become a giant. Jerlin and the other children in the front yard all cried out when they saw Chun Zhao's body. Hearing the children's cries, Fei Lai ran out immediately. When she saw Chun Zhao, she was also surprised. By now, Chun Zhao had grown to 5 meters tall, but this wasn't his limit. Chun Zhao felt that he could still grow. Chun Zhao continued to try. Finally, when he reached 5 meters, Chun Zhao felt that his body had reached its limit. Phew! Chun, what spell is this? I've never seen you use it before. I just figured it out. Chun Zhao felt the changes in his body. Chun Zhao's height had only doubled, but his weight had increased tenfold. This also meant that the cells in his body had grown 10 times. At the same time, Chun Zhao's constitution also increased tenfold. Quickly dispel the spell, Feilai said. Chun Zhao looked down. His clothes were completely torn. If certain parts of his body were to be exposed in front of the children, he would become a pervert. Chun Zhao immediately dispersed the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. The growing cells started dying quickly, and the nutrients were devoured by the original cells. His body returned to its original size, but it felt like he had grown another centimeter or two. Chun Zhao felt stronger than before. It seemed that the process of infusing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth into his body did not cause any burden to his body. On the contrary, it was good for the body. Uncle, how did you do that? Wow, Uncle, why don't you do it again? I still want to see. Daddy, I also want to learn to grow bigger. I also want to learn. Chun Zhao didn't want to care about these noisy kids. Chun Zhao only wanted to change his clothes now. After changing, Chun Zhao finally heaved a sigh of relief. That had been too awkward. Thankfully, there were no outsiders. It was fine for the kids to see him. However, he still had to be careful. After all, Ronnie and Vera were almost 6 years old. Chun Zhao looked at the time. It was about time. After tidying up, he took Ronnie, Vera, Faith, and Jerlin to Risfar's house. Because Jerlin was also going to stay at Risfar's house for a few days, Jerlin packed some clothes and daily necessities. Black Ma, White Ma, Princess, Briar, Bramble, Simba, and Nana would also go to accompany the kids for a few days. So, Chun Zhao had to drive the RV. Mingwe Villa wasn't close to Risfar's manor. It was at least an hour-and-a-half drive. When Chun Zhao arrived at Risfar's manor, it was almost 5 o'clock. By then, many people were already at Risfar's house. The 4 little fellows and a group of pets had just opened the door and rushed out of the car. They didn't care if they would cause trouble for the guests. They were all little devils anyway. On the other hand, Chun Zhao parked the car slowly and got out. As soon as he got out, he saw a sports car fly past him. He wasn't unfamiliar with the person in the car at all. It was Sun Min's sport car stopped, and she walked up to Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao, why are you here? I have something to do, Chun Zhao said casually. Sun Min glanced at him. She realized that Chun Zhao's clothes didn't fit him. She heard from Ms. Li that Chun Zhao was doing well abroad. It seemed that Chun Zhao had been bragging. He was probably worried about losing face. Sun Min was very understanding. She felt that her guess was correct. Chun Zhao must have had a bad life. Otherwise, he would not even have a set of clothes that fit him. Chun Zhao, if you come back to China in the future, I might be able to help. Thank you, Chun Zhao replied indifferently. Sun Min wasn't surprised by Chun Zhao's rejection. In the past, when they were dating, Chun Zhao had been a bit stubborn. Even if he ran into a wall, even if his head bled, he wouldn't turn back. Chun Zhao didn't know about Sun Min's rich inner thoughts. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. Chun Zhao strode away. Sun Min thought that Chun Zhao was probably an employee here. He was probably rushing to work. Sun Min also gave up on catching up with Chun Zhao. Not long after, Chun Zhao met Zola. Chun Zhao didn't expect to see her here. Actually, Zola and Risfar had met at Chun Zhao's party. Hi, Chun. Zola walked up and greeted Chun Zhao familiarly. But when she walked up to Chun Zhao, she frowned. Chun, the clothes you're wearing were designed by my company's designer, right? I think so. Chun Zhao nodded. What's wrong? Which asterisk shoal designed it for you? Chun Zhao immediately realized that his clothes didn't fit due to his accidentally developing body. This caused Zola to misunderstand. Zola, I was actually very satisfied with these clothes, but my body seems to have grown a bit recently. That's why they don't fit. Really? Zola asked doubtfully. Chapter 16:26. Zola didn't care that it was public. She walked up and pulled Chun Zhao's arm. Then she spread her fingers and started measuring it. Oh, it's really longer. It's about 2 centimeters. Hearing her words, Chun Zhao even suspected that she was a witch. She could even measure it. You still remember my size? Chun Zhao was surprised. Zola looked up and rolled her eyes. What do you think? I'll have someone bring you a set of clothes, Zola said. After all, she was a clothes seller. Her words were so domineering. Thank you. It wasn't that troublesome. The Baroness had a branch in Beverly Hills, too. It was less than 2 kilometers away. Sunmin took a different path, but she still saw Chun Zhao and a woman in luxurious clothes walk into the RV. Sunmin's heart skipped a beat. Did her ex-boyfriend become a gigolo? Sunmin felt like her eyes were being polluted. She left angrily. Chun Zhao and Zola didn't care about other people's opinions. Chun Zhao wasn't a stranger to the clothes. Nat, Triss, and Cooper were all here. Of course, if it was just clothes, there was no need for the 3 designers. One runner was enough. However, Zola had asked the 3 of them to take Chun Zhao's measurements and then design some clothes for him. Chun Zhao's family's clothes were all provided by the Baroness. In return, Zola would often borrow Chun Zhao's pets. Previously, Zola had borrowed Chun Zhao's pets. She wanted to pay Chun Zhao, but Chun Zhao refused. Later, Zola used this method to exchange. Chun Zhao didn't object. Chun Zhao, Nat, Triss, and Cooper weren't strangers. This was especially true for Knight. That assistant of his had gone missing and had never been seen since. When Nat learned that he needed to design clothes for Chun Zhao, he was fully armed and even brought his toolbox. Chun, your body is really amazing. Nat caressed Chun Zhao's chest. His broad chest was filled with male hormones. Chun Zhao shuddered. He knew Nat's sexual orientation. He didn't discriminate against gays, but he still had the instinct of repulsion. Nat, put your hand down or I won't be able to stop myself from beating you up. Chun Zhao felt his hair stand on end. All right, Nat licked his lips. Either intentionally or unintentionally, Triss also brushed her finger across his body. Chun Zhao wasn't against taking advantage of women. Zola sat on the side with her legs crossed. Chun, give me a copy of Feilai's training schedule too, Zola said. To be honest, the last time Zola went to Jerlin's birthday party, when she saw Feilai, she was really shocked. She really couldn't tell that Feilai had just given birth. Her figure was so perfect that not a single flaw could be found. Most importantly, her skin was still like that of a young girl. Zola knew how good Chun Zhao was at taking care of himself, and she herself was also a beneficiary. That was why he envied Feilai for having such a man. Any woman would care about her appearance. Who doesn't want to stay young forever? To be honest, Zola was very jealous of Feilai. If she were 10 years younger, she would definitely compete with Feilai. I'll check your body later, Chun Zhao said. Then I'll give you a plan. Zola, Chun, I've taken your measurements. Chun, can you tell me how you did your second puberty? Cooper asked curiously. Cooper was also a bodybuilder. He thought that Chun Zhao must have gone through some kind of training. I had surgery to lengthen my bones, Chun Zhao lied. Cooper shrugged helplessly. He obviously knew that Chun Zhao was lying. Since Chun Zhao wasn't willing to tell him, there was nothing he could do. After changing his clothes, Chun Zhao felt much more comfortable. After all, no one liked wearing clothes that didn't fit. Chun Zhao held Zola's arm and entered the front yard of the manor. By now, there were already many guests. Hi, Zola, Chun. Laura walked over from the crowd. Chun Zhao and Zola kissed Laura's cheeks. Laura and Zola had gotten to know each other at Chun Zhao's party. After that, the two became even closer. They could be considered best friends. Chun, Roni said that you can do magic and become a giant. It's just a performance. Chun Zhao shrugged. I've done a lot of preparation for this performance. Don't expect me to perform for you again. All right, you and Feilai have worked hard. Just thank you? Then if you like any girl at the party today, just take her home, as long as you're not afraid of Feilai, Laura teased. Okay, I'll go find some prey. Chun Zhao waved goodbye to Laura and Zola and walked in another direction. Coincidentally, he saw another familiar person, Lucy. Hi, Lucy. Chun, I'm so happy to see you. Lucy had been doing well in Hollywood recently. Chun Zhao also discovered that Lucy starred in a mid-budget movie that had been released recently. It wasn't a blockbuster, but from the box office alone, it should be able to break even. It seemed that this actress from Australia had gained a foothold in Hollywood. At least it wouldn't be like before, where a fashion designer could do whatever he wanted to her. How have you been? Chun Zhao asked politely. Same old. Can you ask Mr. Steven for a role for me sometime? I can't control Steven when it comes to movies. Lucy chuckled. She knew very well how close Chun Zhao and Steven were. Of course, even if Chun Zhao rejected her now, she wouldn't give up on Chun Zhao. If there was a chance in the future, she could still use him. Moreover, she owed Chun Zhao a debt of gratitude. Sun Min, who was standing on the balcony on the second floor, suddenly noticed Chun Zhao. He's still here? Why does the woman he's talking to look so familiar? By the way, isn't that woman the female lead of the recent Eagle Girl? When Sun Min came to America, she'd even gone to the cinema and watched the movie. The movie wasn't very exciting. However, she had a deep impression of Lucy, who was the female lead. From their actions, they seemed to know each other very well. Was the female star also Chun Zhao's customer? Sun Min was confused. If that was the case, she had to look at Chun Zhao in a different light. Just then, another beauty walked to Chun Zhao's side. To Sun Min's surprise, it was also a female star who had acted in Steven's movie. She seemed to be called Yafen, right? Chapter 16:27. Everyone in Hollywood knew that Yafen and Lucy were publicly acknowledged as sisters and best friends. However, everyone knew that there were no true sisters in Hollywood. This sentence was very suitable for Yafen and Lucy. The two female stars were both very pretty and had similar careers. Plus, they played the second and third roles in the same movie. So, they both maintained their own personas in front of the public. Plus, their statuses were similar. So, they tried their best to pretend to be good sisters. Hi Chun, long time no see. Yafen hugged Chun Zhao warmly. Yafen, did you forget about Chin's little princess birthday party? Lucy seemed to be joking, but there was a hidden needle in her smile. Jerlin's birthday party had only been less than 2 weeks ago. Chun Zhao had invited the two of them before. Yafen hadn't come back then, but Lucy had. But Yafen had been filming overseas. Chun Zhao expressed his understanding. Yafen wouldn't distance herself from Chun Zhao. After all, Yafen knew Chun Zhao and Steven's relationship very well. She'd relied on Chun Zhao's recommendation and guidance. That was how she'd made a name for herself in Steven's movie. If she could come, Yafen wouldn't have missed Chun Zhao's invitation. Chun, I want to lose weight. When will you come to my house and help me treat it? When Yafen and Chun Zhao first met, Yafen had wanted to gain weight and participate in Steven's movie audition. Plus, they did sex the first time they met. Your body is perfect now. You don't need to lose weight anymore. Really? I'm wearing clothes now. Can you tell? Do you want to go somewhere else and look again? Anyway, both Lucy and Chun Zhao knew each other very well. Yafen didn't care about what she said at all. Her words were even more unrestrained. Never mind. Chun Zhao chuckled. He knew how unrestrained Yafen was. When he'd first met her, she'd already done it with him. Of course, he wasn't a good person back then either. He was also unrestrained. Yafen knew her limits. Seeing that Chun Zhao rejected her, she didn't continue teasing him. Instead, she chatted with Chun Zhao about trivial matters. Lucy was not a fuel-efficient lamp either. She had a very accurate grasp of the situation. Chun, this is a jade pendant I asked someone to buy in China. I wanted to give it to Jerlin at her birthday party, but the international delivery was a few days later than planned. I didn't make it in time for Jerlin's birthday party. Now, I can only ask you to give it to Jerlin. Also, please apologize to her for me. Lucy took out a jade pendant from her handbag. Chun Zhao didn't know much about jade, but he could tell from the texture that it wasn't cheap. Thank you. Since it was a gift for his daughter, he had no reason to reject it. However, Chun Zhao was surprised that Lucy would carry the jade pendant with her. Lucy smiled like an epiphyllum, and Yafen was naturally unhappy. Of course, both of them were women who were good at putting on a front, so they wouldn't reveal any of their thoughts. It was not a good feeling to be sandwiched between two black roses. I saw an acquaintance over there. I'll go and say hello. You guys take your time. Chun Zhao left like he was escaping. He really saw someone he knew. Chun Zhao dashed to Amira's side. Hey, Amira, long time no see. Amira glanced at Chun Zhao, somewhat unhappy. Chun, I've invited you to my party a few times, but you didn't want to come. How come you're free to come to Risfar's party today? I'm not here to attend the party. I'm bringing my daughter to Risfar's house to play. Fine. Amira had always maintained a respectful distance from Chun Zhao. On one hand, Amira wanted to maintain a friendship with Chun Zhao. Sometimes, Chun Zhao's supernatural power could indeed solve a lot of problems for her. Moreover, Chun Zhao's business interests made Amira unwilling to cut ties with him. However, Chun Zhao's supernatural power also made Amira somewhat fearful. She had seen Chun Zhao fight twice. Both of them had left a deep impression on her. The first time was the Irvine incident. She had seen the legendary angel of plague and death. The second time was when her father's factory had a problem. Of course, Amira would never show any disrespect before Chun Zhao. Whether it was for business or personal reasons, Amira was trying her best to maintain a good relationship with Chun Zhao. What are you going to invest in next? Can you let me know in advance? Amira joked. Chun Zhao had only invested twice. One was Marina Restaurant, and the other was Dash and Beer. These two investments had directly increased Chun Zhao's current wealth. It had increased his wealth by at least 10 times. If Dash and Beer went on the market, Chun Zhao would definitely become one of the richest people in the world. Of course, if Chun Zhao really wanted to invest in something, he definitely wouldn't let anyone know in advance. Who would leak their business plans for no reason? No matter how good their relationship was, they wouldn't do that. If I really want to invest in something next time, I'll definitely let you know immediately. Sunmin stood on the balcony of the second floor and looked at Chun Zhao's figure. Could it be that this guy has a foot in several boats? He's a gigolo here in America. However, could the people of the United States appreciate the faces of the East? Does Chun Zhao have the potential to be a gigolo here? Sunmin's mind was running wild. How come she hadn't realized before that Chun Zhao actually had this ability? He could still act so casually among so many rich women. Also, he's too daring. He's actually related to so many women at the same party. If he was exposed now, she didn't know how he would deal with it. Just then, Risfar walked to Sun Min's side. "Miss Sun, have you been here the whole time?" "Yes," Sun Min said, smiling. "I'm not used to this kind of place." "Huh, I understand. I have a friend who's like you. Actually, you're from the same country. I'll introduce you too, if there's a chance." Sun Min thought that Risfar was just being polite. "Oh, the friend I mentioned also came to the party, but I don't know where he went." Chun Zhao was in the garden downstairs, but because there were too many guests, Risfar couldn't find him. Sun Min's heart jumped. Was Risfar talking about Chun Zhao? "Mr. Risfar, what does your friend do?" "He's a professor at UCLA. Of course, he's also a successful businessman. Anyway, I've never seen anyone better at making money than him." "Oh, I'd like to meet him if I have the chance." Sun Min was sure that it couldn't be Chun Zhao. "Found him. He's there." Chapter 1628. Sun Min froze. Apart from Chun Zhao, she didn't see anyone else with an Asian face. "I'll introduce you to him. Maybe your company will have a chance to work with him in the future." Connections weren't always useful if you needed them immediately. Some connections might not be useful for years or decades. But when you needed them, you wouldn't be able to find them. Connections needed to be maintained and strengthened frequently. Sun Min did a good job in this aspect. She was also happy to meet more people and expand her network. Professional managers could earn hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars a year. They didn't know whether it was because of their ability or because they had connections. Even for the top few billionaires on Forbes, these professional managers also had the means to pass on a message. However, when Risfar brought Sun Min over to Chun Zhao, Sun Min panicked. "It can't be him, right? It can't be him, right? Impossible. This was absolutely impossible. He's just a gigolo who lives off a woman." "Hi, Chun." Risfar went up to greet them. "Hi, Miss Amira. Let me introduce you. This is Sunday Miss Min. Chun, she's actually your compatriot. She's also from China. Miss Sun, this is Chun Zhao. This is Amira, the manager of Citibank's Los Angeles branch." Chun Zhao's expression froze. Sun Min immediately went up. "Hi, nice to meet you." No matter how chaotic Sun Min's heart was, she looked calm on the surface. She treated it as her first meeting with Chun Zhao. "Hi." Chun Zhao played along and pretended not to know Sun Min. Amira shook hands with Sun Min too. "Chun, Amira, what are you talking about?" "I want to buy some shares from Chun," Amira said, clenching her teeth. But he's not interested at all. She really had high hopes for Chun Zhao's Dash and Beer shares. but she'd bought it from the bank before. It didn't belong to her. Now, she wanted to buy some of Chun Zhao's shares in private. She didn't need a lot. Just 3% would be enough. But Chun Zhao was still unwilling. Amira, what's your price? 100 million for 1%, Amira said. Twice the market price. Her price wasn't low. In fact, it was quite risky. Sun Min's mind went blank. What shares did Chun Zhao have? 100 million US dollars for 1% of the shares? Did that mean that Chun Zhao had at least $100 million? How is this possible? He had only been abroad for a few years. How could he be so wealthy? What I need so much cash for? Chun Zhao rolled his eyes. He now has more than $1 billion in his bank account. He finally understood the pain of a capitalist who had no capital and didn't know how to invest it. This was the money Citibank used to buy his shares. Moreover, it was because he had to pay in installments. Otherwise, he would have more cash. Didn't you order a super yacht from Seagate Yachts? I remember your budget is 320 million US dollars, right? Sun Min was dumbfounded by Amelia's words. Was Chun Zhao really that rich? A yacht costs 320 million US dollars? Then where was his real net worth? Sun Min couldn't imagine it, let alone believe it. Is Seagate so bad at protecting their customers' information? Chun Zhao frowned. Not everyone liked their information to be known by others. You can't blame Seagate, Amelia said. I also have a small number of shares. I also have a representative on the board. Fine, Chun Zhao said. But I won't sell my shares. I still want to invest. Chun, Risfar said. Del and I plan to open 2 more hotel chains. Are you interested in joining us? Forget it. If you or Del need cash flow, tell me. I'll lend you money. It's definitely lower than the bank's interest. Hey Chun, Amelia complained. You're stealing my business right in front of me. That's not good. I already regret selling the 20% shares to your bank. Now I understand what it means to have too much money, but no place to spend it. Sun Min couldn't interrupt at all. The conversation between the three of them and her was in a completely different dimension. At least, she couldn't understand Chun Zhao's words. What did it feel like to have too much money, but no place to spend it feel like? Whether it was Chun Zhao, Amira, or Risfar, they were all the same. They were the kind of people who had too much money, but no place to spend it. How about you sell Marina's restaurant to me? I'll pay $150 million, Amelia said. Amelia really coveted the 2 businesses under Chun Zhao's name. Both of his businesses were like golden chickens that laid eggs. No, even golden chickens couldn't compare. Both of those industries were printing money with their money printing machines running. Sun Min was shocked once again. Marina's restaurant? Sun Min had been there before. It was the most expensive restaurant in L.A. She remembered that a few days ago, she'd met Chun Zhao again at Marina's restaurant. That restaurant actually belonged to Chun Zhao. No need. I don't want all the shares. Just 20% is enough, Amelia said seriously. Didn't you, Mr. Steven, and Mr. Rasfa invest in a movie together? I think it's going to be released soon. I heard that the North American theaters don't have a lot of show times. I have some connections in the theater industry. I can introduce them to you. Sun Min's eyes widened. Chun Zhao was involved in the film industry, and he was investing with the famous director, Steven. Wasn't that too unbelievable? What had he experienced in the past 2 years? That's a different matter. Amelia, if you can help us, I'll be very grateful. But I won't sell the shares of Marina's restaurant. Sun Min's gaze toward Chun Zhao had changed. This man was no longer the idealistic boy she'd known in the past. If she hadn't left him back then, would she still have all this now? Did he still have feelings for her? She'd invited him a few times for a gathering, but it was only because he still had feelings for her. Did he not know how to face her? Fine. I'll help you make an appointment with someone from the theater industry in a few days. Call Mr. Steven over. We'll meet at your Marina's restaurant. Thank you. I owe you another favor. Hey, Chun Risfar. Just then, Del walked over. There were a dozen models behind him. Risfar, look at how many beauties I've brought to your party. Aren't you grateful to me? Laura's at home, Risfar said in a low voice. Don't mess around. Chapter 16:29. After Sun Min and Chun Zhao met again. Sun Min had always felt that Chun Zhao was still the Chun Zhao of the past. That mediocre Chun Zhao. He was a bit idealistic. He'd fled abroad after being defeated by reality. But she'd never thought about it. It had only been 2 years. Chun Zhao had become a billionaire without anyone noticing. He'd made friends with influential people that even she was dumbfounded. Even now, Sun Min's gaze toward Chun Zhao had changed. It seemed that after 2 years, the boy had become more mature and handsome. His chiseled face, his tall and strong body. His entire body radiated masculine hormones. Why hadn't she realized that Chun Zhao was so handsome before? Why hadn't she realized that he was so charming before? Risvar left first. He still had to greet the other guests. Yamala also went to greet the other guests. Only Chun Zhao and Sun Min were left. Sun Min glanced at Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao, you seem to be doing well now. It's okay. Chun Zhao smiled. But Chun Zhao's smile was too fake. It was hard for Chun Zhao to be serious when facing Sun Min. But to Sun Min, the sentence was so piercing. All along, Sun Min had a kind of pride. Because her career had been advancing by leaps and bounds. She was also proud of the height she was at today. This was all because of her ability. She could do business that others couldn't. She could do work that others couldn't. But when she heard Chun Zhao say it was okay, Sun Min felt like she was going to collapse. He'd used 2 years to obtain more than 999% of the world's wealth. Was this okay? If he called it okay, then what was she? What was her hard work and struggle in the past 2 years? Did she have to become the richest person in the country or the world to be okay? If you come back, remember to contact me. Your classmates miss you. Let's get together. Chun Zhao nodded with a fake smile. The only person he could contact now was Ms. Li. His classmates miss him? Chun Zhao chuckled. He couldn't say that he didn't have friends in school. It was just that he didn't have any close friends. Plus, distance and time were enough to dilute the feelings in school. Chun Zhao even wondered if his classmates still remembered him. We'll see. I don't plan on returning to China in the near future. What? You've only been abroad for 2 years, and you're already planning to become a banana man? Chun Zhao frowned. Sun Min also realized that she'd gone overboard. Chun Zhao didn't plan to argue with Sun Min. He didn't even intend to continue the conversation with her. I still have something to do. I'll take my leave first. Sun Min stared blankly at Chun Zhao's back. Chun Zhao would rather hang out with a bunch of bad friends. He didn't want to continue the conversation with Sun Min. It turned out that the woman he used to like would become like this. Del was sitting by the pool with 2 models in his arms. Chun Zhao walked to Del and gave him a can of beer. Seeing Chun Zhao, Del sent the model away. Chun, I heard from Faith that you performed a spell in front of her today. You can turn into a giant. Faith was very smart. Chun Zhao even suspected that it was because of those eyes. Although she was only 2 years old, Faith was smarter than Ronnie and Vera. She was also more mature and had a higher EQ. Moreover, Faith had learned some basic spells from Li Qing. She was even more talented than Del. But because of her age, Li Qing was worried that learning magic too early would affect Faith's development. So, she only learned some meditation now. What Chun Zhao had used wasn't magic at all. Chun Zhao didn't even think that his body would change like that. Luckily, other than Fei Lai, only Faith knew about it. Yes. Chun Zhao nodded. Del was a spiritualist now too. There was no need to hide it from him. You know that after Faith went home, she called her master and said that she wanted to learn the spell to turn into a giant. She said that she could grow up faster. Chun Zhao's face darkened. But there weren't any spells that could make a person grow bigger. At least in Eris, there were a lot of enhancement spells. Many of them could make one's body grow bigger. For example, the big guy called Tank he'd met yesterday. He could make his body as big as the Hulk. I really can't teach that spell to Faith, Chun Zhao said. Plus, she's not strengthening. She can't cultivate this spell. Del also knew that Chun Zhao was telling the truth. Del wasn't just learning Qingyi sex spells now. At the same time, Chun Zhao tossed him a few magic books. He'd gotten them from Alice. Del wasn't very talented himself, but he wasn't without good points. For example, he had money. Sometimes, money could indeed make up for a lack of talent. Li Qing needed talismans, so Del bought a stack of the best ones for her. Del had also gone out to exorcise evil spirits. Regular spiritualists mostly used their own magic attacks to exorcise evil spirits. Del directly transported a ton of magic phosphorus and sprayed it into the haunted house. So, sometimes you could do whatever you wanted with money. Just then, Chun Zhao's phone rang. "Mr. Chun, are you free now? I've run into some trouble." It was Kalon. "What?" Chun Zhao frowned. "Those guys are causing trouble for you again?" "No, it's not convenient to talk over the phone." "Where are you now?" "An industrial area in Norda." "Okay, got it. I'll go over now." After hanging up, Chun Zhao turned to Del. "Lend me a sports car. I'll drive an RV over today." "Sure, go to my house. Get the keys yourself." Chun Zhao was also very familiar with Del's house. He'd introduced Del's housekeeper, Mary. All the servants in the house had seen Chun Zhao before, too. Chun Zhao walked in and out of Del's house like it was his own. Chun Zhao went into Del's house and took the keys of a sports car. Then he headed to the industrial area in Norda. However, the industrial area was rather large. The factories here were all from the 70s and 80s. They were completely abandoned now. This place had become a gathering place for gangs, and it was even a place for some people to conduct illegal transactions. The terrain was complicated and the area was large. It would be very difficult for the police to round them up. It would be very advantageous for the gang members to fight with the police or escape. When Chun Zhao was outside the industrial area, he called Kalon again. "I'm outside the industrial area. Where are you?" "Mr. Chun, do you see the 3 huge chimneys? They're the steel factory. I'm in the steel factory now." Chapter 16:30. Chun Zhao found the steel factory. "I'm here. Are you in the factory?" "Yes." In the past, Chun Zhao would still be careful everywhere. But now he wasn't on his guard at all. When he was powerful enough, he could indeed ignore most threats in the world. At least, Chun Zhao felt that he couldn't unless someone dropped a nuclear bomb on his head. Otherwise, there was nothing in the world that could kill him. Chun Zhao pulled open the door of the steel factory. He saw Kalon. He was in front of an upside-down crucible. There was another person there. He was also a spiritualist, but he was slightly older. Both of them were holding onto a chain. The chain was connected to the upside-down crucible. Banging sounds came from the crucible. Something seemed to be locked inside. "Kalon, what's going on?" Chun Zhao asked. The other spiritualist saw Chun Zhao and asked, "Is he the helper you called?" "Yes." Kalon nodded. "Mr. Chun, there's a terrifying evil creature in the crucible. We've locked it inside, but we can't destroy it." "Oh, okay, let it out. I'll clean it up." Chun Zhao nodded. "Hey, the evil spirit inside is really scary. It's not like the evil spirits you've encountered in the past." The spiritualist warned. "I know what I'm doing. Release it. We tried so hard to trap this evil spirit. If you can't destroy it, we're done for. Are you sure you want us to let it out?" Chun Zhao thought it was too long-winded, but the spiritualist had good intentions. Chun Zhao nodded. "If it's dangerous, you can leave first. I'll count to 3. Kalon, let go of the chain." Kalon nodded. The spiritualist counted to 3. 3, 2, 1, let go. Kalon let go instantly. The spiritualist's chain jerked violently. The chain shrank with a clatter and finally returned to the spiritualist's hand. Chun Zhao's eyes brightened. This chain was very similar to the magic treasures in novels. The chain shrank until it was like a thin rope binding the spiritualist's wrist. The next moment, the upside-down crucible was knocked into the air with a clang. "Mr. Chun, watch out." The crucible seemed to be smashing toward Chun Zhao's head. The spiritualist also cursed inwardly. Just then, Chun Zhao reached out and caught it. Chun Zhao took the crucible, which weighed 2 to 3 tons. The spiritualist's eyes almost popped out. What great strength! He's an enhancer, right? However, it was rare to see such a powerful enhancer. Seeing that Chun Zhao was unharmed, Kalon heaved a long sigh of relief. He'd felt Chun Zhao's power when they sparred before. He had thought that Chun Zhao's power should be close to his limit. It seemed that Chun Zhao hadn't used his full strength. Chun Zhao's attention was on the evil spirit. Half of the evil spirit's body was covered in molten iron. There was also a pair of iron swords protruding from his elbow joints. It was very likely that this evil spirit had fallen into the molten iron and died. Therefore, his soul and the molten iron were almost completely compatible, and the molten iron covered the right side of his body and did not cool down. It was still emitting red heat, and at the same time, it looked even more tyrannical. The right side of its body was badly burned. This should be its original body. However, even though he was severely burned, he was still very strong. After all, to be able to send a crucible weighing a few thousand kilograms flying was enough to show how terrifying its strength was. "Mr. Chen, what do you think? Can you handle it?" Colin asked worriedly. After all, he had fought with this evil spirit before. He knew very well how terrifying this evil spirit was. Roar! The evil spirit let out a deafening roar. The spiritualist walked around the center and stood beside Chun Zhao and Colin. "Be careful. This evil spirit can control metal. Is it like Magneto?" Chun Zhao asked curiously, instantly intrigued. "He doesn't have that much power. If he really had the power of Magneto in a movie, he would almost be equivalent to a god." At that moment, the evil steel spirit charged at the three of them. Kellen and the shaman quickly retreated. Only Chun Zhao stood where he was, facing the evil steel spirit's storm-like attacks. Chun Zhao raised his fist and punched the evil spirit's right shoulder. However, the moment it came into contact with the evil steel spirit's right shoulder, Chun Zhao felt a scorching heat on his skin. However, Chun Zhao's punch didn't stop. It sent the evil steel spirit flying. "So strong," the spiritualist murmured in shock. "Even this evil spirit isn't as strong as him." The evil steel spirit stood up again. It didn't seem to be injured. Chun Zhao shook off the molten metal on his fist. The evil steel spirit roared. The surrounding piles of metal started twisting and changing shape. It flew toward the evil steel spirit. When the metal touched the evil steel spirit's body, it immediately fused with it. Soon, the evil steel spirit's body grew several times larger. His entire body was like a transformer covered in patches. The spiritualist and Colin both looked worried. Chun Zhao lifted his head. His attention seemed to be diverted from the evil steel spirit. "Mr. Chun, what's wrong?" Colin asked. "It seems like we're not the only ones here," Chun Zhao said. "Other than us, there are others?" The spiritualist was also shocked. At that moment, two fully armed evil steel spirits appeared. Colin's expression changed drastically. One evil steel spirit was already very difficult to deal with, but now there were two more. The two of them could barely protect themselves against one evil steel spirit, let alone three. Even with Chun Zhao, they couldn't do it, right? "Mr. Chun, what do we do now?" "Colin, are you sure this isn't a trap you set for me?" "Mr. Chun, what are you talking about? How could I set a trap for you?" Colin panicked. He wanted to explain, but he didn't know how. Just then, the spiritualist who'd been standing behind Chun Zhao shot out a chain and tied Chun Zhao up. "Morgrid, what are you doing?" Colin was shocked. Morgrid pursed his lips. "You still don't understand? You only caught two spiritualists tonight?" Just then, a woman's voice sounded from behind them. Two is enough," Morgrid said proudly. "Plus, one of them is strengthening. It's definitely more effective to make an evil steel spirit than a regular one." "A trap?" Colin was shocked. "Then why did you work with me to suppress that evil steel spirit?" "Of course it's to help you find reinforcements. I was hoping that you could find a few more, but you only found one." "That's okay. The one you found is very good."